Chapter 1. Is this fortune or misfortune for me? Xiao Ye sat within the jolting carriage, having awakened to the realities of this foreign world for 10 days now. He had come to accept the truth of his transmigration. It was only then that Xiao Ye realized how remarkably optimistic his disposition truly was. He reflected upon the background of his predecessor. The former identity belonged to Xiao Ye Fisher, now a Duke of the Golden Leaf Empire on the Origin Continent. At the tender age of 18, he held such a prestigious title, all thanks to his illustrious father. Indeed, the greatest turning point in life often lies within the amniotic fluid. Regrettably, his father, Modo Fisher, had passed away 3 months prior. Had he still been alive, Xiao Ye Fisher's standing would have been even more illustrious, as he would have been a prince of the Silver Kingdom, indulging in a life of extravagance, rather than being embroiled in an assassination attempt that left him unconscious just a day after his father's death, only to have Xiao Ye take his place 10 days ago. Modo Fisher had achieved great merit during the Holy War 200 years ago, being granted the title of Marquis, and subsequently founded the Silver Kingdom, which was a vassal of the Golden Leaf Empire. However, 2 centuries of time had rendered the Silver Kingdom a source of envy for the imperial family of the Golden Leaf Empire, leading to its hasty dismemberment following Modo Fisher's death. Naturally, Xiao Ye Fisher lost his Marquis title and was relegated to Duke. Such a title was still considered quite distinguished. If only his territory were not the Desolation territory, that would have been even better. The Desolation territory could almost be deemed a wasteland. In such a domain, it was akin to pioneering new lands rather than inheriting them. Xiao Ye shook his head inwardly, grateful to merely be alive, as the unspoken rules among nobles typically allowed for the preservation of life, with property being the primary target of forfeiture. As for the Desolation territory, he found himself less fearful now, and indeed somewhat hopeful. This was due to his awakening of a system known as the Witch Entry Definition. According to Xiao Ye's understanding, the Witch Entry Definition system likely possessed multiple levels, for he had only unlocked the initial tier of the system. The primary Witch Entry Definition system had currently unveiled 3 entries: skill, control, and magic power. Moreover, he could use these 3 entries to establish a definition for a witch, although this definition could not exceed 10 characters. Most importantly, Xiao Ye could harness 10 of the defined witch's strength. This was of paramount significance for Xiao Ye, who had been deemed lacking in cultivation talent. As for the Desolation territory, its ominous moniker stemmed not only from its harsh environment, rampant magical beasts, and ever-present miasma, but also due to the occasional emergence of Desolation witches. What manner of being was a Desolation witch, one might wonder. Curiosity stirred within Xiao Ye, tinged with a hint of anticipation. "My Lord Duke, we have arrived at Yellow Sand City," announced the butler, Old John, whose weathered visage was clad in a perfectly tailored black butler uniform. Xiao Ye lifted the carriage's curtain and gazed ahead at Yellow Sand City. Constructed during the Holy War, Yellow Sand City was entirely built from stone blocks, its walls towering at 4 to 5 meters far from insignificant. Yet, it was said that during the Holy War, the walls reached heights of over 100 meters. The ravages of time indeed possess a formidable corrosive power. Xiao Ye could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "Let us proceed, we shall enter the city," Xiao Ye murmured. "We need to procure some supplies, and, while we are at it, meet my future wife whom I have yet to encounter." The thought of this brought a smile to Xiao Ye's face. Following the death of Marquis Modo and the dismemberment of the Silver Kingdom, the Duke of Cadanon had astonishingly honored his promise to marry his daughter to this notorious wastrel. Xiao Ye felt no joy from this. He did not believe that the Duke of Cadanon was a fool who would send his daughter to the perilous Desolation territory. What schemes did the Duke of Cadanon harbor? Moreover, who was behind the assassination attempt on his predecessor? The most probable culprit was the imperial family of the Golden Leaf Empire. Yet other possibilities could not be ruled out, as his father, Marquis Modo, had undoubtedly offended many. Xiao Ye's thoughts swirled as he contemplated his circumstances and the potential dangers that lurked ahead. The carriage creaked as it proceeded with a convoy of knights escorting it, gradually making its way toward Yellow Sand City. Upon entering the city, Xiao Ye dismissed further thoughts, lifting the curtain to observe the conditions of this otherworldly realm. Since awakening, he had been on the road and had never set foot within a city, eager to witness the life of this new world firsthand. The common folk resided in small stone houses, most clad in rough garments, their faces marked by hunger. Upon seeing the convoy, the commoners hastily cleared the path, bowing their heads in deference. After a while, the convoy traversed on cobblestone streets, leaving behind the dirt roads. Surrounding them were stone edifices, along with individuals adorned in splendid garments. Xiao Ye even glimpsed a few bee-steered individuals of the demi-human race. Yellow Sand City lies within the soul-devouring desert. On the fringes of the empire, how is it that so many prosperous individuals dwell here? Xiao Ye inquired of Old John. Old John, not taken aback by the Duke's question, thought it unsurprising that a wastrel would be ignorant of the territories on the empire's edge. Contrarily, he was somewhat surprised that the Duke did not inquire about places of revelry. My Lord Duke, while Yellow Sand Territory is situated in the soul-devouring desert and does not boast a significantly better natural environment than the Desolation Territory, Old John explained, its unique geographical position attracts many traveling merchants. Traveling through the soul-devouring desert via Yellow Sand Territory significantly shortens the journey to the human realms of the White Moon Empire, the Flame Wind Empire, and the territories of the Beastmen. Old John chuckled. Merchants are willing to brave the risks of traversing the desert for the sake of profit. Xiao Ye nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained perplexed. He possessed no map of this area in his mind. Make sure to procure a map of the surroundings of the Desolation Territory while you gather supplies, Xiao Ye instructed Old John. Old John cast a surprised glance at the Duke. Did he hear correctly? Wasn't he supposed to be purchasing a female slave? After confirming he had not misheard, Old John felt a sense of gratification. This incident had indeed brought about a positive change in the Duke. The convoy halted before a grand castle, and Xiao Ye alighted from the carriage. Lord Fisher, Miss Cadnan has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard approached. Had it not been for the noble crest he bore, Xiao Ye might have mistaken him for a bandit. Viscount Ent, I extend my apologies if I have imposed upon you, Xiao Ye said with a slight bow. Viscount Ent's gaze flickered with surprise. Was it not said that the new Duke Fisher was a wastrel? He certainly did not appear to fit that description. Indeed, rumors should never be taken at face value. Ha! During the Holy War, my grandfather served under Marquis Modo. There is no need for formality between us. Lord Fisher, Viscount Ent laughed heartily. Please, follow me inside. I have prepared a feast. After instructing Old John to procure supplies, Xiao Ye donned a smile and engaged in conversation with Viscount Ent as they entered the castle. I have heard that the youngest daughter of Duke Kednan is both beautiful and talented. You are indeed fortunate. My Lord Duke, Viscount Ent remarked cheerfully. Xiao Ye chuckled, neither affirming nor denying Ent's words. I have yet to meet her, Xiao Ye replied. After all, rumors are merely rumors. Miss Cadnan awaits you in a room. Just ahead, allow me to escort you to her, Ent offered. Although Miss Cadnan had arrived at the castle, the master of the castle, Ent, had yet to behold her visage. He too was filled with curiosity. Xiao Ye nodded. Even out of courtesy befitting a noble, he should indeed meet Miss Cadnan. Moreover, she was to be his future wife. Xiao Ye followed Viscount Ent to a chamber on the second floor of the castle. Viscount Ent, Our Lady cannot be seen until the arrival of Duke Fisher. A maid stationed at the door obstructed their entry. Viscount Ent appeared unfazed, gesturing toward Xiao Ye. Look, I have brought your master. The maid glanced at Xiao Ye in astonishment before gently pushing the door open. I hope the Duke will treat Our Lady kindly. She has already endured too much suffering. The maid bowed, sincerely imploring, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Ye and Ent exchanged perplexed glances. How could the daughter of Duke Cadnan possibly be suffering? With a sense of curiosity, the two entered the room. Their gazes were immediately captivated by a young woman seated at the head of the long table. Dressed in simple yet tasteful attire, her colors were soft and her fit impeccable. She exuded a gentle aura, and upon seeing her, it felt as if a spring breeze had swept through, bringing with it a sense of comfort. Her golden locks cascaded gently over her shoulders, as smooth as silk. A subtle flush of health graced her cheeks, and her skin, pale as snow, radiated a natural luminescence. Xiao Ye and Ent were momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, their astonishment was not solely due to her beauty. Even with only half of her visage revealed, both Ent and Xiao Ye discerned something amiss. "Damn it! Damn it!" Ent exclaimed furiously. "What is Duke Kaidina up to? He has fed the nobility's grace to beasts, shamelessly humiliating his peers. This is clearly Wentina Kaidina, the infamous foolish daughter, not the younger one he promised to wed you." Upon encountering Wentina Kaidina's vacant gaze, Ent grasped the full extent of the situation. Xiao Ye, too, was seething with anger. It was then that he comprehended the meaning behind the maid's earlier words. Xiao Ye turned to the maid standing behind him. "This is not Emily Kaidina, is it?" The maid trembled uncontrollably, despite having anticipated the Duke's wrath and resolutely prepared to protect her lady. Now, confronted with the fury of a nobleman, her instincts betrayed her with fear. "Yes, my lord, the lady is Emily Kaidina's sister. She has been compelled to come here to fulfill the engagement in place of Miss Emily." The maid's voice quivered. "Miss Wentina is a fool, is she not?" Xiao Ye inquired, his tone calm as he struggled to suppress his outrage towards Duke Kaidina. He understood that Miss Wentina was also an innocent party, and he did not wish to direct his ire at her. "No, my lord, sometimes the lady is lucid, and she is very kind, with an exceptional memory." The maid's words became jumbled. Even during her moments of folly, she can recall events occurring in the outside world. She is quite clever. Xiao Ye raised a hand to silence the maid's disjointed speech. "Sir Ent, do you have any sound advice?" Xiao Ye turned his gaze to Ent. Having once been a mere scion, he was unversed in the intricacies of noble affairs. Thus, he had no choice but to seek counsel from Sir Ent. Sir Ent shook his head in resignation. "Duke Fisher, there is no other course. The commitments of nobility are founded upon equality." A look of pity crossed Sir Ent's features. "The Kingdom of Silver and the Ironstone domain, the Marquis of Modo and Duke Kaidina stand as equals, yet the domain of calamity." Xiao Ye inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. "So, you're suggesting that I should take Wentina away and acknowledge her as my wife, correct?" Xiao Ye already foresaw the outcome. If he were to cast Wentina aside, Duke Kaidina of the Ironstone domain would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. He would justify his actions by claiming that Xiao Ye had insulted his noble reputation, and venture to the domain of calamity to eradicate this threat, thereby earning favor with the imperial court. Ent nodded in agreement. Amidst the maid's anxious gaze, Xiao Ye walked around the long table to stand beside Wentina, gently lifting her chin to behold her full visage. Detecting the Witch of Calamity, is the definition cataloged? Xiao Ye paused for a moment, striving to suppress any expression of disbelief, instead allowing a genuine smile to surface. Seeing this, Ent appeared perplexed. "Duke Fisher, what do you mean?" "The beauty of a person lies within their soul," Xiao Ye replied, his smile warm. "Moreover, Wentina is equally lovely in appearance." "What do you imply?" Ent questioned, unable to believe the absurd notion forming in his mind. "I have no alternative, do I?" "Sir Ent." Xiao Ye's smile faded. "From this moment forth, Miss Wentina Kaidina shall be the mistress of the domain of calamity." As Xiao Ye stated, he had no other choice but to bring Wentina Kaidina back to his domain and recognize her as Lady Fisher. However, the Witch of Calamity and Wentina were entirely disparate entities. The former Xiao Ye welcomed with open arms. The latter he would endure like poison. Duke Fisher had never truly been a wastrel, rather. He had merely feigned the role. Sir Ent was resolute in his judgment at that moment. "Duke Fisher, you are a true nobleman," Sir Ent stated solemnly. "Please, Sir Ent, ensure my lady is well taken care of. Once the steward has procured the necessary supplies, I shall depart with her." Xiao Ye returned to Sir Ent's side. "Rest assured, Duke Fisher, I will see to her well-being," Ent replied with a smile. "Now, should we not proceed to the banquet?" Xiao Ye nodded, reminding the maid to look after Wentina before they left. This was a crucial part of his advantageous scheme. As the banquet commenced, "Sir Ent, I have a request that I hope you will grant." Xiao Ye addressed Sir Ent. "Please, Duke Fisher, speak. I have observed numerous merchants within the city of Huangsha, and I would appreciate your assistance in arranging for a few traders to pass through the city of no calamity in the domain of calamity. The city of no calamity served as the principal settlement of the domain of calamity and was its sole town. Xiao Ye was taking precautions, arranging matters in advance. No problem, I will issue instructions when the time comes. Int responded without hesitation. Duke Fisher, I mean no offense, but the situation in the domain of calamity is dire if you cannot stay for long. There will be ample accommodation in Huangsha City. Xiao Ye smiled, aware that this was the kind-heartedness of Viscount Int. Your generosity surpasses that of many nobles. Xiao Ye praised the Viscount. I shall remember your counsel. The two of them downed the wine from their red-patterned glazed, black lacquered ceramic cups in one go. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow slightly. This wine is truly unpleasant. He conversed with Int, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the domain of calamity. Until Old John returned, Xiao Ye inspected the items Old John had procured: polished rice, refined wheat, white flour, white bread, and even a bit of liquor. Xiao Ye frowned, feeling quite dissatisfied. Old John, this is not what I require. And the domain of calamity does not need these either. Old John and Int looked perplexed. These are all provisions. What else do you expect? Viscount Int, I hope you can assist me in exchanging 90% of these provisions for black bread, coarse wheat, and a small portion of coarse rice. Xiao Ye requested of Viscount Int. You, with your wisdom, must understand my intent. The Viscount immediately grasped the situation. The subjects of the domain of calamity indeed do not require these refined grains. Rather, coarse wheat and black bread would be more suitable for them. You possess great wisdom, my friend. Viscount Int increasingly held Xiao Ye in high regard. With the Viscount's assistance, Xiao Ye managed to procure the food he needed: 5 carts of black bread, 3 carts of coarse wheat, 1 cart of refined wheat, and 1 cart of coarse rice. Along with the remaining 10% of unexchanged provisions, there was 1 cart of polished rice, half a cart of white flour, and half a cart of vegetables and fruits. That in total, there were 12 carts of provisions. Viscount Int, thank you for your hospitality. Xiao Ye slightly bowed to the Viscount. Xiao Ye Fisher shall remember your kindness. The Viscount chuckled, his bushy beard trembling slightly. I look forward to your next visit. After bidding farewell to Viscount Int, Xiao Ye's caravan slowly set off. 12 carts of provisions, 2 horse-drawn carts, and a company of 20 knights. 1 cart belonged to Xiao Ye, and the other to Wendina Katanen. This was all that Duke Xiao Ye Fisher possessed. Departing Huangsha City, they traveled east along the Yuxing River, reaching the eastern edge of the soul-bearing desert, which marked the western border of the domain of calamity. Continuing further east, the terrain became flat, yet the soil was merely gravel, unsuitable for cultivation. Fortunately, there was no magical mist here that could erode the soul. On the 23rd of February in the year 3218 of the origin calendar, Xiao Ye Fisher finally arrived at the city of no calamity. Gazing at the city of no calamity, situated not far from the Yuxing River, Xiao Ye felt a heaviness in his heart that he was aware of the harsh conditions in the domain of calamity, yet he had not anticipated them to be this severe. All Xiao Ye could see were low, dilapidated wooden houses scattered around a 2-story stone building. Could this truly be called the city of no calamity? It was at best a village devoid of misfortune. No, it was a decayed village. Let us proceed into the city. Xiao Ye's voice roused the dazed butler and the knights. All entered the city of no calamity with grave expressions. As the caravan approached the city, a gathering of ragged peasants assembled outside the wooden gate. Led by an elderly man with a wooden staff, Xiao Ye dismounted. Are you the Duke Fisher? The old man inquired, his murky eyes fixed on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye nodded gently. He was not surprised that the old man recognized his identity. Viscount Int had already sent word in advance that we have met the Duke. All the peasants prostrated themselves on the ground. Take me to my residence, Xiao Ye commanded. Duke, please follow me, said the elderly man. Trembling slightly as he rose, he arranged for a young man to lead the way. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, concerned that the old man might perish on the journey. Chang Miao, you take the Duke to his residence. The old man called to a young man. Duke, I will guide you. Chang Miao was a lad of 15 or 16, but long-term malnutrition had left his complexion somewhat sallow. Xiao Ye nodded, following closely behind Chang Miao. The caravan moved slowly along the road mixed with soil and gravel. The subjects of the city of no calamity gazed at the carts of provisions, their throats involuntarily constricting, and saliva unexpectedly welled in their parched mouths. The peasants murmured among themselves, Food. There is food. That belongs to the noble lord. It has nothing to do with us. Hey, the noble lord actually came to this godforsaken place. Bird? Where are the birds? They would all starve to death. Xiao Ye paid no heed to their discussions, his gaze fixed on the wooden houses along the route. Lowly and dilapidated were Xiao Ye's impressions. Upon reaching the center of the city, village, where the two-story stone building stood. Built from gray stone blocks and standing about 6 meters high, it appeared particularly towering against the surrounding wooden houses. My lord, this is your castle, Chang Miao said with utmost respect, hardly resembling a boy of his age. Go tell that elder from earlier. Xiao Ye hesitated, unsure how to address the old man. The village chief. Duke, that is Chief Shirsuo. Chang Miao clarified. Please inform Shirsuo to count the number of people in the village. How many men, how many women, and how many elderly and children there are, and then come back to the castle to report to me. Xiao Ye intended to first understand the specific circumstances of his subjects before proceeding with his plans. Chang Miao's expression faltered. What is it? Duke, we do not know how to count, he said, his face reddening. Xiao Ye helplessly rubbed his forehead. Let Fiolina go. A gentle voice came from Wendina Cadinen's carriage. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Had Wendina regained consciousness? Very well. Let Fiolina go, he agreed. The maid on duty descended from the carriage and left with Chang Miao. Upon entering the castle, the butler led the knights in tidying up. There was no choice. There were no servants. Xiao Ye entered Wendina Cadinen's carriage. Miss Wendina, why has Duke Cadinen sent you here? He inquired, observing the sparkle in her eyes as he posed his question. Yes, you can see. Duke Cadinen has indeed sent me to this place, Wendina replied with a warm smile. Even knowing that I would die here, the foolish daughter and the image of keeping promises, Wendina laughed. For a noble, this is not a difficult choice. And what of your wishes? Do you not wish to return to Ironstone Domain and continue your identity as Miss Cadinen? Xiao Ye asked, for it is far better than the domain of calamity. Wendina Cadinen gazed steadily into Xiao Ye's eyes, calmly replying, there is no longer a Miss Cadinen. If you do not mind a foolish woman 12 years your senior as your Lady Fisher. Age is not an issue. Xiao Ye assessed Wendina's ample figure, but I do not desire a foolish duchess. The light in Wendina's eyes dimmed somewhat. Indeed, no noble would willingly accept a foolish wife. So you intend to confine me to a room, leaving me to my own devices? Wendina inquired. The astute Wendina understood that Xiao Ye would not send her back to Ironstone Domain. Such an action would be a humiliation for a noble. It would provide Duke Cadinen with an excellent reason to attack the domain of calamity, and Xiao Ye Fisher clearly would not give him that reason. No, I shall cure your foolishness, Xiao Ye smiled. I have said, age is not a problem, my Lady Fisher. Wendina's eyes widened in surprise, her small mouth agape. Xiao Ye could even see her rosy little tongue. Why must you jest with me, Duke Fisher? Wendina regained her composure. No one can cure my foolishness. It is not a disease. Xiao Ye's gaze flickered. Oh, you know you are the Witch of Calamity? Xiao Ye suddenly inquired. Wendy's pupils contracted, and her face turned pale. Wendy was indeed aware that her own foolishness stemmed from her identity as the Calamity Witch. However, this realization was a result of her relentless days spent buried in the library, confirming through numerous validations that she was indeed the Calamity Witch. The origin of the calamity, which lies in the inability to control the magical pool within herself, resulting in a dangerous overflow of power that wreaks havoc upon others. This is the primary reason why the calamity witch is feared by society. Nevertheless, some calamity witches, while unable to control their magical pools, only affect their own state, having little impact on the outside world. Wendy was precisely in this latter category. The magical vines within the pool endowed her with extraordinary memory, analytical skills, and, one could say, unparalleled wisdom. However, the uncontrollable magic also plunged her into a state of foolishness. This was the reason Wendy believed Xiao Ye could not possibly cure her to heal her. He would need to help her control the powers within her magical pool. Initially, Wendy did not believe Xiao Ye possessed such capabilities. But now she found herself wavering. How could the debauched Duke discern her identity with such precision? Wendy was perplexed. Oh, you truly have a way to assist me. Wendy composed herself and softly inquired. Since Duke Fisher was aware of her identity, yet still spoke of healing her affliction, it indicated that he indeed had his own methods. Xiao Ye nodded. I do have a way. He smiled gently. However, I need to know some information. For instance, why is the calamity which feared and reviled by society? Wendy shared what she had learned with Xiao Ye, and he understood. Thus, it could be said that as long as they could help the calamity, which control her internal magic. She would no longer pose a threat to others, on the contrary. A calamity which, capable of controlling her abilities, would become a formidable ally. The magical pool? Xiao Ye inquired, looking at Wendy in confusion. As far as I know, on the origin continent, regardless of race or profession, what one cultivates is merely the primordial source. There has never been any mention of a magical pool or magic. Wendy hesitated, but ultimately disclosed the secrets she had gleaned. According to legend, witches possess magical pools and magic because they bear the bloodline of the demon race within them. Wendy's expression darkened. The demon race? Xiao Ye was taken aback. The demon race was indeed the culprit behind the holy war that erupted 200 years ago. 2 centuries prior. A demonic gate suddenly appeared at the heart of the origin continent, unleashing a multitude of demons and magical beasts. It was only through the alliance of various races on the origin continent that the demons were repelled. Xiao Ye Fisher's father, Xiao Ye Fisher, earned his title of duke during this battle. The impact of the holy war was immense, transforming the core region of the origin continent into a cursed land rife with magical beasts and shrouded in magical mist. This cursed land was divided into 3 parts, each guarded by the human race, the orc race, and the elf race. The territory of Calamity belonged to the section under human protection. However, why was it only witches? Xiao Ye suddenly realized a troubling question. Could it be that only women could inherit the demon bloodline? As far as he knew, the demon race was not solely composed of males. When he shook her head, "This is merely a rumor I read in ancient texts. It may not reflect the truth." Xiao Ye did not dwell too much on this issue. Regardless of the reasons behind the existence of the Calamity Witch, it did not alter his decision. "Now, can you assist me?" Wendy's eyes shimmered with expectation. Xiao Ye smiled. "Of course, my Lady Fisher." Wendy's face flushed slightly. Despite being 30 years old, she had never been so close to a man before. "Rest assured, when I am brought to the territory of Calamity, Wendy Catanen will no longer exist. Only Wendy will remain on the origin continent." Wendy's expression was resolute as she pledged to Xiao Ye, "If you redeem me, I shall become your lady, Wendy Fisher, and devote all that I am to you. I will claim you as my lady." That thought had yet to escape his lips when Xiao Ye noticed Wendy had once again fallen into a vacant, foolish state. "Alas," Xiao Ye sighed, "why must I be deprived of the chance to shine before others?" He looked at the dazed Wendy, feeling helpless. "System, record the definition of a witch." Xiao Ye called out to the system. Definition of a witch detected. Please confirm if you wish to record the definition of a witch. Confirm. Please set the first definition for the current witch. The character limit is 10 and may include the terms mastery, proficient, and magic. Xiao Ye internally complained. "It seems I can only set one definition." After pondering for a moment, he realized he did not have many options. He set the definition as the witch proficiently masters her own magic. Xiao Ye breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding exceeding the limit. Definition recorded successfully. The first definition for the current witch is, the witch proficiently masters her own magic. Soon as the system's voice faded, Wendy closed her eyes, and a book-like emblem appeared on her forehead, emanating a faint glow. It seems this definition requires some time. Xiao Ye mused silently. System activation successful. The host may gain 10 of the witch's power. Xiao Ye anticipated the change in his abilities. However, after waiting for a moment, there was no response. He glanced at Wendy, who still had her eyes closed. "It appears I must wait until Wendy fully controls her power." Xiao Ye felt a bit disheartened. He wanted to experience the sensation of possessing extraordinary power. "Oh well, I should go inspect the territory," Xiao Ye thought. No matter how powerful the witch is, it won't immediately improve the state of the territory. He dismounted from the carriage and happened to see the maid, Frina, approaching. "My lord, what brings you here?" Frina asked anxiously upon seeing Xiao Ye emerge from her mistress's carriage. "I treated Wendy's affliction. She needs some time, so do not disturb her," Xiao Ye instructed. Although Frina harbored doubts, she dared not question it. The Duke was now her master. Her and her mistress's safety completely relied on the Duke. "And my lord, the population statistics are ready." Frina reported her findings to Xiao Ye. There are 112 households in Wuzhai town. With a population of 452, there are 42 elderly, 367 able-bodied men and women, and 43 infants and children. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. The numbers were too few. Such a scale barely qualifies as a village. Fortunately, the number of young adults was relatively high. Nonetheless, he needed to find ways to increase the population of the territory. For a territory to thrive, A substantial population is essential. Where could he acquire more people? The first method that came to Xiao Ye's mind was to purchase them from slave traders. You stay near Wendy's carriage and ensure no one disturbs her. Xiao Ye instructed Frina before returning to his own carriage. Xiao Ye contemplated how to acquire a significant sum of money to purchase slaves. A familiar voice suddenly called out in a flurry. My lord, magical beasts are coming. Xiao Ye lifted the curtain, only to see a spear-wielding guard crash to the ground, continuing to shout in alarm. Xiao Ye's expression shifted. The territory's population was already sparse. If they lost more to magical beasts, it would be disastrous. Xiao Ye felt a surge of urgency. Loss of population equates to loss of wealth, and that simply wouldn't do. Abder, throw away your cursed broom. Mount your horse, and come with me to stop the magical beasts. Xiao Ye leaped from the carriage, cursing and shouting. The 20-member knight squad, along with Xiao Ye and the spear-wielding guard, departed from the castle. A cloud of dust billowed as they headed northwest. Xiao Ye and the guard were dismounted by the knights. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave as a dozen able-bodied villagers surrounded two yellow-furred wolf-like magical beasts with wooden spears in hand. 5 villagers lay on the ground, already fallen in pools of blood. 3 had completely ceased moving, while the remaining 2 only twitched occasionally. My lord, they are 2 first-tier magical beasts. But sat upon his steed and spoke. The first-tier magical beasts were comparable to the strength of a human novice. Xiao Ye felt a sense of relief within. But, as the leader of the 20-member knight brigade, was on the verge of breaking through to the bronze knight rank. Among the other members of the knight brigade, 3 had just entered the novice level. The remaining members were merely knights, yet to earn a formal rank title. Despite this, the 20 knights were more than capable of vanquishing the 2 first-tier magical beasts. But, deal with them, commanded Xiao Ye. As you wish, my lord. But replied, raising his knightly spear. Knights, charge. The thundering of hooves erupted as the 20 cavalrymen surged towards the 2 beasts like arrows. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, the spear wielder shouted. The knights are coming. The knights are coming. The surrounding villagers, encircling the magical beasts, hurriedly scattered. 4 novice knights led the charge, with 16 knights following closely behind, their long spears aimed at the beasts. The wolf-like creatures sensed the impending danger and emitted low growls from their throats. With a roar, the 2 beasts unleashed yellow orbs the size of fists. Knight technique. Shield of light. 2 novice knights surged forward, manifesting 2 radiant white shields that blocked the yellow orbs. The sound of explosions echoed as the yellow and white energies clashed. Kill. But, and the others lunged forth, their spears piercing the 2 magical beasts. After a brief distance, the knights halted, the lifeless forms of the beasts falling from their weapons, utterly devoid of life. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached as Abut led his brigade to Xiao Ye's side. My lord, I report to you. Abut dismounted, placing his clenched fist over his heart and bowing slightly, performing the knightly salute. Well done, Xiao Ye praised. The glory of knights shall forever shine. Spear wielder, retrieve the corpses of those beasts. Xiao Ye instructed. The spear wielder, perplexed, wondered what the duke required the beast corpses for, yet dared not voice his confusion, knowing that the duke's orders must be obeyed. The spear wielder and several villagers dragged the 2 beast corpses back behind the wooden fence. Spear wielder, take charge of burying them, and later escort their families to the castle to receive compensation. Xiao Ye directed the spear wielder to manage the fallen villagers. Compensation? What is that? The spear wielder pondered. He, along with a few others, lifted the 5 villagers who had fallen in pools of blood. The 2 severely injured villagers, in Xiao Ye's estimation, were not likely to survive, unless a healer could mend their wounds. The medical skills of ordinary people from the origin continent could only be deemed equivalent to nothingness. Xiao Ye sighed inwardly. The state of his territory was abysmal. It could be said that there was a lack of everything. Watch out, Abut suddenly shouted, startling Xiao Ye Fisher. A lizard-like beast erupted from the ground, sinking its teeth into a villager. Run! The spear wielder and others were terrified, frantically fleeing. Xiao Ye's expression darkened. Slay it. His heart seethed with rage at the sight of the lizard beast devouring a villager. My lord, that is a 2nd-tier magical beast, Abut said gravely. Xiao Ye's expression shifted. 2nd-tier magical beasts were equivalent to the bronze rank, significantly more powerful than novice-level creatures. Not to mention, the second-tier beasts possessed one more magical technique than their first-tier counterparts. Despite the Knight Brigade having 4 novice knights and 16 ordinary knights, slaying a second-tier beast would not come without a bloody toll. For Xiao Ye Fisher, who could only rely on the 20 knights for protection, the loss of even a single knight would be unacceptable. We cannot allow it to enter the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye resolutely issued his command. The devastation wrought by a second-tier beast rampaging through the village would be unbearable. The territory of disaster had few inhabitants left. Embark remounted. Knights, charge. Once again, Embark and his comrades launched an assault on the beast. The lizard beast flicked its yellow tail, sending 3 yellow orbs hurtling towards the Knight Brigade. Knight technique. Shield of light. 3 novice knights surged forward, their white shields intercepting the yellow orbs. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 novice knights were thrown from their mounts, blood spilling from their mouths. The attacks of second-tier beasts were immensely stronger than those of their first-tier counterparts. Embark, disregarding the fallen novice knights, led the other knights forward. Knight technique. Piercing strike. Embark bellowed as the tip of his spear glimmered with white light. The lizard beast opened its mouth to unleash a yellow barrier in defense. The knight spear pierced through the barrier and struck the lizard beast. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Other knights followed suit, their spears plunging into the lizard beast's body. Embark felt no joy. The spear's tip had not fully penetrated the creature. This was merely a superficial wound. The lizard beast let out a furious roar, its tail sweeping violently, toppling Embark and several knights from their steeds. Ignoring his fallen horse, Embark drew his sword and engaged the lizard beast in combat. The other knights dismounted, surrounding the lizard beast in an attempt to slay it. Xiao Ye Fisher was filled with anxiety. Fearing significant losses within the Knight Brigade, the current situation appeared dire. Suddenly, Xiao Ye felt a warm current surging within him. What is this? He quickly realized. When Tina had awakened, the warmth emanating from him was likely the power of a gift from Wentina to AS if on cue. When Tina's carriage arrived shortly thereafter, when Tina alighted, "My lord," she greeted, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she bowed to Xiao Ye. "Oh, you have a solution?" Xiao Ye inquired directly, not bothering with pleasantries. When Tina nodded, "I can give it a try." "Hurry." When Tina approached the battlefield, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the lizard beast momentarily froze, the yellow orbs it was about to unleash dissipating. Embark seized the opportunity, employing the knight technique, piercing strike, aiming for the beast's eye. With a thrust, the spear's tip embedded itself in the lizard beast's skull. The creature emitted a piercing scream, thrashing violently. When Tina quickly retreated to a safe distance, away from the fray, the knights also withdrew, wary of the enraged lizard beast. After a tumultuous struggle, the lizard beast collapsed, its body convulsing before finally falling still. Phew, Embark exhaled in relief that it. Xiao Ye approached Wentina, gazing in astonishment at the lifeless lizard beast. He had only seen Wentina wave her hand from afar, and the beast had been slain by Embark. Previously, Embark had used knight techniques as well, but had been thwarted by the beast. Why had it reacted so sluggishly this time? Xiao Ye surmised that this change was due to Wentina's influence. "Ensure the area is safe before we return," Xiao Ye instructed Embark. "Yes, my lord." Ab bowed respectfully, yet his gaze furtively lingered upon Wentina. He too felt a sense of unease. Suspecting that the anomalies amongst the magical beasts were somehow linked to Lady Wentina, Xiao Ye shared a carriage with Wentina as they made their way back to the castle. Within the carriage, he began to peruse the information regarding Wentina that had just appeared in the system. Following Wendina's awakening and her complete mastery over her magical powers, her details had been recorded in the system's compendium of witches. Wendina Cadanon identity. Wife of Xiao Ye Fisher, eldest daughter of Duke Cadanon. Witch of mental calamity age, 30 strength, bronze skills mastered, photographic memory, passive, sage S consideration, passive, cognitive storm, passive, fool, active, enlightened insight, active. Entry definition 1, a witch adept at controlling her magical powers. Bronze strength? Xiao Ye was astounded. Such prowess surpassed even Ab's capability in the origin continent. Professions like knights, archers, and warriors are categorized into 7 ranks: apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, earth, sky, and holy. Ab was merely an apprentice knight, occupying the lowest tier of professional ranking. Naturally, if Ab were formidable, the royal family of the Golden Leaf Empire would not permit them to follow Xiao Ye Fisher. Wendina appeared to belong to the supportive category of witches, observing the skills mastered by Wendina. Xiao Ye noted the absence of any formidable offensive abilities that he meticulously examined the details of each skill. Photographic memory, passive and extraordinary memory that allows one to retain information after a single glance. Sage-S consideration, passive, thoughtful, and meticulous, capable of managing multiple tasks simultaneously without oversight. Cognitive storm, passive when deeply engaged in thought. Intelligence is enhanced, facilitating the discovery of solutions to problems. Fool, active causes the target to experience cognitive sluggishness and diminished wisdom. Enlightened insight, active enhances the target's intelligence, quickens their thought processes, and augments their comprehension abilities. It dawned on Xiao Ye that the skill Wendina employed against the lizard beast was indeed the Fool. The lizard beast, influenced by Fool, had neglected its defenses, allowing Ab to strike it down. This was, in essence, what one might call an intelligence debuff. Xiao Ye couldn't help but marveled at AS for enlightened insight. It essentially functioned as an intelligence buff. After reviewing all of Wendina's skill details, Xiao Ye promptly envisioned her as the managerial figure for Wuzhai City. Her 3 passive abilities were tailor-made for a manager. With such formidable capabilities at her disposal, Wendina would undoubtedly handle affairs with ease. However, given that Wuzhai City was merely a dilapidated village at present, it seemed somewhat excessive to assign her the role of manager, as Xiao Ye could manage the affairs himself. Noticing that Xiao Ye had fallen into a contemplative silence upon entering the carriage, Wendina remained quiet, stealing glances at him. His complexion was fair, with chestnut hair cascading over his shoulders, a prominent nose, and deep black eyes, rendering him quite handsome. The thought that this young man, 12 years her junior, would henceforth be her husband made Wendina's cheeks flush. Xiao Ye Fisher, rumored to be a wastrel, seemed, upon closer inspection, to be entirely mischaracterized. He had seen through her identity as a witch of calamity and had even aided her in controlling her powers. How could a mere wastrel accomplish such feats? What manner of man was Xiao Ye Fisher, truly? Wendina pondered, her gaze fixed upon his visage, becoming somewhat entranced. Wendina snapped back to reality, only to find Xiao Ye gazing at her with a playful smile, causing her cheeks to redden instantly. Xiao Ye found it immensely amusing to witness such a bashful expression on the countenance of the voluptuous woman before him. Wendina, from now on, you shall be my lady. Yes, he teased. Wendina lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Why yes, my lord Duke, came her barely audible response, akin to a whisper. I would like to see my lady now, Xiao Ye said with a smile. Wendina's body stiffened as she slowly lifted her head, revealing her face, her eyes tightly shut, the long lashes quivering slightly. Xiao Ye's hand gently grazed her cheek, causing her to shudder. So tender, he exclaimed in marvel. How embarrassing! Wendina felt her heart flutter. Open your eyes, Xiao Ye commanded. Wendina's heart raced as she slowly opened her eyes. That a sudden darkness engulfed her vision, and she felt something soft invade her mouth. Xiao Ye lifted his gaze to see Wendina's face flushed to the point of appearing as if it might bleed, and he spoke softly. Let us leave a mark for now. You shall soon be the mistress of the domain of calamity, my duchess. Wendina nodded gently, summoning her courage to look at Xiao Ye and my lord Duke. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Wendina Fisher. From now on, call me Xiao Ye. There is no need for such formality, he corrected her. Seeing Xiao Ye open his arms, Wendina shyly turned slightly. Xiao Ye embraced her. Truly voluptuous. Life in this other world is rather pleasant. He mused. I recall that regardless of profession, mastering skills requires diligent learning. Only magical beasts inherit their abilities through bloodlines, achieving mastery naturally. Xiao Ye focused his thoughts and inquired, how did you come to master your powers? Wendina spoke without concealment. After I gained control over the magic within me, a magical pool was born, from which a magical vine gradually sprouted, bearing 3 black magical seeds. Her voice was soft as she recounted her experience to Xiao Ye. With each seed that emerged, I felt as though I had gained a new ability. By the time all 3 seeds had manifested, I had acquired 3 distinct abilities. Listening intently to Wendina's account, Xiao Ye realized that these 3 magical seeds granted her 3 passive skills. One of the black seeds slowly revealed azure magical patterns, and once the patterns enveloped the seed, I gained 2 additional skills. Wendina continued, those abilities are Fool and Enlightened Insight. Xiao Ye nodded. 1 magical seed covered in azure patterns indicated bronze strength. He speculated about the potential strength enhancement upon the second seed's manifestation. Perhaps silver? He could only conjecture. Your magical pool differs from the Yuan Spring. How do you increase your strength? Xiao Ye queried, knowing this concern extended beyond Wendina, impacting his own potential growth. Wendina hesitated. What troubles you? Xiao Ye noticed her reluctance. Feeling puzzled, Wendina refrained from answering directly. The rumors might hold some truth. Witches likely possess bloodlines of the magical race. She spoke this while locking her gaze on Xiao Ye's, hoping to discern his emotions. Xiao Ye paused for a moment and then chuckled lightly. I had already suspected as much, considering your method of skill acquisition closely resembles that of magical beasts, relying heavily on bloodline inheritance. Are you concerned that I might disdain you for having magical blood within you? Wendina nodded, her worries evident. You need not fret at all. Xiao Ye laughed heartily. I know you are a witch of calamity and have chosen to assist you, even making you my wife. Why would I disdain the blood that flows within you? It seemed that even possessing the passive skill sage consideration, Wendina lacked much wisdom when it came to matters of the heart. What did it matter if she bore magical blood? Xiao Ye was genuinely unconcerned. Have you not heard of the undead knights and the heroes of the wilderness? Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Wendina felt a weight lift from her heart. As the carriage returned to the castle, Xiao Ye alighted first, then assisted Wendina down. Old John, witnessing this, could not suppress a smile that it seemed the Fisher bloodline would indeed endure. My Lord Duke, your chambers have been prepared. Do you wish to rest? Old John inquired, though even as he addressed Xiao Ye, Wendina felt a rush of warmth, especially upon hearing the word rest. Not at the moment. I have several matters to attend to. Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively. Prepare a room for me to handle affairs, Old John. Please follow me, my Lord Duke. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Despite the unexpected diligence of the butler, Old John, he dutifully guided Xiao Ye and the others into a room on the first floor. My lord, this space is perfectly suitable for you to attend to the affairs of your territory. Old John remarked. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Although the room contained merely a long table and a few wooden chairs, it sufficed for their needs. Approaching the long table, Xiao Ye gestured for Wendina to take a seat. Old John, I require an account of our current supplies, Xiao Ye instructed, requesting Wendina to assist in inscribing the details onto parchment. In this world, paper had yet to be invented. The writing instrument remained a quill. Xiao Ye was unfamiliar with using a quill and thus requested Wendina's help. He mused internally about finding some pencils, as the lack of them was quite inconvenient. As Old John recounted the inventory, the supply situation of Wuzai City was meticulously documented. There were approximately 3,000 pounds of black bread, around 2,000 pounds of coarse wheat, roughly 600 pounds of fine wheat, about 600 pounds each of coarse and fine rice, and around 300 pounds of white flour, along with various fruits and vegetables. Additionally, there were 3 barrels of wine gifted by Viscount Enter. In terms of finances, there were approximately 10 gold coins. A substantial sum for commoners. After all, a typical peasant in the territory earned only about 500 copper tokens a month. That a single gold coin equated to 10 silver coins, 100 copper coins, or 10,000 copper tokens. 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins. 1 silver coin, 10 copper coins. 1 copper coin, 100 copper tokens. For a household with 2 strong laborers, their monthly income would barely amount to a single silver coin. 10 gold coins represented nearly a decade's worth of income for a family. Is this all that remains? Xiao Ye frowned deeply. For a noble, especially a duke, such a sum was nearly tantamount to being impoverished. Just the monthly wages for the 20 knights would amount to 52 silver coins, with each squire earning 5 silver coins and each knight earning 2. The existing funds would only suffice to pay the knightly order for 2 months. My lord, when we departed, we were nearly stripped bare, Old John lamented, his expression pitiful. These gold coins are the result of my efforts and connections. Xiao Ye's countenance darkened. The royal family of the Jinya Empire truly lacked humanity. They spared his life, yet rendered his existence a living hell. Fortunately, there was at least enough food for the time being, ensuring he would not starve. Xiao Ye noted in his mind the need for generating income. Furthermore, there was the matter of the village's perimeter defenses. That today's attack by the magical beasts had made it abundantly clear to Xiao Ye the dangers that plagued the territory. A lack of defenses was simply untenable. To develop securely, a safe environment was essential. He needed to find a way to construct a wall. Even if it were low, it must be made of stone. Wooden palisades were nothing short of a jest. Xiao Ye suddenly realized that it was a miracle that Wuzai City still had over 400 inhabitants. My lord, Buddha entered the room. The spear-bearer has brought the families of the deceased villagers, claiming they wish to claim some form of compensation. Xiao Ye slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. Bring them in, he instructed, taking a seat beside Wendina. The spear-bearer entered with 5 villagers. It appeared that the other 2 severely injured villagers had also perished. Xiao Ye sighed inwardly, not particularly surprised by this turn of events. My lord, these are the families of the 5, the spear-bearer said, somewhat anxious, especially with the imposing Buddha standing beside him. A knight renowned for vanquishing formidable magical beasts. Xiao Ye surveyed the 5 family members, 3 middle-aged women and a frail boy and girl. Why are there children? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. My lord, only their children remain in the homes of stone and wood. The spear-bearer quaked, noticing Xiao Ye's frown and prostrating himself on the ground, his voice trembling. The other 5 villagers similarly knelt. Xiao Ye felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. He could not help but scrutinize the 2 emaciated children. Their bodies were gaunt, their faces sallow, their ragged hemp garments filthy. Witnessing the plight of these children at such close quarters filled Xiao Ye with profound sorrow. I am still, after all, a soul from the modern world. Old John, arrange for these 2 children to work in the castle. It is just the right time as we are in need of some servants. Xiao Ye instructed the butler that I shall make the necessary arrangements, my lord, Old John replied. Give them each 6 silver coins, Xiao Ye ordered. Although Old John felt a pang in his heart, he did not hesitate to retrieve silver coins from his pocket and hand them to the 5 villagers. The villagers, in a daze, accepted the coins as though they were in a dream. Your kin sacrificed their lives to protect the village, Xiao Ye said solemnly. They are the exemplars of Wuzai City. This modest sum serves both to honor their bravery and to compensate you. Very well, the 2 children and the spear-bearer may remain. The rest may depart. Xiao Ye signaled to Buddha. Buddha and the 3 villagers exited. Even after leaving the castle, the 3 villagers remained somewhat in a stupor. Hey, this is real, one exclaimed. 6 silver coins. Half a year's income. Half a year. Can you really earn 6 silver coins in 6 months? Another responded, equally astonished. The Duke is truly generous. Praise the Duke. They chorused in unison. Upon returning to the village, their experiences in the castle would undoubtedly incite waves of envy. The children of stone and wood are quite fortunate. Someone remarked. This sentiment was echoed by other villagers. Oh, this is the compensation. This was the spear-bearer's first thought, that I've never seen so many silver coins before. This was the spear-bearer's second thought, that I'm really envious of the children of stone and wood. They will get to live in the stone fortress. The spear-bearer felt as though someone had kicked him, jolting him from his reverie. It's the night. No, the Duke is also watching me. The spear-bearer, I ask you, are there any difficulties in the village? Xiao Ye, concerned that the spear-bearer might not comprehend, rephrased, or rather, what does the village currently need? Silver coins, the spear-bearer blurted out, still somewhat lost in his daydream. Wendina and Felina chuckled lightly. Old John and Buddha shot him disapproving glares. Xiao Ye remained speechless. No, that's not it. The spear-bearer stammered, we need water, my lord. That it would be even better if we had some food or warm clothing. It gets quite cold here at night. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. How could Wuzai City, situated near Yuxing River, lack water? Magical beasts, my lord. There are magical beasts in the river, and we dare not fetch water. We rely entirely on a well in the village. The spear-bearer answered Xiao Ye's inquiry. Xiao Ye proceeded to ask the spear-bearer additional questions, and after receiving satisfactory responses, he rewarded the spear-bearer with 10 copper tokens before sending him on his way. Buddha, arrange the evening patrol to prevent magical beast attacks. Xiao Ye commanded. As you wish, my lord, Buddha replied before turning to leave. Old John, from now on, let Wendina manage the gold coins, Xiao Ye instructed. Wendina felt a surge of joy but concealed her emotions. Felina, on the other hand, did not hide her delight, beaming with a radiant smile. The Duke and the young lady share a wonderful relationship. The gold coins should rightfully be entrusted to the lady. Old John felt no reluctance. He produced all the coins and handed them over to Wendina. Take them away, teach them well, and it would be best if they learned to read. Xiao Ye pointed to the 2 children. Old John led the 2 children away. Wuzai City truly faces numerous challenges. Xiao Ye could not help but express his grievances. Money, water, food, clothing, safety, and so forth. All are troublesome matters that I am not worried about money. We can earn it. I have many ways to do so, Xiao Ye mused to himself. But water and food cannot be solely reliant on purchasing in the future, can they? That is perilous. And safety. Wuzai City lacks even a decent wall. Xiao Ye was filled with frustration. I have yet to even see a stone, aside from this stone fortress. Wendina, do you have any thoughts? Xiao Ye gazed at Wendina. Your Grace, since you have a means to manage our financial constraints, I shall refrain from further commentary. Wendina spoke softly. As for the water source, we could send Ibu to the Yuxing River. They should be able to procure water.as for food. There is no alternative. As the spear has mentioned, crops cannot be cultivated here, and we must purchase them from Huangsha City. The same goes for clothing, Wendina continued. Xiao Ye nodded. It is indeed difficult to prepare a meal without rice. For now, we must rely on procurement. In truth, under such dire conditions in Wuzhai City, if not for the presence of a lord, the inhabitants would have long fled as for the stone, since this stone fortress was constructed. The villagers must surely know where to find it, Wendina remarked. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. Indeed, if there were no stones, how could this fortress have been built? Very well, let us first address the issue of finances, he said with a smile. Other matters can wait until tomorrow. What is your plan, Xiao Ye? Wendina inquired with curiosity. Wine? Xiao Ye replied. Wine? Wendina questioned, puzzled. Our food supplies are not ample enough for brewing, and besides, even if we were to brew, it would not yield results in a short time. Xiao Ye smiled mysteriously. I have my own methods. He had already perused the map purchased by old John, which indicated that to the northeast of the disaster territory lies one of the three major forces of the orcs. The alliance of 100 clans. The orcs have always had a fondness for drinking, so fine wine would not lack a market. During his visit to Huangsha City, Xiao Ye had also tasted their wine, which was, to say the least, unremarkable. Not only was the flavor poor, but its appearance was also rather unappealing, somewhat murky. Although Viscount Int may not indulge in exquisite wines, the beverages offered to guests would likely not be of inferior quality. As a modern individual, anyone who has perused even the most basic of novels would understand the concept of distilled spirits. Coincidentally, Viscount Int had gifted 3 jars of wine, which could be used for distillation. It was worth a try. If it proved successful, it could indeed become a lucrative venture. Noticing Xiao Ye's feigned air of mystery, Wendina ceased her inquiries. Sensing her lack of curiosity, Xiao Ye suddenly found the situation somewhat dull. Come, I shall show you the wine I mentioned. Xiao Ye and Wendina departed the room. Upon finding old John, Xiao Ye instructed him to fetch 3 jars of wine, 2 earthen pots, and a wooden barrel. Xiao Ye had the bottom of the barrel removed, leaving a barrel with openings at both ends that he asked Wendina to assist him in drilling a hole in a wooden stick, which he then inserted into the opening of the barrel. In the kitchen, Xiao Ye placed one of the earthen pots on the stove and poured in the wine. The pot was large enough to hold all 3 jars. He then set the barrel top on the earthen pot and placed another earthen pot filled with cold water above it. The water had been brought by the caravan from Huangsha City, since the journey to Wuzhai City could not be completed in a single day and required drinking water along the way. As Xiao Ye examined this makeshift apparatus, he suddenly frowned. The seal doesn't seem adequate. Fetch some coarse cloth, and remember to soak it, Xiao Ye reminded. Also, bring a bit of coarse wheat. Once old John returned with the items, Xiao Ye placed the damp coarse cloth at the junction of the earthen pot and the barrel, then sprinkled some coarse wheat at the connection below. This should suffice, shouldn't it? Xiao Ye mused. Gazing at the somewhat rudimentary setup, feeling uncertain. He had only seen a few short videos and read about it in novels, never having truly attempted an experiment himself. Now, he could only give it a try. It should be fine. Light the fire, Xiao Ye commanded. Old John assigned a boy, recently taken into the stone fortress, to tend the fire. The boy had changed into clean clothes by this time. Old John, Wendina, and others watched Xiao Ye's actions with puzzled expressions, unsure of what he was attempting. Is he warming the wine? But surely, warming wine wouldn't require such elaborate measures. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of others, Xiao Ye remained focused on the stove. Once the wine in the earthen pot began to boil, Xiao Ye promptly instructed the boy to reduce the heat. Before long, clear droplets began to trickle from the hole in the wooden stick at the bottom of the barrel, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of alcohol. It worked, Xiao Ye exclaimed, elated. This was the distilled liquor. As the crystalline liquid dripped into the earthen jar, old John, Wendina, and others stared in astonishment. They looked at Xiao Ye in disbelief, utterly amazed. Even with Wendina's formidable intellect, She could not comprehend how this was possible. This isn't some form of special magic. We are witnessing the birth of this liquor right before our eyes. Under the heat of an ordinary boy's stove, Xiao Ye. Wendina could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired aloud. "Huh?" Xiao Ye said, somewhat smugly, "This is the power of knowledge." "What knowledge?" Wendina pressed, determined to understand. Xiao Ye paused for a moment, then explained, "Liquor and water. The transformation of liquor into vapor requires a different temperature than that of water," he endeavored to elucidate in a manner comprehensible to the inhabitants of this world. "The temperature needed for liquor to turn into vapor is lower, whereas for water, it's higher." Xiao Ye continued, "Thus, under high heat, the liquor will first turn into vapor, and upon encountering cooler air, it will revert to liquid. Subsequently dripping out from here," he pointed to the wooden pipe from which the liquor dripped. "The newly distilled liquor will contain less water, making the aroma more concentrated," he added with a smile. Old John and Fiolina blinked in bewilderment. Unable to grasp the concept, Stone's daughter was completely lost. Wendina gently furrowed her brow and pointed to the pot above. "The cold water inside is meant to return the vapor to liquid." "Isn't it?" "Indeed." Xiao Ye could not help but admire Wendina's capacity for learning. She grasped concepts quickly. "Quickly, replace the earthen jar," Xiao Ye instructed as he noticed the jar was already filled with some liquor. Stone's daughter took action to replace it. "Why change it when there's only a little in this jar?" Wendina perceptively noted this new knowledge point. Xiao Ye suddenly felt uneasy. He was merely an amateur. If Wendina continued to probe deeply into every little thing he produced, he might find himself in trouble. "You may refer to this liquor as head liquor," Xiao Ye explained to Wendina. "The purity of head liquor is exceedingly high. When consumed by an ordinary person, it can be as dangerous as poison, hence it must be set aside." Wendina understood at once. As time passed, the distilled liquor gradually increased, and when the process concluded, they had produced over a jar's worth. To Xiao Ye's astonishment, it had nearly halved in volume. By writes, there shouldn't be so little distilled liquor left. This must be due to the rudimentary apparatus and imprecise operations. Nevertheless, he accepted the outcome. Looking at the liquor in the jar, despite a hint of cloudiness, it was overall crystalline and clear. "What do you think this liquor should be priced at?" Xiao Ye asked Wendina. Wendina scrutinized the liquor carefully. The current offerings include yellow turbid liquor, lower clear liquor, and upper clear liquor, each with significantly different prices. The lowest quality, yellow turbid liquor, is valued at around 1 copper coin per jar, while the lower clear liquor gifted by Viscount Ent is worth about 1 silver coin. Wendina's gaze settled on the distilled liquor. "The liquor you distilled can be considered upper clear liquor. Its value ranges between 5 silver coins and 1 gold coin, depending on the flavor." Xiao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If that's the case, I can purchase yellow turbid liquor or lower clear liquor for distillation, thus reaping the profits from upper clear liquor. Even with a 50% loss in distillation, the profit margin could still reach 100% or even 200%. This is an astounding profit." Xiao Ye exclaimed joyfully. "At last, we have a promising venture ahead. Old John, bring out that half jar of liquor. We shall enjoy it tonight." Xiao Ye joyfully proclaimed, "Let us prepare the meat of the magical beasts to accompany our wine." "No, no," Old John exclaimed, his face paling, and Wendina similarly frowned. "What is it?" Xiao Ye inquired, displeased. "Your Grace, consuming the meat of magical beasts without proper preparation can lead to demonic transformation, resulting in becoming a monster," Old John explained. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and looked towards Wendina. "Is that so?" Wendina nodded. "Indeed, the meat of magical beasts cannot be consumed directly." Alas, Xiao Ye sighed, for he had wished to experience the taste of the magical beasts from this otherworldly realm. Then how must it be processed for consumption? Xiao Ye still felt reluctant. Only the human Wind Flame Empire, the Elven race, and the Beastman Golden Lion Court are capable of processing magical beast meat. Wendina replied, "They are the sole vendors. The secret methods are unknown to outsiders." The sense of disappointment washed over Xiao Ye, for this seemed to extinguish his hopes entirely. It was a pity that the territory of Calamity boasted such a prime location. With frequent magical beast attacks, there would surely be no shortage of carcasses in the future, yet they could not be utilized. Magical beasts are indeed valuable. Xiao Ye Fisher had often partaken of magical beast meat, which, when properly processed, could enhance one's strength. Moreover, other materials from magical beasts could be fashioned into various artifacts, such as powerful elemental weapons. Unfortunately, The territory of calamity lacked the means to exploit these beasts. So, we can only sell the carcasses to others? Xiao Ye asked. Yes, at present we have no means of utilizing them, Wentina lamented. Very well, Xiao Ye said, his spirits dampened. The banquet continued, albeit without the magical beast meat he had anticipated. A half cask of distilled liquor, approximately 2 pounds, was consumed entirely. Upon taking the first sip, Wentina confidently declared that a cask of distilled liquor would fetch at least 1 gold coin. Xiao Ye envisioned a multitude of gold coins beckoning to him. After the feast, he returned to his lodgings, slightly intoxicated, and lay on the bed, feeling a pang of melancholy. After drifting for so long, today marked a definitive settling down. It seemed his life would now unfold in the territory of calamity. Xiao Ye's thoughts spiraled. With a creak, a beam of moonlight poured into the room that he sat up in surprise to see a blushing Wentina approaching. Xiao Ye, she whispered, her voice barely audible amidst the surrounding stillness. He got out of bed, took her hand, and led her back to the sheets. Wentina, my lady, at this moment, his mind was free of chaotic thoughts, consumed solely by a singular idea whiter than the moonlight. Redder than blood. Oh, it is white earth, devoid of weeds. Xiao Ye jubilantly reveled in a wonderful night. Morning arrived, and Xiao Ye lay in bed, holding Wentina close. One hand rested on her fair shoulder, while the other grasped a diamond-shaped crystal. No larger than 2 fingers. Is this the spirit awakening stone? Xiao Ye pondered, observing that it bore little difference from a crystal. Yes, it was left to me by my mother, but it holds no use for me. Wentina nestled against him. The calamity sorceress cannot utilize the spirit awakening stone. It has no effect on her. Can it grant me miraculous abilities? Xiao Ye inquired. If awakened, it can. Wentina nodded. She had heard of Xiao Ye Fisher's utter lack of innate talent for cultivation. Now that he was her husband, she naturally wished to assist him. Even if she could not aid his cultivation directly, she could at least help him gain some other abilities. The spirit awakening stones left over from the Holy War were undoubtedly the best choice. Coincidentally, she possessed one. Xiao Ye chose not to disclose that he already possessed a modicum of strength, albeit still feeble, that he intended to conceal his capabilities, keeping them as a hidden trump card. How do I use it? Xiao Ye had no intention of being polite with Wentina. Just swallow it, she softly instructed. Xiao Ye squeezed the spirit awakening stone, finding it quite hard and large. Could this be swallowed, were it not for his understanding of Wentina? He might have suspected she was seeking revenge for his previous insistence that she swallow it. Ancient texts record it thus. Wentina sat up, the blanket slipping away. S.O. crimson. Xiao Ye forced himself to dismiss any untoward thoughts. Then I shall give it a try, he declared. As long as he was not foolish enough to swallow it whole, he believed no danger would ensue. He placed the spirit awakening stone in his mouth. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the stone transform into a chilling liquid as it coursed down his throat. Xiao Ye sensed a void in his mind, instinctively closing his eyes as his consciousness followed the liquid into his body. Is this the elemental spring? Xiao Ye saw a pool within himself, filled with a transparent liquid. This must be elemental energy, Xiao Ye mused. As the spirit awakening liquid fell into the elemental pool, it gradually morphed into a small statue. And Xiao Ye was astonished to find it bore his likeness. Before he could scrutinize it further, his consciousness returned. He opened his eyes. How is it? Wentina asked, a touch of anxiety in her voice. Did you awaken a talent? Xiao Ye carefully assessed his thoughts and realized that he indeed possessed some new information. It seemed he had succeeded, with a talent labeled as magical avatar. Magical avatar? Wentina queried. Puzzled, what kind of ability is that? Xiao Ye found it strange as well that he felt the awakened talent aptly named well digging would be more fitting. Come, let me demonstrate outside. Xiao Ye rose, eager to showcase his newfound ability. When Ina assisted him in dressing, and together they exited the bedroom. In an open area of the stone fortress, Xiao Ye activated his magical avatar ability. A circular ripple, about 1/2 meter in diameter, appeared on the ground, undulating until a wellhead gradually materialized in Wentina's view. What is this? Wentina approached the wellhead and peered down, discovering clear water within, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Ye shrugged. This is the ability of the magical avatar. The information I received indicates it is called Spirit Spring. Just a well? Wentina questioned, perplexed. It seems so. Xiao Ye replied, I am uncertain whether this water differs from ordinary well water. Wentina, too, felt that this talent should not be so mundane. Can the spirit spring persist indefinitely? Can it be produced in abundance? When Tina's mind sparked with curiosity, the spirit spring can solidify. Once constructed, it will not disappear. Xiao Ye hesitated for a moment, but yes, for mass production. It should be possible, but it requires the consumption of a special energy within the magical avatar. Special energy? When Tina inquired, puzzled. Yes, Xiao Ye nodded. He had just activated the magical avatar to create the spirit spring. Consuming white mist from a diamond crystal located in the center of the avatar's forehead, Xiao Ye was uncertain what this white mist was or where it originated. It appeared that the magical avatar still required exploration. When Tina smiled, nevertheless, the water supply issue in the territory can be resolved. Xiao Ye suddenly realized, filled with delight. Indeed, the water supply for the territory can now be addressed. Initially, he had thought his talent somewhat superfluous. But now he was exceedingly satisfied. With Tina's assistance, his strength could grow. And yet, the previous water scarcity of the territory had posed an insurmountable obstacle. Sometimes, power is not merely about being formidable, but rather about being appropriate. Come, let us venture outside. I shall increase the number of wells for the village. Xiao Ye was utterly exhilarated. He had yet to formally meet his subjects. Wendina nodded in acknowledgement. Farina skillfully guided the carriage, while Abute led 3 knights as escorts, departing from the stone fortress. Under Abute's notice, the villagers gradually congregated in the clearing at the village center, which housed the only well in the settlement. This well represented the most significant asset of the village. Standing atop the carriage, Xiao Ye gazed down at the multitude of villagers. They appeared emaciated and clad in tattered garments. People of Wuzhai City. I am your new lord, Duke Fisher, Xiao Ye announced, clearing his throat, his voice resonating with a somber tone. Despite Wuzhai City being merely a village, he attempted to inject humor into the situation. However, his jest fell flat, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Rest assured, my good people, I shall lead you to prosperity, he proclaimed, his voice growing louder. You shall feast daily on white bread, polished rice, and succulent meats. The villagers erupted in astonishment, hardly able to fathom the notion of enjoying white bread every day. Currently, they subsisted on coarse black bread and remained perpetually hungry. The thought of meat was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet, in light of the previous relief fund incident, they held a modicum of belief in their lord's words. And now, in the name of Fisher, I shall resolve your water predicament, Xiao Ye declared, dropping a bombshell. What? The villagers could scarcely believe their ears. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, the village chief, Shisuo, stammered. The water from Yuxing River is undrinkable. It can lead to mutation. Is it not due to the presence of magical beasts in the Yuxing River? Xiao Ye mused, realizing he needed to learn more about his territory and perhaps engage in a thorough conversation with Shisuo, the living fossil. Shisuo, I am aware of your esteemed reputation, celebrated by all in Wuzhai City. I forgive your offense. Xiao Ye smiled softly. I shall also demonstrate that my promises are not made lightly. I will provide you with several wells. Wells. The villagers were baffled by their lord's pronouncement. If Wuzhai City could indeed unearth additional wells, they would not have been left with only a single source of water until now. They had attempted this many times, each endeavor resulting in disappointment. The villagers had entirely lost faith in their lord. While their lord may be generous, some of his ideas appeared fanciful. Shisuo sighed inwardly, initially hoping the Duke had a viable solution. Nonetheless, he recognized that the Duke was at least considering the villagers' plight. Coming from a place of goodwill that he chose not to elaborate further, reluctant to reveal the harsh truth to the Duke, Xiao Ye observed the villagers' expressions, surmising their current thoughts. Hey, you will soon see my method. He anticipated their reactions, stepped back and make way for the well, he called out. The villagers, though puzzled, complied and distanced themselves from the valuable asset. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips, as he suddenly felt a twinge of mischievousness. He raised his voice in a chant. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, in the name of the Divine Lord, bestow upon Wuzhai City a sacred spring. The villagers looked at their duke, perplexed, as they had never heard of such a deity. As the villagers pondered, Xiao Ye activated the mist within the golem, constructing the sacred spring around the stone well. This time, he expended all the mist at his disposal. Look over there, Long Chong exclaimed. Pointing towards the stone well, the villagers turned to see, their faces awash with astonishment. Murmuring among themselves, 3 circular ripples emanated from the area surrounding the well. gradually manifesting into 3 additional wells before their incredulous eyes. Unlike the gray stone structure of the original well, the new springs were encircled by blue stones. Long Chong, go and see what that is, Xiao Ye chuckled to himself as he observed the villagers' curious yet hesitant demeanor. Long Chong dashed over to the newly formed sacred spring, and upon seeing the water easily within reach, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He could not resist dipping his hand into the cool water. Tears of joy streaming down his face. It's well water. Praise the Duke. Praise the Divine Lord. Long Chong beamed, kneeling before Xiao Ye, who stood atop the carriage. The villagers, witnessing Long Chong's exclamation and seeing him holding the well water, could hardly believe their eyes. It was only when Long Chong knelt that they began to comprehend the miracle. It is the Duke. It is the Divine Lord's blessing. They all fell to their knees in reverence. Praise the Duke. Praise the Divine Lord. They cried in unison. This is a miracle. Farina, Abiut, and the other knights stood equally astonished. This was certainly not an extraordinary technique. Abiut was convinced of this. It was a genuine phenomenon. A well materializing from thin air. Abiut felt a sense of disorientation, pondering whether the Duke truly had the ability to commune with the divine. Xiao Ye watched the villagers kneeling in fervent excitement, a sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. So this is what it feels like to play the charlatan. Regrettably, the golem had exhausted its power. Otherwise, 180 sacred springs would have been an even more awe-inspiring sight. Xiao Ye lamented as he inspected the diamond-shaped crystal embedded in the golem's forehead. What is happening? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he observed the mist within the crystal begin to regenerate. A lingering worry arose. Would he be compelled to perpetually masquerade as a charlatan? He had indulged in this mischievous act only for a fleeting moment, not wishing to adopt such a role for a lifetime. Gazing at the kneeling villagers, he discerned a fervent emotion, ardor, reflected in their eyes. Xiao Ye speculated that the aforementioned mist likely stemmed from the villagers' emotions. What emotions, one might ask, reflecting on his previous actions? Xiao Ye surmised they were sentiments of trust, adoration, or perhaps faith. He conjectured that the power within the diamond-shaped crystal of the golem emanated from the villagers' faith. Phew, Xiao Ye exhaled. Villagers, I, Xiao Ye Fisher, am a man of my word. Seizing the opportunity to establish his image as a trustworthy leader, he proclaimed, "You will lead lives of abundance and contentment from now on. The water from this sacred spring is yours to take freely, with no need for payment." With a smile, Xiao Ye concluded, "This is the first change I bring to Wuzhai City." As his words resonated, the villagers erupted in cheers once more, showering praise upon him. Observing the increasing mist within the diamond-shaped crystal, Xiao Ye felt even more assured that it was akin to a force of faith. Departing, he left behind an excited and jubilant populace, who continued to extol the Duke and the Divine Lord. Joyfully partaking of the sacred spring's water, Xiao Ye returned to the administrative hall of the stone fortress, to the room where he had met with Long Chong and the others the previous day. "Sure, Suo, please take a seat," Xiao Ye invited, intending to draw upon the wisdom of the elder to learn more about Wuzhai City. Sure Suo tremulously took his seat. A girl, whom Xiao Ye had sheltered the day before, placed a cup of warm water before Sure Suo. "I have several questions I would like you to answer." Xiao Ye began. "It is my honor to serve you, my lord," Sure Suo replied, straining to open his cloudy eyes. Wishing to imprint the image of this miracle-bestowing lord into his memory, "Yes, I have gathered. The disaster zone cannot cultivate grains, and your food is entirely procured from Huangsha City." Xiao Ye reclined against the chair's back. "Thus, my first inquiry is, from whence do you acquire your currency?" "My lord, the income of Wuzhai village is derived from the sale of the white light fish found in the Yuxing River. Some nobles in Huangsha City have a fondness for this delicacy," Sure Suo explained. Xiao Ye was taken aback. "Did you not say that the water of the Yuxing River could cause mutation? Yet the fish within it is consumable?" he questioned, confused. "My lord, not all creatures are affected by the magical mist that induces mutation," Sure Suo clarified. "Though the Yuxing River is home to many magical beasts, there are far more ordinary creatures, among which the white light fish is the most prevalent." Xiao Ye mentally chastised himself for his naivety. Indeed, if all were magical beasts, why was there no trace of them in the Yuxing River within the borders of the Golden Leaf Empire? Regarding the presence of magical beasts in the nurturing river within the domain of disaster, Xiao Ye was not surprised. Firstly, the pervasive magical mist in this area easily fosters the emergence of such creatures. Secondly, There are no formidable professionals here to routinely eliminate these beasts. Is the loss from catching white light fish significant? Xiao Ye inquired with concern, directing his question to Shishua. Shishua's eyes glimmered, and he couldn't help but admire the Duke's wisdom and kindness. There will be some damage when encountering magical beasts, Shishua remarked. Wiping the corner of his eye.it can be endured, albeit with difficulty. Xiao Ye nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He understood that the situation in Wuzhai village would not be minor, while the results would be scant. Now, for the second question, where did the stones for constructing this stone fortress come from? Xiao Ye asked, puzzled that I did not see a single stone mountain along the way. Shishua's heart trembled, worried about the Duke's inquiry regarding the materials, fearing he might wish to undertake extensive construction. My lord, there are many stones near Wuzhai village, but they are buried underground, Shishua tactfully reminded him. The elders of the village say that during the Holy War, the mountains were shattered, which is why they are now buried below, making collection exceedingly difficult. Xiao Ye was astonished, pondering the sheer power of this world. Could mountains truly be destroyed? Reflecting on how he had just fabricated a spring well out of thin air, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. The difficulty in collection is inconsequential. What I fear is the absence of resources, Xiao Ye chuckled. Gather all the able-bodied villagers today and commence stone collection. He commanded. Xiao Ye had begun to refer to it as village. It was unavoidable, given the reality of the situation. Calling it Wuzhai City would seem utterly incongruous. Shishua's expression shifted. My lord, that would not be acceptable. The villagers would have no income. To better persuade the Duke. Shishua even added, without income for the villagers, my lord, you would have no tax revenue. Haha, I do not collect taxes, Xiao Ye laughed heartily. What can a mere village like this yield in taxes anyway? Shishua began to doubt his own hearing, questioning whether age had impaired his senses. You heard correctly. I will not be collecting taxes for the time being, Xiao Ye stated calmly. Old John and Felina exchanged surprised glances at Xiao Ye, unable to comprehend why the Duke would make such an absurd decision. That it is only natural for a lord to collect taxes. Wendina frowned as well, although she was quite wise. Her noble background from the origin continent still shackled her thoughts. In addition, I will pay for the villagers' collection of stones and the construction of the walls, Xiao Ye added, resting his chin on his crossed hands. Shishua seemed somewhat dazed. My lord, you intend to construct walls, not expand the stone fortress? Shishua pressed on, eager to confirm he had not misheard. You mean, you will pay us to build the walls of Wuzhai village, correct? Shishua was too anxious to worry about offending the Duke. Xiao Ye nodded. Every able-bodied laborer will receive 4 pounds of black bread, plus 10 copper coins. Shishua could hardly believe his ears. 1 pound of black bread costs 2 copper coins. 4 pounds would be 8 copper coins, plus 10 copper coins in wages, over the course of a month. That amounts to 540 copper coins in income. Even the subjects of Huangsha City do not earn so much. I commend your generosity, my lord. Shishua stood up, expressing his excitement. The stone walls of Wuzhai village will soon be constructed, I assure you. Xiao Ye gestured for Shishua to sit down. In addition to the stone gatherers, I also require 50 brewers, Xiao Ye added. Elderly individuals and half-grown children are acceptable as well. The remuneration will be 4 pounds of black bread and 5 copper coins. Shishua felt as if he were dreaming. My lord, you are truly the kindest person on the origin continent. Shishua did not know how to adequately praise the Duke. I am not a kind person, Xiao Ye replied with a smile. I am merely engaging in business. You work for me, and I pay you wages, that is all. Clearly, the others present did not agree with Xiao Ye's statement. Shishua, I have one last question. Please, my lord, Shishua responded, now completely captivated by Xiao Ye's noble charm. Why did the spear tell me that the water of the nurturing river is undrinkable due to the rampant magical beasts? Yet you say it can cause one to become demonic? Xiao Ye posed his final confusion. My lord, in Wuzhai village, magical beasts are terrifying, Shishua replied with a sly smile. The village children fear the magical beasts, and therefore dare not approach the nurturing river. Xiao Ye suddenly understood. Informing the children that the river water is undrinkable might incite curiosity, prompting them to try it. However, if they were told about the magical beasts, the children would mostly be filled with fear. It must be said that the villagers possessed a certain cleverness of their own. I have no further questions, Xiao Ye concluded. You may now announce my orders. Gather the stone workers and brewers to commence work tomorrow. I will ensure everything is taken care of, my lord, Xiao replied. Departing. Apt, my lord, Xiao Ye called out. Select 10 young individuals and have Felina teach them to read. Wuzhai village requires a security team, which can later serve as a reserve for your nightly order. After Ab bowed and prepared to leave, Xiao Ye added, one more thing. He gestured for Ab to come closer. You, Xiao Ye whispered to Ab. Ab's expression was one of astonishment and confusion. That I will take care of it, my lord, he assured, as Xiao Ye watched him depart with a smile. Haha, it seems we will not lack for the power of faith in the future. Xiao Ye mused to himself. The power of faith was the white mist within the diamond crystal, something Xiao Ye had just named. For convenience, he referred to the diamond crystal as a faith crystal, with the white mist inside representing the power of faith. My lord, our food supplies will not last for many days, Old John said, his face filled with concern. If we pay the villagers as promised, Xiao Ye, you are offering the villagers too much in wages. Wendina interjected, we could simply provide food without needing to pay in gold or silver. Xiao Ye chuckled. Wendina, you are quite astute, but your thinking remains somewhat antiquated. Wendina and Old John looked puzzled. Now, let me impart a principle to you, Xiao Ye stated with a smile. Only money that circulates can truly be considered money. Otherwise, it is merely precious metal. Wendina and Old John were still bewildered. Haha, you may consider the wages I pay as a form of alternative investment. Xiao Ye elaborated. However, my investment is in people. Noticing that Wendina and Old John remained unsure, Xiao Ye felt a sense of helplessness. Despite Wendina's intelligence, it would take time to cultivate her into a capable ally who resonated with his vision. It does not matter if you do not understand. Just execute my orders. Xiao Ye decided to adopt a more authoritarian approach for the time being. Through the process of execution, you will gradually comprehend my intentions. Wendina and Old John ceased their objections. After the incident with the distilled liquor, they had developed a strong acceptance of Xiao Ye's unconventional actions. However, my lord, how do we resolve the issue of food? And what about the villagers' wages? Xiao Ye was acutely aware of the current predicament. Within the stone fortress, there were approximately 3,000 pounds of black bread, around 2,000 pounds of coarse wheat, and about 7 gold coins. The combined number of brewers and stone gatherers totaled around 400 individuals, with each requiring 4 pounds of black bread daily, resulting in a daily consumption of 600 pounds. This meant the black bread could only sustain 2 days of wages. The currency situation was somewhat better. 1 gold coin equated to 10,000 copper coins, amounting to 70,000 copper coins remaining. Thankfully, the night order salaries had already been disbursed this month. Otherwise, 5 gold coins would have to be deducted. Among the workers, there were approximately 350 stone gatherers, with a daily wage of 3,500 copper coins, and about 50 brewers, with wages totaling 250 copper coins. The combined daily expenditure would be 3,750 copper coins. The gold coins could barely sustain expenses for around 20 days. Very well. This is indeed quite challenging. Wendina, do you have any solutions for our current predicament? Xiao Ye cast a glance at Wendina, who pondered for a moment. The crux of the matter lies in our need for continuous funding. Wendina spoke up. Currently, our new source of funds can solely rely on distilled spirits. However, the sale of distilled spirits necessitates a journey to Huangsha City, which requires no less than 15 days for a round trip. Wendina turned to Xiao Ye. During these 15 days, the workers' wages must not be delayed. Otherwise, Your Grace, the reputation you have established will suffer. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Additionally, we require some extra funds to purchase the raw materials for the distilled spirits. Wendina added. Xiao Ye's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Please continue. Based on the grain prices, 1 pound of coarse wheat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of black bread. Thus we essentially possess 7,000 pounds of black bread, valued at 14,000 copper coins, along with 7 gold coins. Our total funding amounts to 74,000 copper coins that we can reserve 3 gold coins, in addition to 1 cask of distilled spirits for procuring the raw materials. Wendina elaborated. Consequently, we are left with 44,000 copper coins. This sum must suffice for 15 days, allowing for daily expenditures of 2,900 copper coins. Wendina glanced at Xiao Ye with a hint of hesitation. We can recruit workers accordingly. 1 pound of black bread costs 2 copper coins. The daily wage for quarry workers is 18 copper coins, while for distillers, it is 13 copper coins, that we can temporarily recruit 120 quarry workers and 50 distillers. Of course, the distillers will need to be recruited only after the raw materials for the distilled spirits are returned. Xiao Ye nodded. Indeed, this is an excellent plan, but I have a question. Wendina, Xiao Ye looked at her. The funds we have reserved can purchase at most 40 casks of distilled spirits, which is far from sufficient for 50 distillers. Why not recruit more quarry workers? Wendina understood that Xiao Ye was assessing her reasoning, and she voiced her thoughts. Quarry workers are easily recruited. As long as they are young and able-bodied, they can quickly adapt to the work. However, distillers require a certain degree of training. The production of distilled spirits will eventually become an industry in the territory of disaster. And we need to cultivate some distillers in advance. A smile graced Wendina's lips. Recruiting more distillers will enhance your popularity among the villagers, Your Grace. Ha! Xiao Ye erupted in hearty laughter. Your considerations are remarkably thorough. We shall proceed as you suggest. Xiao Ye was thoroughly satisfied with Wendina's performance. However, one issue still lingered. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious. The subjects who are not recruited may harbor grievances, Your Grace. With your generosity, how could they dare to complain? Old John gritted his teeth, saying, should anyone dare to voice their discontent, allow me to instruct them on how to show respect to a duke. Wendina, remaining calm, suggested, when recruiting, we should aim to enlist one individual from each household. Xiao Ye felt completely satisfied. There are only 112 households in Wuzhai village, ensuring every family will have representation. Xiao Ye turned to Wendina. Lady Wendina, I hereby appoint you as the administrative officer of Wuzhai village, responsible for its daily affairs. Wendina, astonished, realized Xiao Ye was not jesting. She suppressed her inner joy, performed a noble salute, and solemnly declared, I will not disappoint your expectations, Your Grace. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction. You will oversee the workers. Let work commence tomorrow. As you command, Your Grace. To alleviate the financial strain. Xiao Ye arranged for a butter to accompany 3 knights to Huangsha City the same day, carrying 3 gold coins, a cask of distilled spirits, and 3 beast corpses. The magical beasts could not be utilized, so they would be sold instead. As for the security team, that responsibility would rest with another apprentice knight, Kane. The next day, under Wendina's leadership, Wuzhai village finally buzzed with activity as the villagers embarked on their first project. Following Xiao Ye's instructions, Wendina ordered all quarry workers to gather stones, postponing the construction of the stone walls until a sufficient supply was amassed to prevent any mishaps. Xiao Ye instructed the remaining apprentice knight to oversee the safety of the quarry workers with some members of the knightly order. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, accompanied by Shirsuo and protected by the last apprentice knight and 5 knights, made his way to the Yuxing River to assess the situation on both banks. The Yuxing River flows from west to east, originating from the Golden Leaf Empire, traversing the Magic Break Mountains and the Wailing Sands, before turning north within the territory of disaster. Wuzhai village is situated at the bend of the Yuxing River. With Shirsuo by his side, Xiao Ye arrived at the riverbank. The Yuxing River flowed slowly, with the widest section measuring several thousand meters across, and the narrowest nearly 100 meters. Coincidentally, the location where Wuzhai village was established was a narrow passage of the river, roughly 70 to 80 meters from the opposite bank. Gazing across the river, Xiao Ye observed that it was entirely shrouded in purple magical fog, with faint wisps of fog also lingering over the southern and eastern banks of the river. Witnessing the rolling fog on the opposite shore, Xiao Ye could not help but feel regret. A significant portion of the territory in the territory of disaster lies across the Yuxing River, now rendered completely valueless. After all, the magical fog remains a persistent issue that the denizens of the origin continent have yet to devise an effective means to eliminate. Otherwise, the once prosperous core of the origin continent would not have descended into the so-called land of divine punishment. Xiao Ye withdrew his gaze and turned to the western bank of the Yuxing River. Yet he found no vessels in sight, only some wooden forks and spears on the western shore. How do you catch fish? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Your Grace, with wooden forks or spears, Shirsuo replied nonchalantly. Sometimes. The catch is quite considerable. Xiao Ye stared in astonishment at the nearly 80-meter-wide river. How do you catch fish with a wooden fork? With such a vast expanse of water, can you even reach the white glow fish from the shore? Xiao Ye found it hard to envision the villagers of Wuzhai village using wooden forks to capture the elusive white glow fish. Shirsuo chuckled. Your Grace, you may not be aware, but from March to July, the river level decreases, and during that time, The water is only about 2 meters deep. By tossing some stones, we can wade into the Yushan River to catch the white glow fish. Look, your grace. To instill confidence in the Duke. Shursua pointed to the banks of the Yushan River, where signs of the receding water level were clearly visible. It is already the end of February. The river's water has begun to decline. Following Shursua's indication, Xiao Ye indeed noticed some exposed soil, indicative of the river's recent drop in water level. Xiao Ye nodded, self-deprecatingly remarking, I was indeed uninformed. Shursua had grown accustomed to the unusual behavior of this new duke. Despite having lived for so long, he had never encountered a nobleman so devoid of airs. Upon meeting Duke Fisher, Shursua privately entertained thoughts of perhaps I am still too young. Your grace, this work is beneath us lowly commoners. Your ignorance does not stem from a lack of knowledge, Shursua said earnestly. Your task is to govern Wuzhai village and the territory of disaster. Compared to us, your burdens are far greater. And you need not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Xiao Ye was somewhat taken aback by Shursua's calm sincerity. He realized that the elder's longevity and position as the village head were not without merit. Even the smallest matters concerning the villagers are of great importance. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious as he earnestly stated, only when the lives of the villagers improve can I, as their lord, find peace of mind. Peace of mind to collect taxes. Shursua was taken aback. Your grace, with your presence, Wuzhai village is assured peace. With your arrival, the prosperity of the villagers' lives is secured. Shursua sincerely praised. Your kindness and compassion will be renowned throughout the origin continent. Xiao Ye waved his hand, realizing that Shursua was quite the flatterer. Though the praise was somewhat pleasing, Xiao Ye still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Let us temporarily cease the fishing for white glow fish, Xiao Ye declared. This is ultimately somewhat perilous. Our immediate priority is to construct the stone walls for Wuzhai village. Shursua's expression faltered. My lord, many able-bodied individuals in Wuzhai village remain unemployed. They may not wish to remain idle. This indeed poses a significant dilemma. The inhabitants of Wuzhai village have long been living in a state of uncertainty. After the water level of Yushing River receded, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to remain idle and would seize the opportunity to catch the elusive white glow fish. You may inform the villagers that if they place their trust in me, they may join the quarrying workforce, though currently there is no remuneration. Xiao Ye remarked, however, I shall ensure they are compensated in the future. He could only strive to minimize the number of those venturing out to fish, thereby potentially averting some casualties. Naturally, should they still wish to pursue fishing, he would not impede their efforts, he conveyed to Shursua. Your grace, I commend your benevolence. Let us return, Shursua replied. Xiao Ye cast a glance across the river, where a thick fog of malevolence loomed, shaking his head in resignation as he and Shursua made their way back to Wuzhai village. Upon returning, Xiao Ye cautioned Shursua, please take note of those who wish to fish. Direct them to Stone Fort, where I can assist them in catching more white glow fish. Shursua was taken aback by the Duke's suggestion, for it was his belief that nobility would never comprehend the humble occupation of fishing. Nevertheless, he dared not question the reputed Duke, said to be a divine being incarnate. Moreover, just yesterday, the Duke had indeed brought the village a spring of miraculous water. Having tasted the sweet water from the spring, Shursua felt a notable improvement in his health. Regrettably, the well that had contributed immensely to the village was now regarded with disdain, deemed only fit for washing clothes. I shall convey your message, your grace, Shursua responded, bowing before departing, suddenly feeling parched. Observing Shursua hastily retreat, Xiao Ye was perplexed. Did Shursua have urgent matters to attend to? He shook his head in confusion, with Wendina overseeing the construction of the stone wall. Xiao Ye resolved to experiment with crafting charcoal pencils, for he could not adapt to the quills of the origin continent. He instructed Old John to procure some charcoal, clay, and wood for him. Old John, attend to your tasks. Let Wood's son assist me, he said. After Old John left, Xiao Ye turned to Wood's son, instructing him to crush the charcoal. Meanwhile, he began carving wood to create a mold for pressing the charcoal core. How old are you? What is your name? Xiao Ye inquired, engaging Wood's son in conversation during his idle moments. I am called Mukai, your grace, and I am 14 years of age, he replied. Xiao Ye noted that Mukai did not appear to be 14. He was quite frail. Yet, the perceptive Mukai sometimes gave Xiao Ye the impression that he was wiser beyond his years. I shall bestow upon you a name. Leaf pen. How does that sound? Xiao Ye suggested. Mukai paused, taken aback, and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Thank you, your grace. Thank you. There's no need for such formality, Xiao Ye said, startled. Get up. It is but a name, that he then added, and tell Stone's daughter that her name shall henceforth be Leaf Chess. Mukai was elated, eager to share the beautiful name bestowed upon him by the Duke with Stone's son. Xiao Ye combined the crushed charcoal powder with clay, experimenting with different ratios to create a superior charcoal pencil. Subsequently, he used the crafted wooden mold to press the charcoal mixture into rods that he dried these rods, and then soaked them briefly in hot oil to enhance their luminescence, which incidentally also served a waterproof purpose. Xiao Ye fashioned several small wooden sticks for Mukai to create suitable holes for the charcoal cores. After several failed attempts, he finally succeeded in creating a charcoal pencil that could leave marks on parchment. He inscribed the characters leaf pin on the parchment, reminiscing fondly about the beauty of written words. Indeed, the origin continent must have some form of paper, albeit coarse and brittle yellow paper unsuitable for writing. I must create proper paper in the future, Xiao Ye resolved. Here, this shall be your name, he said, directing Mukai's gaze to the parchment. Mukai's eyes widened, fixating on the two characters. This is my name, he jubilantly thought. Wishing to etch the beautiful characters into his memory, Xiao Ye waved the charcoal pencil, explaining, this is a pen, a tool for writing, and it symbolizes your name. Mukai felt a surge of wonder. This pen that could write also bore a part of his identity. Xiao Ye then wrote Leaf Chess on the parchment, revealing Stone's daughter's name. Mukai struggled to comprehend all three characters, feeling overwhelmed. Noticing Mukai's bewilderment, Xiao Ye quickly sliced thin wooden boards for someone with a 10 bronze level strength. This was an effortless task. You may practice your name on these boards, he offered, demonstrating how to write leaf, pin, and chess in sequence. Here, you may practice on these boards. Once you master these three characters, return to me, and I shall teach you new ones. Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you. Mukai knelt, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Enough with the kneeling. First, help me produce more charcoal pencils, Xiao Ye interjected, stopping Mukai. With renewed vigor, Mukai set to work. Thinking, a pen? This is my name. Xiao Ye felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Mukai's joy. Teaching others was indeed a delightful endeavor. Perhaps I can nurture Mukai as a capable individual. How can a duke have an illiterate subject? Xiao Ye mused, glancing at the characters on the parchment, marveling at their beauty. How did I not notice their elegance before? He pondered. Suddenly, Xiao Ye realized a matter he had overlooked. The origin continent seemed not to utilize square characters. Oh well, it matters not. After all, Mukai is but an illiterate. Teaching him the characters of the origin continent is no different from teaching him square characters. He felt a tad embarrassed, but decided not to correct this oversight. Let it be the exclusive script of the disaster territory, which he could later entrust to Wendina for the literacy education of the villagers of Wuzhai, while Mukai busied himself with making charcoal pencils. Xiao Ye began documenting the techniques he recalled on the parchment. He aimed to impart knowledge about fishing methods to the villagers the next day, including fishing baskets, nets, and more. He also contemplated the art of papermaking and gunpowder. However, he suspected that many of these techniques might prove impractical, given the differences in materials between the origin continent and his previous world. At times, he wrote, and at others, he paused to reflect on the details of the techniques. Many of these skills he had once explored out of curiosity, yet he had never truly practiced, leaving him with unclear recollections. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of frustration. How could I have forgotten Wendina? He suddenly realized, doesn't she possess the ability of enlightened light? Recalling Wendina's skill, he surmised it could assist him greatly. He wrote down the characters for Zhuge crossbow, yet found himself at an impasse. Unable to proceed, he had only watched a video about the Zhuge crossbow a few times, and now the details had escaped him completely. This won't do. I must seek out Wendina, Xiao Ye concluded. Recognizing the importance of the Zhuge crossbow for enhancing the defenses of Wuzhai village, the origin continent, due to the existence of practitioners, has not delved deeply into the study of machinery, particularly those devices capable of enhancing the abilities of ordinary individuals, which are nearly non-existent. Not to mention the Zhuge crossbow. Even bows and crossbows are limited to the magic crystal crossbow. The magic crystal crossbow requires the cores of third-tier magical beasts to provide energy for its operation. Despite its formidable power, the costs and usage expenses are beyond the means of the average person. Even some nobles cannot afford the magic crystal crossbow. However, the Zhuge crossbow is an entirely different matter, as it can be utilized by commoners if the bolts are sufficiently powerful. They can even contend with second-tier magical beasts. Most importantly, as long as there are raw materials, the Zhuge crossbow can be produced in large quantities and is remarkably easy to operate. The villagers of Wuzhai can use it with just a bit of training. The more Xiao Ye contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, with the sturdy stone walls of Wuzhai village and a guard force armed with Zhuge crossbows. The threat from first- and second-tier magical beasts would not be particularly daunting. Moreover, with the presence of the Night Order, Wuzhai village would have a reasonable assurance of safety. Once a stable and secure environment is established, Wuzhai village can gradually develop into Wuzhai city. Ye Bai. Please proceed to craft charcoal pencils here as you did earlier, Xiao Ye instructed. You may also call Yi Qi to assist you. I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, Xiao Ye departed with a few charcoal pencils in hand. Once Xiao Ye left, Yi Bai eagerly sought out Yi Qi. Yi Qi, Yi Bai exclaimed upon encountering the daughter of Stone in the second-floor corridor. Who are you calling, Woodblock? Stone's daughter looked at Yi Bai with curiosity. I'm calling you. Yi Bai replied with a cheerful smile as he approached Yi Qi. Calling me? Have you lost your mind? Woodblock? My name is Shituzi, she retorted, glaring at Yi Bai, feeling as though he was jesting with her. Hey, from now on, call me Yi Bai, he declared proudly, placing his hands on his hips. That is the name bestowed upon me by the Duke. Really? Stone's daughter widened her eyes. And what about Yi Qi? Your name, too, was granted by the Duke. Yi Qi squealed. Is that true? Yi Bai nodded affirmatively. The Duke even taught me how to write that my name, as well as yours. Grabbing Yi Qi's hand, Yi Bai exclaimed, Come, I'll show you how to write our names. The characters are simply magnificent. Yi Bai and Yi Qi dashed down the stairs, leaping over multiple steps with each bound. He was eager to showcase his name to Yi Qi, to demonstrate what Bai meant, something capable of writing, crafted by himself and the Duke. Xiao Ye arrived at the quarry on the north side of Wuzhai village. Over 100 laborers were energetically excavating the stones buried beneath the earth. Each stone was unearthed and subsequently shaped into rectangular blocks. Already, several stones had been piled in an open area. Duke Wendina, holding a quill and parchment, was recording something. Upon noticing Xiao Ye's arrival, she handed her materials to Farina, then bowed respectfully to him. In front of the villagers, Wendina was a civil servant and a subordinate of the Duke. Not simply Mrs. Fisher. Xiao Ye nodded and got straight to the point. Wendina, I require your assistance. I need you to cast the enlightenment skill on me. Although Wendina was uncertain of Xiao Ye's intentions, she nonetheless performed the enlightenment skill. As Wendina waved her hand toward him, Xiao Ye felt a surge of clarity in his mind. Previously vague memories now became strikingly lucid. Without a moment's delay, Xiao Ye retrieved the parchment and charcoal pencil, crouching down to sketch the structure of the Zhuge crossbow. After completing the drawing, he did not stop. He took advantage of the continued effect of the enlightenment to record other details as well. Wendina lowered her gaze, observing the unfamiliar block symbols on the parchment. Her curiosity piqued. What is this? A mysterious incantation. Once the enlightenment skill wore off, Xiao Ye immediately sensed a difference. At that moment, he genuinely felt as if he had become dim-witted. He quickly realized that the enlightenment skill could not be used frequently, as it would have a significant impact on one's mental state. He tucked the parchment into his robe without mentioning the Zhuge crossbow to Wendina. While recording the crossbow structure, Xiao Ye contemplated a serious issue. Wuzhai village currently lacked the conditions to manufacture the Zhuge crossbow. At the most basic level, Wuzhai village did not have any craftsmen. Furthermore, the Zhuge crossbow required bowstrings, which on the origin continent were typically crafted from beast tendons or hides, at the very least made from intertwined plant fibers. Clearly, Wuzhai village lacked these materials. Regrettably, Xiao Ye had to suppress his thoughts of crafting the Zhuge crossbow for the time being. He resolved that when he supplemented the population of Wuzhai village in the future, he must ensure some craftsmen were included. My lord, what is this? Wendina looked at Xiao Ye in confusion. Xiao Ye smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I merely had a sudden thought and wanted to jot it down. Not lingering on the matter, he began to inquire about the quarry's status. Wendina, is the stone extraction proceeding smoothly? Wendina shook her head. My lord, the progress is extremely slow. She furrowed her brow. Wuzhai village lacks tools. The stone extraction equipment is rudimentary, and there is a severe shortage of iron tools. My lord, if we wish to expedite the construction of the stone wall, we need to purchase some essential iron tools. Wendina expressed her thoughts. Xiao Ye nodded in understanding. The principle that to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools was clear to him. Only with powerful production tools could one generate substantial productivity. For now, there was no other option. Xiao Ye sighed. The beginning is always difficult. We will only be able to gradually improve the tool shortage issue once a boat returns. My lord, there is another matter that requires resolution. Wendina tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Speak. The quarry is not very close to the village, making access to water somewhat challenging. Wendina said that I hope my lord can establish a spring well here. So we have to transport water from the village. That is not a problem, Xiao Ye replied without hesitation. Ever since he instructed a boat to discreetly spread the word that he was the god lord the day before. The faith power within his faith crystal had been growing rapidly. The white mist was remarkably dense. Gather the villagers and tell them I wish to once again beseech the god lord to bestow a miracle. The reason Xiao Ye phrased it as beseeching the god lord for a miracle, rather than admitting that he himself was the so-called god lord, was to avoid drawing unwanted attention at least this way. There remained a veil of modesty as for the rumors that spread. They were mere gossip. He was unconcerned about who propagated them. My lord, does that special power relate to the villagers? Wendina inquired curiously. Xiao Ye nodded. I will explain it to you tonight. With that, a mischievous smile crept across Xiao Ye's face. However, to learn the answer, you will need to offer something in return. A flush of crimson appeared on Wendina's fair cheeks. Yet she mustered her courage and replied, My lord, I will provide a reward that satisfies you. Suddenly, Xiao Ye felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Hurry, he feared he would lose control and impulsively take Wendina back to the stone fortress to relish their time together. Under the guidance of Wendina and Farina, the quarry workers gathered together. Xiao Ye began to cast a spell once more, to demonstrate his professionalism. He added several more gestures. Xiao Ye placed his hands together at his forehead and then opened them to the sides. He chanted, I, Xiao Ye Fisher, in the name of the God Lord, summon a spring well to nourish life and alleviate drought. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ye used half of the faith power in his faith crystal to construct a spring well. The water rippled, and the spring well slowly materialized. This time, what appeared before the crowd was a well with a diameter of 2 meters. Although they had witnessed it once before, the villagers of Wuzhai were still filled with excitement upon seeing the spring well again. They imitated the Duke's earlier movements, placing their hands together at their foreheads, then spreading them to the sides, exclaiming loudly, Praise the Duke, praise the God Lord. The inhabitants of Wuzhai village could not help but recall the rumors from the previous day. Their belief in those whispers now strengthened. Perhaps the Duke truly was a deity, or at the very least, an envoy of the divine on earth. Xiao Ye, feeling the gradually intensifying power of faith, was immensely satisfied. He returned to Wuzhai village accompanied by several quarry workers, needing their assistance in constructing a few cooking stations within the stone fortress to prepare for the future distillation of spirits. The distillation process could only take place within the stone fortress to ensure maximum secrecy regarding the brewing methods. Xiao Ye also planned to sign a confidentiality agreement with the brewers. But that would be a matter for when the brewing commenced in earnest. The construction of the cooking stations consumed much of the day, completing only by nightfall. That evening, in the bedroom, Wendina once again sought Xiao Ye's insights on the matter of faith power. Under Wendina's devoted care, Xiao Ye naturally held nothing back. He once more experienced Wendina's gentleness and beauty. Age certainly had its advantages. She knew how to care for others. The following day, upon awakening, Xiao Ye discovered that Wendina had already departed. The strength of her bronze-level prowess was indeed formidable. Her recovery was impressively swift, prompting Xiao Ye to marvel at the situation. Rising alone, he stepped out of the bedroom, greeted by the brightness of day. My lord, a knight called out, approaching Xiao Ye with a peculiar gaze. Duke, you must hurry to the quarry. What is it? Has there been a monster attack? Xiao Ye's expression changed. A wave of alarm washed over him. Wendina was still at the quarry, and he hoped nothing had gone awry. Lead me to the quarry, he urged, disregarding further questions as he mounted a steed with the knight and sped towards the quarry. Upon arrival, Xiao Ye found all the villagers gathered around the spiritual spring well from the previous day, but Wendina was nowhere to be seen. Dismounting, he waded into the crowd. It is the Duke. The Duke is well. Greetings echoed as villagers called out to him, which eased Xiao Ye's concerns. If a bloodbath had truly occurred, the villagers would not be so at ease. Indeed, no such bloodshed had transpired. As Xiao Ye approached the spiritual spring well, he found Wendina crouched on the ground, disregarding her noble demeanor. "What is it, Wendina?" he inquired, bending down to pat her shoulder. "What has happened that you urgently summoned me?" "I feared the quarry had been attacked by monsters." Wendina shifted slightly, gesturing to the ground. "Duke, look at this." Xiao Ye noticed a purple sprout of grass, nearly imperceptible at first glance. "A sprout?" Xiao Ye exclaimed. Puzzled, this variety particularly special. Realizing that the Duke was unaware of the magnitude of her discovery, Wendina took it upon herself to explain that my lord, the disaster domain is nearly devoid of life, with only a few plants existing at the edge of the soul sand desert. She rose, her gaze intense. "But now, the spiritual spring well has altered this situation. Plants can grow in the disaster domain once more." Xiao Yu's realization dawned upon him. "You were saying that the land in the disaster domain can support plant life now." His heart swelled with joy as he considered the implications. "Does this mean we can cultivate grain near Wuzhai village?" Wendina nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, my lord. The food crisis that has troubled you may soon be resolved." Xiao Yu was elated. With control over the essentials of food and water, the foundation for a truly stable territory could be established. Thus, once the disaster domain grew stronger, he would possess the means to retaliate against the former royal family of the Golden Leaf Empire, as well as the insulting Duke Kaitanen of the Ironstone domain. Despite being from another world, whether out of gratitude for inhabiting Xiao Ye Fisher's body or a desire to uphold his noble dignity, revenge was imperative. Moreover, in Xiao Ye's eyes, vengeance was the noblest of emotions. Now that solutions for water and food were emerging, and with a stable developmental environment promised once the stone walls were erected, how could Xiao Ye not feel exhilarated? Surely, this was not mere coincidence. He forced himself to regain composure. "We must verify this. We cannot indulge in baseless joy. You understand, Wendina," he stated solemnly. "There are no plants growing near the spiritual spring well in Wuzhai village." "What could be the reason?" Wendina nodded in agreement. "A rigorous approach is warranted. However, I believe the reason plants have sprouted here is due to the size of this spiritual spring well." "Your reasoning is sound." Xiao Yu replied. "We should consider constructing another spiritual spring well elsewhere to observe if the results are consistent. Perhaps we could even sprinkle some water from the well onto the ground." "That is a brilliant idea, my lord," Wendina suggested, her cheeks slightly flushed from the Duke's praise in front of so many villagers. She wished he would commend her in private, perhaps between the curtains of their shared bed. The quarry workers were perplexed by the significance of the Duke's conversation with the official, yet they caught wind of the Duke's words. Grain can be cultivated near Wuzhai village. The quarry workers could scarcely believe their ears. But if the Duke had said so, perhaps it was indeed true. Hope blossomed within them as they eagerly anticipated the day when the Duke's words would manifest. Xiao Yu departed, accompanied by 6 knights and some excavation tools. He made his way to the southern side of Wuzhai village, which was not far from the Yuxing River, but offered ample open space. Most importantly, the stone lock had informed Xiao Ye that the likelihood of monster appearances was significantly lower on the southern and eastern sides of Wuzhai village, as the creatures were predominantly found in the northern and western regions, likely due to the proximity of the Soul Sand Desert and the Demon Break mountain range. The eastern side of Wuzhai village saw frequent visits from villagers fishing for white light fish, while the southern side was scarcely populated. Xiao Ye resolved to construct a spiritual spring well here to test its capabilities. With only knights present, he took decisive action, depleting the faith power within the faith crystal to the fullest extent to create the spring well. With a splash, a square spiritual spring, while measuring 4 meters in diameter, emerged, considerably larger than the one at the quarry. Sankades, gather them around the well and excavate a 2-meter deep, 8-meter wide depression. Xiao Ye instructed. Sankades immediately set to work with his digging tools. Xiao Ye's reasoning for this task was clear. Having utilized the spiritual spring well within the stone fortress, he had noted that the water level remained constant, always about half a meter from the well's opening and 20 centimeters from the ground. This characteristic could be harnessed to use the spring well as a water supply system. Why digging a 2-meter deep pit around the well and then damaging the well's mouth? They could create a small lake filled with spring water. Subsequently, they could dig channels to draw water from this lake, allowing the spring water to nourish vast tracts of land. Observing that the excavation would take some time, Xiao Ye instructed Sankades to notify him upon completion, and then he summoned a knight to escort him back to the stone fortress. Upon his return, Old John informed Xiao Ye that the village chief, Shirluo, was waiting in the administrative hall. It then dawned on Xiao Ye that he had promised Shirluo yesterday to bring any villagers intent on fishing to the fortress first, as he wished to teach the fishermen methods for catching more white light fish. "I shall see them at once," he declared, making his way to the administrative hall, where he found Yi Chi engrossed in writing on a wooden board with a charcoal pencil, while Shirluo and others looked on with curiosity. "Yi Chi, are you demonstrating your name to Shirluo?" Xiao Ye inquired with a smile. Why Yi Chi was taken aback, and Shirsuo and the others quickly greeted Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye waved his hand, and then picked up Yi Chi's wooden board. Yi Chi felt a surge of anxiety within, fearing that the Duke might disapprove of her writing. Upon inspecting the board, Xiao Ye noted that the characters Yi Chi were indeed well formed, though the connections between the strokes lacked fluidity. Xiao Ye produced a charcoal pencil and inscribed the characters man and woman on the board, demonstrating the process from the initial stroke to the completed characters. He explained their meanings to Yi Chi and then sent her on her way. "Are you all going fishing?" Xiao Ye glanced at the others in the room, surprised to see so few of them, but he surveyed the surroundings, noting only a handful of vassals, under Xiao Ye's watchful gaze. The vassals, with the exception of Shirsuo, lowered their heads in trepidation. They harbored a lingering distrust towards the Duke, which is why they had not reported to the quarry that day. Who could say when the Duke's promised wages would be dispensed? Although some of their families had gone to the quarry and earned a modest income, they were reluctant to toil without compensation. Fishing seemed a more prudent choice. Capturing white light fish would allow them to trade for food in Huangsha City. Had it not been for the village chief's assurance that the Duke intended to teach them more effective fishing methods, they would have hesitated to approach the stone fortress. They believed they had defied the Duke's orders by not working at the quarry for him without pay. "Is it just the few of you going fishing?" Shirsuo, seeing the others remain silent, felt compelled to explain to the Duke. "The rest have all gone to the quarry today." Xiao Ye understood. This morning, he had noticed a marked increase in the number of workers at the quarry. It seemed that the compensation issue and the spring well incident had indeed garnered some respect. "Do you think I would withhold your wages?" Xiao Ye regarded the other vassals with a frosty demeanor. This group seemed to be questioning his integrity. The vassals fell to their knees, trembling, unable to utter a word. Shirsuo looked troubled. He had assured them that the Duke would not punish them, but merely wished to impart fishing techniques. "Duke," Xiao Ye raised a hand to halt Shirsuo's plea. "I will not hold this against you." He softly declared, "I have told Shirsuo that this is a job. You work for me, and I pay you. If I cannot compensate you now, then you need not work for me. This is your right." Although somewhat displeased, Xiao Ye was determined to uphold such principles. This was the cornerstone of the territory's future development. Without rules, chaos reigns. "Shirsuo, even in the domain of calamity, I, as your Duke, cannot demand that you work for me without compensation." Xiao Ye informed Shirsuo, emphasizing, "You are not slaves. You are vassals, free men. I commend your generosity." "Duke," Shirsuo expressed sincerely. Xiao Ye gestured for the other vassals to rise. Out of a nobleman's compassion, he addressed the vassals. "And as a lord's duty to his people, I will teach you new fishing methods, hoping you may reap greater rewards than ever before. Follow me." Xiao Ye exited the administrative hall and made his way to a corner of the stone fortress, where some tattered burlap was placed. This was prepared by old John at Xiao Ye's behest the previous day. Xiao Ye imparted the technique of weaving fishing nets and elaborated on their usage. The vassals were elated. Watching the fishermen leave with cheerful strides, Xiao Ye felt a pang of helplessness. In truth, he was dissatisfied with the fishing nets, as they were merely made of coarse burlap. Furthermore, without boats, the nets could only be used for blocking. If only they had fishing vessels, their methods would be far more varied. Nevertheless, it was certainly an improvement over wooden forks and spears. Xiao Ye could only console himself with such thoughts. As for fishing boats, the territory was so barren that not even grass grew, let alone the trees required for construction. Xiao Ye freed the horse from the cart, mounted it, and rode towards the southern side of Wuzai village. He intended to check on the progress of St. Curtis's work. Dismounting, he surveyed the depression that was beginning to take shape and felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, St. Curtis was a robust knight. And in just one morning, he had excavated such a sizable hollow. "Well done, St. Curtis," Xiao Ye expressed his verbal commendation. St. Curtis had already shed his armor, with only his knightly sword hanging at his waist, while his lance rested on the horse. "Next, St. Curtis, dig a few ditches 1 meter wide and half a meter deep alongside the hollow," Xiao Ye instructed. "Make them as long as possible." St. Curtis nodded and promptly set to work. 6 men, 6 ditches. After an hour, they were finally completed. Observing the 6 ditches extending from the hollow in various directions, all over 10 meters deep, Xiao Ye declared, "All right, now you shall destroy the spring well." Allowing the water to flow into the hollow point, 3 knights proceeded to dismantle the spring well, and the water spread, gradually filling the hollow before flowing along the ditches. Ultimately, the water level in the ditches and the hollow stabilized at 20 centimeters above the ground. Ceasing to rise further, Xiao Ye gazed at the 8-meter square small lake with immense satisfaction. Witnessing such a scene in a parched location was truly refreshing. The knights used the well water to wash themselves and escorted Xiao Ye away from the site. There was no need for further attention here. They merely had to await tomorrow's outcome. As night fell, Xiao Ye found himself restless, unable to sleep, preoccupied with thoughts of the spring well's effect. Xiao Ye, why not teach me to learn square characters now? Wendina, having learned of Xiao Ye's self-created script the previous day, was filled with curiosity and eager to learn. Very well, since I cannot sleep anyway. Xiao Ye rose to instruct Wendina in square characters. However, to conserve parchment, he wrote on some thin wooden boards instead. Xiao Ye, haven't you given these characters a name? Wendina asked while practicing. Do they simply go by square characters? You may call them Huawen, Xiao Ye replied casually. Huawen? Wendina beamed with a radiant smile. What a fitting name for such beautiful characters. Xiao Ye noted that he had merely spoken off the cuff, without any profound intention, but he refrained from elaborating. Now, let me teach you a convenient method for literacy. Xiao Ye introduced pinyin to Wendina and wrote a text annotated with pinyin on a wooden board, filling it completely. All right, you can now study on your own. Xiao Ye stated that I've memorized it. Wendina blinked, but my characters still look rather unrefined. I need practice. Xiao Ye recalled Wendina's impressive memory and glanced at the neatly written characters on the board. Feeling somewhat disheartened that I asked that what you call unrefined. You practice on your own. I need to rest now. With that, Xiao Ye returned to his bed, feeling disillusioned. Why can I only possess 10% of the witch's power, yet not her abilities? Xiao Ye found himself somewhat disgruntled with the system. Moreover, he wondered when the system would upgrade to intermediate level. Hopefully, that would bring some surprises. Xiao Ye, hearing Wendina call his name. Xiao Ye turned his head. He sat up straight, puzzled by where Wendina had obtained such a sheer garment. Wendina, what are you? He stammered, feeling parched. You mentioned that to gain knowledge, one must pay a price. Right? Wendina smiled. Having acquired your knowledge, I naturally must offer compensation now. When Tina approached with measured steps, it seems that once again, the Duke shall be burdened with labor this evening. The following day, Xiao Ye gently rubbed his lower back. Having gained a deeper understanding of the disparity in strength between the apprentice and bronze ranks, possessing merely 10 of Wendina's power already placed him at a level akin to that of a typical apprentice. However, when faced with the bronze-level prowess of Wendina, Xiao Ye was utterly outmatched. Even though Wendina was not particularly known for her combat skills, after a brief cleansing, Xiao Ye, accompanied by Sankades and others, made his way to the southern side of Wuzhai village. Dismounting his steed, he gazed at the land at the edge of the depression, where he discovered a layer of purple sprouts. Excitement surged within him. It truly was possible to, as he inspected the irrigation ditches, he also found tender shoots sprouting on both sides. Xiao Ye exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. This is useful indeed. The disaster territory can cultivate crops. His exhilaration knew no bounds as he envisioned the disaster territory, with the aid of the spring wells, revitalizing and transforming into a bountiful land. Sankades, your task today is to expand the depression and extend the ditches. Xiao Ye instructed. Sankades and the others did not utter a word and immediately set to work. Once Xiao Ye calmed his thoughts, he realized that the task at hand was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. To transform the disaster territory into a fertile land would undoubtedly require a substantial number of spring wells. Constructing these wells demanded faith power. However, as he glanced at the dwindling faith power within the faith crystals, a wave of despair washed over him. The growth of faith power had been exceedingly slow over the past few days, and he estimated that he could only construct a spring well with a radius of 0.5 meter with the remaining faith power. He needed to devise a means to acquire more faith power. Contemplating ways to obtain additional faith power, the first idea that came to Xiao Ye's mind was to perform miracles. Yet, he realized that even if he were to build a spring well, the contributions of faith power from the villagers would be minimal. He thought to himself. Over time, they would become desensitized. The miracles were too monotonous. Should he resort to offering monetary rewards? An idea struck him. He recalled that after the compensation incident, The faith power had seen a slight increase, suggesting that as long as his actions garnered the villagers' recognition or admiration, he could gain faith power. However, he lamented, there were no funds available at the moment. Sighing, he resolved to wait for a while. Xiao Ye planned to wait until the distillation industry was established, generating sufficient funds before purchasing some slaves from a few slave traders. He was increasingly eager for Abute's return to in the days that followed. Xiao Ye occasionally taught Yi Bai and Yi Qi to write during the day and made periodic visits to the spiritual farmland base south of Wuzhai village. Most of his time was spent patrolling Wuzhai village and beginning to draft construction plans for the village. He drew these plans on thin wooden boards, which he named board paper. Drawing on board paper proved to be smoother than using parchment. By nightfall, he began compiling books on subjects such as language learning, mathematics, and chemistry, aided by Wentina's wisdom light skill. However, he utilized the wisdom light skill only once every 2 to 3 days, wary of any adverse effects. Whenever the faith power accumulated, Xiao Ye would proceed to construct another spring well south of Wuzhai village, assigning Senkadis to oversee the excavation of the depression and ditches that on March 9th, 3218 in the Origin era. Xiao Ye rode alone to the spiritual farmland base south of Wuzhai village. At this point, for massive depressions had already been created within the base. Dozens of ditches crisscrossed the area, allowing the spring water to spread across approximately 400 meters in length and 500 meters in width. Now, this region was lush with greenery, with grass growing about 5 centimeters tall. Occasionally, one could spot purple plants, which Xiao Ye allowed to flourish without interference. At this stage, it was not yet suitable to convert this area into arable land. Duke, Senkadis greeted as he approached Xiao Ye, performing the noble salute. Xiao Ye surveyed Senkadis, who, once the pristine knight, now resembled a farmer. Are you planning to construct another spring well? Senkadis asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. Once, he had deemed it beneath a knight to engage in labor akin to a farmer's. Now, however, he found great satisfaction in witnessing barren land gradually come to life through his efforts, the sight of greenery spreading. Transforming desolate gravel into lush grassland was immensely fulfilling. Senkadis even entertained the bold idea of filling the entire disaster territory with greenery and restoring its former prosperity. Xiao Ye remained oblivious to Senkadis' psychological transformation. Had he known, he would have surely exclaimed, "Congratulations, Senkadis, your labor has been remarkably successful." Xiao Ye nodded. "Today, we shall construct another spring well. Duke, I have a suggestion regarding the construction of the spring well." After nearly half a month of labor, Senkadis had formulated his own ideas. "What is your proposal?" Xiao Ye inquired. "If we build another spring well in the center of the 4 depressions and excavate a new depression, we could create a large basin." Senkadis pointed to the center among the 4 depressions. "From there, we could develop a small lake." Senkadis said with growing excitement. "We could expand this lake and dig ditches to transform the wasteland into arable land." Seeing Senkadis so animated, Xiao Ye felt a surge of satisfaction. Only those who truly love their work can dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Xiao Ye agreed with Senkadis' plan to position the spring well among the 4 depressions. "Senkadis, the next steps are in your hands," Xiao Ye encouraged, patting Senkadis on the shoulder. "Once the depressions merge to form a lake, I shall name it Lake Senkadis." Senkadis was taken aback, immediately kneeling before Xiao Ye with reverence, saying, "Duke, your brilliance illuminates me." Senkadis' reaction exceeded Xiao Ye's expectations. He sensed that Senkadis could hardly wait to dive into the excavation work to further ignite the enthusiasm of the other 5 knights. Xiao Ye promised, "The farmland you cultivate will be designated as the spiritual farmland base and will bear your names." "Duke, your brilliance illuminates me," the other 5 knights exclaimed, their faces flushing with excitement at the thought of their names being mentioned daily in the future. "I look forward to the day of the announcement," Xiao Ye said. "Your achievements will be forever celebrated by the people of the disaster territory." With that, Xiao Ye departed, leaving behind 6 noble knights laboring diligently. Upon returning to the stone fortress, he was informed by old John that Shirluo had arrived. Xiao Ye was puzzled. Why had Shirluo come? He had no recollection of summoning him. Entering the administrative hall, Xiao Ye saw Shirluo carrying 2 large fish, each half a meter long. "Shirluo, it has been some time. You seem much more spirited," Xiao Ye remarked, not merely offering pleasantries, for Shirluo's demeanor had improved significantly since their first meeting. At the very least, Shirluo no longer appeared perpetually hunched over. Thanks to the Duke's blessings, the abundant spring water and black bread have greatly improved my health. Shirluo smiled. Xiao Ye nodded, acknowledging that proper nutrition could indeed alter a person's vitality. However, Shirluo and the other villagers were still merely getting by. True nutritional sufficiency was yet a distant goal. Are you here to present me with a gift? Xiao Ye asked, eyeing the fish in Shirluo's hands. Is that the white light fish from the Yuxing River? Indeed, Shirluo confirmed. Your fishing nets have allowed the villagers to catch significantly more white light fish than before. They asked me to bring you two. This is a token of their appreciation, Shirluo added. Xiao Ye accepted the two plump white light fish, advising, ensure that they exercise caution. The quarry workers will always have their place. The quarry worker, Xiao Ye, was ever eager for more. Fearing only scarcity, he aspired to transform Wuzhai village into Wuzhai city. Not long after Shirshir left, Xiao Ye heard a series of shouts. My lord, my lord. The voice was familiar. It was Yi Bai. Observing Yi Bai's breathless demeanor, Xiao Ye set down his charcoal pencil and inquired with a smile, What troubles you, Yi Bai? Have you had yet another quarrel with Yi Qi? At this point, Xiao Ye was quite well acquainted with both Yi Bai and Yi Qi. No, not at all, my lord. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. It is Lord Ibuda, who has returned. Yi Bai gestured animatedly. And there is a long caravan accompanying him. Xiao Ye hurriedly ascended to the top of the stone fortress to gaze into the distance that a caravan was entering Wuzhai village from the west. Its vehicles adorned with triangular flags. The flags bore a blue background, emblazoned with a white tower. Ibuda, you have finally returned, Xiao Ye exclaimed as he returned to the administrative hall and asked Yi Bai. Have you notified Wentina? My lord, Butler John has already gone to inform her, Yi Bai replied. Xiao Ye nodded. Yi Bai? Go fetch some charcoal pencils and prepare drinks and food. We must welcome our guests. Xiao Ye instructed. Yi Bai swiftly departed. When Tina had returned alongside My lord, Ibuda bowed respectfully upon seeing Xiao Ye. How did it go? Was it successful? Xiao Ye eagerly asked. Ibuda nodded. My lord, the distilled liquor is highly sought after. Many caravans are willing to pay a gold coin for it, he continued. I sold the distilled liquor to the White Tower caravan, along with 3 beast corpses, also to the White Tower caravan. My lord, this is the harvest from this trip. Ibuda produced 5 gold coins. Did you not procure the low-grade liquor necessary for brewing? Xiao Ye expressed no anger, as he understood Ibuda was not one to be careless. My lord, the White Tower caravan wishes to negotiate the procurement of low-grade liquor with you personally, Ibuda explained. This is precisely why I sold the distilled liquor to them. They are eager to come to Wuzhai village. Forgive me for acting without consultation, my lord, Ibuda apologized. Ibuda, you have done splendidly, Xiao Ye responded. The White Tower caravan, you say? Let their caravan leader enter. Ibuda left promptly. Wentina, our funds are rather limited, Xiao Ye remarked. Moreover, with the new month upon us, the nightly order's wages will require 5 gold coins. Wentina was acutely aware of the financial strain facing Wuzhai village. Under Xiao Ye's steadfast leadership, many of the subjects had become quarry workers, and their wages were still outstanding. After a fortnight, the owed wages had accumulated to a sum of 5 or 6 gold coins. My lord, we need the White Tower caravan to stay in Wuzhai village for 1 night. Departing tomorrow, Wentina suggested. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Ibuda soon returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man had a mane of gray hair and gray eyes, dressed in black attire. Esteemed Duke Fisher, greetings from Eve Inuchi. The president of the White Tower caravan, the middle-aged man announced. Xiao Ye nodded. President Eve, please take a seat. As Eve seated himself, Yi Bai hurriedly poured him a cup of fragrant powder-infused water. This fragrant powder, akin to coffee, was highly favored among the nobility of the human race. I apologize for the barren conditions of the disaster territory, Xiao Ye said with an apologetic smile. Eve took a sip of the fragrant water and remarked, My lord, under your governance, the disaster territory shall be rejuvenated. Xiao Ye recognized this as flattery and did not take it to heart. Ha ha. Then I shall require the assistance of President Eve. Xiao Ye chuckled. I have previously mentioned that the disaster territory is impoverished, and its development necessitates funding. Regrettably, the territory lacks any industry. I can only rely on a brewing secret recipe imparted to me by my father to produce some beverages for sale. Xiao Ye sighed. Eve's heart leaped with joy. He had feared that Xiao Ye possessed only a single barrel of low-grade liquor, which would render his journey futile. Now he was grateful he had heeded the advice of Viscount Inter and visited Wuzhai City. Eve had tasted the low-grade liquor brought by Ibuda. It was potent, and such beverages were immensely popular among the orc race, ensuring no worries about sales. Lord Madwa was once a hero of the continent. Yet the actions of the Golden Leaf Empire's royalty are somewhat excessive. Eve feigned anger before continuing. Fortunately, Lord Madwa has favored you, my lord. You can undoubtedly live a life of comfort thanks to the brewing secret you possess. As you say, President Eve, Xiao Ye nodded. However, I require some raw materials for brewing. Not a problem, my lord, Eve inquired. What do you need? My caravan should be able to supply the items you require. President Eve, could you inform me of the types of low-grade liquor your caravan carries? Xiao Ye did not disclose his specific needs. From the Wind Flame Empire, we have wind fruit wine, flame vine wine, and fire nectar wine. From the Golden Leaf Empire, we have green pear wine and white sand wine. Eve replied, these are the beverages we have brought this time. If you require other types of liquor, we can arrange a trade next time. No, that will not be necessary. Xiao Ye feigned delight. Among these beverages, there happened to be the brewing materials I need. Eve's eyes widened. Tea was the first time he had heard of liquor as brewing material. Was it not usually grains, fruits, or some special plants? My lord, is your secret recipe not mistaken? Eve regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth, realizing such a question could be deemed offensive to a noble. Rest assured, President Eve, it is accurate, Xiao Ye replied with a smile. President Eve, what are the prices for wind fruit wine and white sand wine? Xiao Ye inquired. He had no intention of revealing to Eve that the distilled liquor was merely a refined version of wine. He threw out two misleading pieces of information, the first being the so-called secret recipe of Lord Madwa, and the second being his specific interest in purchasing white sand wine and wind fruit wine, thus ensuring that even if Eve sought to study the brewing method of distilled liquor, he would be misled. My lord, wind fruit wine is 1 silver and 1 copper per barrel, while white sand wine is 1 silver and 50 copper coins per barrel. Eve informed him. How about 1 silver per barrel? Xiao Ye proposed. I can purchase 40 barrels, 30 barrels of wind fruit wine and 10 barrels of white sand wine, without waiting for Eve to respond. Xiao Ye continued. I need to verify the accuracy of the recipe. If all goes well, I can sell you the remaining soul-burning wine in the fortress. Furthermore, you will have the right of first refusal for any soul-burning wine I brew afterward. Soul-burning wine was a name Xiao Ye had whimsically assigned to the distilled liquor. Eve stood up. My lord, 1 silver coin per barrel. I will comply with your decision. Xiao Ye smiled. President Eve, you may stroll around Wuzhai village or sell some items to the villagers. Tomorrow I shall deliver the soul-burning wine to you. Eve also smiled. My lord, I will arrange for someone to bring you the wind fruit wine and white sand wine. I just need to know where to place them. Just put them in the open space of the fortress, Xiao Ye replied, taking out 4 gold coins. President Eve, this is the payment for the liquor. Eve did not accept the coins but said, my lord, I trust in your noble integrity. You may completely offset the payment with the soul-burning wine tomorrow. Xiao Ye shook his head slightly. Business is business. That is a separate transaction. Eve had no choice but to accept the 4 gold coins. You are a principled noble. Xiao Ye remained non-committal. After Eve departed, Xiao Ye instructed Wentina to promptly summon 50 selected brewers to begin distilling liquor within the fortress. This was precisely why Xiao Ye and Wentina wished for the White Tower caravan to stay in Wuzhai village for a night. Wuzhai village needed capital when the 40 casks of clear sake were delivered to the stone fortress. Wentina commenced the distillation process with a pre-selected group of 50 brewers. Thanks to Xiao Ye's prior preparations, the distillation apparatus was fully equipped, and under the guidance of Yi Bai, a skilled brewer with hands-on experience, the 50 workers of various ages began their tasks. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye sat alone in the administrative hall, meticulously outlining the financial issues faced by Wuzhai village on a wooden board. The expenses for the 50 brewers amounted to 13 copper coins each per day, totaling around 20,000 copper coins, or 2 gold coins, per month. The quarry workers, numbering approximately 300, earned a daily wage of 18 copper coins, leading to a monthly expenditure of about 160,000 copper coins, equivalent to 16 gold coins. The nightly order required around 5 gold coins. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu added another line on the board. For the 50 farmers, each earning 15 copper coins per day, the monthly cost would also approximate 2 gold coins. He intended for these farmers to work at the spiritual fields, as it was impractical for the 6 knights of Sankades to undertake such labor continuously. After a brief calculation, he arrived at a total monthly expenditure of 20 gold coins. He crossed it out and changed it to 25, accounting for an additional 5 gold coins for the daily expenses of Stone Fortress, including food, as well as the salaries of Yi Bai, Yi Qi, and the steward, Fulina. With a sigh, Xiao Ye realized that the monthly financial requirement had unexpectedly risen to 25 gold coins. Turning to income, he estimated that 1 cask of soul-burning wine was worth 1 gold coin, and the 40 casks of clear sake could yield approximately 20 casks of soul-burning wine, valued at 20 gold coins. Xiao Ye felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was still insufficient to cover the upcoming month's expenditures. He lightly tapped his fingers against his head, lost in thought. The next day, Ai Fu arrived early at the Stone Fortress, seeking an audience with Xiao Ye. What? The Duke is ill? Ai Fu's eyes widened. Had it not been for the gold coins the Duke had given him the previous day to purchase the 40 casks of clear sake, he would have questioned the Duke's intentions. Indeed, President Ai Fu, Old John replied with a worried expression, the Duke requires rest at present. Ai Fu felt anxious. He did not wish to linger in Wuzhou village, where business was scarce, save for the soul-burning wine. There is no need for concern, President Ai Fu, Old John reassured him. The Duke has said he will meet you by this afternoon at the latest. Even if he is still unwell, he will receive you in his chamber. He insists that he should not delay your journey. Old John softly added, let us hope that you can allow the Duke to rest quietly this morning. Touched, Ai Fu replied, please convey my wishes to the Duke for a restful recovery. If he is still unwell this afternoon, I can return tomorrow. Ai Fu spoke earnestly, recognizing the Duke as a true nobleman that he then departed by noon. Once all the clear sake had been distilled, Xiao Ye instructed Old John to summon Ai Fu to the administrative hall. Your Grace, how is your health? Ai Fu inquired, gazing at Xiao Ye, who sat in a chair. Xiao Ye cleared his throat lightly and replied, I am feeling much better now. President Ai Fu, I apologize for taking up your time. I hope you do not mind. Compared to your health, this brief wait is insignificant. Ai Fu understood the appropriate words to say. Xiao Ye smiled, stating, the recipe has been validated and poses no issues. Ai Fu could not conceal his delight. This signified that the White Tower Trading Company had an additional new product, soul-burning wine. Your Grace, what about the soul-burning wine you promised yesterday? Ai Fu asked. Eager for information. 20 casks, Xiao Ye responded slowly. That represents the entirety of soul-burning wine currently held in the disaster territory. All of it was once my father's private collection. Ai Fu felt a tinge of disappointment. 20 casks, worth merely 20 gold coins. Even if sold to the orc tribes, the profit would only amount to 40 gold coins, which was not substantial for the White Tower Trading Company. However, Ai Fu understood that this was merely a starting point. Your Grace, when can the next batch of soul-burning wine be brewed? Ai Fu inquired, hoping that the Duke would sell it to the White Tower Trading Company. A month, Xiao Ye replied. In 1 month. The White Tower Trading Company can return here for the newly brewed soul-burning wine. Ai Fu frowned. A month's time was insufficient for them to return to Wuzhou village. They would need at least 40 days. It appeared that the trade route would need to be adjusted in the future. Ai Fu mused. Your Grace, it seems the White Tower Trading Company may not return to Wuzhou village until 40 days hence. Ai Fu expressed concern about the soul-burning wine being sold elsewhere. Might I request that you reserve the soul-burning wine for us until we arrive? Xiao Ye showed a hint of reluctance. You know, President Ai Fu, the disaster territory is quite impoverished, and we lack funds. Waiting an additional 10 days would pose a significant challenge. We can raise the price, Your Grace, Ai Fu insisted, unwilling to let the soul-burning wine slip away. 1 cask for 1 gold and 1 silver. Yet Xiao Ye still did not acquiesce. Ai Fu felt distressed. President Ai Fu, if you wish to resolve this predicament, I have an idea, though I am uncertain if you will find it acceptable. Xiao Ye finally unveiled his proposal. Please, do tell, Your Grace, Ai Fu inquired eagerly. You would need to pay the remuneration in advance, Xiao Ye suggested with a smile. Ai Fu was puzzled. Xiao Ye elaborated. If the White Tower Trading Company provides the gold coins for the next batch of soul-burning wine in advance, then Wuzhou village will not need to worry about finances, and the White Tower Trading Company won't have to fear that the soul-burning wine will be sold to another buyer. Ai Fu's eyes lit up. Your Grace, this method is entirely feasible. He readily agreed without hesitation. Are you not concerned that I might be untrustworthy, taking your gold while failing to deliver the soul-burning wine? Xiao Ye chuckled. Your Grace, I trust your integrity, Ai Fu replied sincerely. The Duke's action of providing the gold for the 40 casks of clear sake the previous day, coupled with his willingness to meet Ai Fu despite his illness today, led AI Fu to believe that Duke Fisher was a nobleman of genuine high moral character. Huh? Xiao Ye laughed heartily. Speaking with conviction, President AI Fu, you're discerning. I shall not be clouded by this transaction. It shall remain so. AI Fu nodded in agreement. Now then, President AI Fu, how many casks of soul-burning wine do you wish to reserve? Xiao Ye sought to gauge AI Fu's appetite, while also assessing the strength of the White Tower Trading Company through his order. AI Fu pondered for a moment, refraining from an immediate answer, and instead posed a question to Xiao Ye. How much soul-burning wine can you produce, Your Grace? AI Fu aimed to secure as much as possible. By the time the White Tower Trading Company arrives again, how many casks of soul-burning wine will your territory possess? Xiao Ye understood the implications behind AI Fu's words and was secretly astonished by the strength of the White Tower Trading Company. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately provided a figure. 300 casks, President AI Fu. Despite having 50 brewers yesterday, there were only 10 distilling stoves available. This implies that in a single day, one stove can distill 2 barrels of soul-consuming liquor. Each stove requires just one brewer to oversee the process. That if there were 50 stoves, one could produce 100 barrels in a day. Over the course of 40 days, that amounts to a staggering 4,000 barrels. However, Xiao Ye would certainly refrain from divulging the actual figures. Rarity enhances value. Should he inform Eve that 4,000 barrels could be procured, Eve would undoubtedly realize that obtaining soul-consuming liquor is not as formidable a challenge as it seems. Furthermore, such a vast quantity of soul-consuming liquor would indisputably yield immense wealth. Xiao Ye believed he currently lacked the strength to safeguard such riches. 300 barrels seemed just right. This quantity not only reflects the difficulties of brewing but also provides sufficient wealth to meet the current demands of the disaster territory. Observing a hint of disappointment on Eve's face, Xiao Ye inquired, Eve, does the 300 barrels of soul-consuming liquor fail to satisfy the needs of the merchant convoy? Eve nodded. My lord, the demand for fine spirits among the orc race is substantial, particularly for potent liquors like soul-consuming liquor. To be frank, 300 barrels is but a drop in the ocean. With a sense of regret, Eve added, for the orc tribe, such gold is insignificant. Xiao Ye felt a surge of joy within. He would no longer have to worry about the market for soul-consuming liquor. However, he feigned disappointment, lamenting, Eve, this is my first large-scale production of soul-consuming liquor. I hope you can understand. Nevertheless, I assure you in the name of nobility that I shall swiftly increase the output of soul-consuming liquor. Xiao Ye Fisher stated solemnly, I look forward to that day. My lord, Eve replied. He then proactively asked Xiao Ye, my lord, for the reservation of 300 barrels of soul-consuming liquor, would you prefer us to pay in gold coins or through the deduction of other materials? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ye responded, I require 700 barrels of wind fruit wine and 300 barrels of white sand wine. Shall the remainder be settled with 200 gold coins? My lord? Eve inquired. Xiao Ye deliberated. The weather was gradually warming up, and excessive purchases of black bread would not store well for long. He nodded and said, let us proceed with payment in gold coins. Very well, my lord, Eve replied. That totals 1,000 barrels of fine spirits and 200 gold coins. Do you require any other items? Eve inquired. Indeed, Xiao Ye thought of the lack of tools for the quarry. However, for the procurement of other items, you must consult my wife, Lady Wendina, the steward of the territory. And by the way, you may also conduct this transaction with Wendina, as she oversees the management of the territory's wealth. Xiao Ye reminded Eve. Eve nodded and took his leave. Upon Eve's departure, Xiao Ye exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Engaging in business discussions can be quite exhausting. He contemplated delegating such matters to Wendina in the future. This would facilitate Wendina, the sorceress, in her rapid growth to become a capable steward of the territory. All of this was in service of nurturing Wendina. 200 gold coins would suffice for this month's expenses. After regaining his composure, Xiao Ye immediately succumbed to the elation of acquiring a substantial amount of gold coins. He resolved that the stone walls of Wuzhai village must be constructed within this month. Only in a secure environment could he proceed with his next planned endeavor. Oh, how could I forget? Suddenly, Xiao Ye recalled something important and called out, Yi Bai, my lord, do you have any commands? Yi Bai, ever attentive to the Duke, promptly arrived in the administrative hall upon hearing the call. Please notify Wendina to purchase a few slaves from Eve. Xiao Ye instructed, artisans, blacksmiths, carpenters, any skilled individuals will do. Xiao Ye urgently needed technically proficient subjects to aid him in crafting tools. Understood, my lord, Ye Bai replied. I will inform Lady Wendina right away. As evening fell, Eve bid farewell to Xiao Ye and departed from Wuzhou village. Under the protection of the escorting troops, the merchant convoy wound its way onward. Eve gazed longingly at the receding Wuzhou village, eagerly anticipating his return. He could already foresee that, with the soul-consuming liquor, Duke Fisher would amass considerable wealth. This was fine liquor, and there were few varieties to be found across the entire origin continent. Alas, Eve sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Duke Fisher. Hailing from the Empire of Wind and Flame, he had also heard tales of the Golden Leaf Empire and the Silver Kingdom, and now, Xiao Ye Fisher, once a prince, found himself constrained within the disaster territory. The inherent conditions of the disaster territory were exceedingly poor. The harsh environment rendered any amount of wealth futile in effecting change. Fortunately, Duke Fisher was set to construct stone walls, and under the protection of the knightly order. The Duke's safety should not be in jeopardy. Eve sincerely wished for the Duke to enjoy a long life. After all, he was the golden goose for the White Tower merchant convoy, among the orc tribe. Fine liquor had no price ceiling. A barrel of soul-consuming liquor signified at least 2 gold coins in profit, and the next time they transported 300 barrels, that would equate to a profit of 600 gold coins. With this thought, Eve urged the convoy to hasten its pace. That on March 11th, the day following Eve's departure, the construction of the stone walls in Wuzhou village commenced promptly. Approximately 300 able-bodied individuals were designated, 100 for building the stone walls, another 100 for quarrying stones, and the remaining 100 for transporting the materials. Thanks to the tools purchased the previous day, the efficiency of stone extraction had significantly improved. Wendina informed Xiao Ye that, with the aid of the craftsmen, the construction of the stone walls was progressing smoothly. Among the craftsmen were stonemasons, carpenters, and builders, yet they lacked blacksmiths. Xiao Ye was not disheartened by this. After all, these were gifts bestowed by Eve. They were the remaining slaves from Eve's merchant convoy. Upon leaving, Eve had inquired whether Xiao Ye required additional slaves, as they could procure some from the orc tribe. Naturally, Xiao Ye did not refuse. The population of Wuzhou village, exceeding 400, was insufficient for his needs. Even for the sake of acquiring faith power, Xiao Ye sought ways to increase the populace. Furthermore, to facilitate future settlement, he planned to construct a stone wall with a side length of 500 meters, covering an area of 0.25 square kilometers, and standing 4 meters high. At a side length of 500 meters represented a monumental task for the current Wuzhou village. Moreover, 0.25 square kilometers was ample space to accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 individuals. For a village of merely 400, this expansion was indeed substantial, increasing the capacity tenfold. Arriving at the worksite, Xiao Ye observed the villagers excavating the earth under the guidance of the craftsmen. He understood that this was to fortify the walls, necessitating a portion of the stone wall to be built underground. Why is there no clay? Xiao Ye inquired as he surveyed the area, only to discover the complete absence of clay. Without clay, how will you bind and stack the stones? My lord, we are currently digging the foundation. We do not require clay at this stage, the craftsman quickly explained. Clay will only come into play once construction begins. Understanding dawned on Xiao Ye, and feeling slightly embarrassed, he swiftly changed the subject. How long will it take to complete the stone walls? Xiao Ye asked, focusing on his most pressing concern. My lord, at the current pace, it will take approximately 4 to 5 years, the craftsman replied. What? Xiao Ye's voice rose in disbelief. He could hardly fathom what he had just heard. 4 to 5 years. By then, he would have long since turned to dust. The disparity between this and his expectations was enormous. Xiao Ye cast a grim look at the craftsman. Why will it take so long? He could not comprehend. Seeing the Duke's displeasure, the craftsman felt a surge of trepidation, fearing he might incur the Duke's wrath. A mere slave. His life hung by a thread in the Duke's hands. With a quaver in his voice, the craftsman explained, My lord, for a 4-meter-high wall, the base needs to be 2 meters wide, and the top must also be 1 meter wide. For all 4 walls, approximately 13,000 cubic meters of stone will be required. My lord, the quarry workers can only extract around 100 gen of stone each day, and with 100 quarry workers, the total yield barely reaches 10,000 gen. In order to convince the esteemed Duke of his capabilities, the craftsman swiftly devised detailed data for Xiao Ye. However, each block of stone weighs 3,000 gen, and the extraction alone will take nearly 5 years. With each passing moment, Xiao Ye's expression darkened. He understood that the craftsman was not deceiving him. On the origin continent, unless extraordinary professionals intervened, productivity remained lamentably low. You may proceed, Xiao Ye instructed, but do so as swiftly as possible. The craftsman, relieved by the duke's lack of reprimand, felt a weight lift from his heart that heavy-hearted. Xiao Ye returned to the stone fortress. Initially, he had deemed the city wall of Huangsha City, standing at only 4 to 5 meters. Somewhat diminutive, but now he realized that constructing a wall entirely of stone at such a height was an arduous endeavor. This is unacceptable, he mused. 4 to 5 years was an eternity that he could not afford to wait. Even 4 to 5 months felt excessively long. What should he do? Xiao Ye pondered over potential strategies to expedite the construction timeline. He could only opt to accelerate the speed of stone extraction. One individual could quarry 100 gene per day, 100 individuals could yield 10,000 gene, and with 1,000 individuals, the total would be 100,000 gene. Thus, if 5,000 workers were mobilized, the stone collection could be completed in approximately 40 days. Yet, where could he possibly find 5,000 workers? The disaster territory lacked any allure to attract free citizens to bolster the population of his domain. He had only 2 options: purchase slaves or wage war to seize them. Engaging in warfare for plunder was out of the question. The disaster territory was fortunate enough not to be pillaged. Therefore, purchasing slaves was the only option left. Xiao Ye summoned Old John. Old John, do you have any idea of the price of a young male slave? Old John was taken aback, fearing that the Duke had reverted to his old ways and was contemplating the purchase of female slaves. My lord, while we have seen some returns, female slaves do not come cheap. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such purchases, Old John advised with a troubled expression. Moreover, your wife is still present. She may not approve. Xiao Ye was speechless. What did Old John take him for? He replied sternly, I intend to purchase male slaves. What? Old John was aghast. My lord, male slaves are even more problematic. You should consider female slaves instead. Xiao Ye's expression darkened. He felt an urge to pry open Old John's head to see what nonsense resided within. However, he couldn't entirely fault Old John for his assumptions. After all, many nobles on the origin continent kept male servants. Old John, my purpose in acquiring slaves is to increase the population of the territory. Xiao Ye explained, we lack laborers for stone extraction. Upon seeing the Duke's seriousness, Old John finally relaxed. My lord, if you are looking for ordinary male slaves, their price typically ranges between 1 and 3 silver coins, he informed. However, for skilled or literate slaves, the cost escalates to around 1 gold coin. Old John refrained from mentioning female slaves, fearing it might rekindle the Duke's interest. Xiao Ye's countenance grew grim. With the expenses incurred from purchasing tools and paying wages, the amount of gold coins at his disposal barely totaled around 150, even if a slave were to cost only 1 silver coin. He could only afford to buy a little over 1,500 slaves, which was far from sufficient. Moreover, an increase in slaves would lead to significant expenditures for their sustenance, even without wages. You may return to your duties, Xiao Ye gestured dismissively. Old John departed. Xiao Ye felt despondent. Was he to increase the production of soul-burning wine? Yet, such a risk was monumental, potentially attracting unwanted attention and calamity. He perceived the disaster territory as gravely lacking in military strength. It was imperative to enhance the knightly order's capabilities, or else he would remain shackled in his endeavors. Perhaps I should consult with Wendina. She might possess a solution, Xiao Ye conceded, seeking out his military advisor. He recounted his current quandary to Wendina. She shook her head. My lord, there is no other recourse. We must first purchase some slaves, Wendina stated. However, next time, we could sell more soul-burning wine to acquire additional funds. We must expedite the strengthening of ABT and his companions. Only with formidable power can we freely sell soul-burning wine and amass considerable wealth. Wendina's thoughts resonated with Xiao Ye, though she deliberated more thoroughly. Perhaps we should procure some strength-enhancing potions from the White Tower trade caravan. Xiao Ye nodded, but this would entail a hefty expenditure. Potions were not inexpensive. My lord, ABT and his men are merely in a contractual relationship with us. We are the ones compensating them. Wendina smiled. Naturally, they should contribute towards the cost of the strength-enhancing potions. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Ye hesitated. After the collapse of the Silver Kingdom, only knights of common birth like ABT were willing to follow him to such a desolate place as the disaster territory. The thought of charging them for potions felt uncomfortable. What if they chose to abandon the disaster territory? Xiao Ye voiced his greatest concern. At that point, Wuxia village would be left completely defenseless. Wendina shook her head. Since they are willing to follow you to the disaster territory, they will not abandon you for such a reason. Besides, we are not compelling them to purchase the potions. Wendina spoke confidently. Xiao Ye felt a sense of relief. He preferred to save money wherever possible. My lord, there is no need for urgency. We should proceed to Huaxia City to purchase slaves, Wendina suggested. Unless you can devise a method to extract stone without exertion, we must increase the number of quarry workers. Indeed, Xiao Ye thought, if only stone extraction were not so labor-intensive. My lord, if there is nothing else, I shall commence my work. Wendina declared that I also need to draft the universal education materials you requested. Upon seeing Wendina produce a charcoal pencil, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. A charcoal pencil? Ah! He suddenly burst into laughter. How could I be so foolish as to forget such an extraordinary tool? Wendina was startled. My lord, what has come over you? Since extracting stone is so difficult, why not simply do without it? Xiao Ye exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Without stone? Wendina was perplexed. As far as she knew, almost all human and orc walls on the Origin continent were constructed from stone. Some walls used special materials for added strength. But regardless, stone remained the fundamental building material. The Duke could not possibly mean to do without it. How, then, would they construct the walls? Yet, the Duke was known for his innovative ideas. Perhaps he truly had a solution to this dilemma. Yes, we shall forego stone, Xiao Ye proclaimed enthusiastically. We will use bricks. Having just observed the charcoal pencil in Wendina's hand, he was reminded of clay. Clay was the primary material for brickmaking, and the process was not overly complex. One merely needed to establish a brick kiln, which was entirely feasible given the conditions in Wuxia village. Bricks? What are those? Wendina asked, hearing the term for the first time. You will find out soon enough. Xiao Ye sought out the artisan responsible for the construction and instructed him to halt the use of stone for the city walls, emphasizing that it was sufficient to simply excavate the foundation for now. Subsequently, he commanded the artisan to gather several local villagers to utilize the stone and some gravel, combined with clay, to build a brick kiln. Once the artisan comprehended the construction method for the kiln, Xiao Ye procured some timber from the castle to create molds for the brick blanks. As the villagers prepared the clay, Xiao Ye directed them to gently sift it through some burlap, ensuring the clay was as fine as possible. According to his recollections, this would result in sturdier bricks. He oversaw the villagers as they crafted the clay blanks and arranged them for drying. With march upon them, the drying process was swift. As soon as the kiln was completed, Xiao Ye promptly instructed the villagers to commence the firing of bricks. After 4 to 5 days of firing, followed by 2 to 3 days of cooling, the first batch of bricks finally emerged. Xiao Ye watched anxiously as the bricks were about to be extracted from the kiln, fearful of failure. Success! Xiao Ye exclaimed with excitement as he beheld the vibrant red bricks. He picked up 2 bricks and struck them together to assess their hardness, finding them quite satisfactory. Surely, the hardness of these bricks should be adequate for use, right? Do you think these bricks could suffice for constructing the city walls? Xiao Ye inquired, handing one to the artisan for his opinion. Master, the hardness of these bricks does not compare to that of stone. However, if the walls are constructed with sufficient thickness, it is entirely feasible, the artisan replied after inspecting the brick. Very well, then I would like you to construct several more brick kilns in the coming days, making them as large as possible, Xiao Ye instructed. Additionally, you may build a smaller kiln to experiment with the firing method for green bricks. He shared with the artisan the method for producing green bricks, noting that while their hardness is not drastically different from red bricks, their resistance to corrosion and moisture is significantly greater. In Xiao Ye's memory, the process for firing green bricks merely involved the additional step of water cooling. Though he could not recall the specifics of that cooling method, if you can successfully produce green bricks, I promise to restore your status as a free citizen, Xiao Ye assured the artisan. The artisan's voice trembled with excitement. Master, I will surely succeed in firing green bricks. Xiao Ye nodded, initially intending to encourage the artisan to explore the composition of the clay blanks. He recalled that adding wood ash to the mixture could enhance its durability. But upon considering the environment of Wuxia village, he abandoned the idea, as there was a scarcity of timber and thus insufficient wood ash. Even now, they were still relying on black stone as fuel for firing bricks. Black stone was, in fact, coal, Not far from the quarry to the north of Wuzha village lay a black stone mine, which the villagers relied upon as their primary fuel source, upon discovering that black stone was coal. Xiao Ye was elated. Coal provided significantly higher temperatures than firewood and could also serve as a fuel for iron smelting. Unfortunately, it was not yet applicable for their current needs, following the brick firing endeavor. Wendina grew increasingly intrigued by the knowledge Xiao Ye possessed, pestering him each evening in her quest to acquire his peculiar insights. Xiao Ye found his nights to be a blend of pain and joy. The pain stemmed from Wendina's relentless inquiries, as she seemed to possess 1,000 questions, always probing for deeper understanding. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, with only a rudimentary grasp of the subjects, had to navigate the disparities between the origin continent and his previous world, often providing vague answers. The joy came from Wendina's generous rewards each time she acquired knowledge from him. As the large-scale production of bricks progressed, and the population of the territory began to feel increasingly strained, Xiao Ye finally found a compelling reason to depart from Wuzhai village. In recent days, he felt as though Wendina had nearly exhausted him, both mentally and physically. My lord, do you not require my company to Yellow Sand City for the purchase of slaves? Wendina asked, gazing at Xiao Ye with a hint of yearning. A chill ran through Xiao Ye as he perceived the hidden desire in her eyes. He couldn't help but recall a saying, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger. No, it is necessary for you to oversee the construction of the city walls in Wuzhai village, Xiao Ye replied. Moreover, the work involving the brick production and the promotion of Huawen in the village requires someone to be in charge. The promotion of Huawen was a proposal initiated by Wendina herself, who argued that such a beautiful script deserved to be spread. To facilitate this, she even altered the pinyin to better suit the habits of the inhabitants of the origin continent, making it easier to learn. Seeing Wendina's dedication, Xiao Ye felt compelled to agree, as he too longed to see the familiar characters. The so-called promotion of Huawen primarily involved teaching interested young villagers and the few craftsmen gifted by Aifu, who would become the future teachers of Huawen. You know, Wendina, once the slaves arrive, we will need many managers, especially those who can read and write, Xiao Ye stated seriously. Therefore, it is imperative that you cultivate some teachers as swiftly as possible. Wendina nodded. Then please take care on your journey. I shall await your return. Xiao Ye nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Accompanied by Aibuda and 3 other guards, Xiao Ye set forth for Yellow Sand City. Traveling in a carriage driven by Yi Bi's for Sankades, who had previously been responsible for Xiao Ye's safety, he was currently engaged in excavation work at the Spirit Field base. During this time, Xiao Ye had constructed several more spirit wells and instructed Sankades and his team to connect them. Sankades bore no complaints, as he envisioned the future Lake Sankades being all the more expansive. Unburdened by a convoy, Xiao Ye reached Yellow Sand City in just 5 days. Upon entering Yellow Sand City, Xiao Ye promptly visited Viscount Inter. Naturally, to purchase slaves, one must seek the Lord of Yellow Sand City. Arriving at the Viscount's castle, Xiao Ye explained his intentions to the steward, who quickly went to inform Viscount Inter. My lord, Viscount Inter invites you to the parlor, where a slave trader is present. The steward relayed upon his return. Very well, lead the way, Xiao Ye replied. The 6 of them followed the steward to the parlor, during which Yi Bai could not suppress her curiosity, her eyes darting around in wonder. Upon reaching the door of the parlor, Xiao Ye instructed Aibuda and the others to wait outside while he entered alone. Viscount Inter, I have come to disturb you once again, Xiao Ye spoke as he surveyed the slave trader, astonished to discover that the trader was a woman. Ha! Duke Fei, I hope you will disturb me every day, Viscount Inter exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh. I heard from the steward that you wish to purchase slaves. He gestured towards the woman, saying, This is Suawa, who specializes in the slave trade. She can assist you. Xiao Ye nodded and turned his gaze to Suawa. She bore little resemblance to a slave trader. Rather, she appeared more like a noble woman. Suawa seemed to be of a similar age to Wendina, but with a more alluring demeanor. If Wendina embodied subtle charm, Suawa unabashedly showcased her allure. Greetings, Duke Fei. Even at the fringes of the empire, your reputation resonates. Suawa smiled coyly, gently fanning herself with a white feather fan. Haha, Lady Suawa, if the reputation of a dandy is worthy of praise, then I accept your compliment, Xiao Ye said with a self-deprecating smile. Ha! Duke Fei, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Viscount Inter laughed heartily. Suawa paused momentarily before bursting into laughter as well. Observing Suawa's body tremble with laughter, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel concern for her ample bosom. Do be careful not to let that fall. Duke Fei, you are indeed a humorous noble. Suawa regarded Xiao Ye with captivating allure. No, I merely speak the truth, Xiao Ye replied softly, and I am not a humorous noble, but rather an ordinary noble. In response to the puzzled expressions of Inter and Suawa. Xiao Ye continued, when it comes time to discuss the price, I hope you still hold such sentiments, Suawa. Your words now may lead me to choose to earn less profit. Sova boldly jested with Xiao Ye. Duke Fisher, the Viscount interjected. You may simply call me Fisher or Xiao Ye, the Viscount continued. Xiao Ye interrupted. We are friends. There is no need for such formality. The Viscount chuckled heartily. Very well. Fisher, you should refer to me as Ent. Nodding, Xiao Ye replied, then, my friend Ent, have you prepared the banquet? Your friend is quite famished. Certainly, I have arranged a feast, Ent said with a smile. You may now satisfy your hunger, Fisher. Sova, you may discuss business during the meal. The Viscount turned his gaze towards Sova. Sova nodded with a smile. It is my honor to dine alongside Duke Fisher. The trio entered the dining hall, where the table was laden with white bread, butter, roasted meats, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Naturally, there were also refreshments. Xiao Ye immediately recognized the sake on the table. Ent, perhaps you should sample the exquisite wine I have brought for you. This time, Xiao Ye was not empty-handed. He had brought several jars of soulfire wine for Ented as a guest, especially one who sought favors from the host. It was customary to bring gifts. Moreover, presenting Ent with soulfire wine served as a form of advertisement as well. Oh, Ent's eyes widened with surprise. Is it the kind of sake that Fu spoke of? Ent had a profound fondness for wine. The last time Fu procured a jar of sake from a butte, he had shared it with Ent, who still reminisced about that exquisite drink that it is indeed soulfire wine. Xiao Ye said with a smile, I have brought you 5 jars. Ha! Duke Fisher, you are truly generous. Ent exclaimed, that is worth 5 gold coins. Our friendship should not be measured in gold. Xiao Ye replied modestly. As though 5 coins were insignificant to him, Sova's eyes sparkled. She gained a new perspective on Duke Fisher. 5 gold coins were nothing to her as a slave trader. Yet spending such an amount on a gift was undoubtedly generous. Moreover, Sova was acutely aware that this was merely the second meeting between Duke Fisher and Viscount Ent. For someone accustomed to the stinginess of nobility, Fisher was nothing short of extraordinary. Well said, Ent wholeheartedly agreed. But now, the most important thing is for me to drink. Once a butte, and Yi Bai brought over the 5 jars of soulfire wine. Ent eagerly opened one. After tasting it, he exclaimed with delight, this is the flavor I was looking for. Fisher, this is the most potent sake I have ever consumed. Soulfire wine is indeed an apt name. Ent marveled. Drinking it feels as though one's soul is ablaze. Xiao Ye found Ent's praise quite fitting as a promotional tagline for soulfire wine and discreetly took note of it, witnessing Ent's reaction. Sova curiously took a sip. Wow, it is indeed strong. Sova felt as though she had swallowed a fireball. 1 gold coin, Sova remarked. Looking at Xiao Ye, Duke Fisher, soulfire wine is truly worth every coin. If Miss Sova is interested, I can certainly bring you a few jars in the future, Xiao Ye offered. Of course, you are welcome to visit the domain of Calamity, and I shall be sure to host you warmly. Sova nodded. May I inquire what type of slaves you are looking to purchase, my lord? Sova transitioned to business, for she was, after all, a slave trader. Merchants never missed an opportunity to close a deal. Young and strong male slaves will suffice, Xiao Ye said leisurely, taking a bite of roasted meat before softly inquiring, what is the price for such a slave? Between 950 copper coins and 1 silver coin and 2 copper coins. Sova replied without hesitation. What price can I expect, Miss Sova? Xiao Ye inquired. How many slaves do you wish to purchase? Sova asked. 1,000. Xiao Ye raised a finger. I want 1,000 slaves, all young and strong males. Both Sova and Ent were taken aback. Purchasing such a large number of slaves in one go was no small feat. My lord, 100 gold coins, 1 silver coin per individual, Sova stated. I will provide you with the healthiest young males. Xiao Ye took a gentle sip of his drink, feeling that something was missing. Perhaps fried peanuts. 900 copper coins, Xiao Ye proposed. How does that sound, Miss Sova? Without a moment's hesitation, Sova shook her head. My lord, I apologize for being blunt, but I cannot accept such a price. Sova, on account of our old friendship, you should agree to Fisher's proposal, Ent interjected. Int, 9 copper coins is far too low. I will hardly make any profit. Sova shot in a glance, as if to say that it was not his money at stake, but there is still profit to be made. Xiao Ye remarked, Miss Sova, if I were to make long-term purchases, could that compensate for your lost profits? Sova looked at Xiao Ye with curiosity. Long-term purchases. In a place like the domain of calamity, can so many people be sustained? Fisher's intention left Sova perplexed. What does your long-term entail? Sova inquired, her demeanor serious as she discussed business. 1,000 slaves each month. Xiao Ye clarified, that is my requirement. Sova and Int's eyes widened in astonishment. Fisher, why do you need so many slaves? Int queried, struggling to comprehend. In the domain of calamity, slaves won't yield much profit for you. Xiao Ye appreciated Int's well-meaning advice, yet he shook his head. Int, trust me, these slaves will serve a significant purpose. Sova, realizing Xiao Ye was not jesting, began to ponder the feasibility of this business venture. The slave trade entailed risks. However, the greatest risk was not in acquiring the slaves, but rather the danger of bankruptcy. A large number of slaves could lead to substantial daily expenses, which posed a risk. If there were a stable sales channel, the slave trade could even be deemed stable. Sova thought incredulously, having been in the slave business for so long. She had never considered the possibility of securing a regular buyer. My lord, I need to know one answer, Sova said, gazing at Xiao Ye. How long do you define as long-term? Without hesitation, Xiao Ye answered, if I am to purchase 1,000 slaves each month. I am giving you a time frame of 2 years. 2 years would amount to around 25,000 slaves. Xiao Ye could guarantee that by then, the population of the domain of calamity would exceed that number. Sova once again displayed her captivating smile. 9 copper coins, my lord. This deal is sealed. A smile graced Xiao Ye's face. The remaining 10 gold coins would sufficiently cover the food expenses for this batch of slaves for 10 days. I hope to see these slaves soon, Xiao Ye stated. Not a problem, my lord. Sova smiled. There are ample reserves in Huangsha City. Nodding, Xiao Ye posed a question that weighed on his mind. Will you be responsible for their transportation? As you know, my lord, the domain of calamity is quite unique. Sova's expression turned serious. Unless you are willing to increase the payment. 10 gold coins, Xiao Ye replied. However, you must cover the food expenses for the slaves on the journey. No problem, Sova readily agreed. Thus, the slaves effectively became worth the price of a silver coin, and Xiao Ye was unperturbed by the expenditure of 10 gold coins. As long as Sova's slave convoy could reliably transport large numbers of slaves to the domain of calamity in the future, the investment of 10 gold coins would be well worth it. It was akin to business promotion. In Xiao Ye's view, if the merchants of Huangsha City observed such a significant influx of slaves being sent to the domain of calamity each month, they would undoubtedly recognize the business opportunity therein. After all, with so many individuals to consider who would not need to spend money on their daily necessities, in pursuit of profit, merchants are undoubtedly eager to venture into the territory of calamity. Much like Fu and Suawa, the territory of calamity cannot remain isolated in its development. It must forge connections with other lands, and merchants serve as the finest link in this regard. Let us raise a toast to your aspirations. Int raised his glass. The three clinked their cups together. Suawa, are you prepared with my slave? Int inquired, casting a glance at Suawa. Indeed, Int, I assure you, this time the slave I have prepared will bring you honor. Suawa replied with a smile. Xiao Ye, puzzled, asked, what is this situation? How can a slave be associated with honor? Haha, I trust your judgment, Int laughed heartily, then turned to Xiao Ye. Fisher, would you be interested in participating in the soul slave fight? Soul slave fight? Xiao Ye humbly requested. I need your explanation. Int, I have never heard of such an event. Int elaborated, explaining that each year, several territories in the Soul Desert host slave fighting events. This is a pastime of the remote noble lords. As they have little in the way of entertainment, the soul slave fight is the most significant of these events, attracting participants from all the territories of the Soul Desert, and even lords from neighboring lands come to partake. Coincidentally, this year's soul slave fight is being held in Huangsha City, which is why Int is so keen to invite Suawa, a slave merchant, to his home. I have just arrived in the territory and have many matters to attend to. So I shall not participate. Xiao Ye shook his head. However, I am indeed interested in witnessing your slave fights. Xiao Ye refrained from participating because the soul slave fight requires a stake, and he has no excess funds to squander. What a pity, Int expressed a hint of disappointment. You must attend next year's soul slave fight. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. "Come, Fisher, I shall take you to see the slave fights," and said. "Sawa has many fighters under her command. You will surely be dazzled." Rising to his feet, Xiao Ye remarked, "Lady Sawa, I hope to witness your prowess. My prowess." Sawa suddenly smiled coyly. "Your Grace, what do you mean by prowess?" She licked her lips. "Do you not mind my age?" Xiao Ye's expression darkened. Sawa was clearly teasing him. "I have always had a keen interest in those of advanced years," Xiao Ye replied in a low voice. Sawa was taken aback, her response surprising her. But recalling Xiao Ye's fiancée, the Lady Wentina, who seemed to be of a similar age, Sawa fell silent, fearing that the Duke might genuinely take an interest in her. Observing the unfolding scene. "Remain mute that I shall take you to see the slave fights." Sawa deftly shifted the topic and briskly exited the dining hall. Xiao Ye and followed her, accompanied by their respective attendants. They arrived at a courtyard in Huangsha City by carriage. Upon entering, Xiao Ye was greeted by a series of cages, each imprisoning slaves who were crammed together, hardly able to move, their expressions vacant and their bodies emaciated. "Lady Sawa, these so-called healthy slaves you mentioned cannot possibly be them?" Xiao Ye's expression soured. Such slaves could hardly be deemed robust. Sawa, undeterred, replied with a smile, "Your Grace, all slave merchants describe their slaves in this manner." Xiao Ye glanced at it, who nodded in affirmation. The slave merchants provide just enough sustenance to keep the slaves from starving, ensuring the bare minimum of strength to avoid insurrections. Xiao Ye had no words to counter this reality as he followed Suawa into a room at the end of the courtyard. The room was long and narrow, with cages lining both sides, each containing slaves of various races, dwarves, beastmen, and even half-elves. Unlike the previous cages, each of these contained only one slave. Moreover, each of these slaves was shackled with chains around their wrists, ankles, and necks. These slaves appeared strong and alert, clearly having been well cared for. Duke Fisher, look at these individuals. They are all professionals," Sawa announced. "The chains they bear are suppression locks. With these, they are no different from ordinary people." "What is their strength like?" inquired. "Most are of bronze rank, with a few at silver rank," Sawa replied. "And what about the slaves you have prepared for me?" Int's eagerness to see his slave was palpable. "Duke Fisher, you may assess them for yourself," Sawa said, leading into the left side while Xiao Ye and Buddha ventured to the right. The slaves in the cages on either side glared at Xiao Ye with hostility. Yet he remained unfazed, keenly observing the slaves within. This was his first time witnessing beings from the various races of the origin continent up close. Upon reaching the end, Xiao Ye spotted a black box. He tapped it. It was made of refined iron, seemingly mixed with other special minerals. The box had only a small opening of about 10 centimeters square. As he opened it, he could barely make out a long-haired woman sitting in the corner. With the faint light streaming through the opening, he could discern her features, a slender frame, greenish hair, and a somewhat grimy face. Though he was curious about why this slave was so unique, Xiao Ye did not delve further. After all, she was just a slave. He harbored no particular desire for female slaves, especially since this one, being special, would undoubtedly command a high price, and he was not inclined to spend his money on such matters at the moment. "Duke, are you interested in this slave?" Xiao Ye turned to see and Sawa approaching. "Could it be that Lady Sawa wishes to gift her to me?" he joked. Sawa let out a delicate laugh. "Your Grace, while I might consider gifting other slaves, this particular one is not an option. Is she particularly special?" Xiao Ye inquired with curiosity. "She is an elf, and a pure-blood elf at that," Sawa explained. Xiao Ye understood immediately that half-elf slaves were common in the origin continent, but pure-blood elves were a rare sight for two reasons. First, the elven tribes generally function as a cohesive whole. Even dark elves are part of the elven empire. Conflicts between elven tribes are infrequent, resulting in few captives. Second, in conflicts between elven tribes, even if there are captives, pure-blood elves are usually redeemed rather than sold into slavery, leaving only half-elves, deemed unworthy of redemption, to be sold. Due to their scarcity, pure-blood elven slaves often command high prices. Even non-professionals are valued at no less than 10 gold coins, with female pure-blood elves fetching an additional 5 coins. If they are professionals, the price escalates even further. Is she a professional? Xiao Ye recalled seeing the suppression lock on the elf's ankle. Sawa nodded. "If your Grace is interested, I can let you have her at a lower price. This slave, possessing bronze-level strength, I can sell to you for 70 gold coins. 70 gold coins. Xiao Ye was astonished, looking at Sawa in disbelief. This price was remarkably low, Typically, a human bronze-level professional slave would cost at least 40 gold coins. A bronze-level pure-blood elf would be worth a minimum of 100 coins, not to mention that this was a female pure-blood elf, whose price would be even higher. Lady Suawa, you do not seem like one to be so generous. Xiao Ye, though not intending to purchase, was curious about the reason for the low price. Observing the keen interest from the Duke and Aunt, Suawa did not conceal her reasoning, stating, despite this pure-blood elf possessing strength equivalent to that of a bronze-ranked individual, she cannot control her own power. Even with the suppression lock, her strength cannot be entirely contained. Thus, I had to place her in an additional suppression cage. Otherwise, those at the merchant station would be drained by her. Xiao Ye listened intently to Suawa's description, a sense of deja vu washing over him. Was this not the infamous disaster which, Ente suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Ai Bute and Yi Bai were taken aback with shock. The disaster which often signified calamity, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Unbeknownst to Ai Bute and Yi Bai, the esteemed duchess they revered was, in fact, also a disaster which, however, a flicker of joy ignited within Xiao Ye. A disaster which, this is precisely what I require. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Xiao Ye turned to Suawa and remarked coolly, Madam Suawa, are you suggesting my life is too lengthy? Do not be angered. My lord, Suawa soothed Xiao Ye. She is indeed a disaster which, but with these two forbidden artifacts in place, she poses no threat to us. Moreover, a pure-blood elven slave, especially one bearing the title of disaster witch, is a rare find. Suawa continued, my lord, if you do not desire her, I shall have to sell her to someone else. The sole dual slave fair is currently underway, and I am certain many lords would covet such a disposable powerful slave. Suawa chuckled. Madam Suawa, you underestimate my wisdom. Xiao Ye replied, no noble would squander gold to acquire a disaster which they cannot even touch, especially one with such formidable risks. Suawa's smile vanished. As Xiao Ye had articulated, no noble was willing to purchase this slave. This disaster, which had been procured by Suawa's steward for 50 gold coins from the elven tribe, under the mistaken belief that he had struck a bargain. Upon her arrival in Huangsha City, before Suawa could reprimand the steward, ignorance had cost him his life at the hands of the disaster witch, leaving him a mere husk. Suawa was reluctant to slay the disaster witch. She had bound the witch's uncontrollable magic with forbidden restraints and a prison cage, ensuring her powers could not harm anyone, initially intending to sell her at the sole dual slave fair. She was taken aback when all the nobles, upon learning her identity, shook their heads in refusal. Not a single noble was willing to shoulder even the slightest risk. Very well, my lord, Suawa admitted candidly. No noble is interested in purchasing her, not even a hint of willingness. Then why not give her to me? Xiao Ye proposed. After all, you cannot sell her, even if she is a pure-blood elven woman. No, I still wish to try, Suawa retorted, unwilling to part with Xiao Ye. There are still some nobles yet to arrive in Huangsha City. Xiao Ye smiled. Perhaps I could offer a modest sum. A mere pittance. Suawa's eyes brightened. She suddenly recalled Duke Fisher's notorious reputation for debauchery. Perhaps the Duke was falling into his old habits again. My lord, for 50 gold coins, she is yours. No, I can only offer you 10 gold coins. Xiao Ye replied softly. Suawa doubted her ears. How could the Duke, without a flicker of emotion, propose a price of 10 gold coins? 50 gold coins, not a coin less, Suawa asserted firmly. Then so be it. Xiao Ye shrugged that I merely indulged a whim. Suawa's expression shifted. She quickly donned a charming smile, gracefully approaching Xiao Ye, linking her arm with his, and sweetly pleaded, my lord, do you not desire a pure-blood elven maiden? For 40 gold coins, she shall be yours. Feeling the softness against his arm, Xiao Ye maintained a neutral tone. For the sake of Ente, I shall offer you 10 gold coins. Ignoring Suawa's stiffening expression, Xiao Ye continued, without me, this slave would fall into your hands, yielding not even a single copper token of profit. And she shall also occupy 2 of your forbidden artifacts, Xiao Ye added, glancing at the prison cage. At that moment, Suawa found herself in agreement with Xiao Ye's earlier words. He was indeed a worldly noble. 10 gold coins. I might as well keep them for myself. Suawa released the Duke's arm. What a pragmatic woman. Xiao Ye sighed. He had no intention of letting this disaster which slip away. Feigning reluctance, he adopted a conflicted expression. Suawa, 10 gold coins is non-negotiable. Resolutely, Xiao Ye declared, however. In the spirit of our long-term partnership and our friendship, I can provide you with 30 barrels of soul-burning wine. Deal? Xiao Ye readily agreed. She had tasted the soul-burning wine, knowing that 30 barrels could fetch nearly 100 gold coins among the orc tribe. Xiao Ye grinned. For him, 30 barrels of soul-burning wine amounted to merely 6 gold coins in cost. Thus, acquiring a disaster witch for only 16 gold coins was an astute bargain. What abilities did this disaster witch possess? Xiao Ye felt a surge of anticipation. After instructing Xiao Ye to deliver the slave along with the disaster witch to Wuzhai village, Xiao Ye, accompanied by Ente, set off to other matters. His visit to Huangsha City was not solely for the purpose of acquiring slaves. He also needed to procure various other necessities. More importantly, he had to arrange for the purchase of grain from the merchants. The food requirements for the residents of Wuzhai village and the forthcoming 1,000 slaves were no trivial matter. Given the rising temperatures, it was impossible for Wuzhai village to store a large quantity of black bread. Xiao Ye needed to negotiate with the grain merchants to ensure the delivery of bread and coarse wheat to Wuzhai village. After much haggling, Xiao Ye and the merchant agreed that they would supply grain to Wuzhai village every few days. Once everything was settled, Xiao Ye bid farewell to Viscount Ente and returned to his territory in the company of Ai Bute. Days later, the grain merchant George and Xiao Ye's slave caravan arrived at Wuzhai village. What are these things? Red stones. George, the grain merchant, observed as the villagers rapidly constructed a high wall using rectangular blocks of red stone, glued together with clay. Impressive. Where did the Duke find such an abundance of stone? The steward of the slave caravan, Alan, echoed his admiration. By this time, a 1-meter-high, 3-meter-wide stone wall had already been erected around Wuzhai village since the arrival of bricks. Xiao Ye had commanded the craftsmen to widen the walls, raising the foundation to 3 meters. Thus, the wall's height would reach nearly 6 meters. Under Xiao Ye's orders, Wuzhai village had established 20 brick kilns, operating day and night, to produce a sufficient supply of bricks. Upon entering Wuzhai village, George and Alan were finally convinced that this was indeed the disaster territory. Had they merely observed the exterior workers, they would never have believed it. After all, who would undertake such extensive construction in a land associated with disaster? Upon hearing of the caravan's arrival, Xiao Ye and Wentina promptly emerged, not to greet the caravan, but to anticipate the arrival of the disaster witch. After the handover, Xiao Ye assigned Wentina to manage the slaves and food provisions. While he proceeded to the disaster witch's chamber, steward Old John, witnessing Xiao Ye enter the disaster witch's room, felt a wave of concern that he couldn't fathom what had driven the Duke to return with the disaster witch. Even more puzzling was the fact that the lady was wholly supportive of the Duke's actions. "Do not come closer." Upon entering the room, Xiao Ye heard a frantic voice, "I will harm you. Do not approach me," the pure-blood elven woman warned. "Are you currently in a state of uncontrollable magic?" Xiao Ye frowned. Capturing the disaster which required physical contact, with his current novice-level strength, he could not withstand the power of a bronze-tier disaster witch. "No," the pure-blood elven woman replied, "but I might lose control at any moment." Xiao Ye felt helpless. There was no one in the territory capable of assisting him in controlling the disaster witch's powers. Not even Wentina, despite her bronze-tier strength, as she was clearly ill-suited for such a task. "Do not move." Xiao Ye decided to take a gamble that I need to get closer. I can help you control your powers. Xiao Ye gambled that during the moment he approached, the magic would remain under control. The pure-blooded elven maiden abruptly turned her head, revealing her pointed ears and high-bridged nose. Most captivating were her violet pupils, which added an otherworldly charm to her spirited visage. "Can you assist me in controlling my magic?" The pure-blooded elven maiden's eyes widened as she queried. "You don't mean to take advantage of this opportunity to get closer to me, do you?" It was evident that she was aware of the allure her identity held for the human race. That of course not. How could I jest with my own life? Xiao Ye was keen to avoid any delays and swiftly approached the calamity witch. "Do not resist." Before the calamity witch could react, Xiao Ye had already placed his palm upon her head. "System, register the definition of a witch." Xiao Ye immediately summoned the system, which detected, "Please confirm if you wish to register the definition of a witch." "Confirm," Xiao Ye replied without hesitation. "Please set the first definition for the current witch, with available keywords being mastery, proficient, magic, and the current definition must not exceed 10 characters. Set the definition as witch proficiently controls her own magic, with the experience gleaned from Wentina." Xiao Ye found the process to be quite straightforward. Registration successful. The first definition of the current witches, which proficiently controls her own magic. The pure-blooded elven maiden felt Xiao Ye's hand upon her, and magic surged within her. However, Unlike the chaotic and uncontrolled magic of the past, this magic now converged towards a singular point. She couldn't help but begin attempting to control this surge of magic. Having previously tried countless times to no avail, this time, however, the magic exhibited some responsiveness. Her heart leaped with joy as she immersed herself entirely in the task of mastering her magic, observing the pure-blooded elven maiden with her eyes closed. Xiao Ye felt a budding sense of hope within him. He sighed in relief. This was precisely the state Wendina had been in when she awakened. A smile crept across Xiao Ye's face as he regarded the pure-blooded elven maiden. Another power source added. System, when will you upgrade? Xiao Ye inquired. That I have already registered 2 witches. The system would upgrade after registering 3 calamity witches. Point 3, that means only 1 more is needed. Yet, considering the rarity of calamity witches, Xiao Ye felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had always heard tales of calamity witches residing in the realm of calamity, but since arriving there, he had seen not a single beauty, let alone a calamity witch. These 2 calamity witches he encountered were mere strokes of luck in Huangsha City, one a human duchess's daughter and the other an elf. They hailed from distant lands. Entirely unrelated, who knew when he might encounter a 3rd calamity witch? System, what benefits will I receive upon upgrading? Xiao Ye asked, hoping for a glimmer of hope. The system remained silent. Damn, I might as well prepare to give up. Frustrated by the system's lack of response, Xiao Ye felt an anger rising within him. Forget it, I shall not place my hopes upon you. He mused to himself. Having 2 calamity witches as power sources is sufficient. I do not need to charge into battle. Besides, with my lordship's talents, if I manage my territory well, I can still lead a decent life. With this thought, Xiao Ye realized he should focus his energies on acquiring faith power. Calamity witches were elusive and beyond his control. However, faith power could be obtained through diligent effort. By expanding his territory and its populace, he could amass a considerable amount of faith power. Xiao Ye's instinct told him that when the faith power reached a sufficient level, the golem talent would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. With 1,000 new slaves arriving, he needed to harvest a wave of faith power. Seeing that the pure-blooded elven maiden was doing well, he turned and exited the room. I hope these slaves do not disappoint me and can provide ample faith power. As he left the stone fortress, Xiao Ye thought. After all, they are new sprouts and have yet to experience miracle fatigue. Arriving at the village center, he found all the slaves gathered there. Under Wendina's guidance, they were being organized into teams, after which they would be led by old workers into the construction efforts of Wuzhai village. My lord, is everything proceeding smoothly? Wendina approached Xiao Ye and inquired softly. Xiao Ye nodded. They are in the process of awakening. There will be no unexpected events. Wendina sighed in relief. As a fellow calamity witch, she felt an extra measure of sympathy for the pure-blooded elven maiden's plight and naturally hoped she could recover as well. How are these slaves? Are they easily managed? Xiao Ye noted the raucous noise among the slave crowd. Had it not been for the presence of knights like Abd and some members of the security team, chaos might have ensued. My lord, with Abd and the others here, there shouldn't be any issues, Wendina said with concern. However, if they were to be released, disorder might occur. Abd, quiet them down, Xiao Ye commanded knowingly, and Abd issued the order. Leading the knights, Abd brandished his sword and commanded all the slaves to silence. In no time, the slaves fell into silence. Xiao Ye mounted the carriage, deciding that he must build a platform in the future. It was unbecoming to always stand on the carriage while speaking. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, the lord of the realm of calamity, Duke of the Golden Leaf Empire, he proclaimed loudly, and you are merely my slaves. Perhaps some among you wish to escape, Xiao Ye continued, but consider this. Should you be captured, you shall face execution. Some of the slaves' faces paled, yet their resolve hardened if by chance you manage to escape. Do not rejoice too soon, Xiao Ye warned. Wuzhai village lies in desolation, with the nearest place being Huangsha City, a 5-day ride on horseback, and there is no source of water along the way. Moreover, you may encounter magical beasts, Xiao Ye retorted. Do you believe you can survive under such conditions? Those with ulterior motives among the slaves turned pale, resembling defeated roosters, their spirits crushed. They understood that even if they were to escape Wuzhai village, they could not flee the realm of calamity. However, I can offer you an opportunity, Xiao Ye smiled. An opportunity to become free citizens. My lord. What opportunity? My lord, can we truly become free citizens? My lord, how can we achieve freedom? One by one, the dissatisfied slaves clamored with questions. Xiao Ye gestured for silence, and the throng fell quiet. As long as you can present a silver coin, I will grant you the status of a free citizen." Upon hearing this, the slaves felt disheartened and somewhat enraged, believing their lord was mocking them. They were slaves. Where would they procure wealth, let alone a silver coin? That a single silver coin would take 2 free citizens a month of ceaseless toil to accumulate. At that moment, resentment towards Xiao Ye grew among the slaves. Unfazed, he continued, "If you work diligently, I can provide you with 4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 2 copper tokens as wages each day." Did I hear that correctly? The Duke is offering us wages? No, I heard it quite clearly, and there are 4 pounds of black bread involved, and 1 pound of coarse wheat. We certainly won't go hungry. Upon hearing this, not only the slaves, but also the villagers of Wuzhai were abuzz with chatter. 4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 2 copper tokens amounted to a daily wage of 15 copper tokens. Over a month, that would total 450 copper tokens, quite a substantial sum. The slaves enjoyed such favorable treatment. The Duke was truly benevolent. However, the villagers felt a twinge of discomfort. They received merely 4 pounds of black bread and 10 copper tokens daily, totaling a monthly wage of only 540 copper tokens. They earned just slightly more than the slaves that be. By the way, citizens of Wuzhai village, your wages will also be adjusted starting tomorrow, Xiao Ye announced. You may check the square for the details. I will notify you through a public announcement. Xiao Ye departed, yet the vassals and numerous slaves found it difficult to remain tranquil. The vassals naturally anticipated an increase in their wages come the morrow, while the slaves engaged in fervent discussions, calculating how long it would take for them to amass a single silver coin. What troubled them was the conspicuous scarcity of those among them who possessed the ability to perform arithmetic. Fortunately, Wendina instructed the leading vassal to inform the slaves in their group that with a daily wage of 2 copper coins, they could gather enough for a silver coin in just over a year. This instilled a sense of hope within the slaves. Over a year, while not excessively long, was still a manageable time frame, especially considering that they would receive 4 pounds of black bread and 1 pound of coarse grain daily, a quantity they had not previously enjoyed consistently. The slave spirits were soon calmed. Upon returning to the stone fortress, Xiao Ye had not yet had the opportunity to assess the extent of his newfound power of faith when he heard Yi Bai announce the arrival of the White Tower trading caravan. Surprised, Xiao Ye calculated the time. It had been nearly a month since the caravan had departed, arriving significantly earlier than anticipated. Summon Ev, Xiao Ye instructed. I shall await him in the administrative hall. Shortly thereafter, Ev entered the hall, bowing respectfully. Noble Duke Fisher, it is truly an honor to see you again, he greeted. Xiao Ye smiled, replying, Chairman Ev, your return is much sooner than our agreed-upon time. Ev displayed a genuine smile, saying, Thanks to your grace, my lord. The soul-burning wine has proven immensely popular among the orc tribes, and it was swiftly sold out, leading to a brisk sale of all other goods in the White Tower caravan as well. Ev was not exaggerating. After entering the territory of the Orcs 100 Tribes Alliance, he had merely traversed a large tribe and several medium-sized tribes before the soul-burning wine was entirely depleted. That it seems your gains are substantial. Xiao Ye remarked with a chuckle, all thanks to your benevolence, my lord. Ev replied with a smirk, refraining from disclosing the extent of his profits. Xiao Ye did not press for details. Whatever profit Ev earned was his own merit, and all Xiao Ye needed was to secure his own gains. Your 300 barrels of soul-burning wine are ready, Xiao Ye stated. Seek out Wendina. She will escort you to the wine storage room. Ev's heart leapt with joy. He had been concerned that his early return might mean the Duke's soul-burning wine had yet to be brewed. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Chairman Ev, Xiao Ye waved his hand. As you can see, I have recently acquired many slaves, and I am presently occupied with numerous affairs. Ev remained rooted in place, donning a flattering smile. My lord, I wish to reserve next month's soul-burning wine as well. Oh, still 300 barrels? Xiao Ye inquired. Ev's heart stirred. No, my lord, I wish to reserve all the soul-burning wine produced in Wuzhai village over the next month. Feigning surprise, Xiao Ye responded, all, Chairman Ev, after a month's time. My brewing workers will have the capacity to produce 500 barrels of soul-burning wine. Are you certain you wish to reserve the entirety? Ev, filled with excitement, affirmed, indeed, my lord, 500 barrels of soul-burning wine. We of the White Tower Caravan will reserve them all. The White Tower Caravan is indeed a formidable trading entity, Xiao Ye remarked. It is my fortune to collaborate with you. Chairman Evid, it is my honor, my lord. Ev bowed slightly. Very well, next month's 500 barrels shall all be yours. Xiao Ye declared. By the way, we produced over 400 barrels of soul-burning wine this month. Would you like to purchase the extra 100 barrels? Ev, having experienced the immense popularity of the soul-burning wine firsthand, would certainly not refuse that. My lord, what payment method do you wish to employ this time? Ev inquired. Gold coins. I desire only gold coins. Xiao Ye replied. Of course, if there are any potions that enhance strength, I would also be amenable to that. Before Ev could respond, Xiao Ye added, Chairman Ev, you may discuss the specifics with Wendina. I must now attend to my duties. With that, Xiao Ye dismissed him. Once Ev had departed, Xiao Ye promptly rose and exited the administrative hall. That he had just experienced the familiar sensation of a surge in power. The pure-blooded high elf has awakened. Xiao Ye hastened to the chamber of the pure-blooded high elf. You are awake. He entered the room and saw her sitting quietly. How do you feel? No unforeseen complications, I trust. Upon seeing Xiao Ye's smiling face and his concerned inquiry, the pure-blooded high elf froze, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Xiao Ye, perplexed, asked, What is the matter? Are you unwell? A sense of panic arose within him, fearing that something had gone awry with the pure-blooded high elf's awakening. Yet it should not have been the case. Had there been an issue, he would not have gained power. I'm sorry. The pure-blooded high elf hurriedly wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She had been immersed in the joy of controlling her magic. As if trapped in a dream, unable to discern reality from illusion, a kind-hearted, pure-blooded elf, witnessing the lies she had taken filled her heart with anguish. Now, this nightmare had finally come to an end. After Xiao Ye entered, she was finally convinced that this was not an illusion, but a reality. Tears flowed from her eyes uncontrollably. Realizing her rudeness, the pure-blooded high elf instinctively attempted to wipe away her tears. Though this only served to further smudge her already dirty face, Xiao Ye could not help but chuckle. There is no need to panic. You may wash up first. He called for Yi Qi to take the pure-blooded high elf to freshen up. Though Yi Qi felt a natural trepidation towards the disaster which identity of the pure-blooded high elf, she nonetheless led the elf away, bolstered by her trust in the Duke, while the pure-blooded high elf was occupied with her grooming. Xiao Ye took the opportunity to examine the information regarding this disaster which, Valia Chuaying identity, slave of Xiao Ye Fisher, exiled from Chuaying tribe, disaster which age, 160 years, elven age. Equivalent to human 16 years, strength, silver skills, life whisper, passive. Nature spirit, passive, apostle of the forest, passive, emerald wind entwine, active, nature's blessing, active, wood spirit summon, active, leaf blade storm, active, entry definition 1. The witch skillfully controls her own magic. Skill details. Life whisper, passive, perceives the emotions and states of nearby life forms, establishing a faint resonance connection with them. Nature spirit, passive when among plants, promotes the growth of surrounding flora. Apostle of the forest, passive in areas dense with plants and vibrant life. All active magical techniques receive an enhancement. Emerald wind entwine. Active summons a gentle yet powerful breeze imbued with the essence of life. The wind sweeps over enemies. It carries countless tiny seeds that swiftly take root and sprout upon them, entangling their movements and siphoning their vitality. Nature's blessing, active, draws life force from nature or enemies to heal oneself or allies. Would spirit summon, active, summons spirits from plants to assist in battle or execute specific tasks. Leaf blade storm, active, conjures numerous sharp leaves that swirl around a target, slicing through anything they come into contact with. Upon seeing Valia's identity, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. When he purchased Valia from Suawa, he had indeed signed a slave contract with her. Valia was now undoubtedly his slave. Overlooking this awkward matter, Xiao Ye focused on the other information, age aside. Xiao Ye was not surprised by Valia's impressive age of 160 years. Elves were renowned for their longevity, a well-known fact. What truly astonished Xiao Ye was Valia's strength. She possessed the power of silver, even surpassing Wendina. Moreover, Valia commanded 2 more magical techniques than Wendina. Not only that, but Valia's skills were evidently more suited for combat than Wendina's, with 4 active skills, some for crowd control and others for damage. It was remarkable that she also had healing abilities. Valia must be the most powerful existence within the realm of disaster. Xiao Ye could not help but exclaim, in no wonder the surge of power he felt earlier was so substantial that a mere 10 of silver tier strength could already rival that of a bronze tier professional. A smile involuntarily crept across Xiao Ye's face. If he also possessed an information panel, his current prowess would likely have already reached the bronze tier. However, Xiao Ye was acutely aware that even this bronze tier strength might not be sufficient to contend with Abt. That apprentice knight. He was merely brimming with potential, lacking any formal training in elemental techniques. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon the three passive skills of Valia, particularly the Life, Whisper, and Nature Spirit passives. Valia was indeed well-suited for the responsibilities of the Spirit Field base. Instantly, Xiao Ye assigned Valia a clear role in his mind, with Valia's presence, combined with his own ability to harness the Spirit Springs. Xiao Ye could already envision the transformation of the Desolation territory into an oasis. He began to contemplate the Oasis project for the Desolation territory. Mastered at Valia's voice roused Xiao Ye from his reverie. And as he turned to look at her, he found himself momentarily entranced. After her cleansing, Valia was clad in simple linen, revealing her pristine calves and forearms, her verdant hair cascading over her shoulders in damp tendrils. Her high-bridged nose and subtly green-tipped ears added to her ethereal charm. The light lavender hue of her eyes lent an air of mystery to her naturally spirited demeanor. Truly, she was a captivating and enigmatic elf. Xiao Ye marveled internally. Such a being was now his servant, and had even referred to him as master. A flicker of guilt mingled with a sense of satisfaction washed over Xiao Ye. There is no need to call me master. I am Xiao Ye Fisher, he replied. Although he secretly relished the title to accommodate Valia's feelings, he nonetheless declined, adding, "You may refer to me as Xiao Ye or Duke Fisher." The distinction between a sincere individual and one harboring resentment was stark. Xiao Ye wished to avoid any potential pitfalls stemming from a mere title. "I can dissolve our slave contract," Xiao Ye suggested, taking the initiative, "but you would need to serve me for a few years in return. Of course, this would be a compensated arrangement." He clarified, "In the Desolation territory, even as a slave, you would receive remuneration for your work." "No, master." Valia unexpectedly shook her head. "You saved me, liberated me from the abyss, allowing me to behold the light once more. I am willing to follow you eternally. Moreover, I have nowhere else to go." Her gaze dimmed slightly. "I am an outcast of my tribe. From now on, this place shall be my home." Seeing Valia's earnest words, Xiao Ye acquiesced. "Very well. I shall respect your wishes. If you ever wish to sever the slave contract, I can accommodate that. The contract need not be dissolved at this moment." Xiao Ye continued, "But let us change your mode of address. When you call me master, it always feels a bit uncomfortable." Valia looked at him with confusion, questioning, "But I distinctly sense that you derive satisfaction from being called master." Xiao Ye's expression stiffened. How embarrassing. How could he have overlooked Valia's passive skill, Life Whisper? That ability was extraordinarily potent. "Do as you wish," he said, somewhat flustered. "Call me whatever you prefer." A radiant smile blossomed on Valia's face. "Very well, master." Xiao Ye, wishing to move past the issue of titles, decided to discuss her duties within the Desolation territory. Just as he was about to speak, a shift occurred within his internal golem. Xiao Ye immediately focused his mind, observing the transformation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the faith power within the faith crystal at the golem's brow had changed. The once white mist had thickened considerably, now taking on a crimson hue. Xiao Ye paid little mind to the alteration in the manifestation of faith power. Rather, he was concerned with whether the golem had granted him new abilities. After a moment's contemplation, a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, a new capability had been bestowed upon him. Xiao Ye opened his eyes and looked at Valia, gently gesturing towards her. "Do not resist," he instructed, initially concerned by Xiao Ye's sudden closure of his eyes. Valia felt reassured upon sensing the joy emanating from him. Her surprise. After only a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and instructed her not to resist. Before Valia could fully comprehend the situation, she saw a glimmer of azure light emanating from his fingertip, flying towards her forehead. The design resembling a sprouting twig materialized on her brow, instinctively causing her to recoil from the azure light. However, Valia quickly restrained her powers, allowing the azure glow to linger around her. "What is that, master?" she inquired with curiosity. "A magic pact," Xiao Ye explained. "It is akin to a slave contract. Valia's face brightened with a radiant smile. "Did you personally sign a slave contract with me, master?" Xiao Ye shook his head. "What I signed with you is a loyalty contract. The ability bestowed by the golem this time is called Magic Pact. The Magic Pact can establish two types of contracts: a slave contract and a loyalty contract. The slave contract allows me to control the life and death of the signatory and to sense any betrayal. Furthermore, if I were to perish, the one bound by the slave contract would also meet their end. The loyalty contract, however, is not so restrictive. It merely enables me to sense whether the signatory betrays me. If betrayal occurs, the loyalty contract becomes void. but I cannot control the life or death of those bound by the loyalty contract. Nor would they accompany me in death. Naturally, Xiao Ye had no intention of signing a slave contract with Aleia. He only needed to ascertain her loyalty. There was no necessity to exert control over her life or death. As for Abd of the Knightly Order, Xiao Ye intended to establish a loyalty contract with him as well. One must never harbor ill intentions, yet always remain vigilant against others, given the stakes concerning his own safety. Xiao Ye was exceedingly cautious. The reasons for not opting for a slave contract were twofold. Firstly, Xiao Ye was not a pervert who relished controlling the lives of others. Secondly, the faith power consumed in signing a slave contract was exponentially greater than that required for a loyalty contract, rendering it an impractical choice. Unless dealing with exceptional individuals or unique circumstances, Xiao Ye would reserve the use of the magic pact for slave contracts. Aleia, from now on, you shall oversee the spirit field base on the southern side of Wuzhai village. Xiao Ye instructed. In a moment, I will take you to the spirit field base. Henceforth, the grain supply for Wuzhai village will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, master, Aleia replied with resolute nods. I will manage it well. As for Aleia's address, Xiao Ye had grown weary of correcting her. He was unconcerned about how having a female elven servant might affect his image. Firstly, given his notorious reputation as a debauched noble, having a servant was perfectly normal. Secondly, as a duke, possessing a female pureblood elven servant would not only enhance his image, but also attract envious glances. Xiao Ye led Aleia to the spirit field base. As he surveyed the area, he was greeted by a lush expanse of greenery. Some weeds had already grown to half a palm's height, and even some vine-like plants had begun to sprout. Aleia, from this day forth, you are responsible for the affairs of this place, Xiao Ye instructed. You must ensure that this verdant area expands outward, ultimately encompassing the entire desolation territory. Upon arriving at the spirit field base and witnessing the flourishing greenery, Aleia instinctively felt a wave of joy. She was born for nature, destined to live for the plants. Rest assured, master, I will take good care of this place, Aleia assured him, nodding earnestly. At that moment, Sankades rode in on horseback. My lord Duke, he said, dismounting to bow respectfully. Were it not for his adept horsemanship, Xiao Ye might not have recognized Sankades as a knight. Sankades, tomorrow I shall announce the birth of Lake Sankades to the citizens. Xiao Ye said with a smile, your name will be immortalized alongside the lake in the hearts of all. At this moment, the original spring lowland had expanded to a diameter of 40 meters, a size that could indeed be classified as a small lake. This remarkable transformation was attributable to the efforts of Sankades and his companions. Sankades, accompany me on a tour of the spiritual field base, said Xiao Ye. Riding alongside Aleia and under Sankades' guidance, Xiao Ye leisurely progressed across the verdant expanse. Sankades, what is the current scale of the spiritual field base? Xiao Ye inquired. My lord. The spiritual field base stretches nearly 1,000 meters from north to south, with the southern edge approaching the northern bank of the Yushan River. It spans nearly 700 meters from east to west, and the eastern side is also nearing the western bank of the Yushan River. Sankades replied with a smile. My lord, we plan to first extend the spiritual field base to the Yushan River and then expand westward and northward. Xiao Ye was somewhat astonished that it had already reached such an extensive area. After completing a round of inspection, the three returned to the banks of Sankades Lake. Sankades, you have worked hard, Xiao Ye remarked. Looking at Sankades. It is now time for you to leave this place. Xiao Ye intended to shift the focus of his upcoming work toward military strength. As a novice knight with limited territory, it was imperative that Sankades not remain at the spiritual field base any longer. Sankades was taken aback, gazing at the Duke in disbelief. Sankades, you are a knight? Xiao Ye stated. A knight's path should not be confined to the fields. Sankades appeared lost in thought, having nearly forgotten his identity as a knight during this time. My lord, I request to stay here. Sankades hesitated before adding, my spirit belongs here. I do not wish to leave. Xiao Ye sensed Sankades' resolve. Sankades, have you made your decision? Xiao Ye inquired solemnly. Do you truly intend to forsake your knightly identity? This time, Sankades displayed no hesitation. Yes, my lord, I am willing to abandon my identity as a knight to serve at the spiritual field base. Xiao Ye smiled. Sankades, you are a true knight, endowed with courage that surpasses that of ordinary men. Then, let your endeavors flourish here. Xiao Ye added meaningfully, you will not regret this. I plan to establish a new department dedicated to the greening of the disaster territory and the cultivation of farmland. Xiao Ye continued, this department will tentatively be named the Greening Bureau, and you shall serve as its deputy director. Sankades felt somewhat perplexed but refrained from questioning further. confident that he would comprehend this so-called Greening Bureau in due time. This is Varia Chuaying. She will be the head of the Greening Bureau, Xiao Ye stated. I believe you have noticed that she is an elf, a pure-blooded elf. Sankides, you two will collaborate on the affairs of the Greening Bureau from now on. Xiao Ye instructed. I will have Wendina send some slaves to you shortly to bolster your workforce. Sankides had no objections to Xiao Ye's appointment. Everyone knew that elves were children of nature, making Varia the perfect choice to oversee the greening initiative. Furthermore, it was unlikely that the Duke would entrust such a significant endeavor to an elf who lacked knowledge. Greening the disaster territory was indeed a monumental task. Most importantly, Sankides had just heard Varia's affectionate address to Xiao Ye. Having such a close individual assigned to the Greening Bureau only underscored the Duke's commitment that I will work closely with Director Varia. Sankides affirmed, the Greening Bureau will not disappoint you, my lord. Xiao Ye nodded. Varia, familiarize yourself with the work here alongside Sankides. Varia assured Xiao Ye, Master, the disaster territory will transform into a verdant world, by the way. Sankides, inform the other knights to return to the ranks tomorrow. Xiao Ye added after a pause. If they make the same decision as you, arrange suitable positions for them in the Greening Bureau. Once arrangements were made, Xiao Ye left behind 2 spiritual wells and returned to Wuzhai village. Wendina, what brings you here? Upon returning to the administrative hall, Xiao Ye was surprised to find Wendina seated there. My lord, I have come to report on the territory's financial situation. Wendina rose and stated. Additionally, I wish to inquire how to increase the wages of the common folk tomorrow. Xiao Ye gestured for Wendina to sit down. Wendina, there are no outsiders present. You need not be so formal. Wendina, however, shook her head. My lord, one should be professional while at work. Xiao Ye dismissed the notion, believing that maintaining the Duke's image in public was essential. Yet, it felt somewhat awkward to uphold the same demeanor in private. Observing his discomfort, Wendina remarked, My lord, this is simply a matter of habit. I should cultivate such a practice. Xiao Ye chose not to debate the issue further. As you wish, as long as you do not mind. Wendina smiled, radiating a gentle and soft demeanor. My lord, today the territory has received an income of 600 gold coins. Wendina reported. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, this should account for all income in April. Now, I need to know the wages for the free citizens tomorrow in order to arrange this month's expenditures. Wendina continued. Xiao Ye had already contemplated the matter of the citizens' wages and replied. Workers responsible for constructing the city walls will receive 4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 15 copper coins as wages per person per day. The same applies to the brewers. The security team must continue to recruit personnel, aiming to reach a total of 100 individuals. Their wages will now be distributed separately, Xiao Ye stated. Initially, the security team's wages had been the same as those of the quarry workers. The security personnel would earn 30 copper coins each, with food provided free of charge daily, ensuring they were well fed, along with some meat. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye added, if manpower is insufficient, we shall recruit from the slaves, offering them the same food as the free citizens and a wage of 10 copper coins. Wendina noted this down with charcoal on paper. Oh, by the way, I have established a new greening bureau, specifically responsible for the greening of the territory and the cultivation of farmland. Xiao Ye announced that I have entrusted the Greening Bureau to Varia and Sankides. Please arrange for some personnel to assist them. Selecting from the slaves working in the Greening Bureau will receive, in addition to 4 pounds of black bread and 1 pound of coarse wheat, a wage of 4 copper coins per day. The wage issue would be arranged accordingly. Wendina nodded, stating, a rough estimate of this month's wage expenditure is approximately 100 gold coins. We will have a surplus of about 500 gold coins this month. How do you intend to allocate this surplus, my lord? Wendina inquired, putting away her paper and looking at Xiao Ye. Wendina's note-taking was merely a formality, as her memory was exceptional, rendering such documentation somewhat redundant. We shall purchase another 1,000 slaves, Xiao Ye declared without hesitation. For him, abundant manpower was the most crucial resource at present. Additionally, we need to acquire some raw materials for brewing, Xiao Ye added. Wendina interjected. I have already coordinated with the White Tower Trading Company. They will soon transport 2,000 jars of fine wine from Huasha City. Xiao Ye nodded. That leaves us with 200 gold coins. He turned to Wendina. We need to strengthen the territory's military defense capabilities and invest all 200 gold coins into building the defense forces. Wendina nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. My lord, I suggest purchasing some war horses to expand the number of knights. Wendina proposed. We can select suitable individuals from the security team. Point 1 of Xiao Ye's objectives for the security team was to serve as a reserve force for the knightly order. They should also be taught literacy. Knights cannot be illiterate, Xiao Ye asserted. You may also use this as an encouragement for the common folk to learn the Huawen language. By the way, even the slaves can learn. Xiao Ye continued. Inform everyone in the territory that if they wish to earn more wages, literacy is the most basic requirement. Wendina smiled, displaying a keen interest in promoting literacy, even more so than Xiao Ye himself. In her spare time, Wendina would teach Farina to read Huawen, and even the steward, old John, had been encouraged to begin learning the language. Rest assured, my lord, I will inform every citizen. With a smile, Wendina remarked. I shall also encourage Abut and the other knights to commence their studies in the Chinese language. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Then, my lord, we must expedite the training of some teachers and subsequently establish a school. Wendina suggested, let's allocate some manpower to urgently construct a spacious room. Xiao Ye instructed, they will work during the day and study the written language at night. We shall call this institution a night school. And it is imperative that the citizens are not coerced into learning. Xiao Ye cautioned Wendina. She nodded, yet internally understood a fundamental truth. As long as the subjects of the territory recognized that literacy could lead to greater remuneration, they would willingly pursue their studies. The treatment afforded to the security team and knights could be described as the gentlest form of coercion. The remaining funds would be allocated to procure potions and various magical tools, as well as knightly techniques. Xiao Ye informed Wendina. I inquired with Eve. Wendina replied calmly, they do not possess such goods. But Eve mentioned that he knows individuals from the Magic Yuan Trading Association, which specializes in the trade of potions and magical tools. As for knightly techniques, there is currently no lead. There is no rush. We can take our time to find it. Xiao Ye said, it is not yet needed. In the origin continent, one must elevate their occupational skills by ascending through levels to learn new ones. Only Abut in the territory has the opportunity to learn new knightly techniques, as he alone has the potential to break through to the bronze level at present. The foremost priority is to strengthen the knightly order, Xiao Ye stated. Wendina nodded, very well, I shall pay special attention to this matter. After Wendina departed, Xiao Ye sat upon a wooden board, contemplating the future development of the territory. The coveted Zhuge crossbow would have to wait some time, until the stone walls of the territory were erected and a blacksmith was established. Moreover, crafting the Zhuge crossbow is not solely a matter for blacksmiths. To create the crossbow, both blacksmiths and carpenters are required, along with iron, ore, and timber, two essential materials that the territory currently lacks. The charcoal pencil twirled between Xiao Ye's fingers as he pondered what to develop next. He inscribed his thoughts upon a sheet of paper. As time passed, he was unaware that dusk had descended. My lord, it is time for dinner. Yi Bai's voice interrupted Xiao Ye's reverie. I shall be there shortly. Xiao Ye replied. Yi Bai, please organize these papers. I will need them tomorrow. Xiao Ye exited the administrative hall and, upon entering the dining hall, found Wendina and Villius seated together, engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal. Laughter and merriment filling the air. Master, you have arrived, Villia greeted, rising to welcome Xiao Ye. Please, join us for dinner. Nodding, Xiao Ye took the seat Villia offered, just as he was about to savor his meal. A spark of inspiration struck him. Wendina, I have conceived a swift method to enhance the strength of the knightly order. Wendina and Villia exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Ye's exclamation. What thoughts do you have? Xiao Ye, Wendina asked, momentarily setting aside her formal address. The wisdom light. Yes, the wisdom light. Xiao Ye exclaimed with excitement that it will undoubtedly aid in Abut's enhancement of strength. He recalled Wendina's wisdom light ability, initially using it to bolster his memory and assist in recalling details from his past life. Today, however, he had suddenly broken free from his previous mental constraints and envisioned alternative applications for the wisdom light. He recollected its specific capabilities. Wisdom light enhances the caster's intelligence, agility of thought, and comprehension abilities. The wisdom light skill is indeed a formidable boon. For Abut and the others, it would significantly facilitate their grasp of knightly techniques, as well as the improvement of their personal strength. Wendina's eyes brightened. My lord, perhaps it could also be utilized to promote the Chinese language. Xiao Ye could not help but facepalm. Wendina had developed an obsession with the promotion of the Chinese language. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that her suggestion held great merit and was indeed feasible. Wendina, the wisdom light does possess tremendous efficacy, Xiao Ye cautioned her. It is imperative that the same group of individuals does not repeatedly utilize the wisdom light skill. Even I refrained from consecutive uses. Xiao Ye typically allowed several days to elapse between his applications of the wisdom light. That I understand the limits, she assured him. With that, Xiao Ye resumed his meal. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Ye disclosed to Wen Tina the details of his and Villia's mastery of the magic contract ability. Wen Tina, in turn, recounted amusing anecdotes from the territory that had transpired that day. This ritual of sharing occurred each evening, serving to facilitate communication regarding territorial matters while simultaneously deepening the bond between them. Embracing Wen Tina, Xiao Ye placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Wen Tina, your efforts regarding the territory have been commendable, he expressed. Both Xiao Ye and his predecessor were novices in the management of a territory. Despite possessing memories of his past life and harboring many ideas distinct from those of the inhabitants of the origin continent, he ultimately lacked first-hand experience in governing a territory. Xiao Ye recognized that he could only propose a general direction. Implementing it thoroughly and meticulously was beyond his capability. Without Wen Tina, the current state of the territory would undoubtedly be in disarray. I am Lady Fisher. Wen Tina replied with a gentle smile. You are placing too much pressure upon yourself. Xiao Ye offered a wry smile, acutely aware of the burdens he bore. After all, it was his inaugural experience as a duke. Devoid of any prior knowledge, and he feared making mistakes. I can help you relax and alleviate your stress, Wen Tina said with a smile. As Xiao Ye noticed Wen Tina leaning closer, he felt a rush of anticipation. The following morning, rejuvenated from the release of his stress, Xiao Ye felt invigorated. After practicing a set of 24 forms of Tai Chi, he enjoyed a simple breakfast before embarking on another day of overseeing the territory. He arrived at the spiritual spring square, the very site where he had first demonstrated his miraculous abilities. Due to the existence of the spiritual spring well, the citizens had spontaneously dubbed this area Spiritual Spring Square. To ensure the name was truly representative, Xiao Ye ordered the construction of 2 additional wells, each with a diameter of 4 meters. The primary aim was to alleviate the water supply pressure, as the recent influx of 1,000 slaves had significantly increased the demand for water. Upon arriving at Spiritual Spring Square, Xiao Ye noticed a wall had been erected, upon which a sheet of paper was affixed. Even from a distance, with his bronze-level prowess, Xiao Ye could discern the text upon the paper. It detailed the wages for each occupation, providing a thorough account of the compensation for both slaves and free citizens. Xiao Ye perused the information with interest until he reached the final line. Learn Chinese, increase your wages. This line was notably emphasized. Amused, Xiao Ye recognized it as Wen Tina's handiwork. Approaching the notice wall, he joined the crowd gathered around it. Just as Yi Bai finished reading the contents aloud, upon noticing the Duke's presence, Yi Bai immediately halted his impending exclamation. Xiao Ye chose to listen quietly to the citizens' discussions. Hey, Wood Block, are you reading that correctly? I don't recall you being literate. Indeed, Wood Block, have you perhaps been around the Duke long enough to catch the scent of nobility and become literate yourself? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yi Bai's expression changed, his eyes widening in indignation. I am not Wood Block. My name is Yi Bai, bestowed by the Duke. I have told you countless times, Uncle Latrine, Uncle Fork, my writing was taught to me by the Duke, not acquired by sniffing around him. The others dismissed Yi Bai's protests, continuing to jest at his expense. If you don't believe me, can you not trust the Duke himself? Yi Bai, unable to counter the argument, could not help but point at Xiao Ye. You may inquire with the Duke, and he will confirm the truth of this matter. The villagers gasped in astonishment and hurriedly turned around. Indeed, catching sight of their lord's figure. I have seen the Lord. I have seen the Duke. I have seen our Lord. I have seen the Duke. In an instant, several titles were uttered from the villagers' lips. Xiao Ye waved his hand, affirming Yi Bai's statement. Yi Bai speaks the truth. I bestowed that name upon him, and from now on, you shall call him Yi Bai. Furthermore, he indicated a villager named Tai Cha. Tai Cha trembled, fearing the Lord would reproach him for his earlier disbelief in Yi Bai. Merely sniffing my scent will not suffice to learn to read, Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. You must attend night school, where you shall acquire literacy. Noticing the villagers' unease, he jested. If merely inhaling my aroma could grant you the ability to read, I would never wash again. One laughed. All the villagers were apprehensive of incurring the Duke's ire. Xiao Ye felt somewhat awkward, realizing there was not a single jester among them. Ha ha ha, my lord, should you persist in such a manner, your lady would surely scorn you. Fortunately, there was one person present unafraid of Xiao Ye, Yi Bai. Xiao Ye chuckled and said, Indeed, how could I have forgotten? As long as I don't bathe. When Dina refuses to let me in to be ed. Is it the same in your households? With Yi Bai as an example. The villagers began to feel less intimidated by Xiao Ye. My wife is indeed the same, Tai Cha bravely stated. She won't let me in unless I wash my feet. Humph, she used to fear my washing my feet. Worrying about wasting water, Tai Cha scoffed. Now that water is abundant, she has become quite the cleanly person. Yes, she always insists I wash my feet now. Another villager chimed in. My wife says my feet could pickle vegetables. What kind of nonsense is that? The villager exclaimed, staring wide-eyed. Who pickles vegetables with their feet? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye felt an urge to interject that it indeed existed, as his mind unavoidably drifted to certain pickled vegetables. The villagers began to murmur, lamenting the recent changes in their wives. Yet, you must admit, it does feel much better after a wash, a villager chuckled. Especially when using spring water, it makes one feel far less fatigued. This remark elicited nods of agreement from the crowd. Then you must heed your wives' advice and wash thoroughly, Xiao Ye smiled. Your wives are simply concerned for your well-being. The Duke is right. We shall heed the Duke's words. The villagers nodded in unison. My lord, does this announcement truly hold weight? After Xiao Ye's amusing remarks, the villagers no longer regarded their lord with the same trepidation as before. It is not that we doubt you, my lord. It is simply that this matter is of utmost importance to us. The villagers gazed earnestly at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye nodded. Do not worry. The compensation will absolutely be fulfilled. Hiss. Xiao Ye felt the temperature around him rise. As if the coolness had been siphoned away by the villagers. The members of the security team are truly remarkable. Everyone immediately recognized the uniqueness of the security team. Not only was their food of the highest quality, but their remuneration was exceptionally generous, 30 copper coins. Simply put, their monthly pay approached the value of a silver coin, equivalent to the income of 2 average households in a month. Excited murmurs erupted among the crowd, particularly among the slaves present. They had witnessed the disparity in wages between the workers of the Greening Bureau and those of the security team. The Greening Bureau offered a daily wage of 4 copper coins, totaling 120 copper coins a month, allowing one to save up for a silver coin in 8 or 9 months. The security team, however, was even more extravagant, offering 10 copper coins daily, amounting to 300 copper coins monthly, enabling one to earn a silver coin in just over 3 months. Once one joined the security team, freedom could be regained in a little over 3 months. Each slave present harbored aspirations of joining the security team, with joining the Greening Bureau as their second wish. As the villagers engaged in fervent discussions, Xiao Ye quietly slipped away, returning to the stone fortress. On the way back, his mind was racing, contemplating various issues. His recent conversation with the villagers had made him acutely aware of a pressing concern: the hygiene of the territory. While the villagers could manage to wash their feet, bathing posed a significant challenge. Additionally, the matter of waste disposal was troubling. Many villagers carelessly disposed of their excrement. Fortunately, the village was not heavily populated, or the stench would have been unforgettable. Let us wait a moment. Xiao Ye maintained that constructing the walls was the foremost priority. Only once safety was assured could the quality of life be considered. As soon as the walls were completed, he would commence the transformation of the village into a disaster-free zone. Xiao Ye planned in his mind. First, public baths must be built. Second, public toilets, enforcing a rule that villagers must not discard waste indiscriminately. My lord, you have finally returned. There has been an issue at the brick kiln. As soon as Xiao Ye arrived at the stone fortress, a knight approached him with a frantic expression. One of the brick kilns has collapsed. Lady Wendina has sent me to summon you. Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat. Were there any casualties? Yes, 15 or 16 injured, and 2 dead. The knight had evidently anticipated Xiao Ye's inquiry and was prepared with the information. Let us go and take a look. Xiao Ye mounted his horse, swiftly riding alongside the knight toward the scene. The death of 2 individuals was a grave matter. Upon arriving, Xiao Ye beheld the collapsed brick kiln. Some injured individuals lay on the ground, bloodied, clearly in need of medical attention. Xiao Ye noted that their wounds had merely been hastily bound with burlap. Fetch Villia from the Ling Tian base, Xiao Ye ordered. Knowing that Villia possessed healing skills, he instructed the knight to hurry, calm the villagers, and assure them this was merely an accident. There is no need for concern. Xiao Ye approached Wendina and offered her a word of caution. The most crucial thing now was to prevent the villagers from developing a sense of fear, as that would undoubtedly hinder the progress of the wall's construction. Do not worry, my lord, I have already reassured them. Wendina had already contemplated this issue. Moreover, I have compensated the injured villagers with a silver coin each. As for the 2 deceased, they were merely slaves. Did they have any family? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow that if 2 slaves had perished and the territory made no acknowledgement of it, the remaining slaves would surely feel disheartened. This could severely affect their work motivation and even pose hidden dangers. Yes, Wadena replied, having clearly investigated the situation. One of them had a younger brother, and the other had an elder brother. Reward each of them with 2 silver coins. Xiao Ye decisively stated. 2 silver coins were a trivial amount for Xiao Ye at this point. Yet for those slaves, it represented an astronomical sum. Moreover, Xiao Ye understood the principle of investing in people. Wadena nodded in agreement. Wadena, what caused this? Have you determined the reason? Xiao Ye approached Wadena. She had initiated an investigation into the cause of the collapse immediately. Before Xiao Ye arrived, she had already discovered the answer. My lord, it was due to the construction materials. The quality of the stones was subpar, poor quality stones. Xiao Ye inquired, puzzled. How could a mere brick be ruined by bad stones? Show me. Xiao Ye suspected that those stones were not genuine. Upon reaching the site of the collapse, he examined the stones more closely, wiped them down. Due to the soot and smoke, the stones all appeared identical. Xiao Ye needed to see their true condition. A group of workers swiftly set to work, either using burlap to wipe the stones or rinsing them with water. One by one, the stones revealed their original appearance. Xiao Ye approached a slab of stone and crouched down. The stone was white with a hint of transparency, reminiscent of jade, yet lacking the translucence that characterized true jade. He glanced at the other stones nearby, which were grayish-white and devoid of any clarity. What could this be? Xiao Ye lightly tapped the faux stone with his fingers. Pondering deeply, he found the appearance of this stone oddly familiar. He instructed a worker beside him to bring down a chunk. Xiao Ye picked up a piece of the faux stone and handed it to a nearby laborer, saying, "Give it a sniff." The worker took the faux stone, held it to his nose, and even dared to lick it. Observing this, Xiao Ye felt a surge of concern for the brave worker's well-being. This was an unidentified substance, and he had the audacity to taste it. Xiao Ye grappled with whether to chastise his ignorance or admire his courage. "Did you detect any scent?" he asked as he noticed the worker frowning. "Your Grace, it has a slightly bitter aroma," the worker replied, licking again. "It seems a bit salty too." "Your Grace, could this be bitter salt?" The worker's eyes glimmered with excitement. Salt was a valuable commodity, especially for enhancing the flavor of dishes. Most importantly, it was expensive. Xiao Ye fell silent. This place hardly seemed like a source for salt. But what could it be? It was white, gleaming with a glass-like luster, and tasted both salty and bitter. Suddenly, an idea struck him. This mineral bore a striking resemblance to a substance he recalled. Could it be saltpeter? Xiao Ye felt a wave of excitement. Perhaps Wuzai village was on the brink of a new industry. Yet, this was the origin continent, and their minerals might not match those of his previous life. Exercising caution, Xiao Ye decided to take some saltpeter back to the stone fortress for testing. Before he left, he instructed Wadena, "Do not use the brick kilns constructed from this stone for the time being." He feared that other kilns might also contain the faux stone, which could lead to a mining disaster, and send someone to locate the source of this stone. Perhaps, with these materials, our territory could introduce a new profitable industry. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's face. Although Wadena was still unaware of the potential of this stone, she promptly obeyed his orders and rewarded that worker with 20 copper tokens. Xiao Ye glanced at the brave laborer who had dared to taste the stone. If this truly was saltpeter, then the worker had made a contribution for examining unknown minerals. Whether by sniffing or licking carried inherent risks. One could not dismiss his contribution simply because he emerged unscathed. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the worker's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated that merely licking a stone for the Duke would yield such a reward. 20 copper tokens equated to nearly 2 days' wages. "Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you." Other workers, witnessing this, began to regret not having been bold enough to taste the stone themselves. They looked at the Duke, then at the nearest stones, eagerly awaiting his command to start tasting. Unfortunately, Xiao Ye paid no heed to their newfound inclination for licking stones, except for Wadena. Upon returning to the stone fortress, Xiao Ye began to utilize the saltpeter for ice production, following the procedures he remembered. It was now April, and the weather was gradually warming up. If he could produce ice, it would not only allow for the enjoyment of delicious ice cream and chilled beverages but also serve as a commodity for sale. In the sweltering summer months, ice was a coveted luxury, particularly in territories near the Soul Sand Desert, where it was in high demand. Amidst this excitement, Xiao Ye finally confirmed his hypothesis, gazing at the blocks of ice before him. He burst into laughter. "We are about to strike it rich." Xiao Ye mounted his horse and set off, intending to remind Wadena to arrange for a small team to begin harvesting saltpeter. First, they needed to stockpile it, and once they had sufficient manpower, they would commence ice production. "And we need to dig an ice cellar," he added. Upon arriving at the brick kiln, he did not find Wadina but encountered Vilya instead. "Master, what brings you here?" Vilya beamed upon seeing Xiao Ye. "I came to find Wadina," he replied, returning her smile. "How are the injured faring, master?" "They are recovering well," Vilya said, with a hint of complaint. "It would have been easier to heal them had there been nearby plants." "I should have considered that," Xiao Ye acknowledged. "Next time, we'll send the injured to the Sankati's lake for treatment." He realized he had rushed the decision without fully weighing the circumstances. No need to worry. "Master, I can heal them here," Vilya reassured. "Could you provide me with some plant seeds?" she asked shyly. "The flora at Sankati's lake is rather uniform. I would like to cultivate other varieties." Xiao Ye nodded. "I will ask Wadina to help you procure some seeds." He then recalled bamboo, which was suitable for paper production in his past life. If bamboo could grow in the disastrous territory, it could pave the way for paper manufacturing, if a lucrative endeavor. He described bamboo's characteristics to Vilya, inquiring if she knew of similar plants. Vilya tilted her head and thought, her eyes blinking. "There is a plant called Baisu Lang that closely resembles what you described." Impressed with her quick thinking, Xiao Ye nodded. "Baisu Lang. That sounds promising. Please ask Wadina to purchase some seeds for me to cultivate." He was eager to produce paper, which was a vital medium for culture. Paper was significantly lighter and more convenient to carry than cardboard. Do your best, but if you cannot cultivate it, we can source it elsewhere. Xiao Ye was concerned that the climate in the disastrous territory might not be conducive to Baisu Lang's growth. "Master, I will ensure its cultivation," Vilya responded with a charming smile. "Soon, you will see fields of Baisu Lang. Haha. I believe in you." "Vilya," Xiao Ye encouraged, "you are a child of nature. Let us find Wadina together." Xiao Ye was also looking for Wadina. "If you have any other seeds you'd like, mention them to Wadina, and she will assist you in acquiring them." Vilya nodded vigorously. Xiao Ye found Wadina at the former quarry, which had fallen into disuse due to the introduction of bricks. It was only now, with the villagers of Wuzai, that the site was revisited. "Wadina, have you found anything?" "Yes, my lord." Wadina pointed to a pit on the ground. "Those faux stones, saltpeter." "Indeed, that is saltpeter," Xiao Ye interjected. Wadina frowned. "However, there are still stones here. Extracting the saltpeter will not be easy." Xiao Ye observed that the saltpeter was indeed mixed with the stones, which were in the majority. "My lord, while extracting the surface material is manageable, delving deeper could pose risks." Wadina expressed her concerns about potential collapses. "We need to find some skilled miners." She suggested that I recommend that among the slaves we purchase this time, we specifically acquire some craftsmen skilled in various trades. "Agreed. Make the necessary financial arrangements," Xiao Ye replied, acknowledging the inconvenience caused by the lack of craftsmen. "Let's purchase a moderate number, but the majority should still be ordinary laborers. This time, we can also procure some female slaves," he added with a smile, "that we could use some women for certain tasks. As long as they are not particularly attractive female slaves, their prices are invariably lower than those of male slaves. After all, the physical strength of women cannot compare to that of men." When Ina nodded in agreement, Xiao Ye entrusted the task of mining nitrate to Ina and also instructed her to communicate with Vilya regarding the procurement of seeds. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye set off alone on horseback towards the western gate of Wuzhai village. Upon arriving at the western gate, he continued his journey towards Huangsha city. Xiao Ye planned to construct several spiritual wells along the way. And once plants began to emerge, he intended to build a road using bricks. As the saying goes, if you wish to prosper, first build the road. Once the road connecting Wuzhai village and Huangsha city is established, travel between the two locations will become significantly more convenient. The pressing question, however, is whether the spiritual wells can improve the desert environment, allowing for large-scale plant growth within the arid landscape. Only with the growth of vegetation can the winds and sands be obstructed. Otherwise, even if a road is built, it will soon be buried under the relentless sands. Xiao Ye reached the fringes of the Wraith Desert and, harnessing the power of faith, constructed a spiritual well. He planned to return in a few days to observe the results. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a group approaching in his direction. Xiao Ye squinted slightly and saw that the banner of the group bore the image of a scroll. Could this be a new merchant caravan? Xiao Ye decided to wait, and when the caravan came closer, he discovered it comprised only 20 or 30 individuals. Moreover, their goods were rather scarce, lacking even a pack animal for transport. How curious this is. Could they be adventurers rather than merchants? "Who are you?" Xiao Ye inquired cautiously, maintaining a safe distance from the group. The leader of the caravan glanced in surprise at the spiritual well beside Xiao Ye. Clearly taken aback by the sight of a well in the desert, "We are members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association." The leader spoke with a hint of arrogance. How can there be a well here? And is that Wuzhai city ahead? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed these individuals were not to be trifled with. I, too, found this well quite peculiar when I arrived, which is why I stopped to investigate. He replied, opting to conceal his identity and probe the intentions of this Divine Scroll Merchant Association. Is Wuzhai city ahead? Are you here to conduct business? Xiao Ye feigned confusion. I have heard that Wuzhai city is rather impoverished. I doubt there is much business to be had. That is of no concern to you. The merchant leader dismissed him, and the caravan continued towards Wuzhai village, sensing that the Divine Scroll Merchant Association harbored ill intentions. Xiao Ye hastily returned to Wuzhai village from another direction, gathering Wentina, Valiya, and the Knights of the Order, including Abut. He recounted the earlier encounter to them. My lord, for now, it would be best if you remained hidden. I will greet them and discern their true purpose for being here. Having already encountered the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, revealing his identity as the Lord of the Disaster Domain might provoke unnecessary alarm. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement with Wentina's suggestion. Be prepared for battle at any moment, he instructed Abut, Valiya, and the others. In a short while, the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association arrived outside Wuzhai village. Observing the bustling villagers and the nascent stone walls they were erecting, the leader of the merchant group expressed surprise. Is the disaster domain so prosperous? He mused, turning to a companion, a woman, beside him. They are even constructing walls. The woman gazed at the scene before her, her eyes gleaming as she remarked, Chief Kimower, Duke Fisher was once a prince of the Silver Kingdom. Their wealth must be considerable. Constructing a wall may not pose a burden for Duke Fisher. She smiled brightly. The Divine Scroll Merchant Association will undoubtedly find success here. If a lucrative deal is struck, I shall reward you handsomely. Kimower replied, his face breaking into a grin. Mandoli, this will be your reward for bringing us to Wuzhai city. Remember my promise. Kimower was a man of his word. Mandoli flattered him. I shall eagerly await my reward. Kimower laughed heartily. Let us proceed into the city to visit Duke Fisher. Entering Wuzhai village, the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association headed directly towards the stone fortress. Only within the fortress could the Lord of the Disaster Domain afford to purchase their goods. Upon reaching the fortress, the knights stationed at the entrance intercepted them. We are members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, specializing in the trade of elemental techniques. Kimower wore a smile, his demeanor devoid of any arrogance. As if he had not just conversed with Xiao Ye. We wish to meet with the Duke and inquire if he has need of our services. Kimower slightly bowed, his smile bordering on obsequiousness. He was unconcerned about whether such behavior might be deemed undignified. For the sake of profit, he would not hesitate to bend his knee if necessary. Wait here. The knight tossed this command before entering the fortress. Soon, he returned. The Duke has no time. The knight's words caused Kimower's heart to sink, yet he maintained his smile. However, the Duchess is available, the knight continued. Lady Wentina has decided to meet with you in the administrative hall. Kimower's smile grew more genuine. Accompanied by Mandoli, he entered the administrative hall, where their presence immediately captivated Wentina's attention. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her golden hair, making it gleam radiantly. She is truly a goddess. Kimower marveled internally. The Duke is indeed fortunate. When Ina smiled gracefully, the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, I am aware of you. You hail from the territory of Count Deliper, given that Deliper had some connections with Duke Kadanin. When Ina recognized that the Merchant Association was backed by Deliper, her wariness upon hearing Xiao Ye mention the Divine Scroll Merchant Association stemmed from this very connection. Deliper and Duke Kadanin shared a close relationship. And given Deliper's infamous reputation for greed and unscrupulousness, Wentina feared that the Merchant Association had come to Wuzhai village with ill intentions towards Xiao Ye. To curry favor with Duke Kadanin, Deliper would surely resort to such treachery. My lady, you are truly well informed, Kimower remarked in astonishment. Although the name of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association sounded grand, their actual business was not particularly significant, and their reputation was not widely known. Not everyone had heard of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, let alone its territorial origins. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that when Ina recognized it, the territory is in need of some elemental techniques. Perhaps the Divine Scroll Merchant Association can provide us with what we require, Wentina suggested with a gentle smile. Kimower's smile brightened even more. At this moment, he remained oblivious to Mandoli's unusual demeanor. Upon seeing Wentina, Mandoli immediately lowered her head, attempting to conceal her uncontrollable emotions. How could Wentina be so radiant? Mandoli could hardly believe it. Was she not supposed to be a simpleton? Perhaps I should first learn your name. When Ina said, For the sake of our conversation and out of necessary courtesy, it is my honor to have you remember my name. Kimower replied, I am Kimower. This is my assistant, Mandoli. He gestured toward Mandoli. Her expression returned to normal, and she calmly raised her head. Having met Wentina only a few times, she did not believe Wentina would recognize her. To be Kimower's assistant, this Mandoli must be quite remarkable. Wentina remarked with a smile. In comparison to your brilliance, my lady, Mandoli is but a flicker of earthly flame, Mandoli replied humbly. Wentina chuckled softly and turned to Kimower. Kimower, before we discuss business, I must observe the courtesies befitting a noble. Wentina approached Kimower. The dining hall will prepare food for you. You may sample the Disaster Domain specialty wine, which is of fine quality's sake. Although Kimower was curious about the taste of the Disaster Domain's sake, he was eager to finalize their business deal. Lady Wentina, before enjoying the fine wine, may I inquire about your needs regarding elemental techniques? In a gentle manner, Kimower expressed, this way, I can prepare everything for you in advance. Wentina shook her head. I must consult the Duke's opinion. There is no need for haste. Kimower, I have other matters to attend to. As you may have noticed, the territory is in the midst of constructing walls, and there are numerous affairs that require my attention. With that, Wentina departed without waiting for Kimower's response, leaving behind a single remark. Someone will escort you to the dining hall shortly. Kimower felt a sense of helplessness. The Duchess truly radiated brilliance. He sighed to Mandoli. However, I cannot shake the feeling that I am somewhat familiar with her, as if I have seen her somewhere before. You have never met her. You have only encountered her sister, Mandoli replied, concealing her true identity with a smile. The Duchess has a gentle demeanor, which may have led to a misunderstanding. Kimower nodded and began to speculate with Mandoli about the Duke's potential needs for certain techniques. Hoping to treat the symptoms and sell more techniques, before long, Yebi arrived at the administrative hall to escort the two to the dining hall. Upon entering, Kimower discovered that the entire Chamber of Commerce was gathered there. President Kimower, the lady has informed us that the soul-burning wine is plentiful. You need not be restrained. Yebi conveyed Wendina's message. Praise the lady, praise the Duke. Kimower remarked, she is indeed a generous noble. Yebi exited the dining hall, and the members of the Divine Scroll Chamber immediately began a lively feast. They particularly relished the soul-burning wine. Being formidable in strength, they were not easily intoxicated and indulged heartily in the exquisite libation. Kimower also partook of a few more cups than usual, while Mandoli remained nearly untouched by alcohol. As time passed, when Wentina finally arrived at the dining hall, all the members of the Divine Scroll Chamber, excluding Kimower and Mandoli, were inebriated. Lord Kimower, are you unscathed? Wentina inquired, gazing at his flushed complexion with a look of genuine concern. Thank you for your concern, my lady. I am quite well, Kimower replied, extolling the merits of the soul-burning wine. Indeed, the soul-burning wine is unparalleled, distinctly different from any other high-quality spirits I have tasted. Did Lady Mandoli not sample the soul-burning wine? Wentina asked, observing Mandoli's composed demeanor. Entirely unaffected by intoxication. I am not adept at drinking. Mandoli replied with a smile. Moreover, it would be unseemly for everyone to be inebriated. Wentina nodded with a smile. Kimower, the sky is darkening. The members of your chamber need to exercise greater caution now. Wentina suggested, how about we discuss the techniques tomorrow morning? It will give you a chance to clear your head. You know, a clear mind is essential when discussing business. Otherwise, one may easily make erroneous decisions. Kimower nodded, aware that his thoughts were not as sharp as usual and preferred not to engage in business discussions at that moment, as it would hinder his performance. I shall heed your command. Duchess, Kimower bowed. Take them to rest, Wentina instructed Yebi. Yebi led the newly appointed servants to escort the members of the Divine Scroll Chamber to their quarters. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Ye, accompanied by the knights and Vilya, followed Yebi to the rooms where the members of the Divine Scroll Chamber were resting. Upon entering, Xiao Ye gave Wentina a slight nod. Wentina acknowledged him with a nod of her own, channeling her power to release the full skill upon the slumbering members of the Divine Scroll Chamber. Once Wentina concluded her task, Xiao Ye immediately expended his faith power to forge a magical contract with them. This time, Xiao Ye established a slave contract. Poor souls, unbeknownst to them, they had become slaves under Xiao Ye's control, their lives now at his mercy. Indulgence leads to folly. After confirming the successful signing of the slave contract, Xiao Ye remarked, Done. Let us proceed to the next room. One after another, in several rooms, everyone from the Divine Scroll Chamber, save for Kimower and Mandoli, had succumbed to being Xiao Ye's slaves. If it were not for the increased faith power contributed by the citizens due to raised salaries, Xiao Ye would have been short on faith power. Very well, It is time to pay a visit to Kimower. Xiao Ye strode towards Kimower's chamber. Earlier that day, upon seeing Mandoli, Wendina had immediately recognized her as a maidservant to Emily Cadnan. Emily Cadnan was Wendina's sister, the one with whom Xiao Ye had once formed an engagement. However, Emily was undoubtedly unwilling to marry a wastrel, especially one from the disaster-ridden territory, despite Xiao Ye's noble title. Under Emily's machinations, her sister Wendina became a scapegoat and was sent to the disaster territory. Wendina did not believe that Mandoli had come to the disaster territory without reason, particularly mingling with the unaware members of the Divine Scroll Chamber. Wendina was certain that Kimower was unaware of the true circumstances. Otherwise, he would have known the Duke Fisher's real financial situation and would not have come here to engage in business regarding techniques. When Xiao Ye first arrived in the disaster territory, he had no gold to purchase techniques. Pushing open the door, Yebi approached and nudged the slumbering Kimower on the bed. Kimower slowly opened his eyes, and the sight of so many people only added to his already muddled state of consciousness. "Madam Wendina, what is the meaning of this?" Kimower inquired, recognizing only Wendina among those present. "Kimower, our Duke has some inquiries for you," Wendina replied, her smile remaining calm. "The Duke?" Kimower felt disoriented. It was late at night. And why would the Duke wish to see him? Surely, it need not be such a commotion. It felt akin to a manhunt. Xiao Ye stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Kimower, we meet again if I have disturbed your dreams. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, offer my apologies." Kimower was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the Duke? Was he not a misguided adventurer? Otherwise, why would he venture into the disaster territory? "Ah, Duke, I was unaware of your identity. If I have offended you, I beseech you to forgive my transgressions in light of Count Deliper's standing." Kimower assumed that the Duke had come to reprimand him. "Kimower, I have taken the Divine Scroll Chamber under my command. How would you feel about working for me from now on?" Xiao Ye nonchalantly uttered words that left Kimower astounded. "Duke, why?" Kimower exclaimed. "I am a man of Count Deliper." Just then, Abut's iron sword struck Kimower's forehead. Blood seeping forth. "Silence," Abut barked coldly. Kimower covered his forehead, feeling a surge of fear as he met Abut's icy gaze. "Kimower, had it not been for the urgency of acquiring the Divine Scroll Chamber, I would have executed you by now," Xiao Ye stated in a calm tone. "There are plenty of merchants in the origin continent. Your absence would not be missed." Upon meeting Xiao Ye's gaze, Kimower felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that Duke Fisher was dead serious. "Duke, if I have offended you today, I shall demonstrate my utmost sincerity," Kimower continued to plead. "Please allow me to leave. Count Deliper will forever remember your friendship." Xiao Ye chuckled softly. "Kimower, I am currently contemplating replacing the head of the Divine Scroll Chamber," Xiao Ye remarked. "You are more foolish than I had imagined, not even realizing why I have targeted you." Kimower looked perplexed. "Mandoli is Miss Cadnan's maidservant," Xiao Ye sneered, "and Cadnan is my enemy." Kimower opened his mouth in shock, utterly astounded. Mandoli was indeed from the Ironstone territory, and she served Miss Cadnan. "Duke, is your lady not the daughter of Duke Cadnan?" Kimower suddenly connected the dots, glancing towards Wendina. "Are you not the daughter of Duke Cadnan, my lady?" "Duchess Wendina." Kimower could not comprehend. How could the Duke claim that your father is his enemy? Wendina's expression remained impassive as she coldly replied, "He's also my enemy." When Duke Cadnan sent her to the disaster territory, Wendina had ceased to regard him as her father. No father would send his daughter to a place where death was almost certain. After Xiao Ye rescued Wendina, she had declared that henceforth, there would be no Wendina Cadnan in the origin continent, only Wendina Fisher. Kimower felt utterly bewildered. According to the news he had received, Duke Cadnan, in a bid to uphold the commitments of nobility, showed no hesitation in his support for Xiao Ye Fisher, despite the latter being a scion of the decadent territory known as Disaster Domain. The Duke had even sent his own daughter to the arid city of Huasha, a fact well known among the nobles of the Golden Leaf Empire. "Kimower, I am Wendina Fisher, the eldest daughter of Duke Cadnan," Wendina softly declared. Kimower was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the revelation. He suddenly recalled a rumor that the Duke's eldest daughter was of unsound mind. "You are not," Kimower, not being of noble birth, had merely heard whispers, unlike Viscount Enter, who was privy to the truth. Thus, he found himself doubting the veracity of the rumor regarding Wendina's mental state. "It is true," Wendina replied coolly. "To maintain the integrity of nobility, Duke Cadnan entrusted me to Duke Fisher." Kimower understood now. No wonder both Duke Fisher and Lady Wendina referred to Duke Cadnan as an adversary. "Kimower, I have already squandered too much time on you," Xiao Ye stated icily. "It is time for you to make your choice." This time, Kimower hesitated not at all, proclaiming, Duke Fisher, it would be my honor to serve you. For gold, Kemoer could stoop low. For his life, he would betray everything. Do not resist, Xiao Ye commanded once more, invoking the magical contract to bind Kemoer. After the signing of the slave contract, Kemoer felt as though his very life was subtly manipulated by the Duke, leaving him with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. As long as you remain loyal to me, the slave contract shall not take effect, Xiao Ye said with a smile. I do not wish to see the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild change its leadership. That was a devil's smile. Kemoer gazed at Duke Fisher's visage, a chill running through him. Let us go. It is time to deal with the last individual. Xiao Ye and his companions led Kemoer to Mandoli's chamber. The door was flung open violently, rousing the slumbering Mandoli. In a state of disarray, she looked at the Fishers with terror. What do you intend to do? Upon seeing Wendina, her panic intensified. Mandoli, what did Emily send you to the disaster domain for? Wendina inquired with a frosty smile. Does my dear sister long for her elder sibling? The mention of Emily stirred a tempest of anger within Wendina, who had endured much humiliation at Emily's hands during her time at the Duke's castle. Mandoli's complexion drained of color in an instant. She ceased to struggle, bewildered as to why the once simple-minded Wendina had transformed into the formidable figure before her, and even more perplexed as to how Wendina could recognize her. Miss Emily instructed me to use the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild to eliminate you and Duke Fisher. Mandoli's voice trembled. Kemoer's expression shifted dramatically. If Mandoli were to proceed with such a plan, he would be doomed. The assassination of a noble by a commoner was a grave offense, punishable by death, and Count Desolate would likely abandon him for this transgression. No, it was not merely probable. It was certain. Suddenly, Kemoer recalled that Wendina was still the daughter of Duke Kidanang, that a noble who would disregard his daughter's life for the sake of his own reputation would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his daughter in the name of nobility. As a member of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild, Kemoer would surely be handed over to Duke Kidanang by Count Desolate as a means of venting his wrath. Kemoer's eyes widened as he glared at Mandoli. You wretched woman. You deserve to be cast into the abyss of sorcery. You are merely an aide. How could the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild heed your commands to assassinate a duke? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Because some have already been corrupted by Emily. Responding to Xiao Ye's inquiry, Wendina added, that is typical of Emily. She prefers to lay extensive groundwork. Mandoli nodded. Indeed, Your Grace, Miss Emily has already bribed 3 silver knights from the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild. 3 silver knights? Xiao Ye turned to Kemoer. Are the individuals you brought this time particularly formidable? UNG is a valuable commodity. We always bring 5 silver-class professionals and a dozen bronze-class professionals for each transaction. Kemoer explained. These guards represent our basic strength. Xiao Ye was now somewhat astonished by the terrifying nature of the magical contract. It could surreptitiously control silver-class professionals. With the addition of the territory's silver-class professionals, there were now 6 in total. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Xiao Ye's heart. He suppressed his joy, for there was still one more person to deal with. Xiao Ye turned to Wendina. Seeking her counsel, shall we eliminate Mandoli? Mandoli was filled with dread. Wendina smiled. No, she still holds value. Xiao Ye was perplexed. What value could Mandoli possibly possess? Valia, she should be able to provide you with considerable vitality. No, Wendina glanced at Valia. Valia hesitated before nodding. But, Sister Wendina, must I truly go through with this? Wendina nodded affirmatively. Of course, Valia, this is someone who sought to harm Xiao Ye. Do you intend to let her go? Valia shook her head. Anyone who wishes to harm my master deserves to die. Very well. Tomorrow you shall act before the other members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild. Wendina gently patted Valia's forehead. Xiao Ye shivered involuntarily. He had not anticipated such a cold and ruthless side to Wendina, so starkly contrasting with the gentle enchantress he had known in repose. Kemoer, however, remained bewildered. The following day, upon awakening, the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild, upon learning they had become Xiao Ye's slaves, felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Yet, as their lives were now in the hands of another, they could only resign themselves to their fate with despondence. Witnessing Mandoli and Valia slowly age under the natural blessing skill, eventually becoming mere husks, they utterly abandoned any notion of resistance. Fear engulfed them as they gazed upon the seemingly serene elf. They learned from Lady Wendina that this elf was none other than the Witch of Disaster. Wendina had no intention of concealing the identity of the Witch of Disaster within the disaster domain. This aligned with Xiao Ye's thoughts. As long as the Witch of Disaster posed no threat to the denizens and could even assist them, Wendina was confident that the populace would accept the witch who could control her own powers. Moreover, This approach had the added benefit of attracting other witches of disaster who might seek her out. Whether other noble domains would regard the disaster domain as heretical was of little concern to Wendina and Xiao Ye. Had the disaster domain not always been perceived as an aberration in the eyes of the denizens of the origin continent, a plethora of lice hardly itches, Xiao Ye had grown somewhat immune to such matters. Chemoer, you may take your leave, Xiao Ye instructed after dealing with Mandoli, requesting Chemoer to leave behind 5 silver-class professionals and 10 bronze-class professionals. Naturally, he also insisted on retaining the majority of the UNG and methods for cultivating UNG. Remember our plan. Next time, bring the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild directly to Wuzhai City, and I will present you with additional business opportunities. Xiao Ye intended to entrust a portion of the soul-burning wine to Chemoer for sale, with profits partially directed to the disaster domain and the remainder shared among the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild. In this manner, he could gradually bring Count Delipal's Divine Scroll Merchant Guild under the control of the disaster domain. Chemoer, shaking off the gloom of becoming a slave, now brimmed with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating leading the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild back to the disaster domain. This once dilapidated village had transformed into a land of wealth in Chemoer's eyes. Duke Fisher was exceedingly generous. The mere thought of the profit-sharing promised by Duke Fisher filled Chemoer with excitement. Regardless of how many gold coins a jug of soul-burning wine fetched, Duke Fisher would only take 2 coins, with the remaining profits fully shared among the other members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild. Chemoer was well aware that, in certain regions, particularly among the orc tribes, the selling price of high-quality liquor generally ranged from 2 to 3 gold coins. Some even commanded prices exceeding 3 gold coins. The potential for profit was staggering. My heavens, this is infinitely better than working under Count Delipal. Compared to Duke Fisher, Count Delipal was nothing short of a miser. Rest assured, Your Grace, I shall soon return with the other members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild. Chemoer expressed unprecedented respect towards Duke Fisher. The soul-burning wine from the disaster domain will soon be available across the various territories of the Golden Leaf Empire. Xiao Ye waved his hand, signaling Chemoer to depart. He was indifferent to how Chemoer would explain the loss of UNG and the disappearance of the professionals to Delapierre. That was a matter for Chemoer to ponder. Chemoer was no fool. On the contrary, he was a talented individual. He was astute enough to recognize that returning to Count Delapierre would pose a threat to his life, and he would certainly refuse such a perilous journey. Rather than hastily setting off for the disaster territory upon hearing about the profits from the soul-burning wine, the day after Chemoer's departure, Xiao Ye announced the naming of Lake Sancades and the commencement of cultivation at the Spirit Field Base. On April 18, the White Tower Trade Caravan brought new raw materials for the soul-burning wine from Huasha City. On April 30, the Silver Ark Trade Caravan delivered a fresh batch of slaves. Following the arrival of the new slaves, Xiao Ye, as was customary, declared that a single silver coin could restore the freedom of a commoner, once again garnering a surge of faith power after the new batch of slaves arrived. The population of Wuzhai village reached nearly 2,500. The construction of the city walls progressed at an accelerated pace. On May 1 SD, under Xiao Ye's direction, Wendina expanded the staff of the Greening Bureau. While Villia ordered Sancades to lead them in greening the path to Huangsha City, Tio facilitate the construction of this road, Xiao Ye dedicated several days to erecting multiple large spirit wells, each with a diameter of 4 meters along the route. By May 2 ND, the number of knights in the order commanded by Buddha had expanded to 50, and they were bestowed the name of the Wuzhai Knights by Xiao Ye. Of course, the majority of the members of the Wuzhai Knights were still ordinary knights, yet to be elevated to official professionals. In fact, due to a lack of horses, many knights within the order had no steeds to ride. Xiao Ye had already commissioned Viscount Ent to procure 30 war horses for him, as for the 15 slaves left by the Divine Scroll Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ye formed them into a guard unit, specifically tasked with ensuring the safety of himself and the sorceresses. On May 9 Efta returned once more, placing an order for 1,000 jars of soul-burning wine and paying a deposit of 1,000 gold coins. Afterward, Fu departed with 500 jars of the brewed soul-burning wine. On May 13 Viscount Ent dispatched personnel to deliver the war horses Xiao Ye required. At this point, the height of the city walls had already reached 4 meters. On May 15 a trade association known as the Green Leaf arrived in the disaster territory, where Villia procured the special plant seeds she needed from them. On May 16 the White Tower Trade Caravan once again brought enough materials to brew 2,000 jars of soul-burning wine. On May 19 the Silver Ark Trade Caravan delivered 2,000 slaves, of which many were skilled slaves specifically purchased by Wendina. At this moment, the population of Wuzhai village had surged to 4,500 people. Having harvested sufficient faith power, Xiao Ye constructed additional spirit wells at the spirit field base to the south of Wuzhai village and along the path to Huangsha City. The new slaves were allocated by Wendina to the Greening Bureau. The city wall construction team, the saltpeter mining operation, and the newly established ice-making team, that a small number were assigned as new brewing workers that on May 23 RD, the long-absent Kimoer finally returned to the disaster territory. Xiao Ye entrusted him with 200 jars of soul-burning wine, instructing him to utilize these jars to open up sales channels within the Golden Leaf Empire, that on May 25 Wuzhai village saw the emergence of many fixed shops, offering clothing and ordinary daily necessities. With nearly 5,000 people in the market, despite the majority being slaves, these shops still garnered a certain amount of profit. At this time, the city walls had grown significantly, reaching a height of over 5 meters. On May 30 Villia informed Xiao Ye that crops had been sown at the spirit field base, and they were thriving splendidly. Wuzhai village officially possessed its own grain fields, no longer reliant on external purchases for sustenance. Furthermore, there was another piece of good news. Since Xiao Ye's arrival in Wuzhai City on February 23 RD, during which he oversaw the construction of the city walls, over 3 months had passed, and the walls, measuring 500 meters on each side and standing 6 meters tall, were finally completed on June 1 SD. Accompanied by Wendina, Villia, and others, Xiao Ye arrived at the Spirit Spring Square. The square had undergone a tremendous transformation. The entire ground was paved with stone, and in front of the spirit well, a platform over 1 meter high had been constructed. This was a directive from Xiao Ye, who wished to avoid standing atop a cart for every speech. Upon their arrival at the square, it was already teeming with people. Under the protection of the guard unit, Xiao Ye ascended the platform. Observing the gradually quieting crowd of villagers and slaves below, Xiao Ye proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I, the Lord of the Disaster Territory, your Duke Xiao Ye Fisher, have today fulfilled yet another promise." All the villagers looked up at Xiao Ye on the platform, attentively listening to his words. Even those standing at a distance, unable to hear his voice, held their breath, quietly attentive. Wuzhai village finally had its own city walls. At this point, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement in his heart as he declared, "My villagers, from this day forth, your safety will be assured, not only due to the towering walls but also because of the diligent and courageous hands of each of you." The village chief, Shisuo, gazed at the Duke atop the platform under the sunlight, his eyes brimming with emotion. He had once thought the Duke was merely indulging in folly, even if he had compensated the Duke for his efforts. Yet, how could one conceive the ease of erecting a city wall? Shisuo never believed he would witness Wuzhai village transform into Wuzhai City before his passing. However, the Duke had indeed accomplished it. A 6-meter-high wall had rapidly arisen. Could it be that the Duke was truly the embodiment of the divine? Shisuo felt a newfound resonance with the long-standing tales. My villagers, I once promised you, Xiao Ye said, his voice laced with emotion, that I would lead you towards prosperity, not merely ensuring you have enough water to drink, but also allowing you to savor white bread, fine wheat, and polished rice. That I have not forgotten my promise, Xiao Ye stated solemnly. Trust me, just as I have led you to construct Wuzhai village into Wuzhai City, one day, prosperity will descend upon every villager of Wuzhai City. The member of the security team, Spear, was today responsible for maintaining order in the Spirit Spring Square. Standing tall, upon hearing the Duke's speech, Spear could not help but puff out his chest. Since joining the security team, Spear had engaged in rigorous training daily and had also been learning the Huawan language. Moreover, he was now able to enjoy meat on a daily basis. Meat. This was something Spear had never dared to dream of before. The Duke kept his promises, and now he was eating meat. As for fine rice and wheat, Spear was able to enjoy them daily as well, even though it was not purchased with his own money. He felt immensely satisfied. Spear believed every word of the Duke. The villagers of Wuzhai City would surely one day savor fine rice and wheat. The other villagers shared a similar mindset. The Duke kept his promises, and as long as they followed him, a prosperous life would surely arrive. The towering walls of Wuzhai City stood as a testament to that. My villagers, I, Xiao Ye Fisher, in the name of the Duke, hereby declare that from this day forth, the first city of the disaster territory, Wuzhai City, is born. Xiao Ye proclaimed loudly, "Rejoice, my villagers, for this is your achievement. Wuzhai City is a creation of your own." Wuzhai City, Wuzhai City. Initially, only those close to the platform cheered, but gradually, the entire square erupted with voices. Nearly 5,000 people, each expressing their exuberance, shouted joyously, releasing the tempest of emotions within their hearts. Xiao Ye descended the platform and instructed Wendina to inform the villagers of the decision to grant a 3-day paid leave upon returning to the stone fortress. Xiao Ye took his seat at the head of the administrative hall. Present were Buddha, the captain of the Wuzhai Knights, Jusher, the captain of the security team, Vilya, the head of the Greening Bureau, Sankades, the deputy director. Along with Shirsuo, the village chief responsible for brewing, Ma Sheng, the leader of the ice-making team, and Oliver Null, the master brickmaker responsible for the brick kiln, along with Old John, Felina, Yi Bai, Yi Qi, and others, except for Buddha and Vilya. All were appointed by Wendina. These individuals had passed Wendina's assessment and were now officially taking on their roles, alleviating some of Wendina's burden. Shortly thereafter, Wendina returned to the administrative hall, and once she took her seat, Xiao Ye finally commenced this assembly. Yi Bai, please distribute the issues we need to discuss to them. Xiao Ye issued his instructions to this moment. Yi Bai had already assumed the role of Xiao Ye's secretary, dedicated to assisting him with various written records. Yi Bai distributed sheets of board paper to everyone present. As they lowered their heads, they beheld topics such as the organizational structure of Wuzhaiqing, considerations for citizen remuneration, income and expenditure of Wuzhaiqing, and the Oasis plan for Wuzhaiqing, among others. These were matters that Xiao Ye had delineated after discussions with Wendina and Weiliya, all pertaining to the future planning of Wuzhaiqing. With the establishment of Wuzhaiqing now complete, the issue of safety was no longer paramount, although there were still occasional monster attacks during this period. The presence of the Night Order and the Royal Guard had mitigated any significant casualties. Moreover, the monsters primarily emerged from the western and northern flanks of Wuzhaiqing. With heightened vigilance, substantial damage could be largely avoided. The pressing concern now lay in development. Let us first deliberate on the initial matter. Xiao Ye gently tapped the board paper with a charcoal pencil. The organizational structure of Wuzhaiqing. Wendina, please share your insights. Wendina nodded, having long prepared for this moment. Your Grace. Wuzhaiqing currently boasts nearly 5,000 inhabitants. We require a more efficient organization to manage them. Wendina articulated her views to the officials. Furthermore, we have an abundance of tasks at hand: brewing, ice production, brick kilns, land greening, spiritual field cultivation, and grain planting, among others. Your Grace, the current management is rather chaotic and inefficient. We must expedite improvements. Wendina's expression was grave. Should we fail to establish a sound organization, the future development of Wuzhaiqing will face considerable challenges. What are your thoughts? Xiao Ye turned to the others. Please express your opinions. Your Grace, I concur with Lady Wendina's perspective, was the first to speak. Ma Sheng, who was responsible for ice production. The production of ice requires nitrate, and the individuals mining the nitrate are not situated near our ice production site, leading to frequent conflicts. Ma Sheng recounted his troubles. The miners and I do not communicate effectively. Although Ma Sheng had learned to read, his limited education hindered his ability to express himself fully. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye grasped his point. This was a matter of interdepartmental disconnection. Others, including Shirsuo, who was in charge of brewing, and Ao Lai Fu, responsible for the brick kiln, had encountered similar issues. Very well, since you all agree with Lady Wendina's view, let us allow her to announce the new organizational structure of Wuzhaiqing. Xiao Ye had already conferred with Wendina regarding the organizational framework, eagerly awaiting this day for its proclamation. His inquiry into the opinions of the group was merely a strategic move to cultivate their enthusiasm. In the future, when issues arose, they would be more inclined to voice their thoughts. All eyes were fixed on Wendina, fully aware that this matter pertained to their immediate interests. Wendina arose and softly articulated the contents that she and Xiao Ye had previously agreed upon. Wuzhaiqing would establish a government office responsible for all affairs. The government office would be managed by a Grand Chancellor and 2 chancellors. Beneath the government office, 5 departments would be established: the Citizens Department, the Industry Department, the Construction Department, the Finance Department, and the Military Department, each headed by 1 minister and 2 deputy ministers. The Citizens Department would further establish a Citizens Bureau and an Education Bureau. The Industry Department would have a Brewing Bureau, an Ice Bureau, and a Brick Bureau. The Construction Department would set up a Distribution Bureau, a Greening Bureau, and an Engineering Bureau. The Finance Department would include a Procurement Bureau and an Accounting Bureau. The Military Department would consist of a Military Bureau and a Public Security Bureau. The Citizens Bureau would primarily handle population statistics and the transition of slaves to free citizens, while the Education Bureau would oversee educational affairs for the citizens. The 3 bureaus within the Industry Department would be responsible for the production of their respective goods. The Distribution Bureau would manage the allocation of workers among departments, while the Greening Bureau would continue its work on land cultivation and greening. The Engineering Bureau would focus on construction projects, such as building city walls and roads. The Procurement Bureau would be responsible for acquiring the raw materials needed by the Industry Department and selling the products produced therein. And it would also handle procurement for other departments as necessary. The Accounting Bureau would manage the calculations of income and expenditure for the territory, as well as the disbursement of salaries to various departments. The Military Bureau would encompass the Wuzhai Knight Order and the Royal Guard, tasked with the defense of the territory, while the Public Security Bureau would maintain internal order. Each bureau would have one director and one deputy director, with the directors eligible to serve as deputy ministers of the upper level. Do you have any comments on this organization? Xiao Ye inquired after Wadina concluded her presentation. The assembly shook their heads, expressing no objections to the structure. They were well aware that this had been prearranged between the Duke and Lady Wadina. Very well, I shall now announce some appointments. Xiao Ye revealed the list he had prepared. Wadina would serve as the Grand Chancellor of the Government Office, while Wailia and Ai Bute would take on the roles of chancellors. The assembly was somewhat taken aback, while they were not surprised by the appointments of Wadina and Wailia. They were curious about the Duke's absence from any official position, with Ai Bute assuming a chancellor role instead. However, upon reflection, they understood that each of these individuals was a trusted confidant of the Duke, and their governance of the government office equated to the Duke's own oversight. The citizens were unaware that Xiao Ye's actions held an ulterior motive, one that he was not yet prepared to disclose. For the time being, Wadina would also serve as the Minister of the Citizens Department until a suitable candidate could be found. Xiao Ye addressed Wadina. When the time comes, you may directly appoint the new Minister of the Citizens Department. Wadina nodded slightly. Xiao Ye continued. The Minister of the Industry Department will be Shi Suo. The Minister of the Construction Department will be Ao Lai Fu. The Minister of Finance will be Fu Li Na. And the Minister of the Military will be Ai Bute, acting in a dual capacity. Initially, Xiao Ye intended for Wailia to assume the role of Minister of the Construction Department, but she declined, wishing solely to oversee the Greening Bureau. Consequently, Xiao Ye sought the opinion of Sang Kaidi Si, who similarly rejected the Duke's goodwill and preferred to focus solely on greening the territory. Ultimately, Xiao Ye had no choice but to appoint the craftsman Ao Lai Fu as the Minister of the Construction Department. Those named in the discussion appeared pleased, while those not mentioned felt a twinge of anxiety. As for your positions, they will be arranged by Wadina. Xiao Ye reassured the others present with a smile. Rest assured, you will all have new roles. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the assembly felt a slight easing of their apprehensions. Wadina, please organize an assessment promptly to select suitable candidates. We still have numerous departments lacking management personnel. Xiao Ye instructed Wadina. After 3 days of rest, the assessment will be held. Wadina had already devised a plan. I have just informed the citizens that both slaves and free citizens are eligible to participate in the assessment. Xiao Ye nodded. Next, we should discuss the second issue, the remuneration of the citizens. I intend to raise their wages once more. Xiao Ye smiled. Do any of you have differing opinions? No one spoke up. How could they oppose an increase in wages? With higher remuneration for the citizens, their own wages would surely rise as well. Noting the absence of dissent, Xiao Ye articulated his proposed new wage structure. Henceforth, the territory would cease the distribution of grain, with all remuneration for citizens to be provided in monetary form. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Suo and Ma Sheng felt a stir within, yet refrained from voicing any objections. At this juncture, the territory had already attracted some merchants, and even without grain distribution, citizens could still purchase their own provisions for the free citizens of the territory. The minimum monthly wage shall not fall below 700 copper coins, Xiao Ye declared with a smile. For slaves, the minimum monthly wage shall not be less than 450 copper coins. As for the exact amounts to be distributed, Wadina, you and Fu Li Na, along with the various departments, should discuss this based on the territory's financial situation. Xiao Ye glanced at Wadina, who nodded in acknowledgement. Now, for the third issue regarding our territory's income and expenditure. Xiao Ye turned to Fu Li Na. Fu Li Na, please elaborate. Your Grace, she began, the current income and expenditure of the territory is not complicated. Our income relies solely on the soul-burning wine industry. While the ice production and brick kiln ventures have yet to yield any profits, Flina often trailed closely behind Wadina, possessing an equally astute awareness of the territory's circumstances. A portion of the expenditures was allocated for the salaries of the subjects. while the remainder was utilized for procuring brewing ingredients, equipping knights, acquiring necessary iron tools, managing slaves, and purchasing seeds from the Greening Bureau. Xiao Ye nodded, as he was somewhat familiar with this. If the salaries of the subjects were to increase, could the balance of income and expenditure be maintained? Xiao Ye inquired of Flina, voicing his primary concern. My lord, just from the soul-burning wine alone, the White Tower trade caravan provides us with nearly 800 gold coins each month. Flina replied with a smile. Even if every subject in the territory receives a monthly salary of a silver coin, the total expenditure would only amount to 500 gold coins. Your Grace, we have yet to commence the sale of ice and bricks. Flina continued, her confidence evident in her demeanor. Not to mention the bricks, the ice alone is sufficient to generate substantial revenue for the territory. With the heat of the season upon us, the nobles are in dire need of ice. Flina remarked with a smile. This time, ice is hardly cheaper than the soul-burning wine. Xiao Ye chuckled. All right, then I shall rest assured. He turned to Indina. When you discuss salaries, do your utmost to raise the subjects' wages. Xiao Ye yearned to directly distribute money to the subjects, allowing them to prosper. Only when they possessed wealth would they begin to consume. This would set the wheels of currency in motion, continually generating new goods during the process. However, simply distributing money was an unhealthy practice, as it would only dull people's resolve. My lord, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements, Indina replied, maintaining her signature gentle smile. Xiao Ye had complete faith in her. Next, we must discuss the long-term planning for the territory. The mere mention of this excited Xiao Ye. If these plans could succeed, the territory would undergo a tremendous transformation. I have established several long-term plans for the territory, and we must commit wholeheartedly to their execution, Xiao Ye stated with a serious expression. These plans were crucial for the territory's development, and no one could afford to be negligent. Coordination among various departments was imperative. His tone was grave, and everyone present listened intently, fearful of missing any vital information. The first plan is the Oasis Plan, Xiao Ye declared, turning to Vilia. The objective is to transform all areas within the disaster territory that are free from the encroaching magical fog from desolation into an oasis. In time, every piece of land within the disaster territory will yield crops and be lush with greenery. The imagery painted by the Duke inspired visions of hope among the attendees. Vilia, this plan will be overseen by your Greening Bureau, Xiao Ye instructed. The first phase involves greening the Ling Tian base situated south of Wuzhai City and the road leading west towards Huangsha City. I have already constructed a Lingquan well along that road. You merely need to establish a sheltering forest to fend off the sands, Xiao Ye added with a smile. If you require additional Lingquan wells, Vilia, do not hesitate to approach me. Vilia beamed. Rest assured, my lord, the Greening Bureau will expedite the construction of the sheltering forest. Xiao Ye nodded. He understood that the Oasis Plan was not a task to be completed overnight. Even the sheltering forest leading to Huangsha City would require significant time to establish. The construction department must manage the allocation of workers effectively to ensure the Greening Bureau's efforts proceed smoothly, he directed, looking at Oliver. The construction department will not disappoint you, Your Grace. Oliver replied respectfully. Xiao Ye nodded in acknowledgement. The second plan is entitled the New City Plan, he stated, addressing Oliver. This plan will be the responsibility of the Construction Department's Engineering Bureau. Oliver, holding a charcoal pencil, diligently recorded the Duke's words on a sheet of paper to avoid any oversight. The New City Plan, as the name suggests, aims to revitalize Wuzhai City. The essence of Xiao Ye's New City Plan was to replace all the dilapidated wooden and earthen structures of Wuzhai City with brick and tile houses. The bricks were already available, and tiles could be produced from the brick kiln. The conditions for constructing brick and tile houses were entirely in place. Furthermore, Xiao Ye intended to establish public facilities such as toilets, bathhouses, schools, theaters, as well as public health facilities like sewers and waste disposal areas within Wuzhai City. Beyond these facilities, the entire ground of Wuzhai City would be paved with blue bricks, ensuring that even on rainy days, there would be no mud. Xiao Ye elaborated. The blue bricks used for paving must be specially made. They need to be as hard as possible and larger than red bricks, ideally measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 30 centimeters in thickness. As he could not explain every detail to Oliver at that moment, he simply instructed him. We will discuss the specifics further after this. Oliver had initially thought that once the city walls were constructed, the construction department's role would diminish to merely coordinating workers and assisting departments like the Greening Bureau and the Ice Bureau. However, upon hearing the Duke's New City Plan, Oliver realized that the construction department was now faced with a monumental task. He was greatly pleased by this realization and deeply touched by the Duke's trust. Once merely a slave acquired from the White Tower trade caravan, he was now a minister overseeing numerous subjects. Oliver knew that this was entirely due to Duke Fisher's generosity and kindness. Otherwise, how could a slave attain such a position? Your Grace, the construction department will ensure that Wuzhai City is transformed into a place everyone desires to inhabit, Oliver asserted, nodding and promising, if I cannot satisfy your Grace, I shall offer my life. Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively. Oliver, there is no need for such drastic measures. I trust you. Oliver felt even more moved, silently vowing to make Wuzhai City a city that everyone would wish to inhabit. The third plan I refer to as the 10,000 households plan, Xiao Ye stated, looking at Wendina. The Department of Subjects must devise a strategy to gradually increase the population of the territory to 50,000. Whether through purchasing slaves or attracting free citizens from other territories to immigrate, I require a growing populace. Xiao Ye's serious expression conveyed the importance he placed on this matter. Even orc, half-orc, dwarf, and half-elf populations, any intelligent species could find a place in Wuzhai City. Wendina nodded, aware of Xiao Ye's grand ambition to develop the entire disaster territory. Population growth was indispensable for the territory's development. Moreover, it was unrealistic for the disaster territory to rely solely on Wuzhai City. I will ensure this matter is well managed, Wendina affirmed, though she harbored her own concerns. Your Grace, if we increase the population by such a number, the current capacity of Wuzhai City will become insufficient. Xiao Ye had anticipated this, that Wuzhai City measured 500 meters per side, encompassing an area of 0.25 square kilometers, with a population of 5,000, resulting in a population density of 20,000 per square kilometer. This density was indeed quite high. Xiao Ye recalled that the population density of ancient Chang'an was approximately 12,000 per square kilometer. Thus, it was evident that Wuzhai City was rather crowded. This leads me to my fourth plan, the Great City Plan. Xiao Ye remarked with a smile that we must construct new city walls, extending to 4 kilometers per side. With a total capacity of 200,000 to 300,000 inhabitants, Xiao Ye intended to utilize the existing walls as the inner city, thereby enhancing the city's security. My lord, such a project will require a significant workforce. Oliver expressed, astonished by the Duke's ambitions. Constructing such a city was a formidable challenge, even with bricks at hand. Thus, the Department of Subjects must expedite the expansion of the territory's population. Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly. However, my lord, with the addition of so many people, there exists the risk of being attacked by magical beasts before the new walls are completed. Abate voiced his concerns. Over the past 3 months, the Night Brigade had already dealt with several incidents of magical beast attacks. Although these creatures were not particularly strong, they still posed a threat that ordinary individuals could not withstand. This brings us to my fifth plan, Xiao Ye said, revealing a knowing smile. The Disaster Legion Plan. The territory must establish a formidable military presence. In addition to professional soldiers, we must also form a legion composed of ordinary citizens, Xiao Ye declared. Abate, you will be responsible for this. I require a force of 1,000 soldiers. After acquiring a skilled artisan, Xiao Ye finally succeeded in crafting the long-coveted Zhuge crossbow. However, due to a deficiency in sufficient timber and iron ore, mass production of the crossbow remains unfeasible. Nonetheless, this is a minor issue. With Valia's assistance, the territory will soon be able to provide the necessary wood. Even if that is not possible, it can be procured externally. Just like the iron ore. In any case, the establishment of this legion has been firmly set by Xiao Ye. My lord, the capabilities of ordinary individuals are insufficient to withstand the onslaught of magical beasts. Buddha remarked, what if each person were equipped with a Zhuge crossbow armed with fine iron arrows? Xiao Ye responded with a smile directed at Buddha. Buddha's mouth fell agape in astonishment. That would be sufficient to contend with magical beasts of bronze and even silver rank. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Zhuge crossbow, Buddha knew that a barrage of fire from dozens, if not hundreds, of archers would be too much for even bronze-level beasts to resist, let alone silver-level ones that would surely succumb. However, this requires a substantial amount of funds. Flina expressed her concerns, fully aware of the exorbitant cost of fine iron. Equipping 1,000 individuals with fine iron arrows would be an enormous expenditure. And I worry about the financial condition of our territory. Flina need not fret. These plans will be implemented gradually. You merely need to manage the existing funds accordingly, Xiao Ye chuckled. Moreover, I have one final initiative. The Golden Path Project? The Golden Path Project? Everyone looked toward the Duke in confusion, unable to grasp the significance of this plan. Xiao Ye smiled and elucidated. The preceding 5 plans each necessitate considerable financial investment. Without sufficient funds to support them, completing these 5 initiatives will prove challenging. The objective of the Golden Path Project is to augment the territory's revenue by establishing various new industries, opening trade routes, and selling the goods from the disaster territory to generate substantial profits for our domain. Xiao Ye continued, the Golden Path Project is also a long-term endeavor aimed at the gradual establishment of new industries, including the Ice Production Bureau, the Brewing Bureau, and the Brick Bureau, all integral components of the Golden Path Project. Soon, we shall also establish a paper production bureau, as paper will similarly provide significant funds for the territory. Xiao Ye turned to Valia. Paper production requires Baisu Lang as a raw material. Valia, you must expedite the cultivation of sufficient Baisu Lang. Valia noted this down and nodded, saying, Master, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to manage the cultivation of Baisu Lang. Xiao Ye nodded in approval and then instructed, the Brick Bureau must also maintain production. Not only should it not cease, but production should be expanded in addition to meeting the territory's own demands. We must also sell the red bricks and blue bricks produced by the Brick Bureau. The sales task will be entrusted to the Financial Department's Purchasing and Sales Bureau. Xiao Ye directed Flina. You must promptly arrange for individuals to establish sales routes for the bricks, ensuring they reach other territories. Flina nodded in agreement. You can design different clay molds based on the purchaser's requirements to produce various types of bricks, Xiao Ye reminded Flina. Furthermore, you might even assign a team to research brick styles, exploring the possibility of producing bricks in different colors. Flina appeared hesitant, as she had never participated in brick firing before. Duke, allow me to take charge of the research into brick styles. I have experience. Oliver interjected upon observing Flina's reluctance. Very well, then it shall be entrusted to you. It indeed seems more suitable for Oliver to handle this responsibility. Now, these constitute the 6 long-term plans for the territory, and all future developments must revolve around the fulfillment of these 6 initiatives, Xiao Ye declared resolutely. Following this, he and the others deliberated on numerous details regarding the territory's development until the sky darkened, marking the conclusion of this protracted meeting. After the meeting adjourned, Wendina promptly had a notice posted on the announcement wall in Linquan Square. The announcement contained information regarding changes in the method of remuneration for the citizens, the minimum wage, the Duke's 6 plans, the organizational structure of the administrative office, and the forthcoming selection of administrative officials, among other details. In addition, there was a special notice released by the Financial Department's Purchasing and Sales Bureau. The notice stated, on June 11, the Purchasing and Sales Bureau will hold a meeting to auction off sales rights. Merchants may bid for the rights to sell the goods awarded by the Duke, including soul-burner wine and ice bricks. A middle-aged man clad in coarse linen inquired of a young man standing by the notice wall. Hey, what does the announcement say? Other citizens who had been resting in the square gathered around the notice wall as well. The residents of Wuzhai City, whether free citizens or slaves, had long grown accustomed to the periodic announcements that appeared on the wall. Many had developed a habit of keeping an eye on the announcements, believing they were often relevant to their lives. Don't rush. Let me take a look first, the young man replied. Ever since he missed the recruitment for the security team due to his illiteracy, he had become attentive to night classes. Each day after work, he diligently endured physical fatigue to attend classes and learn the language. Thanks to his excellent memory and perseverance, he quickly mastered most of the commonly used characters. Now, reading the announcement posed no difficulty for him. He scanned the announcement word by word. The changes in the method of remuneration did not provoke much emotional response, as long as they had copper tokens. Food could still be purchased in Wuzhai City, which was not a hardship. However, the establishment of a minimum wage caught his attention. The stipulation of a minimum monthly wage of 700 copper tokens caused him to frown. Previously, workers in the territory could receive 4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 15 copper tokens. This amounted to a substantial total of 840 copper tokens per month, making the new minimum of 700 copper tokens seem considerably less. Yet, he soon keenly noticed the significance of the phrase minimum wage. Perhaps the matter is not as straightforward as it appears, he thought to himself, while he could sense that these 4 words bore additional implications. He could not comprehend the Duke's rationale for this course of action. He continued reading. The Duke's 6 long-term plans ignited his imagination, filling him with admiration for the Duke's foresight. When he reached the final news about the selection of administrative officials, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Ha! This is my opportunity. He was eager to return home and review the characters he had learned, as he intended to participate in the selection for administrative officials. Hey, have you finished reading? A fellow citizen urged him. Read it out loud for us. The young man quickly read the contents of the announcement aloud before hastily leaving the square. As he departed, the citizens began to chatter animatedly, discussing the contents of the announcement. The issue of remuneration dominated their conversations, followed closely by their admiration for the Duke's 6 plans, particularly the new city initiative. The Duke is going to build us new houses, they exclaimed excitedly. Regarding the news of the selection of government officials, the majority of the subjects remain indifferent, as they are largely illiterate. Not all subjects can endure the arduousness of working all day only to pursue learning thereafter. Furthermore, even among those who do attempt to educate themselves, some, due to their inherent lack of aptitude, find it challenging to acquire substantial knowledge within a mere 2 or 3 months. Nevertheless, there are always a few subjects possessing a greater aptitude, akin to straw, who, upon hearing this announcement, decide to return to study the language. The contents of the announcement spread rapidly to the ears of every subject in Wushaiqing. Different individuals focus on different matters. Ordinary subjects and slaves are concerned about wages, while the literate are attentive to news from the government office. Those who consider themselves physically robust are more interested in the plans of the Disaster Legion, aspiring to become akin to the members of the security team. As for the merchants remaining in Wushaiqing, the 10,000 households plan and the Golden Road plan undoubtedly capture their primary interest. The 10,000 households plan speaks for itself. A larger population signifies a more extensive market, thus enabling the sale of more goods. Regarding the Golden Road plan, these merchants have fixed their sights on 4 commodities: soul-burning wine, ice, bricks, and even the yet-to-be-invented paper. Anyone who has lingered in Wushaiqing for a while understands the value of soul-burning wine, with the White Tower merchants profiting enormously from it. Merchants are well aware that the profit from ice will be substantial, especially in June when the weather is particularly scorching. As for bricks, their market price remains unclear, yet it is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Even for flooring, bricks are far more convenient than stone. Go quickly informed the esteemed leader. There are profitable trades in Wushaiqing, trades as lucrative as soul-burning wine. The merchants unanimously resolved to secure the selling rights for these commodities. June 11th is fast approaching. They must act swiftly, or they will miss the opportunity. After 3 days of a paid holiday, the Education Bureau promptly organized an examination to select suitable candidates for the vacant positions in the government office. With a complete staff, the government office began to operate in an orderly fashion, and Wushaiqing came back to life. Most slaves and subjects were assigned by Wendina to the Construction Bureau, while the remainder was allocated to the Greening Bureau and the Industry Department. As for the departments of civil affairs, military, and finance, they had relatively few members, primarily due to the high cultural requirements of these departments, which left few individuals capable of meeting the demands. In the Stone Fortress government office, Xiao Ye convened a meeting with the officials of the Construction Bureau. Olivier, the current priority for the Engineering Bureau is the execution of the new city plan. Xiao Ye addressed Olivier. The most crucial task of the new city plan is to demolish the dilapidated wooden houses and construct brick houses. Is there any issue with the tile production? Xiao Ye had already instructed Olivier to commence research on tile production when he was conceptualizing the new city plan. No issues, Your Grace, Olivier replied. We have successfully produced both blue and red tiles, which are quite sturdy and meet the necessary standards. Xiao Ye nodded. How familiar are you with the work of the Engineering Bureau? Ma Shuai, who performed exceptionally well in the recent selection examination for government officials, was assigned by Wendina to the Construction Bureau. Olivier appointed Ma Shuai as the Deputy Director of the Engineering Bureau, while he retained the position of Director. Your Grace, I am quite familiar with the work of the Engineering Bureau, and it will not hinder our progress, Ma Shuai stated, brimming with excitement as it was his first participation in a meeting. The construction of the brick houses could commence immediately. Xiao Ye specifically reminded, we must plan ahead, ensuring ample space for roads and sites for various public facilities. Rest assured, Your Grace, I will prepare the new city blueprints in advance. Olivier assured with conviction, there will absolutely be no issues. Xiao Ye held a degree of trust in Olivier, however, given that this was the first time constructing multi-story brick houses. He knew he must remain vigilant to avoid any discrepancies. Can you guarantee the safety of the specially fired blue brick slabs? Xiao Ye inquired of Olivier. The specially made blue brick slabs measure 3 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Interspersed with iron bars, these slabs are intended to serve as the flooring between 2 levels of the building. You need not worry, I have tested their hardness, and there will be absolutely no problems. Olivier reassured, adding cautiously, there will definitely be no issues with the 3-story brick building. The 3-story brick building was a decision made after discussions between Xiao Ye, Olivier, and numerous construction artisans. Standing 9 meters tall, it could successfully accommodate the existing population of Wushaiqing, while its height allows for sufficient capacity. Xiao Ye was preparing for the 10,000 households planned. The expansion of the territory's population must never cease. And until the successful implementation of the giant city plan, the newly arrived subjects must have a place to reside. The buildings are entirely suitable. Xiao Ye planned to house all the slaves of Wushaiqing within such structures. Each building would be constructed to 3 stories, featuring 2 rows of 10 rooms on each floor. Each room would span approximately 30 square meters, containing 3 bunk beds, thereby accommodating 6 individuals. Thus, each 3-story building could house 100 people. Covering nearly 400 square meters, if half of Wushaiqing were constructed to these specifications, it would be possible to erect 300 brick buildings. 500,250,400 square meters, 312.5 buildings. Consequently, these 300 brick buildings would be sufficient to accommodate over 50,000 individuals. 354,000. Very well, we must establish 300 brick buildings, Xiao Ye declared with an unwavering tone. In addition to the brick buildings, we must also construct accompanying public canteens, restrooms, and bathhouses. The brick buildings will solely serve as residences. Cooking must be arranged separately. Although all subjects will henceforth receive copper tokens instead of food rations, they will be able to use these tokens to purchase meals from the public canteen, thereby facilitating the circulation of currency. Rest assured, Your Grace, there will be no mistakes, Olivier affirmed. Hanste, your distribution bureau must coordinate with the brick bureau and the finance department to ensure a steady supply of bricks and iron. Xiao Ye directed a middle-aged man, who, despite wearing coarse garments, bore a refined appearance. This middle-aged man was still classified as a slave and had yet to accumulate a single silver coin. However, as the head of the distribution bureau, he would soon be able to register for a change of status at the Civil Affairs Bureau, liberating himself from slavery. After all, as the head of the distribution bureau, even as a slave, his salary would surpass that of a single silver coin. The distribution bureau will negotiate with all departments to guarantee the smooth progress of all engineering bureau projects. Hanste spoke slowly yet with unwavering conviction. After discussing a few more details, the meeting concluded, and the workers of the engineering bureau promptly commenced construction on the first brick building in the cleared area where the dilapidated wooden houses once stood. Xiao Ye remained seated, beginning to design a new duke's castle. The existing duke's castle no longer sufficed to reflect his status. Xiao Ye planned to construct a castle that approached modern standards as closely as possible. For only then could he enjoy a more comfortable and convenient life. To achieve a semblance of a modern city, it was essential to incorporate running water, heating for winter, sewage systems, and more. Xiao Ye racked his brain, contemplating how to realize these functionalities. Before he knew it, the sky had dimmed. Xiao Ye, it is time for dinner. A familiar voice broke his concentration. He looked up to see Wendina, who had quietly entered the government office. Xiao Ye blinked his slightly weary eyes and stretched his wrists. Wendina, what brings you here personally? He inquired, rising to embrace her waist. I merely wish to see you. If you require assistance, I can lend a hand. Wendina replied with a smile. Xiao Ye gently kissed her forehead. There is no need. Wendina, I do not require help. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Xiao Ye's face. If I truly needed assistance, it would not be in such a setting. We should return to our bedroom. Wendina's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Due to Valia's influence, Xiao Ye's strength had ascended to the same bronze level as Wendina, and in battle, Wendina was no longer a match for him. Observing the vibrant color on Wendina's face, Xiao Ye felt a mischievous urge. Perhaps this occasion holds a certain charm, he remarked with a playful grin. Wendina's expression turned pale. Here? No, Xiao Ye. She swiftly halted his advance. Feeling utterly embarrassed in such a setting, unable to accept it. Let us dine first, and later we can, Wendina suggested, a shy smile gracing her lips. Xiao Ye, with a hint of resignation, replied, all right, then let us eat quickly. Upon returning to the dining hall, Xiao Ye noticed that Valia was already partaking in her meal. The table was laden with various stir-fried dishes and desserts, delicacies he had taught the chef during his leisure time. Now, aside from Yi Bai and Yi Qi, the stone castle had numerous servants, including chefs and cleaners. With the surplus funds, they could afford their wages. As for stir-frying, it was a rarity in the origin continent, where stews and roasted or steamed foods predominated. Xiao Ye longed for the taste of stir-fried dishes, prompting him to instruct the territory's blacksmith to forge several iron walks for this purpose. "Lilia, take your time with your meal. When Ina and I will head back to rest," he said. Swiftly finishing dinner, he took the somewhat awkward Wen Ina by the hand and exited the dining hall. Lilia watched the hasty retreat of her master and sister Wen Ina, unable to suppress a smile. My master is truly impatient, completely disregarding whether sister Wen Ina might feel shy. After sensing the emotions between Xiao Ye and Wen Ina, Lilia pondered, "I wonder what it feels like to sleep next to my master." Suddenly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy blush. "Sister Wen Ina, why did you have to share your intimate moments with my master?" Lilia, losing her appetite, propped her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Once Xiao Ye closed the bedroom door behind him and settled onto the bed with Wen Ina, they found themselves in a state of undress. Wen Ina gasped. Tonight was destined to be an eventful one. In the ensuing days, nothing of note occurred in Wuxia City, save for the occasional arrival of a few merchants. Until the 11th of June arrived. In the Stone Castle's administrative hall, Xiao Ye occupied the head seat, directing his gaze towards Yi Bai. "How many merchants have arrived?" "My lord, there are at least 20 to 30 of various sizes," Yi Bai reported. "Aside from the familiar White Tower Trading Company, Silver Arc Trading Company, and Green Leaf Chamber of Commerce, the rest are mainly merchants already stationed in Yellow Sand City." Pausing, he continued, "However, there are some who have come from the Lyle and Westbo territories, exceeding my initial expectations." Xiao Ye was quite satisfied with the number of trading groups. After all, the disaster territory was remote, and he had allowed only 10 days for merchants to arrive, so the majority would not make it. "Has the information on each trading group been compiled?" Xiao Ye instructed Yi Bai to document the details of every group vying for the rights to sell goods, for his reference, according to your orders. "I have registered the names of the trading groups, their leaders, the primary trades they engage in, and their respective territories," Yi Bai said, handing Xiao Ye 2 sheets of paper. As Xiao Ye reviewed them, he remarked, "Let them all in." Yi Bai departed. While Xiao Ye contemplated how to allocate the existing rights to sell goods in the territory, the distribution of these rights would not merely be dictated by the highest bid. Xiao Ye had deeper considerations. He needed to leverage the rights to establish close ties with certain territories, effectively binding their interests. Furthermore, he aimed to utilize some trading groups to enhance the reputation of the disaster territory in the origin continent. At the very least, to reverse its image as barren and perilous. Only by cultivating a favorable image could the disaster territory attract more merchants and free citizens. Before long, the merchants arrived at the administrative hall. "We greet you, Duke," they said in unison. "F you, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be selling soul-burning wine to the orcs?" Xiao Ye was surprised to see F you, a representative from the White Tower Trading Company. "Thanks to you, my lord, soul-burning wine remains in high demand among the orcs," Efta replied with a radiant smile. "Just a few days into the 100 Races Alliance, and all the soul-burning wine has been sold." "Ah, then I must congratulate you on earning over 1,000 gold coins," Xiao Ye teased. The other merchants were astonished, envious of Fu. 1,000 gold coins was no small sum. "Hey, Duke, it is all due to your support," Efta replied. "Without you, I would not have amassed such wealth." To express my gratitude. The White Tower Trading Company will purchase all future soul-burning wine at a price of 1 gold and 5 silver per barrel. Xiao Ye chuckled, thinking that Fu's plan was quite clever. He intended to increase the price by 5 silver coins to acquire the selling rights for the soul-burning wine, but that was a matter for later. Xiao Ye neither accepted nor declined Fu's offer. The rights to sell goods from Wuxia City would be allocated according to his own strategy. "Everyone, please take a seat." Xiao Ye gestured for the merchants to sit down. "I am well aware of your purpose for being here. It is to secure the rights to sell goods. Currently, the territory has 3 products: soul-burning wine, bricks, and ice." Xiao Ye continued, "In the future, the territory will also produce paper, which serves the same purpose as parchment but is significantly lighter and more convenient. Additionally, Wuxia City will soon offer 4-wheeled carriages. At present, all carriages in the origin continent are 2-wheeled. Even the largest 2-wheeled carriages have insufficient cargo capacity. The main issue with 4-wheeled carriages lies in the steering mechanism. I have begun arranging for 2 individuals to create a steering system based on my specifications. Once the steering mechanism is successfully developed, the construction of 4-wheeled carriages will become feasible. Undoubtedly, 4-wheeled carriages will be able to carry more goods and will be highly sought after by numerous merchants. 4-wheeled carriages. The merchants had never encountered such a thing, so they lacked a clear understanding of the difference between paper and parchment. However, they could envision the practicality of four-wheeled carriages. The limited cargo capacity of two-wheeled carriages was a persistent issue for them, even with large two-wheeled carriages pulled by tamed magical beasts. Furthermore, the cost of using large two-wheeled carriages was quite high. If four-wheeled carriages truly existed, they would better meet their needs. My lord, are four-wheeled carriages truly feasible? How do they turn? Fu, familiar with Xiao Yu's amiable nature, knew he would not take offense. We already have a solution for that problem, Xiao Yu said with a smile. However, producing the actual four-wheeled carriages will require some time. Now, let us first discuss the selling rights for soul-burning wine, ice, and bricks. We can address the other products once they are ready. The other merchants were curious about the four-wheeled carriages, yet Xiao Yu did not intend to elaborate further. It would be more prudent to promote them after they were produced. Seeing that the Duke did not wish to continue discussing this topic, the merchants refrained from pressing further. I will allocate the selling rights for the goods from Wuxia City in a novel manner, Xiao Yu said, redirecting the merchant's attention from the four-wheeled carriages. What method does the Duke have in mind? A male half-elf from the Green Leaf Trading Company inquired. His name was Selen Silvermoon, the true president of the Green Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The last time he visited Wuxia City, he had only sent a vice president. You are Selen Silvermoon of the Green Leaf Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Yu recalled the information he had seen about the Green Leaf Chamber, originating from the Elven race, specifically the Silvermoon tribe. With grace, Selen bowed to Xiao Yu. Indeed, my lord, your esteemed reputation precedes you, and the Green Leaf Chamber has come to pay their respects. It seems my name, Xiao Ye Fisher, has gained some esteem, no longer merely associated with debauchery. Xiao Yu, with a self-deprecating chuckle, observed the merchants accompanying him with their restrained smiles, deftly balancing their agreement with the Duke while avoiding any semblance of mockery. Ceylon, do the elves also indulge in the pleasures of wine? Xiao Yu inquired with a smile. I hardly believe the three commodities of Wuxia City would pique your interest. Fine wines are cherished by any wise race, Ceylon replied, adorned in a form-fitting green attire, his demeanor poised. Very well. The Soulfire wine shall be allocated to your Green Leaf Merchant Association, Xiao Yu declared without hesitation. For the elven folk equally require exquisite wines to embellish their lives. Ceylon's smile blossomed even further. Thank you, my lord. Your esteemed name shall be heralded among the elves alongside the Soulfire wine. A wave of astonishment swept through the other merchants. They had not anticipated that Ceylon, a mere half-elf, would secure the rights to sell the Soulfire wine with just a few words. What shall we do now? Particularly concerned was Eve, who recalled that the production of Soulfire wine in their territory was quite limited. Xiao Yu quelled the rising commotion. Silence. Should you harbor any discontent, you are free to depart. Xiao Yu was not one to make impulsive promises to Ceylon. Upon reviewing the relevant documents, he had already resolved to allocate a portion of the Soulfire wine to the Green Leaf Merchant Association. In doing so, the disaster territory would establish a connection with the elven community, and its reputation could flourish among them. Despite their inner turmoil, the merchants dared not voice their grievances. Earlier, Ceylon inquired about the distribution of the sales rights. Now I shall disclose my intentions, Xiao Yu announced. The price of Soulfire wine shall remain unchanged at 1 gold coin per barrel, he began, casting a surprising revelation into the assembly. The merchants were both elated and taken aback. The Duke had not seized the opportunity to inflate the price of the Soulfire wine. However, how would the distribution be managed? Was it not customary for the highest bidder to prevail? Their curiosity about the Duke's distribution method intensified. As for the sales rights of the Soulfire wine, Xiao Yu pondered momentarily before articulating slowly. I shall designate 3 merchant associations. The merchants gasped in astonishment. The Duke's approach was one of designation rather than auction, leaving them bewildered by the absence of competitive bidding. I understand your confusion. I shall elucidate shortly, Xiao Yu reassured the restless merchants. He then unveiled the names of the 3 associations, the Green Leaf Merchant Association, the White Tower Merchant Association, and the Yellow Sand Merchant Association. Xiao Yu's selection of these 3 associations was deliberate. The Green Leaf Merchant Association required no further explanation. The White Tower Merchant Association, hailing from the Windflame Empire, primarily engaged in the trade of wines, ironware, and pottery, with their goods mainly directed towards the Orc Alliance. By including the White Tower Merchant Association, Xiao Yu sought to maintain a connection with the Windflame Empire. In addition to honoring past friendships, the Yellow Sand Merchant Association was a collective formed by Viscount Enter, Viscount Shibua, and Baron Lair, primarily dealing in the sale of monster meat. These 3 territories, bordered by the Magic Break Mountains to the west and the Soul Desert to the east, frequently faced monster attacks. Moreover, Numerous adventurers in these regions specialized in hunting monsters, with the Yellow Sand Merchant Association purchasing and subsequently selling this monster meat to the orcs, who possessed secret methods for processing it. By entrusting the Soulfire wine to them, Xiao Ye aimed to facilitate sales to the Golden Lion Kingdom and forge profit ties with the territories of Yellow Sand, Shibua, and Lair, as they bordered the disaster territory, necessitating the maintenance of amicable relations. Hearing Xiao Ye's pronouncement, those merchant associations that had not been awarded sales rights were understandably disheartened. Conversely, those fortunate enough to receive them, like Serlon, beamed with joy, while the president of the Yellow Sand Merchant Association, Kaikfu, wore an expression of delight, albeit Eve's brow furrowed slightly. Eve, do not dwell on this. Xiao Yu anticipated Eve's concerns, deliberately addressing them. You may sell the Soulfire wine in the Windflame Empire. The markets of the Orc Alliance in the Windflame Empire are sufficiently lucrative. Xiao Yi added softly, moreover, the quantity of Soulfire wine is limited. There is no need for you to fret over sales. Eve's expression softened into a smile. The Duke is indeed correct. I am merely a merchant, lacking the wisdom of the Duke. Although Xiao Yu recognized Eve's genuine praise, he felt a hint of discomfort. Was he not merely reflecting on his own duality? The rights to the ice would be allocated through an auction process. Xiao Yu stated with a smile, before we commence the bidding, I shall first allow you to examine the product. He gestured to Yi Bai nodded and exited the administrative hall, returning shortly with two servants who bore a block of ice measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 20 centimeters in thickness. It is indeed ice, the merchants exclaimed in astonishment. The origin continent was not devoid of ice. Nobles often stored it during winter, yet such measures were ultimately insufficient to meet demand. This scarcity was precisely why merchants flocked to Wuzhai City upon hearing of its ice supply. For ice in summer was a precious commodity. This is a standard block of ice. Xiao Yu indicated the ice block. And you may offer your prices based on its dimensions. He instructed Yi Bai to distribute charcoal pencils and small pieces of board to the merchants present. Aside from the 3 associations that had secured the rights to sell the Soulfire wine, they would not be eligible to obtain the rights to the ice sales. This action was also intended to foster profit connections between the disaster territory and a greater number of merchant associations. Please inscribe your prices on the boards. The 3 associations with the highest bids will gain the rights to the ice block, Xiao Yu expressed cheerfully. The leaders of all merchant associations turned their backs, wary of revealing their bids to one another. They estimated a rough price based on the current market for ice in the origin continent and, anticipating the competitive nature of the auction, adjusted their bids upward. Xiao Yu patiently awaited their responses, refraining from urging them. After nearly 10 minutes, all the merchants finally submitted their bids, observing the Duke meticulously reviewing each bid. The merchants felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. After perusing the bids for the ice block, Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim inwardly, these are indeed the blessings of the god of wealth. He noted that the lowest bid was 1 silver coin and 3 copper coins, while the highest reached 2 silver coins and 2 copper coins. The top 3 bids were 2 silver coins and 2 copper coins, 2 silver coins and 1 copper coin, and 2 silver coins flat. Looking at the merchants before him, Xiao Yu beamed with genuine warmth. They truly embodied the essence of fortune. The standard block of ice he had defined was merely 0.1 cubic meters, meaning that 1 cubic meter of ice could yield 10 standard blocks. Even at the minimum price, 1 cubic meter could yield a profit of 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins. For Xiao Yi, the cost of producing ice was solely the laborer's wages, indicating that at least half of that profit was pure gain. This was a veritable gold mine, rivaling that of the Soulfire wine. The associations securing the rights to the ice block were the Iron Fortress Merchant Team, the Amber Traders, and the Starlight Merchant Association. Xiao Yu smiled as he announced the 3 merchant associations that had placed the highest bids. He felt quite pleased with the decision to grant these 3 caravans the rights to sell ice blocks. Among them, the Iron Fortress caravan belonged to the barony of Taringlin in the Empire of Baiwei, a mere viscountcy located on the northwestern side of the disaster territory's border, near the Magic Break mountain range. Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised that the Iron Fortress caravan managed to secure the rights to sell ice blocks, considering it was only a viscountcy with a relatively weak trading force. He couldn't help but regard the caravan's leader, Maidili, with newfound respect, recognizing his remarkable ambition. Even more gratifying for Xiao Yu was the fact that the Iron Fortress caravan primarily engaged in iron ore trade, which perfectly aligned with the territory's demand for iron. As for the Amber Trading Company, it was affiliated with the Empire of Jinya and the Kingdom of Qidong, boasting considerable strength. The goods handled by the Amber Trading Company were diverse, yet their primary offerings remained potions and magical artifacts. Finally, the Starlight Association was an independent entity, formed entirely by a group of professionals. This revelation surprised Xiao Ye. It was remarkable that a merchant association without any backing could thrive on the continent of origins. He felt a sense of curiosity towards the Starlight Association, as their strength must be formidable, otherwise, they wouldn't possess such vast wealth and remain unscathed. In the future. The ice blocks from the disaster territory will be entrusted to your 3 associations for sale. Xiao Ye addressed the leaders of the 3 associations. A standard block of ice will be priced at 2 silver coins, which is the minimum value applicable to all 3 of your establishments. Thank you, Your Grace. You are the most generous noble I have ever encountered. The brilliance of the Starlight Association pales in comparison to your radiance. The 3 leaders of the associations exclaimed in admiration upon hearing Xiao Ye's words. Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for flattery. I have merely made a decision that aligns with the interests of the territory. The reason Xiao Ye did not choose the highest bidder was not due to a dislike for money, on the contrary. He had a great fondness for wealth. However, as a lord, one must regard money, yet not allow it to be the sole focus. A noble lord, especially one of high rank, often finds that a good reputation can outweigh monetary gain. Xiao Ye's actions were, in essence, a pursuit of reputation. One might say he was cultivating esteem. Now, we are left with only the red bricks, Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. There are many merchants present who have left empty-handed. So to ensure you do not depart without profit, I invite all of you to participate in the brick trade. This move was undoubtedly a win-win situation for Xiao Ye. Not only did it earn him praise from all present, showcasing his noble demeanor, but it also maximized the profits from the bricks. After all, bricks were distinct from ice and sulfire wine, while the latter 2 were luxury items requiring controlled production to maintain high prices. Bricks thrived on volume. Hence, it was essential to involve more merchants to boost the sales of red bricks. Most remaining merchants displayed expressions of joy, with only a small fraction maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. For instance, the leader of the Silver Ark Caravan and some grain-focused merchant associations were not present for these 3 products, but rather to negotiate other business dealings with the territory. You may inquire about the price of bricks at the finance department of the administrative hall. They will provide you with the details. Xiao Ye, unfamiliar with the specifics of brick pricing, delegated this matter to others. As for the caravan's granted selling rights, you should also consult the procurement bureau. All sales of goods within the territory are managed by them. Xiao Ye addressed all the caravans. Do you have any other matters? He inquired, focusing on the 2 individuals left in the gathering. Your Grace, I am the representative of the Silver Ark Trading Company. Chairman Suawa has sent me to discuss matters regarding slaves. The representative of the Silver Ark Caravan said softly after bowing slightly in greeting. Did we not agree on 1,000 slaves per month? Xiao Ye frowned, recalling his prior agreement with Suawa, which stated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the disaster territory would purchase 1,000 slaves from the Silver Ark Caravan each month. What is the matter? Is Suawa unable to provide sufficient slaves? No, Your Grace, the Silver Ark Caravan will never be short of slaves. The representative replied confidently. I was sent here to inquire if the chairman requires a batch of professional slaves, organized as a unit. Xiao Ye's surprise was palpable. A batch of professional slaves? As a unit? Previously, during his visit to Huangsha City, Xiao Ye had encountered various professional slaves from the Silver Ark Caravan. But they were all disparate and lacked organization. Indeed, Your Grace. A kingdom on the border of the Baiwei Empire has been embroiled in a conflict with the United Races Alliance, and the Silver Ark Caravan has acquired numerous professional slaves. Among them, there are nearly 100 knight professionals, and both archers and warriors each number close to 200. My lord, the weakest of these professionals is at the bronze level, with even a few at the silver level. The representative of the Silver Ark Caravan elaborated, and this is only counting the human professionals. Xiao Ye was astonished. The availability of such a large number of professional slaves was indeed a rare opportunity. Moreover, according to the representative, there would also be half-orc slaves from the United Races Alliance. The United Races Alliance also possesses slaves, does it not? Xiao Ye's mind raced, recalling the dwarves and goblins within the alliance. 2 groups renowned for their forging and mining skills, respectively. The disaster territory was in dire need of such talents. Yes, my lord, there are nearly 400 half-orc professionals as well. The representative of the Silver Ark Caravan replied softly. Do you have dwarves and goblins? Xiao Ye inquired. The representative hesitated for a moment. Yes, but they are few in number. Dwarves and goblins are not suited for combat. Hence there are not many combat professionals among them. However, if you require, the Silver Ark Caravan can provide you with dwarven and goblin slaves. The representative had keenly sensed the potential for business. Very well, let us first discuss the professional slaves. Xiao Ye decided to shift the topic. The disaster territory was in urgent need of professionals, and he resolved to seize this opportunity to bolster the military strength of his domain. The representative of the Silver Ark caravan's eyes lit up. Indeed, Duke Facia had shown great interest in professional slaves. Your Grace, there are nearly 900 extraordinary individuals in total, the representative detailed. Among them, there are nearly 100 human knights, close to 200 archers and warriors. The United Races Alliance has nearly 200 werewolf cavalry, around 150 bear warriors, and nearly 50 spirit cat scouts. Finally, the representative included the dwarves and goblins of particular interest to the Duke. The Kingdom of Cold Moon has raided many from the United Races Alliance, including a number of dwarves and goblins. If you require, we can also send them to you. And the prices? Xiao Ye asked, focusing on his most pressing concern. What are the costs associated with these extraordinary slaves? Extraordinary individuals and professionals are terms used to describe those who are beyond the ordinary. The representative explained. A bronze-level human knight costs 50 gold coins, while a silver-level knight is priced at 120 gold coins. A bronze-level warrior costs 45 gold coins, and a silver-level warrior 110 gold coins. As for archers, a bronze-level archer is 55 gold coins, but we currently have no silver-level archers available. Are you interested in half-orc extraordinary individuals? The representative inquired regarding the Duke's opinion. Xiao Ye nodded. Bronze-level werewolf cavalry costs 90 gold coins each, bear warriors 50 gold coins each, and spirit cat scouts 60 gold coins each. If you have a need for dwarves and goblins, the representative added, a dwarf skilled in forging costs 3 silver coins, while a goblin is priced at 5 copper coins. Xiao Ye inhaled sharply. The prices were exorbitant. Suddenly, he realized that he was not making enough money. The profits from the ice blocks and soulfire wine might not suffice. Xiao Ye fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as he contemplated how many slaves to purchase. The representative of the Silver Ark caravan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the Duke would order too few slaves. Meanwhile, the grain merchant had entirely rendered himself invisible, remaining silent throughout. I will take all the extraordinary slaves, Xiao Ye declared resolutely, clenching his fist tightly. Whether human or beast, not a single one shall be spared, as long as they are not incapacitated and still possess combat capability. The leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company slowly widened his mouth, his eyes bulging to such an extent that the grain merchant beside him felt a twinge of concern, fearing that his eyeballs might pop out. My lord, are you quite certain? The leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company asked incredulously. This involves nearly 900 extraordinary beings. Are you truly intent on purchasing them all? You heard correctly. I require every one of those extraordinary beings from the plague territory. Xiao Ye nodded affirmatively. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Currently, large-scale wars erupting on the Origin continent are few and far between, and the chance to encounter such a multitude of extraordinary slave beings is almost non-existent. Not to mention that they are a complete regiment of slaves. It can be said that once these slaves are acquired, the plague territory will immediately possess a well-coordinated and powerful extraordinary legion. Xiao Ye was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With the gradual advancement of the Golden Road project, the wealth amassed in the territory would only continue to increase, eventually attracting envy, especially from Duke Cadnan and the royal family of the Golden Leaf Empire, who would certainly not allow the plague territory to develop peacefully, without a formidable military force. All the accomplishments of the plague territory would likely end up benefiting others. Xiao Ye would naturally not permit such a scenario. However, extraordinary beings cannot be cultivated overnight. Thus, the most suitable approach at present is to purchase extraordinary slaves. This is the only means to bolster the territory's current military strength. Even if it requires a significant expenditure of gold, the leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company was ecstatic. Nearly 900 extraordinary beings represent a substantial business deal, involving tens of thousands of gold coins. My lord, if you purchase all the extraordinary slave beings, we at the Silver Arch Trading Company will certainly offer you a price that will satisfy you. The leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company restrained his excitement, striving to keep his voice steady. I trust that the Silver Arch Trading Company will provide me with a satisfactory price, Xiao Ye replied softly. However, the most crucial factor is that you can agree to my method of purchase. Method of purchase? The leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company furrowed his brow. Isn't a transaction simply a matter of exchanging money for goods? Is there another method of purchase? Indeed, I require an installment payment plan. Xiao Ye smiled. You shall provide me with the extraordinary slave beings first, and as for the gold coins, I will pay you a portion each month. After all, I currently cannot afford the gold needed to purchase nearly 900 extraordinary slave beings. Xiao Ye spoke with calm assurance, his demeanor so composed that the leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company thought he must have misheard. My lord, are you suggesting to buy on credit? The leader's spirits plummeted from the heights to the depths. My lord, I cannot make such a decision. It requires the president's consent. Xiao Ye was well aware that the leader could not make such a decision. Yet he was confident that Suwa would agree. In Xiao Ye's impression, Suwa was a woman with foresight. Compared to immediate interests, she valued long-term profits more. Of course, the most important factor was that Xiao Ye had confidence in himself, in the plague territory. Once Suwa arrived and witnessed the changes in the plague territory with her own eyes, she would believe that Xiao Ye possessed the capability to repay the debts incurred from purchasing the slaves. Please relay this message to Suwa as soon as possible. Xiao Ye waved his hand. If Suwa does not agree, have her come to Wuzhai City in person. I am confident that once she arrives, she will consent to my method of purchase. The leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company maintained an indifferent expression, internally dismissing the notion, involving tens of thousands of gold coins, even if the transaction was with a duke. Suwa would likely not agree. The leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company had already lost hope and said, I will inform the president. With that, he departed. Xiao Ye noted the leader's attitude but did not take it to heart. The decision rested with Suwa, and Xiao Ye trusted her judgment, that alluring yet treacherous woman. What brings you here? Xiao Ye turned to the remaining merchant. My lord, I am Make, the president of the Misagrain Association. I have heard that you intend to establish a public cafeteria to provide meals for the territory's slaves, and I wish to inquire whether you require the services of the Misagrain Association. Xiao Ye was taken aback. The elderly president of the Misagrain Association was indeed astute, having swiftly seized upon the business opportunity within the public cafeteria initiative. Glancing at the information regarding the Misagrain Association, he noted that it was a trading company from the Earl's territory of Manston, located to the west of the Yellow Sands territory in the Lair territory. Manston was adjacent to the Demon Break mountain range and close to the Yuxing River, where the terrain was flat and abundant not only in grains but also in numerous magical beast meats for sale. Xiao Ye intended to engage in a thorough discussion with the president of the Misagrain Association. Xiao Ye had just begun to speak when he suddenly sensed a surge in his own power. What is happening? Has Wendina or Villia leveled up? Xiao Ye was acutely aware that he himself lacked the aptitude for cultivating vitality or elemental energy. His current level of cultivation was entirely derived from the two witches, Villia and Wendina, through the witch's entry definition system. Thus far, Xiao Ye had only incorporated two witches, and the elevation of his power was likely due solely to Villia and Wendina. The likelihood of Villia having advanced was slim. After all, she had already attained silver-level strength, making a rapid ascent to gold level improbable. However, Wendina, who was originally merely bronze level, now likely had risen to silver-level. It must be Wendina. Based on the enhancement in his own strength, Xiao Ye arrived at the most accurate conclusion. If Villia had indeed advanced to gold level, even if Xiao Ye could only harness 10 of Villia's strength, he would now be comparable to a silver-level practitioner. Yet, Xiao Ye felt that he still remained at bronze level. He suppressed the urge to seek out Wendina. What is your name? Xiao Ye inquired, looking at the elderly man. My lord, you may call me Make. The president of the Misagrain Association offered a smile, his face lined with wrinkles. Make, do you wish to provide food for the public cafeteria in Wuzhai City? Xiao Ye regarded the elderly Make. Indeed, my lord, Make replied. Eager to seize this opportunity, the Misagrain Association can supply sufficient food at 90 of market prices. If you require, we can even offer some magical beast meat. Make sweetened the deal. Edible magical beast meat. Having overheard the conversation between Xiao Ye and the leader of the Silver Arch Trading Company, Make understood that Xiao Ye was looking to enhance the military capabilities of his territory. Processed magical beast meat, after consumption, aids extraordinary beings in enhancing their strength. The Misagrain Association was genuinely earnest. Xiao Ye's intention was to forge beneficial ties with multiple territories, so he naturally would not refuse the Misagrain Association's offer. Make. I agree. The food for Wuzhai City will be supplied by your Misagrain Association. However, as you mentioned, at 90 of the market price, Xiao Ye would certainly not overlook Make's concession. As you command. My lord, Make's aged face broke into a joyful expression, his wrinkles deepening. Go find the purchasing bureau. They are responsible for the territory's procurement matters. Xiao Ye instructed Make. Also, inform them that the territory requires some magical beast meat. Make's delight increased. Magical beast meat is considerably more expensive than grains and regular meat. Wishing you well, my lord, Make said, bowing slightly before retreating. As Xiao Ye stood up, he intended to seek out Wendina to inquire how her strength had increased. Xiao Ye had previously asked Wendina how witches enhance their powers, given that the methods of cultivating vitality had no effect on them. At that time, Wendina had not provided a definitive answer, only offering a few speculations. First, consuming unprocessed magical beast meat might enhance the magical energy within their magic pools. Second, venturing into areas shrouded in magical mist may facilitate the strengthening of the plague witches. There were two possibilities in total. Xiao Ye had yet to try the second, but he had experimented with the first. Xiao Ye had once taken Wendina to covertly attempt it, but the results were far from ideal. While Wendina's magical energy had indeed seen some enhancement from consuming magical beast meat, she had warned Xiao Ye that she would still be affected by the magical beast meat. If she relied on this method for an extended period, she might truly lose her sanity and devolve into a humanoid beast. Xiao Ye had no choice but to abandon that method. It was unviable. Thus, until now, Xiao Ye still found himself bereft of any means to enhance the power of the calamity witches. This yearning for new calamity witches was a significant reason behind Xiao Ye's relentless pursuit. Until he discovered a method to augment the strength of the calamity witches, he could only bolster his own power by recruiting new ones. However, with Wendina's newfound strength, Xiao Ye was utterly astonished. If Wendina's method could be applied to Aaliyah and subsequent calamity witches, then Xiao Ye could indeed engage in idle cultivation. He was eager to meet Wendina. Yet, considering that she was likely preoccupied with the affairs of her territory, he slowly took a seat. There was no need to rush. Wendina wouldn't be going anywhere, and they could discuss matters thoroughly in the evening. Ye Bai, summon Oliver, he instructed. As Ye Bai went to inform Oliver, Xiao Ye took out a charcoal pencil and began sketching on a fresh sheet of paper. He aimed to design the blueprints for the administrative hall in the hotel. When Oliver arrived, Xiao Ye gestured for him to sit. After a brief moment, Xiao Ye handed several sheets of paper to Oliver. Take a look. Can these two structures be constructed? Xiao Ye inquired. Oliver examined the blueprints for the administrative hall in the hotel and replied, My lord, they can indeed be built. However, the central pillar of the hall on the first floor cannot be made of blue bricks. It must be of stone to support the upper structure. Oliver offered his perspective. Xiao Ye nodded, but noticing Oliver hesitating to speak further, he asked, What is it? Do you have other thoughts? Please express them freely. After a moment's internal struggle, Oliver replied, My lord, I believe the hotel design is not ideal. Xiao Ye was somewhat taken aback. In the interest of practicality, he had only designed the hotel as a two-story structure, each floor boasting a height of nearly 4 meters. Moreover, the hotel was cylindrical, ensuring that every guest could enjoy a view of the city of no calamity. Now, Oliver's critique piqued Xiao Ye's curiosity about his reasoning. Please, share your thoughts. Why do you deem this blueprint inadequate? Xiao Ye asked, not at all vexed. Seeing that the Duke maintained his amiable demeanor without any hint of anger, Oliver felt a wave of relief. The Duke truly was a magnanimous noble, capable of accommodating diverse opinions. My lord, the hotel is simply too short, Oliver boldly asserted. We could easily construct it to a height of 12 meters. Xiao Ye was taken aback. 12 meters. Are you capable of achieving that? He queried, furrowing his brow. Why, when we constructed public housing, did you propose a height of 9 meters? It is feasible, my lord, Oliver explained. However, it will require more time. The public housing project demands a large number of units, and constructing them to 12 meters would significantly delay the new city project and the 10,000 households plan. Xiao Ye understood. Indeed, that made sense. A hotel required only one structure, whereas public housing encompassed 300. Then why propose a 12-meter hotel? Xiao Ye inquired, intrigued by the construction minister's rationale. Oliver's response impressed Xiao Ye. My lord, the city of no calamity needs edifices that display its strength. Oliver articulated. Every great city boasts remarkable architecture. Such structures can showcase the territory's might and foster a sense of identity and pride among its inhabitants. Oliver, not merely a craftsman, but also a politically astute one, fervently advocated for his vision. If the city of no calamity possesses a 12-meter tall building, merchants visiting our territory will undoubtedly recognize our strength, he stated with enthusiasm. Xiao Ye's regard for Oliver rose once more. Proceed with your design, Oliver, he granted, including the administrative hall. You have my full trust. Oliver stood, bowing deeply to Xiao Ye, sincerely declaring, Your Grace, you are the wisest noble I have ever encountered. It is the aspiration of every craftsman, myself included, to create awe-inspiring edifices. I will grant you the freedom to exercise your creativity. But I do have some stipulations, Xiao Ye said, his expression serious. If you meet my requirements, I will trust you to oversee the construction department going forward. After a moment, he added, Should you disappoint me, the Minister of Construction will need to be replaced. Without flinching, Oliver replied, My lord, please state your requirements. Xiao Ye's admiration for the construction minister deepened. How could such a remarkable individual have fallen to the status of a slave? First, long-term viability. Xiao Ye raised a finger. The hotel and administrative hall must serve their purpose for a considerable time. You need to consider the future development of the city of no calamity, ensuring these buildings do not quickly become inadequate. Second, uniqueness. Xiao Ye continued, smiling as he articulated his second demand. I desire these structures to stand apart from others in the origin continent, embodying the distinct style of the city of no calamity. Those are my two requirements, he concluded with a grin. If you can satisfy me, I will afford you more opportunities. Standing tall, Oliver responded resolutely, Your Grace, Oliver will not disappoint you. After Oliver departed, Xiao Ye resumed designing the blueprints for the future Duke's castle. That evening, in the dining hall, Xiao Ye dismissed Yubai and the others, leaving only Wendina and Waliya. Wendina, you must tell me what transpired today, Xiao Ye said, a smile gracing his face. My dear Lady Wendina, you know I am quite invested in your affairs, especially regarding power enhancement. Wendina smiled knowingly, having anticipated this. Meanwhile, Waliya blinked in confusion, glancing back and forth between Xiao Ye and Wendina. Xiao Ye, I have not practiced any skills. Wendina explained. I was merely managing the territory's affairs when, out of the blue, my strength increased. Xiao Ye frowned. How is that possible? How could one gain power without reason? Perhaps not entirely without reason, Wendina speculated. It may be that my recent engagement in various territorial duties has sharpened my intellect, leading to this elevation in strength. Xiao Ye was astonished. Are you suggesting that your power increased because you frequently exercised your mind? That seems rather peculiar. He found it hard to believe, yet upon reflection, it did hold some merit. Wendina's abilities were all tied to her intellect. If she possessed a defining attribute, it would surely be wisdom or mental acuity. Could it be that a calamity which's power grows through the continual exercise of her abilities, honing them until a breakthrough is naturally achieved? Waliya, you have been overseeing the Oasis project. Your abilities must have been utilized frequently. Have you felt your own strength has increased? Xiao Ye turned to Waliya, seeking her confirmation. Waliya pondered for a moment before responding, Master, I feel that the wood spirit I summon now is stronger than before, and it seems more intelligent. Xiao Ye knew Waliya possessed a skill called wood spirit summoning, enabling her to call forth a wood spirit. Her assertion indicated that her strength had indeed grown. Wendina's hypothesis appeared increasingly plausible. Perhaps the method for calamity witches to enhance their power lay in the constant exercise of their abilities. Xiao Ye had not anticipated that his unintentional assignments for the two calamity witches would fortuitously allow them to refine their powers. From now on, you should frequently employ your abilities, even releasing some active skills to continuously hone your craft, he instructed. Of course, we must not neglect our primary responsibilities, Xiao Ye added. The development of the territory remains our utmost priority. The formidable strength of the calamity sorceress is undoubtedly significant. However, the current development of the territory also heavily relies on Vilia and Wendina. The contributions of both women are absolutely vital to the progress of the domain. Particularly in the case of Wendina, without her, Xiao Ye doubts that he, as a transmigrator, could effectively manage the myriad affairs of a territory. Xiao Ye is not a natural-born leader. Vilia and Wendina exchanged a glance, sharing a smile, and in unison, they responded, Understood, Xiao Ye, Master. Xiao Ye then scrutinized Wendina's information, still unaware of her newly acquired skills. Wendina Kaidina, race, human, identity, wife of Xiao Ye Fisher, eldest daughter of the Kaidina Duke. Mental calamity sorceress, chief counselor of the Wuzai City Administrative Hall, age, 30, strength, silver, mastered skills, photographic memory, passive, sage's deliberation, passive, thought storm, passive, fool, active, enlightened insight, active, wisdom in hand, active, puppet master, active. Definition of entry 1. The sorceress adeptly controls her magical power. Skill details. Photographic memory, passive exceptional memory. Information can be retained after a single viewing. Sage's deliberation, passive thorough consideration allows for simultaneous management of multiple tasks without oversight. Thoughtstorm, passive engaging in deep thought enhances intellect. Facilitating problem solving. Fool, active causes the target's thought processes to slow, diminishing their intelligence. Enlightened insight, active increases the target's wisdom, agility of thought, and comprehension abilities. Wisdom in hand. Active emits a powerful mental shock that obliterates the enemy's cognition, transforming their mental acuity into wisdom pearls. Wisdom pearls enhance intelligence and comprehension, possessing a permanent effect. Puppet master, active converts the obliterated cognition of enemies into puppets under one's control. Xiao Ye focused on Wendina's newly acquired skills. He was taken aback. The two new skills in Wendina's arsenal were indeed formidable. Moreover, these skills bore a certain cruelty, aligning perfectly with the identity of a calamity sorceress. The wisdom pearls produced seemed somewhat akin to enlightened insight, albeit more perverse and powerful, while enlightened insight has a time limit. Wisdom pearls carry no such constraints. It can be asserted that Wendina could fundamentally alter a person's innate abilities with this skill. Truly terrifying, the puppet master skill is equally formidable, capable of transforming foes into obedient puppets. These two skills can genuinely turn living beings into soulless marionettes. Wendina, your skills are indeed powerful, Xiao Ye couldn't help but exclaim. With these abilities, your offensive capabilities have significantly increased. Wendina nodded. Wisdom in Hand and Puppet Master are indeed formidable skills, but they possess a certain cruelty, particularly Puppet Master, which may generate adverse effects in Wuzai City. Xiao Ye agreed, acknowledging that the world already harbored a strong stereotype against the calamity sorceresses filled with fear, should the effects of Wendina's Wisdom in Hand and Puppet Master be publicly witnessed. It would likely breed even greater trepidation. Now is certainly not the time to reveal them. We shall wait for a more opportune moment to employ these skills. With a smile, Xiao Ye remarked. We must not shy away from utilizing our skills. Furthermore, the Wisdom in Hand ability is exceedingly powerful. We could cultivate a cadre of geniuses utilizing the Wisdom Pearls. Xiao Ye was positively yearning for the ability to alter innate talents. He wondered if this phenomenon would hold any utility for him. Presently, Xiao Ye still lacked the capacity for cultivation. All his strength hinges on the sorceress. Even more disheartening for Xiao Ye is that he remains bereft of any mastery over elemental techniques. His attempt to learn the elemental techniques left by the last Divine Scroll merchant proved futile. He could not grasp even the simplest of them. Initially reluctant to concede, Xiao Ye finally abandoned hope after enduring over half a month of fruitless endeavors. This realization stirred profound discomfort within him. Opportunities to showcase his prowess were dwindling. At this moment, Xiao Ye began to comprehend why Lord Moto Fisher had not bequeathed any powerful elemental techniques. Firstly, the scrutiny of the Golden Leaf Empire's royal family is stringent, leaving little room for such treasures to be smuggled out. After all, old John scarcely managed to bring forth any coins, let alone precious items like elemental techniques. The second reason, Xiao Ye surmised, was that Lord Moto Fisher was likely aware of his predecessor's lack of aptitude for cultivating elemental techniques, hence he did not leave any behind. Xiao Ye even speculated that Lord Moto had foreseen the royal family's impending actions against the Silver Kingdom following his demise. Thus leaving little for Xiao Ye. He allowed his predecessor to indulge as a debauched youth. In such a manner, the Golden Leaf Empire's royal family might preserve some semblance of honor by sparing the life of his predecessor. Had his predecessor harbored grand ambitions, he might have pursued Lord Moto instead. Wendina, I will seek to test a few magical beasts and attempt to craft some wisdom pearls, to see if it can alter your inability to cultivate elemental techniques. Wendina, understanding Xiao Ye's situation, recognized his thoughts. Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. I seldom leave the territory, thus the danger is minimal. He smiled. Moreover, with you and Villia by my side, my safety is well assured. Wendina nodded, recognizing that Xiao Ye was not someone with an insatiable thirst for power. As night deepened, after finishing their exercise, Xiao Ye held the smooth-skinned Wendina in his arms, feeling the silky touch of her back. He began a leisurely discussion with her about the affairs of the territory. They touched upon the structured extraordinary slave matter mentioned by the Silver Ark Trading Company and the grain merchant Mike's situation. Naturally, their conversation gravitated towards the future development of the territory and the challenges they might currently face. Engrossed in their dialogue, they gradually drifted into slumber. As the sun rose, Wuzai City resumed its operations like a finely tuned machine. The Finance Department's Procurement Bureau delivered soul-burning wine and ice blocks to the 6 trading companies that had acquired sales rights, garnering a substantial amount of gold coins in return. While transporting the goods, Afe of the White Tower Trading Company couldn't help but smile. Unlike the other 2 trading companies, the White Tower had pre-ordered 1,000 jars of soul-burning wine, and their haul this time surpassed the combined total of the other 2 companies, apart from the 6 trading companies that obtained sales rights for soul-burning wine and ice blocks. Others also walked away with their share of rewards. The population of Wuzai City had now reached nearly 5,000 and was steadily increasing. With such a multitude of inhabitants, naturally, there were living needs to be met. Upon the proposal of the Procurement Bureau and the approval of Wendina, Xiao Ye's designated department store was included in the Engineering Bureau's plans. In addition to the necessities for the residents, the Procurement Bureau had also signed agreements with several trading companies to provide materials for soul-burning wine, iron tools required by the nitrate-gathering workers, iron bars needed for construction, various molds for brickmaking, and so forth. Every trading company that arrived in Wuzai City left with something in hand. At the very least, they returned with bricks as products. Throughout this process, the Calamity territory established relationships with these trading companies and the territorial powers backing them. The Gold Road plan devised by Xiao Ye began to take shape, even if it was merely a tender sapling at present. Yet, as time passed, and with the continuous influx of new products following Wuzai City's development, this sapling would gradually burgeon into a towering tree. As time flowed on the 29th of June, Xiao Ye was informed by Yi of the arrival of a slave trading company, the Silver Arc Trading Company, currently stationed at the Spirit Spring Plaza. Accompanied by the guard detail, Xiao Ye rode to the plaza. From a distance, he spotted the enchanting and familiar figure of the Silver Arc Trading Company's president, Suawa. Dismounting his horse, he exclaimed, "Haha, Lady Suawa, you have indeed not disappointed me." Upon encountering numerous slaves adorned with forbidden yuan locks in the square, Xiao Ye discerned the nature of Suawa's decision. "Duke Fisher, you have truly astonished me," Suawa exclaimed. Turning to scrutinize Xiao Ye, seemingly attempting to see through this young man of merely 18 years, a man who had brought her countless surprises, after receiving the news brought back by the overseer. Suawa found herself caught between laughter and tears, gaining a deeper understanding of this nobleman. He was undeniably a secular aristocrat, utterly unconcerned with the dignity of nobility, openly proposing a credit transaction. However, considering the current scarcity of soul-burning wine, ice blocks, and bricks in Wuzai City, Suawa could not help but seriously contemplate the Duke's suggestion. Xiao Ye left a profound impression on Suawa, vastly different from any aristocrat she had previously encountered. In him, she perceived the acumen of a merchant, yet devoid of the hypocrisy often associated with nobility. Even more astonishing was the news relayed by the overseer of the Silver Arc Trading Company. The calamity which Xiao Ye had once purchased had remarkably returned to normalcy. Not only that, but this which was now accompanied by a group of slaves from Wuzai City, gradually transforming the desolation of the calamity domain. Were it not for her confidence in the authority of the trading company and her belief that the overseer would not deceive her, Suawa would scarcely have dared to accept such news. The calamity which, feared by all, could now thrive within the calamity domain, upon hearing that numerous wells had appeared along the route between Huasha City and Wuzai City. Suawa could no longer remain seated. She resolved to personally journey to Wuzai City and decided to take a gamble, entrusting all the professionals to Xiao Ye and agreeing to his proposed transaction. In her view, she would suffer no losses. The cost would merely be a slight delay in recovering a substantial amount of cash. Suawa was confident that Xiao Ye would not default on his promise. This decision, however, would elevate the standing of the Silver Arc Trading Company in Duke Fisher's eyes. Suawa deemed this transaction worthwhile, leading the Silver Arc Trading Company along with nearly 900 extraordinary slave laborers. Suawa embarked on the journey to Wuzai City. The spiritual wells encountered along the route from Huangsha City to Wuzai City left her astounded, as she could not fathom how these wells had come into existence. Like other trading companies, she paused to taste the well water, finding it sweet and refreshing, erasing the weariness of her travels. She even observed some merchants taking vessels to collect water from the wells. Upon nearing Wuzai City, however, Suawa did not see the calamity who had reportedly returned to normal. Nevertheless, she remained in awe. Before her lay a grove of trees, not particularly tall or lush, yet undeniably a grove. While she had seen some delicate, low green grass near the wells during her journey, it paled in comparison to the impact of the grove before her. Suawa noted that the grove was still expanding. As a group of Wuzai City's inhabitants were planting new trees. As they continued, the towering walls of Wuzai City, standing 6 meters high, left Suawa in astonishment, though she had seen even taller city walls. None had struck her as profoundly as the walls of this desolate territory. Entering Wuzai City, she was greeted by a bustling crowd diligently constructing residential buildings. The entire city was teeming with vitality. Pausing at the spiritual spring square, Suawa remained immersed in the sights she had encountered on her journey. After witnessing the transformations in the calamity domain in Wuzai City, she was further convinced of her assessment. This transaction was indeed worthwhile. She eagerly anticipated meeting the owner of Wuzai City, Duke Xiao Ye Fisher. Was my proposed transaction too audacious? Xiao Ye remarked, feeling no embarrassment over his suggestion. It's merely a credit arrangement. I have no intention of defaulting. No, Duke Fisher. Suawa fixed an intense gaze upon Xiao Ye, her eyes ablaze. At that moment, Xiao Ye even wondered if Suawa harbored other intentions towards him. With wells dotting the journey, verdant groves flourishing in this desolate land, the towering Wuzai City, and the rising residential buildings, I must say, Duke Fisher, every aspect here has left me utterly astonished. Xiao Ye laughed heartily. Lady Suawa, This is merely the beginning. Suawa composed herself. Your Grace, I can scarcely believe this is the calamity domain spoken of by the populace of the origin continent. Once more adopting her alluring demeanor, she continued, that once desolate and fearsome territory is now undergoing a remarkable transformation. The gaze of the divine has finally turned to this once fertile land. Suawa revealed her customary enchanting smile. And, Duke Fisher, you are indeed favored by the gods. Xiao Ye wore a sly smile. I am rather curious about which deity you revere. Lady Suawa. He found it hard to believe that a slave trader like Suawa would hold any belief in intangible deities. Your Grace, it is unbecoming of a noble to jest with a lady, Suawa retorted, casting him a flirtatious glance. As an apology, I invite you to sample the unique delicacies of the Duke's keep. Xiao Ye said, bowing slightly and smiling. I personally invented these dishes. I hope you will forgive my rudeness. Suawa maintained her composure, though her eyes sparkled with mirth as she nodded. I hope your Grace's culinary creations do not disappoint. At the Stone Keep restaurant, a table was laid out with an array of dishes, tofu, fruit smoothies, pastries, soul-burning wine, and various stir-fried dishes showcasing the characteristics of the origin continent. Suawa was amazed. She had never encountered such items before. Please, indulge yourself, Xiao Ye urged, gesturing for Suawa to taste the food. She sampled each dish, some delighting her, while others struck her as rather ordinary. Xiao Ye was not surprised by her reactions. Individual taste varied. And it was natural that not every dish would please everyone. During the summer, the fruit smoothies garnered unanimous praise from both Duke and Lady Suawa. They savored the smoothies while engaging in light conversation. Avoiding any discussion regarding the slave transaction. As Xiao Ye put it, the matter of trade was the responsibility of the Finance Department's Procurement Bureau, and he dared not interfere. The truth was, Xiao Ye was currently unaware of the financial situation of the territory and was hesitant to make decisions on his own. Your Grace, I cannot linger here with you any longer. Suawa stood up. I must now go speak with the Procurement Bureau regarding the transaction. She found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Xiao Ye's insatiable curiosity about her experiences. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of regret. It was rare to encounter a traveler who could broaden his horizons, and he had not yet had his fill. Very well, Lady Suawa, he conceded, a hint of reluctance in his voice. If you have time, you are welcome to join me for dinner at the Stone Keep this evening. Suawa neither accepted nor declined, bowing before swiftly departing. As soon as Suawa left, Ye Bai entered the restaurant. Your Grace, your invitation. Ye Bai extended an invitation card to Xiao Ye. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ye wondered, who would invite me? Could it be Viscount Enter? Xiao Ye received the invitation and lowered his gaze to examine it. The material of the invitation resembled jade, exuding a translucent, pearly whiteness that felt slightly icy to the touch. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the text was delicately engraved, shimmering in a faint golden hue. This, without a doubt, was not the invitation from Viscount Enter. Despite the Yellow Sand territory being considerably more opulent than the Calamity domain, it certainly did not warrant the use of such a precious invitation. In the origin continent, jade artifacts are indeed luxury items, rivaling gold and silver in value. If Viscount Enter were truly so affluent, he would not have resorted to using pottery for his first hosting of Xiao Ye. This clearly indicated the financial constraints of Viscount Enter. He had not even employed silverware. After perusing the invitation, Xiao Ye felt a twinge of surprise. The sender was none other than the subterranean dwarves from the alliance of many races. The alliance, comprised of half-orcs, dwarves, gnomes, goblins, and cyclopes, was not as centralized as the human empire. It existed in the form of various tribes and clans. To Xiao Ye, the alliance appeared to be a loosely connected federation, even less concentrated in power than the Golden Lion Court or the Eagle Court. The invitation came specifically from the dwarven clan located near the Calamity domain. Among the alliance, the dwarves held considerable influence, and the subterranean dwarves were a subset of this group. However, unlike their surface-dwelling kin, the subterranean dwarves excelled not in metallurgy but in mining and mineral identification, akin to gnomes. Nonetheless, like all dwarven clans, they possessed a great fondness for fine wine. The invitation indicated that the subterranean dwarves had recently discovered a rich vein of diverse minerals and were inviting numerous lords and merchants from various territories in search of buyers. Having previously purchased soul-burn wine from the White Tower Trading Company, the dwarves were aware that the Calamity domain had acquired a new lord. Thus, they had dispatched a representative to extend their invitation to Xiao Ye. Hoping he would attend the forthcoming banquet, Xiao Ye noted the date of July 12th and contemplated whether he should participate in the subterranean dwarves' festivities. Perhaps it was time to leave the Calamity domain and explore the world beyond. Please inform the messenger that I shall attend the banquet punctually, Xiao Ye instructed. He turned to Ye Bai and added, Also, prepare some soul burn wine for him. We must not neglect our guests. Ye Bai nodded and set about his task. Xiao Ye proceeded to the administrative hall, pondering the construction of a steel furnace. His decision to attend the banquet was motivated not only by a desire to broaden his horizons but also to secure a stable iron ore supply from the subterranean dwarfs. Currently, all the iron bars used for constructing residential buildings in Wuzhai City were purchased, incurring significant expenses. If they could procure iron ore and refine it themselves, it would undoubtedly reduce costs. Moreover, the future demand for iron would only increase. Whether for building more residences or equipping the inhabitants with crossbows and armor, necessitating vast quantities of iron and steel, this opportunity could facilitate the establishment of Wuzhai City's own iron and steel industry. Not only saving costs and meeting the territory's growing demand, but also providing an avenue for new revenue through sales. After recording the steps and facilities related to steelmaking in his memory, Yichi arrived to inform him that dinner was ready. He was surprised to find that evening had crept upon him unnoticed. Upon entering the dining hall, Xiao Ye was astonished to see Suawa engaged in lively conversation with Wenina. Both of them radiant with smiles. In contrast, Wei Liu sat quietly with her head bowed, diligently consuming her food. Clearly, Wei Liu held no affection for the former captor who had once enslaved her. "Master, come quickly. This cake is particularly delightful," Wei Liu exclaimed, pulling Xiao Ye to sit beside her. She used a wooden spoon, crafted at Xiao Ye's request due to his concerns about the safety of the silverware suggested by old John. To feed him a piece of cake, Xiao Ye took a bite, savoring the sweetness. Truly exquisite," he praised. "The chef's skills have certainly improved. However," he gently admonished, "Wei Liu, you must exercise moderation. Cake is a dessert, and overindulgence is not advisable." He patted her head lightly. Wei Liu dismissed his concerns, confident in her silver-tier strength. Surely, a few delectable cakes would not adversely affect her health. "Suawa, have you reached an agreement regarding those extraordinary slaves?" Xiao Ye inquired. Suawa nodded. "Your Grace, you are truly fortunate to have Wenina as your stewardess." Xiao Ye smiled. "I concur." He understood that Suawa had not gained much from his negotiations with Wenina. I hardly profited this time." Suawa expressed dissatisfaction. "Wenina persuaded me to allow Wuzhai City to utilize over 900 forbidden essence locks free of charge until you fully control those extraordinary beings." Xiao Ye reassured him. "Do not worry. It will not take long to utilize your forbidden essence locks." Shifting the topic, Xiao Ye began to inquire about the unique abilities possessed by the various races in the origin continent, a subject Suawa was well versed in as a slave trader. After the banquet concluded, Xiao Ye took Wenina's hand and left the dining hall. "Master seems to have ulterior motives," Wei Liu murmured. "I wonder if Wenina will rise on time tomorrow." "You can check and see for yourself," Suawa chimed in. Wei Liu scoffed. "No chance, Suawa." Yet, Suawa seemed intrigued by the calamity sorceress. Casting a sly glance her way, after a spirited discussion, Xiao Ye informed Wenina about the subterranean dwarves and revealed his decision to attend the banquet. Wenina had no objections, believing that Xiao Ye would not encounter danger on this journey. Moreover, the territory had recently acquired a formidable group of slaves, and with Xiao Yu's magical contract abilities, he could quickly gain control over some powerful extraordinary slaves to ensure his safety. Even without these extraordinary slaves, Xiao Ye's escort was a formidable force, more than capable of safeguarding him, especially given that the subterranean dwarves near the calamity domain were not particularly powerful. And tomorrow I will provide you with the blueprints for the steel furnace. Have the engineering department construct it and see if we can successfully smelt steel." Xiao Ye informed Wenina of his plans to establish an iron and steel industry. Wenina nodded in agreement. On the following day, accompanied by Suawa, Xiao Ye arrived at Spirit Spring Square, eager to test whether he could extract faith power from the extraordinary beings. Surely, the faith power of extraordinary beings would differ from that of ordinary citizens. He mused, anticipating new developments with the Golem. Upon arriving at Spirit Spring Square, flanked by his escort and Suawa, Xiao Ye beheld a gathering of extraordinary slave beings seated on the ground. Over half of them were human, while the remainder comprised beast men, including werewolf cavalry, bear warriors, and feline scouts. The human extraordinary beings did not pique Xiao Ye's interest significantly, as he had already encountered them. However, the extraordinary beings among the beastmen captured his attention. Xiao Ye scrutinized these three groups of extraordinary beings. The werewolf cavalry consisted of werewolves and swiftwind wolves. The werewolves were tall, nearly 2 meters in height, and bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with wolf ears and tails, characteristics of half-beasts. Beside them lay the swiftwind wolves, imposing creatures with sharp teeth and claws, according to Suawa. Some of these swiftwind wolves were even first-tier magical beasts. As for the bear warriors, they were even more massive than the werewolves, towering around 3 meters tall, resembling enormous door panels. Their fierce presence was palpable. In contrast, the feline scouts were much smaller and appeared agile. Where are their weapons? Xiao Ye noticed that none of these extraordinary beings bore arms. Your Grace, you are truly insatiable. Sova could not help but cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Ye, remarking, many of the extraordinary weapons are indeed primordial artifacts. If I were to provide you with these, the price of the slaves would undoubtedly increase. I had thought you would generously furnish me with these weapons. Xiao Ye chuckled softly. Did you bring those weapons with you? They can be purchased in Wuzai City. Of course, it will still be on credit. With a sigh, Sova replied, Your Grace, I find myself uncertain whether I am fortunate or unfortunate in doing business with you. Those weapons have already been acquired by Wendina. Sova held great admiration for Wendina. She always considered every detail meticulously, and she had procured them at cost, on credit. Truly worthy of being my wife. Xiao Ye laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with Wendina's actions. Xiao Ye paid no mind to Sova's eye-rolling as he leisurely ascended the platform in the square. Hey, all you extraordinary individuals, it is time to awaken. Xiao Ye called out loudly. In fact, many of the slaves in the Lingquan Square had already roused from their slumber. However, they had no intention of acknowledging Xiao Ye upon hearing his voice. They opened their eyes to look at him but had no intention of rising. Now, you are all my slaves, Xiao Ye declared, indifferent to their demeanor. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, Duke of the Golden Leaf Empire and Master of the Disaster Territory, assure you that you should consider yourselves fortunate for being purchased by me. You still have the opportunity to achieve the status of free men, rather than being condemned to a lifetime of slavery. With a smile, Xiao Ye continued, in the Disaster Territory, any slave has the chance to become a free man. The extraordinary slaves in the Lingquan Square involuntarily stood up, their ears perked up in anticipation, fearful of mishearing. I am aware that you do not believe my words, but I have no need to deceive you. Xiao Ye noted, observing their skepticism. Simply inquire of anyone, and you will find my claims to be true. In Wuzai City, slaves need only pay a single silver coin to attain the status of free men. Xiao Ye smiled, adding, you too can do the same. A wave of astonishment rippled through the extraordinary individuals, many still skeptical of Xiao Ye's assertions, grappling with the same thoughts as the earlier slaves. From where would they procure the money? As Xiao Ye explained Wuzai City's slave policy, it ignited discussions among the extraordinary slaves. However, you are different. Xiao Ye shifted his tone. You are extraordinary beings. It is not merely a silver coin that can grant you freedom. The expressions of the extraordinary slaves changed, as they realized such good fortune would not be theirs to claim. You will need to work for me without pay for 6 months, and only after that will I bestow upon you the title of free man. At that time, you may choose to stay or leave, and I shall not impede your decision. When ordinary slaves were purchased, the cost was typically just a silver coin, allowing them to acquire their freedom with that single payment. Yet, the cost of purchasing extraordinary slaves was substantial. How could they possibly enjoy the same policy as ordinary slaves? The extraordinary slaves began to contemplate. 6 months did not seem excessively long. Most importantly, they understood that being sold to a slave trader indicated they had been forsaken. Had they not been abandoned, they would surely have been redeemed. This meant they had nowhere to go. If you choose to remain, I will provide you with satisfactory remuneration, Xiao Ye stated with a smile. Perhaps by then, you may find yourselves unwilling to leave. What do you think? How do you find my proposal? Xiao Ye continued. Should you disagree, I will have no choice but to resort to a slave contract. My resources cannot be squandered. Naturally, Xiao Ye had no intention of releasing these extraordinary slaves. The slave contract he referred to was not a magical pact. Rather, it was a one-time primordial artifact that could control the life and death of the slaves, akin to the contracts found within magical agreements. The only difference was that this slave contract could not be undone. If you agree, I will sign a private contract with you, which can be dissolved after 6 months. Now, make your choice. Xiao Ye concluded. Those who agree, stand to my right. Those who disagree, stand to my left. The extraordinary slaves hesitated little, almost all gravitating to the right side, with only 6 remaining on the left. Excellent, you have made the right choice. Xiao Ye beamed, pleased to save the expense of purchasing a slave contract. Sova looked astonished. The Duke of Fisher's frugality exceeded her expectations. Yet, she believed he would still opt to purchase the slave contract. Otherwise, these slaves would remain shackled with energy suppression locks. What difference would there be between extraordinary slaves bound by energy suppression locks and ordinary slaves? Take these 6 to the construction department. Let Oliver assign them the most arduous tasks. Xiao Ye signaled to a member of the guard. They require labor reform. How utterly ungrateful. Xiao Ye disregarded the 6 individuals and approached the extraordinary slaves on his right. "Do not resist," he instructed, placing his hand upon the forehead of one of the extraordinary slaves. The slave hesitated momentarily but ultimately did not resist, allowing Xiao Ye to finalize the slave contract. Xiao Ye would not recklessly remove the energy suppression locks from these slaves. If they fled, the consequences would be dire. "Do not panic. This can be undone," Xiao Ye reassured, patting the shoulder of a human knight. "Trust me, in 6 months, you will become a free man." The extraordinary slave remained silent. With no alternatives before him, Sova unlocked the energy suppression lock. Xiao Ye directed, looking at Sova. "Are you certain, Your Grace?" Sova asked, astonished at Xiao Ye's determination. "You merely wish to touch his forehead and intend to restore his powers?" Xiao Ye nodded affirmatively. Seeing his seriousness, Sova released the energy suppression lock, though she remained vigilant, prepared to intervene should the extraordinary slave attempt a rebellion. "Go rest over there." Xiao Ye gestured toward an open area. "Once I resolve their issues, you will be free to enjoy a hearty meal." The extraordinary slave glanced at Xiao Ye, silently finding a place to sit. Sova furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend how such events had transpired. Xiao Ye paid her no mind, continuing to sign slave contracts with each extraordinary individual. Fortunately, he had amassed sufficient faith power during this period. Otherwise, he would be unable to finalize the slave contracts. Sova observed the extraordinary slaves who had had their energy suppression locks removed, quietly remaining in Lingguan Square, her mind reeling with shock. What had Xiao Ye done to them? How could they exhibit such compliance? Sova could not fathom that a group of extraordinary beings would transform into such a state merely due to Xiao Ye's promises. She instinctively felt the issue lay with Xiao Ye's gesture of touching their foreheads. However, after careful observation, she found nothing amiss. Xiao Ye was entirely capable of signing the slave contracts without a trace, devoid of any energy fluctuations. "Alas," Xiao Ye sighed. "Your Grace, it is I who should be sighing," Sova countered, perplexed. "You have saved a considerable sum. Why then the lamentation?" Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively, providing no explanation. His sigh stemmed from the fact that the faith power he had accumulated was nearly depleted. Moreover, these extraordinary slaves had not contributed any faith power to him. Xiao Ye understood that their disbelief in his promises was why they had not generated faith power. He needed a way to instill trust in his assurances among these slaves. After pondering, Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon his guard team. These individuals were originally part of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, whom he had quietly signed slave contracts with. However, during their time serving as his guards, he had not treated them as slaves, providing them with food, drink, and compensation commensurate with their abilities. Xiao Ye mused that perhaps he could convert a few of these slaves into loyalty contracts, granting them the status of free men. With real cases and evidence, the extraordinary slave should then trust his promises, right? Xiao Ye summoned a bronze-ranked guard. "How would you feel about being my guard?" Xiao Ye inquired. The guard appeared bewildered, unsure why the Duke would suddenly pose such a question. "What I mean is, I intend to restore your freedom," Xiao Ye remarked. "At that time, you may choose to either remain or depart." Without waiting for the guard's response, Xiao Ye promptly dissolved the guard's slave contract. The guard, momentarily taken aback, gathered his thoughts. "Now, you are free to leave," Xiao Ye ventured cautiously. This was merely an experiment. Should the individual choose to depart, to safeguard the secret of the concealed control by the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, he would have no choice but to hide this guard. If the guard were to act against him, the silver guard, who was freed from the slave contract, could still offer protection. "My Lord Duke, I have no desire to leave." The guard finally responded, kneeling on one knee. "I am willing to serve you, my Lord Duke." A smile grazed Xiao Ye's lips. "Then we must draft a new contract." The guard lifted his gaze, awaiting the Duke's signature on the new agreement. Xiao Ye entered into a loyalty contract with him, ensuring that those entrusted with his protection would remain steadfastly loyal. "Your contracts will be revised in a few days," Xiao Ye assured the other guards, who were now looking at him. "At that time, you too will have the opportunity to make your own choices." "I am willing to serve you, my Lord Duke," all the guards echoed, kneeling and bowing in respect. Xiao Ye waved his hand with a smile, doubting that this group of guards was entirely eager to stay. It was likely that a few would inevitably choose to vanish. Suowa observed Xiao Ye's actions, puzzled by their implications. This incident left an enigmatic impression of Xiao Ye in Suowa's mind. "Take them to dine," Xiao Ye instructed the guard whose slave contract had just been dissolved. The guard nodded and prepared to leave. "You may share your story with those extraordinary slaves," Xiao Ye said with a knowing tone. "You can also speak of the circumstances in Wu's Haiqing and your impressions of me." The guard was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Duke would issue such a command. However, since it was the Duke's order, he resolved to execute it diligently. After all, the Duke was exceedingly generous. If Xiao Ye could hear the guard's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff. The guard departed with the extraordinary slaves, faithfully carrying out the Duke's command. He vividly recounted how he had become a slave and subsequently a free man, portraying the Duke as exceedingly magnanimous and narrating how Wushaiqing had transformed from a dilapidated village into a thriving city. The guard's narrative gradually instilled belief in the Duke's promises among the extraordinary individuals, reshaping their perceptions of him: generous, trustworthy, yet possessing a devilish cunning. The last point was an inference made by the extraordinary slaves themselves. They felt that the Duke had seized the opportunity to enslave others while they slept, an act they deemed the work of a treacherous devil. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, he had acquired a new moniker in the eyes of the extraordinary individuals as he bid farewell to Xiao Ye. Lady Xiao Ye, when the Silver Ark Merchant Guild arrives next time, I hope to see the presence of dwarves and goblins, Xiao Ye said with a smile. Rest assured, I have arranged for the Merchant Guild to transport dwarves and goblins here. They will arrive in Wushaiqing shortly, Xiao Ye replied. My Lord Duke, I hope that when we meet again, your territory will continue to astonish me. Xiao Ye was greatly intrigued by the transformations in the territory of Calamity, eagerly anticipating how it would evolve under the leadership of Duke Xiao Ye Fisher. Ha! The territory of Calamity will not disappoint you. Xiao Ye laughed heartily, his tone brimming with confidence. After Xiao Ye departed, Xiao Ye returned to the stone fortress, sensing a gradual increase in the power of faith. The emergence of this real-life scenario had begun to convince the extraordinary slaves of his promises. However, much to Xiao Ye's disappointment, the increase in the power of faith was excruciatingly slow, indicating lingering doubts among the extraordinary individuals regarding his assurances. Xiao Ye resigned himself to patiently await further developments. The following day, after rising from his slumber, Xiao Ye keenly sensed a transformation within himself. He delved into his inner magical statue. The power of faith provided by the extraordinary individuals is indeed formidable. Xiao Ye was filled with delight. The changes in the magical statue this time far surpassed those of previous occasions. Immersed in contemplation, he discerned the newfound abilities conferred by this transformation. Upon opening his eyes, a smile he could not conceal graced his face. What is it, Xiao Ye? What has transpired? Wendina, roused from her slumber by Xiao Ye's movements, asked with a look of confusion. Xiao Ye responded with a smile. It's a good thing. My magical statue has undergone a new transformation, one that is unprecedented. This latest change endowed Xiao Ye with the ability to control the Spirit Spring Hall and faith transformation. The Spirit Spring Hall, as its name suggests, serves as a repository for various spirit springs. It now housed not only the original ordinary spirit springs but also a new type known as the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well, according to the information Xiao Ye had gathered. The water from the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well possessed effects akin to Wendina's Wisdom Pearl. This meant that the water from the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well could similarly enhance an individual's aptitude. However, Xiao Ye sensed that the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well would require a substantial amount of faith power, making it impossible to construct in bulk like the ordinary spirit springs. He even suspected that the water in the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well might not flow continuously. Nonetheless, these were merely Xiao Ye's speculations, requiring further experimentation for confirmation. If the first ability of the Spirit Spring Hall was to bolster the overall strength of the territory, the second ability, faith transformation, was intended to enhance Xiao Ye's own prowess. As its name implies, faith transformation involves utilizing faith power to modify one's physique. Xiao Ye could gradually alter his body using faith power, aligning it more closely with the essence of faith. He suspected that faith transformation was a foundation for subsequent new abilities, anticipating that when the magical statue advanced further, he would gain mastery over more capabilities related to faith power. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's account, Wendina furrowed her brow, questioning, why does the enhancement of the magical statue not directly grant you the ability to construct the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well, but rather the Spirit Spring Hall? Xiao Ye paused, realizing the seemingly redundant nature of this situation. There must be a possibility that the Spirit Spring Hall will eventually yield new Spirit Springs, Wendina speculated. The current Wisdom Spirit Spring Well is significantly related to my abilities, and your talent is turned magical statue, suggesting a connection to the Calamity Sorceress. Wendina's thoughts raced. Perhaps in the future, other Spirit Springs related to the abilities of different Calamity Sorceresses will emerge within your Spirit Spring Hall. But Valia is also a Calamity Sorceress. Why hasn't a Spirit Spring related to her abilities manifested? Xiao Ye inquired, perplexed. Wendina furrowed her brow, then cast her gaze upon her own fair arm, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. Perhaps that is indeed the reason, she murmured, voicing her conjecture. What? Xiao Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Is it necessary for an intimate relationship to occur? Wendina nodded. Aside from that, I cannot think of any other possibility. Xiao Ye was left in a daze, contemplating the implications. Was this not pressuring him to become more experienced in such matters? However, Velia possessed life or wood-related abilities, and any spirit spring she might generate would surely aid in restoring vitality to the territory of calamity. Should he consider validating Wendina's hypothesis? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Wendina, that would be quite unfair to Velia. How do you know Velia's thoughts? Wendina revealed a meaningful smile. Xiao Ye was rendered speechless. He truly had no insight into Velia's mind. Well, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to me, Wendina said softly. Xiao Ye nodded. Recognizing that Wendina was evidently more suited to handle the situation, he refrained from further comment as he and Wendina rose and made their way to a relatively secluded area of the stone fortress. Xiao Ye intended to construct a wisdom spring well to observe its effects. With a mere thought, the pale golden liquid within the crystallized faith gradually vanished, creating ripples that coalesced into a wisdom spring well. As the well materialized fully, Xiao Ye felt a slight dizziness. Upon inspecting his faith energy, he discovered that the crystallized faith had been entirely depleted. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he eventually felt normal again. Both he and Wendina gazed at the wisdom spring well, noting that its form differed from that of an ordinary spring well. The wisdom spring well featured a half-meter-high rim, but its material resembled milky white jade, adorned with intricate silver patterns. These included closed books, half-open tomes, quills, engraved steels, and elaborate designs. Approaching the wisdom spring well, Xiao Ye peered inside. The well contained a silvery liquid, prompting him to instruct Yi Bai to fetch a wooden container to draw some water. After extracting approximately 2 pounds of well water, Xiao Ye was astonished to find that a subsequent attempt yielded no additional water. The silvery liquid within the wisdom spring well appeared illusory, imperceptible to touch. It seemed this was the well's output. Xiao Ye expressed his regret. I wonder if it can produce this amount daily. Indeed, we shall need to observe that. Additionally, we must assess the effects of the well's water. Wendina nodded, equally curious about the well's efficacy. Xiao Ye entrusted the well water to Wendina, saying, "You shall oversee this matter. Later, you can find someone to conduct experiments." Wendina accepted the water and inquired, "Can you construct another wisdom spring well?" Xiao Ye shook his head. "No, I can sense that I am limited to creating only one." Wendina's expression fell, for if multiple wells could be built, it would greatly enhance the strength of their territory. The current amount of well water was indeed insufficient. However, Xiao Ye's next words sparked a glimmer of hope in Wendina's eyes. Nonetheless, this wisdom spring well can be enhanced using faith energy, which should increase its output over time. Xiao Ye shared his insights regarding the well with Wendina. "That is a viable approach." Wendina replied thoughtfully after a moment, "I suspect your future need for faith energy will be substantial." She foresaw Xiao Ye's burgeoning demand for faith energy not only for various types of spring wells but also for the energy consumed by magical contracts, as well as the considerable amount required for body reconstruction through faith transformation. Xiao Ye nodded, though he had yet to attempt faith transformation and was uncertain about its energy requirements. However, instinctively, he believed it would demand a significant amount. As body reconstruction was akin to laying a foundation, we must devise effective methods to acquire more faith energy, Wendina proposed. Since we cannot reduce consumption, we must find ways to increase income. Her mind raced as she calculated step by step how to obtain more faith energy. There were essentially 3 methods to acquire faith energy. Wendina appeared to narrate her thoughts to Xiao Ye, while simultaneously engaging in self-reflection. The first method is to increase the population of our territory. She remarked softly, "With more inhabitants, there will be more believers. With more believers, the accumulation of faith energy will increase. This can be achieved by steadfastly implementing the 10,000 household plan. Besides focusing on quantity, we can also work on quality." Wendina elaborated on her thoughts. Quality can be divided into 2 aspects. Firstly, enhancing the quality of the inhabitants. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom. The more exceptional the inhabitants, the greater the faith energy they can provide. An illiterate inhabitant is lesser than one with cultural knowledge, and those with knowledge pale in comparison to extraordinary beings. While extraordinary beings are rare, we must invest considerable effort into the ordinary inhabitants. Wendina smiled. The promotion of literacy is particularly crucial. We must ensure our inhabitants possess cultural knowledge. Xiao Ye understood this notion of quality, but questioned why Wendina stated that quality could be divided into 2 aspects. Wendina chuckled, explaining, "In addition to enhancing the quality of believers, we can also improve the quality of their faith energy." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. As a realization dawned upon him, he remained silent, listening to Wendina's elucidation. "The more devoted your followers are, the higher the quality of the faith energy they can provide." Wendina smiled. "Thus, we must also find ways to deepen the inhabitants' faith in you." even to the point of blind worship. If they would willingly sacrifice themselves at your command, the faith energy we could garner would surely be substantial. Wendina regarded Xiao Ye with a peculiar smile. Xiao Ye, perhaps you truly need to adopt another identity. Her smile held profound implications. Origin deity or messenger of the origin deity would both be fitting titles. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. Realizing that Wendina was likely aware of the rumors he had instructed AI Boo to spread. Wendina, are such titles not overly grand? Xiao Ye expressed his concern. Could they not have a significant impact? Wendina shook her head dismissively. I have never heard of deities appearing in the origin continent. They only exist in some recorded texts, which are often contradictory. Xiao Ye, you need not worry. Wendina reassured him. The origin continent is not lacking in those who fabricate identities to impersonate deities for gain. They have not faced any repercussions. That is reassuring. Xiao Ye realized he only required a singular supporter, for he was acutely aware that regardless of the existence of true deities on the origin continent, he must pose as the origin deity to acquire faith energy. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of the identity assumed. One could be the origin deity themselves, or a messenger thereof. Perhaps neither was truly a deception, as Xiao Ye and Wendina had never encountered any mention of an origin deity. Wendina, please design a plan for me to acquire faith energy based on the existing church structure within the origin continent. In pursuit of greater faith energy, Xiao Ye resolved to solidify his identity as a charlatan. He proposed establishing the Origin Holy Church in the city of Wuzhai, venerating the origin deity. Xiao Ye smiled. However, you must appropriately arrange my position within the Origin Holy Church. Rest assured, Xiao Ye, I will manage all affairs of the Origin Holy Church. Wendina readily agreed without hesitation. During her time at the Duke's Castle of Kaidina in the Ironstone territory, Wendina often found herself in the study of the stone fortress due to her unique status. There, she immersed herself in a plethora of literature concerning ecclesiastical totems and faith, subjects that piqued her profound interest. The unknown and challenging endeavors always ignited a fervent curiosity within her. The mere thought of personally establishing an origin church filled Wendina with exhilarating excitement. This church would gradually flourish alongside the development of the territory. Wendina's tone was resolute and brimming with confidence. Xiao Ye nodded. Reassured by Wendina's capabilities, he reminded her to carefully consider the future expansion and development of the origin church, particularly the position of the calamity which within it and her relationship with the origin deity. Wendina's eyes sparkled with a knowing gleam as she smiled enigmatically, assuring him that she would arrange matters in a way that would greatly satisfy him regarding the dynamics between the origin deity and the calamity which. However, Xiao Ye felt an unsettling sensation at her smile. Very well, I entrust the arrangement of the origin church to you. Despite his unease, Xiao Ye was confident that Wendina would not harm him. By the way, please make arrangements for my departure today. You suddenly recall the invitation from the underground dwarves. I shall set off tomorrow, and given that No Disaster City is quite distant from the dwarven territory, I need to leave early. Wendina nodded in acknowledgement. This journey was significant for Xiao Ye. As the lord of the calamity territory, his safety must be prioritized. All right, you may attend to your duties. There is no need to stay here with me. Xiao Ye signaled for Wendina to leave. Unlike Xiao Ye, who often found himself in a state of idleness, Wendina, as the Grand Chancellor of the Administrative Hall, was pivotal to the functioning of the entire territory. Wendina nodded and departed with the water from the Wisdom Spring wells. After her exit, Xiao Ye once again focused his energy on the architectural blueprints for the future Duke's Castle, contemplating how to construct a more comfortable and convenient abode within the existing constraints. That night, he presented the finalized castle design to Wendina and requested her to schedule a suitable time for its construction. Wendina gazed at the design, which diverged significantly from the architectural style of the origin continent, and felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Ye. It was remarkable that at merely 18 years old, without any magical aptitude, he could conceive such a structure. Truly a genius. The blueprints Xiao Ye entrusted to Wendina were a fusion of ancient architectural styles from his past life and the current designs of the origin continent, ensuring the fortress's safety while embodying the charm of ancient structures. I will arrange for the work to commence promptly, Wendina assured, tucking the blueprints away. I have also arranged for tomorrow's journey. Xiao Ye nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Wendina's gaze softened, as if seeking to melt Xiao Ye's heart. Xiao Ye inwardly lamented the situation. Given that he would not return to the territory for at least half a month, Wendina would surely require some advance provisions. I will ensure you are well fed. Xiao Ye smiled. Although he anticipated a night of considerable exertion, he understood that it was a commitment he could not evade. Wendina's complexion flushed, revealing a captivating smile that could ensnare one's senses. Observing Xiao Ye seated upon the bed, Wendina soon took action, her steps light and delicate as she shed her garments. The following day, Xiao Ye awoke and instinctively rubbed his lower back. The fervor of Wentina had proven quite overwhelming, and he felt he would need at least 2 days to recover. Glancing at the empty bed, he couldn't help but feel a hint of exasperation. Wentina had indeed recovered too swiftly. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Ye departed the stone fortress, preparing for his journey. Suddenly, he halted, astonished to discover that his faith power had surged significantly in that instant. What could account for this? Having possessed faith power for an extended period, Xiao Ye had developed a profound understanding of it. Such a sudden influx of faith power could only arise from 2 possibilities. Either a powerful transcendent being was bestowing it, determined by the quality of the believers, or ordinary subjects held deep faith in him, determined by the essence of the faith power. Xiao Ye could not ascertain which scenario it was. Puzzled, he made his way outside the stone fortress. There, a traveling party had already gathered under Wentina's arrangements. Among them were formidable human knights, wolf cavalry, bear warriors, and several scouts from the spirit cat tribe. Yet, none of these drew Xiao Ye's attention as much as a particular carriage. Approaching a large wagon, he marveled at its additional 2 wheels, his eyes lighting up in surprise. Has the 4-wheeled carriage been successfully constructed? He inquired, turning to Wentina. She nodded. Indeed. This is a newly crafted wagon with enhancements. Special purchases of tempered steel have been integrated into the wooden planks of the carriage. Fortunately, it was a 4-wheeled carriage, allowing it to be pulled by 2 horses. Otherwise, the weight of the tempered steel would significantly hinder its speed. Wentina gazed at the considerably larger 4-wheeled carriage, equally pleased. Undoubtedly, upon the Duke's return from the Dwarven territory, a plethora of carriage orders would follow, marking a new advancement in the Golden Road project of No Disaster City. Excellent, Xiao Ye remarked, thoroughly satisfied with the 4-wheeled carriage. I must promote it well during this journey. Promote? Wentina queried, puzzled. Yes, advertising, spreading the word far and wide. Xiao Ye explained with a slight smile. Wentina's expression shifted to understanding. Wentina, I am about to set off. Xiao Ye stated, I leave the affairs of the territory in your capable hands. Wait, Wentina interjected, halting him. We are awaiting another individual. With him present, I can truly assure your safety. Xiao Ye looked at her, puzzled. Wentina smiled. He will be here shortly. Indeed, it was not long before a figure rapidly approached the stone fortress, moving with a speed that surpassed that of the swiftest steed. I asked at him. Xiao Ye wondered, gazing at the towering bear warrior before him, whose height exceeded 3 meters. He turned to Wentina for confirmation. She nodded. This is Bearda, a warrior of the bear tribe. He was just undergoing labor reform yesterday. Xiao Ye stifled a laugh upon hearing the bear's name. Bearda, does he have a brother named Bear? He scrutinized Bearda, recognizing him from the 6 slaves undergoing labor reform the previous day. Is he strong? Xiao Ye inquired. He possesses peak silver tier strength. Wentina replied. Moreover, he is exceptionally attentive, making him well suited for a protective role. She had obtained this information from Suwa, ensuring Xiao Ye's safety by personally recruiting Bearda, promising him freedom if he could ensure Xiao Ye's safe return to No Disaster City. Additionally, Wentina had bestowed upon Bearda a full pound of wisdom water, the name she had given to the water from the wisdom spring wells, as payment and a means to test its effects. Xiao Ye assessed Bearda, whose robust physique belied a meticulous nature, with peak silver tier strength. Why did you not flee? Curiosity danced in Xiao Ye's eyes as he inquired. Bearda remained silent, and amidst the astonished gazes of Wentina and Xiao Ye, he abruptly raised his enormous palm, which resembled a fan. Under the stunned looks of Xiao Ye and Wentina, Bearda lifted his palm, enveloped in a golden glow, and brought it crashing down onto the wall of the stone fortress beside them. A thunderous roar erupted as stones flew, leaving a gaping chasm in the stone wall. With a resounding crash, the wall unexpectedly collapsed. Xiao Ye and Wentina were momentarily startled, having thought that Bearda was about to turn his wrath upon them. Observing the crumbled wall of the fortress, Xiao Ye shrugged and remarked, perhaps we should commence the construction of a new duke's fortress immediately. Wentina chuckled softly, it seems to be fate. I shall make arrangements for the rebuilding of the fortress at once. Xiao Ye turned his gaze toward Bearda. Do you possess the strength of a gold tier? The power unleashed by Bearda's earlier strike undoubtedly surpassed that of a silver tier, although Xiao Ye himself was merely bronze tier. He still possessed a discerning eye. Bearda's voice was deep and resonant as he replied, I just broke through this morning. It was the wisdom divine water that enabled my breakthrough. His eyes fixed intently on Xiao Ye. He continued, she mentioned that the wisdom divine water was your creation. Xiao Ye deduced that the wisdom divine water was indeed the water from the wisdom spring well. He was taken aback to learn that Wentina had given Bearda the water yesterday. Now, Xiao Ye understood the sudden surge in faith power he had experienced that morning. It was undoubtedly due to Bear Da's newfound gold tier strength. No wonder there had been such a dramatic increase in faith power. The contribution of a gold tier extraordinary being was far from ordinary. Indeed, the wisdom divine water is a creation of mine, Xiao Ye affirmed, seizing the opportunity to establish his reputation in front of Bear Da. However, it is exceedingly precious. I cannot provide it to you again unless your loyalty matches its worth. Bear Da's gaze flickered. As Wendina had said, he was a meticulous individual, having experienced the potency of the wisdom divine water firsthand. Bear Da realized that if he could consume it daily, his strength could ascend to even greater heights. This prospect held a deadly allure for a warrior of the Bear clan, who thirsted for power. Bear Da believed Xiao Ye's words. The efficacy of the wisdom divine water surpassed that of many magical potions, and it was undoubtedly very valuable. Yet, was it worth sacrificing his freedom for the sake of power? Weighing the pros and cons, Bear Da found himself in a quandary. Take your time to ponder, Xiao Ye said. Fully aware of Bear Da's current thoughts, he had ample time. The wisdom divine water could not be provided to him immediately. He had until they returned from escorting me back from the underground dwarfs. Xiao Ye set a deadline for Bear Da to make his decision before their return to the city of no disaster. Bear Da nodded. I will ensure your safety. The Bear clan was known for its emphasis on promises, and they rarely reneged on commitments. Xiao Ye smiled, and after reiterating a few matters to Wendina, he boarded the carriage. The convoy set off, departing from the city of no disaster, heading towards the city of Yellow Sand. In truth, traveling northeast along the Yushan River would also lead them to the underground dwarfs. However, that route had seen little traffic from merchant caravans and was fraught with uncertainty, deemed a path of life. Thus, to be prudent, Xiao Ye decided to head west to reach the city of Yellow Sand first. Then traverse east through the territories of Yellow Sand, Lyle, and the White Moon Empire's Tailingland, ultimately arriving at the underground dwarfs. After the convoy exited the western gate of the city of no disaster and traveled a short distance, Xiao Ye glimpsed the lush greenery outside the carriage window. This was the fruit of the efforts of the Greening Bureau. At that moment, the workers of the Greening Bureau were still tirelessly laboring. And upon closer inspection, Xiao Ye did not spot Valia among them. He lowered the curtain and turned his attention inward, immersing himself in his thoughts as he summoned his faith power. Beginning the gradual remolding of his physical form through the ability of faith transformation, the faith power flowed from the crystallized faith, circulating slowly through his body's meridians. As the faith power coursed through, Xiao Ye could distinctly sense the strengthening of his meridians. Though still modest, he believed that, with the passage of time, a transformation would eventually occur. Each time the faith power drawn from the crystallized faith was depleted, Xiao Ye would summon new faith power, patiently cleansing the meridians of his right hand. He planned to start with his right hand, progressively remolding his entire body. Every sacrifice yields rewards, and Xiao Ye firmly believed that once his body was reshaped by the faith power, he would undergo a monumental change. As time passed, except for necessary meals, Xiao Ye devoted all his time to faith transformation. By the time they reached the city of Yellow Sand, the meridians within his right hand had transformed into a pale golden hue. 5 days had sufficed to effect a metamorphosis in his right hand. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye was immensely satisfied. He could sense that his right hand had grown significantly stronger than before. Indeed, he felt that his current right hand could withstand the bites of second-tier and even third-tier magical beasts. To call it the right hand of God might be an exaggeration, but right hand of faith would not be an overstatement. Xiao Ye attempted to channel his elemental power into his right hand, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it could now be released through his right hand. Unlike before when a barrier had obstructed him, previously, Xiao Ye had possessed only bronze-tier elemental power, which he could not unleash, merely augmenting his strength. However, now he could release it through his right hand, albeit with some difficulty as the elemental energy flowed through his arm, marking a qualitative breakthrough for Xiao Ye. He forcibly suppressed the urge to release the elemental power and drew it back into the spiritual spring. Your Grace, we have arrived at the city of Yellow Sand. Bear Da's voice called from outside the window. Xiao Ye had grown accustomed to Bear Da's address, despite Bear Da's admiration for him, due to his ability to generate faith power. He still hesitated to pledge complete loyalty. Xiao Ye did not actively seek to alter this dynamic. After spending several days together, Xiao Ye understood Bear Da all too well. Bear Da was akin to a martial fanatic, with an insatiable thirst for power. Xiao Ye believed that Bear Da would ultimately yield to the allure of the wisdom divine water. Enter the city, Xiao Ye gently instructed, lifting the curtain. Bear Da nodded, and the convoy resumed its journey. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, the guards of the city of Yellow Sand immediately bowed. My lord, I shall inform the lord at once. Not all the guards had encountered Xiao Ye before, but they recognized the insignia that represented his noble status. Only the Duke of the Disaster Territory could arrive in the city of Yellow Sand. Xiao Ye nodded lightly, and the convoy continued unimpeded into the city. The massive convoy instantly captured the attention of the citizens of Yellow Sand. Though the ordinary folk merely cast a glance before returning to their tasks, it was only upon entering the core area that the convoy sparked widespread discussion. In addition to the formidable knights, fierce bear warriors, intimidating wolf cavalry, and the stealthy scouts of the Spirit Cat clan, the four-wheeled carriage also drew the merchants' attention along the roadside. This carriage was a stark contrast to the common two-wheeled carts seen in the city of Yellow Sand. It appeared more stable and opulent, with intricately carved wheels glimmering softly in the sunlight. The carriage was adorned with exquisite drapes that swayed gently in the breeze, revealing glimpses of the soft cushions and gem-encrusted armrests within. The merchants along the road paused their work, casting curious and reverent glances. They whispered among themselves, speculating about the identity of the carriage's owner. I've never seen such a style of carriage before. I wonder which noble it belongs to. It must surely come from afar, mused an elderly merchant, stroking his beard, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. It's not a distant noble. I recognize that insignia. That's the Duke's crest of the Disaster Territory, exclaimed a young merchant, pointing at the emblem on the carriage. The Duke of the Disaster Territory? What brings him to our city of Yellow Sand? Someone inquired, puzzled. Who knows, perhaps he is here to discuss trade. I've heard that Duke Fisher of the Disaster Territory is quite close with our Viscount. A shrewd merchant squinted, a knowing smile gracing his face. As the convoy advanced slowly, the number of pedestrians on the road increased, all eager to behold the splendor of this unprecedented four-wheeled carriage. A carriage, indeed, a four-wheeled carriage. Where did the territory of Calamity procure such a marvel? Its cargo capacity must surely surpass that of a two-wheeled cart. Indeed, other merchants, upon hearing this, brightened with realization of the advantages of the four-wheeled vehicle. I surmise that the territory of Calamity must be thriving. Otherwise, how could such a carriage come to be? Moreover, I observe that this four-wheeled carriage is not only aesthetically pleasing but also impressively large, undoubtedly providing great comfort. A merchant, who had never set foot in Calamity, expressed his conjecture. Certainly, I have seen two-wheeled carriages of exquisite size, drawn by pack beasts purchased from the Empire of the White Moon, costing hundreds of gold coins. What you speak of pertains to a two-wheeled carriage. This four-wheeled one must command an even greater price. Just look at its construction. It may well have been crafted by a powerful alchemist, and its cost could possibly be calculated in thousands of gold coins. A carriage made by an alchemist? That seems excessively luxurious. The surrounding chatter rose and fell, many merchants casting envious glances. In the origin continent, owning such a resplendent carriage is undoubtedly a symbol of wealth, and being able to afford one made by an alchemist marks one as a grand noble of immense fortune. For the citizens of Yellow Sand City, witnessing an alchemist's creation firsthand is indeed a privilege. Yet, some merchants displayed glinting eyes, perhaps scheming something of their own. Xiao Ye sat within the carriage, oblivious to the discussions around him, unaware that his merely steel-plated carriage had been mistaken for an alchemist's masterpiece. At this moment, his attention remained steadfastly on his right hand. Xiao Ye discovered that when the elemental force was released through his hand, a faint golden film formed upon its surface. This seemingly insignificant membrane rendered his hand remarkably hard. He estimated that even the sharpest blade would struggle to inflict any harm upon it. A thought sparked in Xiao Ye's mind. Retracting the elemental force, the golden film vanished in tandem. If I could reconstruct the meridians throughout my body, would I not possess a physique impervious to blades and arrows? Xiao Ye mused inwardly. However, he understood that such a feat would not be easily achieved. It required a vast amount of faith power. The source of this faith power would be those who believed in him. Only by garnering the faith of more people could he acquire greater reserves of this power. With this in mind, Xiao Ye gazed out the window, taking in the vibrant scene of Yellow Sand City. Although Calamity City had begun to flourish gradually, it still lacked deep roots, remaining in an emerging phase, unable to rival the bustle of Yellow Sand City. The shops lining the streets were filled with a dazzling array of goods, and pedestrians flowed incessantly. Occasionally, nobles clad in resplendent attire traversed the streets, flanked by a retinue of servants, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. He was not fond of the haughtiness displayed by these nobles, despite being one himself. Nevertheless, he recognized that in this world, strength dictated all, and the nobles, possessing power, could act with impunity. This too shall change, Xiao Ye contemplated. Xiao Ye had no intention of implementing the feudal nobility system inherited from the human empire in the territory of Calamity. The feudal system, which binds land to merit, granting titles and land to those of worth, bore significant drawbacks in Xiao Ye's eyes. For instance, if he were to ennoble a Butte as a count and grant him a portion of land within Calamity, a Butte would become a vassal to Xiao Ye, the duke. However, a Butte's viscounts or barons would merely be his vassals, not Xiao Ye's. This reflects the widely circulated saying in the human empire, "A vassal's vassal is not my vassal." Such partitioning would only render the territory of Calamity fragmented, hindering effective governance. Thus, from the outset, Xiao Ye intended to abolish this system of feudalism. Titles would henceforth serve merely as honorary distinctions, devoid of real power. In Calamity, only administrative officials would exist. There would be no feudal lords. Xiao Ye sought counties rather than vassals, aspiring to under heaven, all lands belong to the king. This was also the deeper intention behind establishing the administrative office in Calamity City. Once the administrative office matured, the new cities established within Calamity would likewise adopt this system. However, Xiao Ye did not openly declare his intent to abolish the feudal lords, as it would incite opposition from the entire human empire and potentially from those within his own territory. To mitigate this risk, aside from establishing the administrative office, Xiao Ye designed a new system, albeit still in its infancy, which he kept to himself. Nobility is a relic of the old era, destined to be discarded in due time. As Xiao Ye observed the nobles oppressing the common folk, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Let me cast you into the annals of history's waste." Xiao Ye lowered the curtain, turning away from the sight of a noble with an arrogant grin. "Ha ha, Duke Fisher, I knew you would come to Yellow Sand City." Just as the carriage came to a halt, Xiao Ye heard the unmistakable booming voice of Viscount Enter. Stepping down, he greeted with a smile. "Viscount Enter, did you receive an invitation as well?" Xiao Ye felt a certain camaraderie with this noble. He aimed to abolish the nobility system, fully aware that it might lead to future conflicts with the human empire. Yet, Xiao Ye understood that as long as sufficient benefits were offered, the nobles would comply and serve as administrative officials. Of course, this required enough strength to engage them in negotiation. Xiao Ye had long reserved a position for Viscount Enter as the Grand Chancellor of Yellow Sand County's administrative office. After all, Xiao Ye sought only to dismantle the feudal nobility system, not to eliminate the privileged class. Not to mention the impracticality, Xiao Ye himself was the greatest beneficiary of privileges within the territory of Calamity. He would not undermine his own position. Xiao Ye was no fool. He would not toil to change the world only to relinquish his own privileges. Such actions would befit either a fool or a sage. Viscount Enter approached with a beaming smile, adorned in splendid noble attire, a beautifully decorated long sword hanging at his waist, presenting a dashing figure. "Indeed, Duke Fisher, how could I miss such a grand event?" Viscount Enter responded with a smile. Leading Xiao Ye toward the fortress, Yellow Sand City is not far from the subterranean dwarves, and we often engage in trade. Viscount Enter remarked. "No wonder Yellow Sand City flourishes. It is all due to your wisdom." Viscount Enter, Xiao Ye complimented with a smile. Viscount Enter waved his hand dismissively. "Duke Fisher, the prosperity of Yellow Sand City is entirely your achievement. The previous Yellow Sand City was far less vibrant. The Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce had acquired the rights to sell soul-burning wine, which had brought substantial profits to Yellow Sand City, leaving Viscount Enter deeply grateful to Xiao Ye, if not for your opportunity afforded to the Yellow Sand Chamber. Yellow Sand City would not be so prosperous," Viscount Enter sincerely stated. Previously, Yellow Sand City relied solely on head taxes or commercial taxes for survival, leading a rather miserable existence. However, now it is different. With soul-burning wine, the territory has gained considerable revenue. Viscount Enter patted his longsword. "Look, now I can procure a decent elemental soldier, not just elemental soldiers. But your attire has also become considerably more splendid." Viscount Enter, Xiao Ye teased with a hearty laugh. "I thought you were someone who disregarded appearances. It turns out you were merely frugal." Viscount Enter laughed heartily, unbothered by Xiao Ye's jest, and even appeared somewhat pleased. That Xiao Ye could make such a remark indicated a level of familiarity. "Duke Fisher, are you not the same?" Viscount Enter laughed. "Just look at you, traveling in a carriage with so many extraordinary guards, even accompanied by the renowned wolf cavalry of the orc race in the origin continent." Xiao Ye chuckled. "Leaving the realm of humanity for the first time, one must certainly be well prepared. It is indeed prudent to exercise caution." Ent, in agreement, turned to inquire. "Duke Fisher, is that four-wheeled carriage for sale?" The president of the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce, Chekhov, had mentioned the four-wheeled carriage to Ent upon his return, though Ent had not anticipated its swift production. Today, upon observing the four-wheeled carriage ridden by Xiao Ye, he felt a pang of envy, wishing to procure one for himself. Xiao Ye shook his head, responding, "This carriage is certainly not for sale. However, You may arrange for someone to purchase one from Wuzai City by contacting the Procurement Bureau of the Administrative Office. There might even be a chance to obtain the sales rights for the four-wheeled carriage. At this, Ent's eyes sparkled with excitement. Butler, you must go to the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce at once and instruct them to send someone to Wuzai City immediately. The Viscount Ent swiftly commanded his accompanying butler. If we cannot secure the sales rights for the carriage, ensure that we acquire at least one four-wheeled carriage. A wise decision indeed, Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. You are truly bold. Ent laughed heartily. My wisest decision has been to befriend you. Duke Fisher. Ent's words were heartfelt. When Xiao Ye first arrived, he bore not only the reputation of a wastrel, but also led a feeble entourage. Furthermore, Xiao Ye's territory was the disaster territory, a place shunned by all. It was due to the connection between Marquis Moto and the previous generation of Viscount Ent that the latter extended special consideration to Xiao Ye. Little did Ent expect that within a mere 6 months, under Xiao Ye's leadership, the disaster territory would undergo such a remarkable transformation. Moreover, Ent was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The disaster territory was destined for even greater prosperity, far exceeding that of the Yellow Sand territory, especially after hearing from Chekhov about the emergence of wells and vegetation in the disaster territory. Ent became increasingly convinced of its promising future. He even harbored doubts that Xiao Ye might indeed be, as rumored in Wuzai City, the incarnation of the origin deity. Nevertheless, alongside his joy for Xiao Ye in the Yellow Sand territory, a subtle worry lingered in Ent's heart. Duke Fisher, I believe you should prepare early, Ent said with concern. The Ironstone territory and the imperial family will likely not allow you to remain at ease. No, it is not a likelihood. It is a certainty, Xiao Ye replied with firm conviction. Do not worry. Viscount Ent, I have already begun my preparations. Xiao Ye smiled, gesturing to the imposing figure of Xiongde beside him. He is a golden-level extraordinary being. Viscount Ent regarded Xiongde with a hint of surprise before shaking his head. One golden-level extraordinary being is insufficient to safeguard your territory. This is merely the first. With a confident smile, Xiao Ye asserted, but he will certainly not be the last. Observing Xiao Ye's demeanor, Ent too revealed a hint of a smile. That it was clear that a duke capable of instigating such change in the disaster territory would not disappoint. As they spoke, the two entered the grand hall of the castle, where numerous guests had already gathered, adorned in splendid attire, laughing and conversing in a scene of vibrant merriment. Viscount Ent led Xiao Ye through the crowd, occasionally stopping to exchange pleasantries with acquaintances, introducing Xiao Ye with respect and admiration in his words. This is Duke Fisher. The current prosperity of the Yellow Sand territory owes much to his substantial assistance, Ent stated with a note of pride. Upon hearing this, the guests directed their respectful and admiring gazes towards Xiao Ye. Those merchants familiar with the origins of the soul-burning wine and ice eagerly approached Xiao Ye, hoping to forge connections with the young duke. Xiao Ye graciously engaged with the enthusiastic crowd, though inwardly he marveled at the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that just half a year ago. He was a downcast duke, and now he was receiving such grand recognition in the Yellow Sand territory. The banquet proceeded smoothly, with Ent continually introducing Xiao Ye, who, with his wit and eloquence, garnered the goodwill and respect of those present. As night fell and the banquet neared its conclusion, a beautifully dressed maid rushed in, whispering urgently to Viscount Ent. Upon hearing her words, Ent's expression changed slightly as he turned to Xiao Ye, a hint of apology in his gaze. Duke Fisher, I sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please remain here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Xiao Ye nodded with a smile. It is no trouble. Go ahead. Viscount Ent left. Xiao Ye settled into a corner of the banquet hall, watching the guests gradually disperse while contemplating the Viscount's earlier demeanor. That it seemed something had transpired, and it appeared to be connected to him. Just then, a tall, austere man approached, clad in black attire and wielding a glimmering long sword at his waist. He exuded an air of authority. You are Duke Fisher? The man asked coldly as he stood before Xiao Ye. Lifting his gaze to meet the man's, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow slightly. I am. Who are you? From the Ironstone territory, I am Rainer, the man replied icily. Xiao Ye's heart raced. It was evident that this visitor bore ill intent. At this moment, the banquet hall was nearly empty, leaving Xiao Ye vulnerable should Rainer decide to attack. However, Xiao Ye surmised that Rainer would not dare to brazenly assassinate a duke, especially within Viscount Ent's castle, where the Viscount would likely be aware of the intruder's identity. Yet, Xiao Ye was puzzled as to why Ent had not yet returned. The Ironstone territory? Xiao Ye attempted to remain composed. Did Duke Kaiden send you to find me? Given Rainer's association with the Ironstone territory, it was plausible that he was dispatched by Duke Kaiden. This possibility was further complicated by the presence of Emily Kaiden, the second daughter of the Duke's estate, who had previously conspired against Xiao Ye. He could hardly believe that the erstwhile wastrel now thrived in such a dire place as the disaster territory. Rainer, however, did not answer Xiao Ye's question. Instead, he disrespectfully remarked on the soul-burning wine. The flavor is quite commendable, albeit excessively priced, he stated. Many from the Ironstone territory yearn to taste it, yet few have the opportunity. Duke Fisher, could you generously share the brewing method with me? Xiao Ye frowned inwardly. Rainer's demeanor was unsettling. Heightening his wariness, he discreetly summoned his inner energy. I know nothing of the brewing secrets. It is overseen by the old butler. John, Xiao Ye shrugged. As a man from the Ironstone territory, you should be aware that I am merely a wastrel. How could my father, Marquis Modo, entrust such vital knowledge to me? Rainer's brow furrowed slightly. He was unaware of Xiao Ye's transformation and still regarded him as a mere wastrel. What about the ice? How is it produced? Rainer's tone grew colder. Xiao Ye shook his head once more. Do you truly believe I would know? Rainer, towering over Xiao Ye, scrutinized his eyes but found nothing amiss. A sardonic smile broke across his face. Miss Emily has asked me to inquire how it feels to have a fool as a duchess. Xiao Ye's gaze turned icy. Seizing the moment, he rose, shouting, Rainer, how dare you insult a noble, and tell Duke Kaiden to fulfill his promise to my father. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Xiao Ye hoped his voice would alert Xiongda outside to the unfolding danger. At this moment, Xiao Ye even suspected a collusion between Viscount Ent and Emily of the Ironstone territory, deliberately laying a trap. But how could they have known he would arrive in Yellow Sand City today? If Ent had no ties with Emily, how had Rainer gained entry into the Viscount's banquet hall, conveniently timing his arrival just as the guests were departing and Ent was absent? Do you wish to let that bear warrior outside in? Rainer predicted Xiao Ye's intentions, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Unfortunately, you shall not see him. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Renaud truly intended to take his life here, upon hearing Xiao Ye's voice emanating from the banquet hall. Xiongda keenly sensed that something was amiss and hastened to enter the room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Xiongda beheld Renaud's right fist enveloped in a radiant glow. Descending violently towards the Duke, Xiongda's eyes bulged with rage as he roared, Stop! Before his words could fully escape his lips, he stomped down hard, leaving a deep crater in the ground, and propelled himself towards Renaud like a sharpened sword. Renaud, taken aback, was astonished to discover that a golden tier bear warrior stood beside a debauched scion like Xiao Ye. However, Renaud remained confident that he could eliminate Xiao Ye before Xiongda arrived. His fist surged forward relentlessly, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he declared, Xiao Ye, you shall die. Miss Emily is not someone you can covet. Xiao Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Every hair on his body standing on end, he summoned as much elemental power as he could muster to his right hand. In that fleeting moment, his fist clenched, a golden membrane materializing and radiating brilliant light. Meeting Renaud's descending fist, with a sharp crack, Xiao Ye was struck with excruciating pain, his body hurtling backward. With a thud, he landed on the ground, clutching his fractured right arm, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Renaud's expression shifted, realizing that Xiao Ye's resistance had completely surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ye possessed elemental power. Was it not claimed that Duke Fisher was a waste? Utterly devoid of any cultivation talent, at that moment, Renaud could not afford to wallow in regret. Xiongda had already reached his back. As a fellow golden tier extraordinary, Renaud dared not face Xiongda directly. In a flash, he evaded to the opposite side of the banquet hall, narrowly avoiding Xiongda's powerful strike. Xiongda bellowed repeatedly, his fists swinging like a tempest towards Renaud. Yet, Renaud skillfully maneuvered through the hall. Each of his counterattacks precisely timed to thwart Xiongda's onslaught. While searching for opportunities to retaliate, it was evident that Renaud was slightly faster, though his strength paled in comparison to Xiongda's. Struggling on the ground, Xiao Ye propped himself up, casting a steely gaze at Renaud. Renaud, do you truly believe you can kill me like this? Xiao Ye seethed through clenched teeth. This was the first time he had genuinely felt the looming threat of death. Had he not been augmenting his right hand with faith transformation over the past few days, granting him the ability to wield elemental power, he might have met his end at Renaud's hands. Renaud's expression darkened, his tone icy as he replied, Xiao Ye, you have indeed surprised me, but today, you cannot escape death. With that, Renaud surged forth once more, lunging directly at Xiao Ye. Seeing this, Xiongda roared, intercepting Renaud with all his might. Xiongde, kill him, and I shall reward you with 2 pounds of wisdom divine water, Xiao Ye shouted. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Xiongda's eyes ignited with fervor. Wisdom divine water, he bellowed, his attacks growing even fiercer. Reno, today you shall surely die. Reno felt a surge of alarm. Xiongda's sudden burst of power exerted unprecedented pressure upon him. He needed to eliminate Xiao Yu swiftly, for time was running short. Yet, Reno had gravely underestimated Xiongda's strength. As Xiongde unleashed his full potential, Reno found it impossible to extricate himself quickly. At that moment, Viscount Enter was anxiously making his way to the banquet hall. I hope nothing unexpected occurs, he thought to himself, deeply unsettled by the day's peculiar events. Just prior, a merchant claiming to hail from the Ironstone territory had sought an audience with him. After their meeting, the merchant expressed a desire to take over the business of the soul-burning wine from the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, Enter had refused this proposal, but out of respect for the identity of Duke Catanan from the Ironstone territory, he had declined rather tactfully. However, the merchant feigned ignorance, persistently entangling Enter in conversation, until he ultimately had to brusquely dismiss the man. Once the merchant had departed, Enter's unease grew. He quickly summoned his steward, instructing him to dispatch personnel to contain the merchant while he hastened back to the banquet hall. The closer he approached the hall, the more his anxiety escalated. Inside, the battle between Reno and Xiongde had intensified, with tables and chairs flying and utensils shattering, leaving the banquet hall in utter disarray. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth against the pain in his right arm, channeling elemental power to gradually mend it as he focused intently on the fierce clash between Xiongde and Reno. Seeking an opportunity to strike, Reno found himself increasingly on the defensive in his struggle against Xiongde. He felt panic swell within him, yet he could not discern a way to turn the tide. Suddenly, Xiao Ye sprang into action, his right hand sweeping forth, launching a pale golden palm strike towards Reno. Reno was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Ye to possess the strength to counterattack. He swiftly sidestepped, but was nonetheless struck on the shoulder by the force of the faith-infused palm strike. Pain surged through him, blood instantly staining his sleeve, and he gasped in agony. What alarmed Reno the most was the peculiar force that began to invade his body. Seizing the opportunity, Xiongde exploited Reno's vulnerability. Delivering a powerful punch to his chest, Reno soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the banquet hall's wall that he coughed up blood, his complexion pale as a ghost. Clearly grievously wounded at that moment, Viscount Enter finally arrived at the banquet hall. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, his expression morphed into one of shock. What on earth is happening here? He bellowed. Xiao Ye, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his right arm, pointed at Reno, exclaiming, "He is one of the Ironstone Territory's people. He wants to kill me." Upon hearing this, Enter's face darkened ominously. The Ironstone Territory? They dare to attempt an assassination within my castle. He seethed in fury. No noble could tolerate another's audacity to commit murder within their own stronghold. A castle is the most sacred domain of a noble, and its security is of utmost importance. Now, Reno had audaciously attempted to assassinate a duke within Viscount Enter's very castle, especially one as significant to Enter as Duke Fisher. Infuriated, Enter could not bear such an affront. Even if Reno hailed from the Ironstone territory and was backed by Duke Catanan, he turned his gaze to the fallen Reno, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "You possess a remarkable audacity to wreak havoc on my turf," Viscount Enter said coldly. Reno felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He understood that Enter's arrival signified the complete failure of his plans. Not only had he failed to acquire the soul-burning wine and the method to create ice blocks, but he had also failed to take Duke Fisher's life. Most critically, he had laid bare his intentions. And the relationship between the Ironstone territory and the Yellow Sand territory was bound to deteriorate drastically because of him. Yet, Reno was not overly concerned about the Yellow Sand territory, as it was merely a baronial domain in a desolate land. His true worry lay in the potential damage to his own reputation within the Ironstone territory. Duke Catanan would undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon him. Despite the dire circumstances, Reno remained unwilling to concede defeat. Struggling to rise, he glared at Viscount Enter, gritting his teeth as he said, "Viscount Enter, this is a matter between the Ironstone territory and Duke Fisher. You would do well to refrain from meddling." Enter's expression darkened further. He was well aware that Reno's words held a grain of truth. However, he could not simply stand by and watch Xiao Yu perish within his castle. While killing Reno might offend Duke Catanan from the Ironstone territory, Enter's own lord was a powerful marquis, and he need not fear Duke Catanan excessively. Moreover, Enter had little in the way of mutual interest with Catanan. but he had a genuine stake in his relationship with Duke Fisher of the disaster territory. In an instant, Enter grasped the crux of the situation and made his decision. Though my status as Viscount is not high, I am not one to be humiliated. As long as I am present today. You shall not harm a single hair on Duke Fisher's head, Enter proclaimed with righteous fervor. Viscount Enter, should you kill me, you will have irrevocably offended Duke Cadanon, Renault warned, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Enter's gaze. For the sake of my Yellow Sand territory's dignity, and for the preservation of the Viscount's honor, Viscount Ent, his gaze cold and piercing, expressed a chilling intent to quell the wrath of Duke Fisher. Your existence is no longer tenable. As soon as the words left his lips, he struck with sudden ferocity, his palm crashing onto Reynolds' forehead. The look of unexpected terror flashed across Reynolds' face. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from Viscount Ent. As Xiao Ye beheld Reynolds' lifeless body transform into a pile of yellow sand, he was filled with astonishment. The sheer might of Viscount Ent was staggering. Despite Reynolds' grievous injuries, he was still a golden tier extraordinary being, yet he was easily vanquished by Ent. It was evident that Viscount Ent was at least a golden tier extraordinary himself. Moreover, he evidently commanded some unique elemental technique capable of reducing a person to sand, an ability that even Xiao Ye had never witnessed. Prompting him to reassess Ent's strength and background, the chaos within the banquet hall began to subside. Xiongde approached Xiao Ye with a look of concern. Are you unharmed? Xiongde was utterly astonished that Xiao Ye could withstand a blow from a golden tier extraordinary. Due to Xiao Ye's peculiarity, Xiongde had perceived him as an ordinary person all along. While it was true that many human nobles possessed a degree of power, and some were indeed formidable, there were also commoners among them, which was not unusual. However, Xiao Ye's display shattered Xiongda's preconceptions, instilling in him a deeper reverence for the one who could summon the waters of wisdom. Xiao Ye gently shook his head, signaling that he was fine, though his gaze remained fixed on Viscount Ent, a sense of vigilance brewing within him. The day's events were exceptionally peculiar, necessitating caution on his part. Noticing Xiao Ye's focus, Xiongde swiftly turned to shield him, understanding that while the immediate crisis seemed resolved, the underlying tumult had not yet abated. Viscount Ent regarded Xiao Ye with a complex expression. Observing the wary Xiongde and Duke Fisher, his feelings were tumultuous. He had originally intended to use this banquet to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiao Ye, given that the territories of Disaster and Yellow Sand were neighboring. With boundless potential in the future, Yellow Sand would likely rely on Disaster for greater gains. However, the sudden assassination attempt had obliterated all prospects. Not only had relations not improved, but Xiao Ye's wariness toward him had intensified. Contrary to Ent's expectations, Ent now harbored a deep resentment toward Duke Cadanon. Yet, with the situation as it stood, he could only strive to remedy it. First and foremost, he needed to convince Duke Fisher that he had no involvement in the assassination. As for mending and nurturing his relationship with Duke Fisher, that would be a long-term endeavor. With a serious demeanor, Ent looked at Xiao Ye and spoke slowly, a subtle note of apology lacing his voice. Duke Fisher, I apologize for the distress caused by today's events. Please rest assured, I will spare no effort in investigating this matter and will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Xiao Ye nodded slightly, comprehending the underlying goodwill in Ent's words, as well as the clarification of his stance. Upon reflection, Xiao Ye believed it unlikely that Ent was complicit in the incident. After all, Ent was a vassal of Marquis Castro, not of Cadanon, and had no need to undertake such actions for the sake of Duke Cadanon. He would gain no political advantage from this, and with the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce already possessing the rights to sell Soulburn wine, there was no need for assassination to obtain its formula. Additionally, two other reasons led Xiao Ye to conclude that Ent would not be involved in this affair. First, the implications in Reynolds' words suggested that Emily Cadanon had dispatched him, likely without Duke Cadanon's knowledge. This assassination appeared to be Emily Cadanon's personal initiative. However, a question lingered. How had Reynolds known of Xiao Ye's arrival in Yellow Sand City today? Xiao Ye found this perplexing. Could it be that Emily had already planted hidden agents in Yellow Sand City? Second, the territories of Yellow Sand and Earl Darapel's Blackstone were neighboring, and due to frequent conflicts regarding the capture of magical beasts, there was already a rift between them. Earl Darapel maintained close ties with Duke Cadanon, making it improbable for Ent to be allied with Cadanon. Viscount Ent's audacity to carry out such a brazen assassination within his own barony against another noble was a grave matter. Xiao Ye spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze radiating wisdom. I believe it would be prudent for Viscount Ent to inform Marquis Rubist about this incident and leave it to him to address. Hearing this, Ent nodded slightly, his esteem for Xiao Ye rising further. Duke Fisher speaks wisely. I will immediately bolster the castle's defenses and dispatch personnel to inform Marquis Rubist, he stated. Furthermore, I shall compose a letter to the Ironstone territory, demanding an explanation from Duke Kedianan regarding this incident. A look of anger crossed Int's features. Does Duke Kedianan intend to incite war between the Ironstone and Chishan territories? The Chishan territory is governed by Marquis Rubist, while both Yellow Sand and the neighboring Zyber and Lair territories are vassals of Marquis Rubist. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. If Chishan could divert Ironstone's attention for a time, it would undoubtedly serve his interests. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the banquet hall as a guard rushed in. My lord, the merchant you expelled has been found outside the city gates acting suspiciously and appears to be attempting to flee, reported the guard. Viscount Int's eyes glinted with coldness upon hearing this. It was as he suspected. This merchant was undoubtedly a spy sent by Ironstone. Capture him immediately. I wish to interrogate him myself. Int commanded. The guard complied and departed, restoring tranquility to the banquet hall once more. Xiao Ye regarded Viscount Int, contemplating the implications of the day's events. Although the incident appeared to be a sudden assassination, it concealed a far more intricate political struggle. The territory of Marquis Rubist, to which Viscount Int belonged, was adjacent to the Blackstone territory governed by Marquis Ellipse, who maintained close ties with Duke Kedianan of Ironstone. The relationships among these three entities were exceedingly complex. Most crucially, the territory of Blackstone had recently seized a portion of land from the once mighty Silver Kingdom. Xiao Ye squinted slightly, sensing that greater turmoil awaited him. He even suspected that the royal family of the Golden Leaf Empire had deeper motives in assigning him to the territory of disaster, beyond merely maintaining their so-called reputation. Moreover, as a formidable figure who had founded the Silver Kingdom, Duke Moto had amassed numerous followers. It was implausible that after his death, the royal family of the Golden Leaf Empire could dismantle his legacy without encountering any resistance. Compared to these issues, Xiao Ye could somewhat comprehend the absence of followers accompanying him to the territory of disaster. After all, the nobility represents a family, and decisions must be made with the collective family's interests in mind. It would be unreasonable to abandon one's home for a wasteland like the territory of disaster. The more Xiao Ye pondered, the more he felt that the disintegration of the Silver Kingdom harbored greater secrets. Yet he currently lacked the clarity or strength to unveil them. Nevertheless, one day, he would uncover the answers to all these questions. Viscount Int observed Xiao Ye's contemplative expression, silently speculating. This young duke, though seemingly youthful, possessed a profound mind, acted decisively, and was imbued with ambition. Had it not been for Xiao Ye's timely reaction today, the consequences might have been dire. Int's respect for Xiao Ye deepened further. Duke Fisher, do you believe there may be other conspiracies lurking behind this incident? Int ventured cautiously. Xiao Ye lifted his head, gazing deeply into Int's eyes. Viscount Int, what do you think? Today's events may appear to be directed at me, but that may not be the case. Perhaps this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Upon hearing this, Int's heart quaked. He understood Xiao Ye's implication. This assassination could very well be the onset of a far larger conspiracy. At that moment, a guard's voice resounded from outside the banquet hall once again. My lord, the merchant has been apprehended. Upon hearing this, Viscount Int immediately replied, let us go and see. Then he suddenly realized and turned to Xiao Ye. Duke Fisher, your arm? Xiao Ye gently shook his head. Please arrange for treatment later. For now, I wish to learn more about the merchant's origins. Viscount Int nodded thoughtfully, instructing the butler to summon a priest while he escorted Xiao Ye and Xiongda into the castle's dungeon. Within the dank confines of the dungeon, a merchant was bound tightly in the interrogation chamber, his countenance betraying sheer terror. Speak. Who exactly has instructed you? Viscount Int demanded, his eyes wide with fury as he slammed his hand upon the table. The merchant trembled, stammering, I am merely a humble trader. I know nothing of any instructions. Humph. Stubborn fool, Viscount Int scoffed coldly, gesturing for his subordinates to apply torture. Instantly, the merchant's face drained of color, and he pleaded. I will tell you. It was Miss Himudeli who sent me. Himudeli. Both Xiao Ye and Viscount Int exchanged puzzled, bewildered glances, as they had never before encountered this name. What is her standing? Viscount Int demanded with a commanding tone. Himudeli de Lipe, the daughter of Count de Lipe. The merchant felt an urgent pressure in his bladder, struggling to suppress the urge. Oh, it is she. Viscount Int exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He was aware that Count de Lipe had a daughter, yet her name eluded him. After all, within noble territories, unless circumstances were exceedingly rare, it was typically the lord or his eldest son who managed the affairs. Viscount Ince only knew the name of Count de Lipay's son and was almost entirely ignorant of his daughter. How could such a woman conspire with the Ironstone territories to assassinate Duke Fisher? The Viscount found himself perplexed and turned to Xiao Ye. Perhaps it was at the behest of de Lipay, Xiao Ye proposed. Otherwise, how would a noble woman dare to undertake such actions? Xiao Ye harbored another hypothesis, that Emily and Hemudeli shared a very close relationship. And this assassination was likely a joint endeavor orchestrated by the two. However, he refrained from voicing it. He was uncertain whether Hemudeli was merely a pawn of Emily, and it was evidently more convincing for Duke Kaidin to collaborate with Count de Lipay. After all, the likelihood of Hemudeli being treated as a mere piece in de Lipay's game was greater. Despite her being the Count's daughter, de Lipay was infamous for his avarice and unscrupulousness. He would resort to any means to secure his interests. Moreover, Xiao Ye hoped that the situation would escalate, as it would be more advantageous for the development of the disaster territory. No, Duke Fisher. Viscount Ince's eyes glimmered as he remarked, "It is possible that Count de Lipay merely received the counsel of Marquis Alipus." Xiao Ye smiled faintly. It seemed the situation had grown even graver. "I commend your astuteness, Viscount Ince," Xiao Ye praised generously. "The Marquis Rubist must consider himself fortunate to have a vassal of your caliber." The Viscount, having endured a taxing day, felt his tense demeanor ease considerably at Xiao Ye's compliment. "This matter is of utmost importance. I may not be able to accompany you to the invitation from the subterranean dwarves. I must meet with Marquis Rubist in person. However, Baron Kaidlyle of the Lyle territory will also attend the meeting with the dwarves. And you may have him accompany you," Viscount Ince advised Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. "This affair is paramount. It is best for you to promptly notify Marquis Rubist as for the dwarves' banquet. Your absence will not be detrimental." With a shift in focus, Xiao Ye turned his gaze to the trembling merchant at My Lord. "How do you intend to deal with him?" The merchant, sensing the simultaneous scrutiny from Xiao Ye and Viscount Ince, was engulfed by terror. After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Ince declared, "This man cannot be spared. He must be executed immediately to prevent any leakage of our secrets." Xiao Ye nodded in acquiescence. The merchant, witnessing this, was gripped by sheer panic. The urge he had been suppressing finally overwhelming him. Night fell, compounded by the injury to his right arm. Xiao Ye had no choice but to remain at the Viscount's castle for the night. He settled into the room arranged by Viscount Ince, with guards from the disaster territory stationed outside, and Xiong to provide enclosed protection within. Following the attempt on his life, Xiao Ye became increasingly vigilant regarding his own safety. Adopting a more cautious approach, shortly thereafter, the butler entered with a priest to attend to Xiao Ye's fractured arm. The priest, skilled in his craft, meticulously tended to the wound. Each gentle pressure elicited pangs of discomfort from Xiao Ye. Yet he gritted his teeth in determination, his gaze resolute. Once the wound was treated, the priest softly intoned, healing spell that a wooden staff of indeterminate material in the priest's hand emanated a soft, milky glow, illuminating Xiao Ye's injured arm. Under the gentle radiance, the pain gradually subsided, and Xiao Ye felt a considerable alleviation. After leaving behind some ointment and instructing Xiao Ye to apply it regularly, the priest took his leave. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Ye lay in bed, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. This assassination attempt had unveiled the intricate and brutal nature of noble conflicts far beyond his imagination. The involvement of Hemudeli de Lipay only deepened the enigma of the situation that he recalled Viscount Ince's conjecture. Was Marquis Alipus truly the puppet master behind it all? What role did Count de Lipay play? And what of Emily? Had she genuinely allied with Hemudeli? These questions lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Xiao Ye understood that he must exercise greater caution. The disaster territory had already garnered a certain level of renown. Such prestige could bring prosperity to the disaster territory, yet it also attracted perilous covetous gazes. Xiao Ye resolutely vowed to swiftly enhance the military strength of his domain, ensuring that no one could threaten the security and development of the disaster territory. Furthermore, he must hasten the reconstruction of his physical form through the power of faith, so that he could possess formidable self-defense capabilities. Had it not been for the efficacy of the hand of faith, he would have already met his demise. Fortunately, aside from a select few close acquaintances, outsiders remained unaware of his possession of elemental power. This was a crucial trump card. As for today, Viscount Ince had not witnessed Xiao Ye's intervention, and the only one who had seen him act, Xiongda, had chosen silence in light of Xiao Ye's promise of 2 pounds of wisdom water. Moonlight streamed through the window, and Xiao Ye gradually closed his eyes, drifting into slumber in his dreams. He envisioned the future of the disaster territory, a scene of flourishing prosperity, where the populace lived in peace and contentment, while he soared high above the clouds, gazing down upon it all. The following morning, Xiao Ye awoke early, feeling a significant alleviation of pain in his right arm. He donned his attire, preparing to depart from the Viscount's castle. Viscount Enter had already sent word, indicating the gravity of the matter. He had proceeded to the territory of Marquis Rebaste, cautioning Xiao Ye to be vigilant on the journey. He had arranged for an acquaintance from the Yellow Sand Merchants Guild to accompany him until they reached Baron Kaido Liar of the Liar Domain. The caravan set forth from Yellow Sand City, traversing the trade route toward the northeast, heading for the Liar Domain. Xiao Ye sat alone within the carriage, channeling the power of faith to begin the transformation of his left hand. In this tranquil carriage, where time seemed to stand still, Xiao Ye slowly closed his eyes, his expression focused and solemn, resembling a sculpture imbued with life, quietly standing within this expanse. Xiao Ye could distinctly sense the power of faith emanating from the crystallized essence of faith. Akin to a gentle stream flowing through the mountains at dawn, silently gathering in the palm of his left hand, this force was warm and pure, offering an ineffable solace, as if it could soothe all the pains and weariness of the world. As the power of faith continued to coalesce and infuse, Xiao Ye felt the muscles in his left hand gradually tightening and becoming resilient, as if rejuvenated with newfound vitality. The bones, too, underwent a transformation under the nurturing of this force. Becoming sturdier and more robust, even the minute meridians experienced an indescribable metamorphosis under this power's baptism, dancing joyfully. Every inch of skin, every bone rejoiced and celebrated this unprecedented awakening of strength under the influence of this mysterious force. Xiao Ye's left hand gradually became extraordinarily resilient, as if the very elements in the air quivered around it, forming an almost imperceptible vortex, exuding an unsettling majesty. Xiao Ye felt a surge of inner delight. The gradual strengthening process was immensely gratifying. More importantly, following the assassination attempt by Rainer, Xiao Ye understood that this was not merely a simple enhancement of power, but a qualitative leap in his self-defense capabilities. Outside the carriage, the guide from the Yellow Sand Merchants Guild skillfully navigated the vehicle along the winding trade route. The guards formed a protective perimeter around the carriage, their minds alert, ever vigilant against potential surprises. The caravan left a series of footprints of varying depths in the vast, boundless desert, akin to the traces of time, chronicling their hardships and perseverance. The scenery along the way rushed by like a series of flowing paintings. With undulating sand dunes shimmering golden under the sun, intermittent oases appearing like miraculous bursts of life, and eagles soaring freely in the azure sky. However, Xiao Ye had no mind to appreciate these beauties. His thoughts were entirely immersed in the endless pursuit of power, patiently channeling the force of faith to meticulously reshape his left hand. After several days of travel and toil, the caravan finally reached the borders of the Liar Domain. "My lord, ahead lies the city of Moa in the Liar Domain." As the carriage came to a halt, and the guards of the Yellow Sand Merchants Guild announced their arrival, Xiao Ye slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, not only had his right hand healed, but his left hand had also undergone its preliminary transformation. Xiao Ye could keenly sense the strength emanating from both hands. He summoned elemental power, and both hands radiated a soft golden light. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the formidable strength coursing through them, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The next step was to reshape both arms. Xiao Ye temporarily halted the transformation through faith, drawing back the curtain to gaze outside. Before him stood a city, quietly towering, its walls formidable and composed of dark stone, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters. As he regarded Liar City, Xiao Ye felt no thrill of excitement, merely a sense of its diminutive stature. Despite this, many of the citizens of Liar relied upon this beast to safeguard the tranquility and prosperity of their land. As the caravan drew closer to Liar City, Xiao Ye spotted a young man clad in resplendent armor awaiting them, flanked by a dozen knights, exuding an imposing presence. "You must be Duke Fisher," he said with a smile. "I am the second son of Baron Kaido Liar, sent to welcome you." Xiao Ye returned the smile with a nod, under the guidance of the second son of Baron Kaido Liar. The caravan slowly entered Liar City. Compared to Yellow Sand City, Liar City appeared significantly more desolate, though a few merchants still lingered. Xiao Ye peered out of the carriage window, absorbing the ambience of Liar City. The buildings lining the streets were primarily constructed from black stone, exuding an ancient and solemn aura, yet the passage of time had left its marks upon them, with weathered walls and worn steps silently narrating past tales. The pedestrians hurried by, and the occasional cries of vendors could be heard. Yet overall, the city imparted a sense of quietude tinged with desolation. Xiao Ye's gaze traversed the crowd, attempting to capture any useful information. He noticed that although the city appeared calm on the surface, an almost imperceptible tension permeated the air. Occasionally, a flicker of worry would cross the eyes of the people, as if they were concerned about something. Puzzled, Xiao Ye wondered what could be causing such an atmosphere. After navigating through several streets, the caravan arrived before a somewhat modest castle, its grand doors wide open, 2 guards clad in black iron armor standing sentinel. "My lord, please." The second son of Baron Kaido Liar politely gestured for Xiao Ye to disembark. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Ye straightened his robes and descended the carriage with poise. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, the 2 guards displayed a flicker of awe in their eyes, swiftly standing at attention and executing a precise military salute. Entering the castle, Xiao Ye was met with an ancient yet solemn atmosphere. The interior was simply adorned yet exuded elegance, each detail revealing the weight of history and the family's glory. My lord, your father has been awaiting you in the council chamber for quite some time. Please follow me. The second son of Baron Kaido Liar led Xiao Ye through a series of corridors. Xiao Ye noted the engraved patterns adorning the floor, making each step feel as though he treaded upon the threads of history. In the council chamber, a long table was set in the center, bedecked with an exquisite tablecloth, flanked by several finely carved chairs. Baron Liar occupied the main seat, his demeanor imposing, eyes deep and discerning. Upon Xiao Ye's arrival, he slowly rose, revealing a hint of a smile. "Welcome to Liar City, Duke Fisher. Your arrival honors us greatly." Baron Liar's voice was deep and resonant. Xiao Ye responded with a smile. "I appreciate Baron Liar's warm hospitality. It is also my honor to visit this historic city." After both took their seats, attendants presented rich wine and exquisite delicacies. Baron Liar took a gentle sip of his drink, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, the Soulburn wine is exceptional. No wonder it is so widely cherished." Xiao Ye also savored a sip, then inquired, "Baron Liar, has your territory encountered any recent difficulties?" Xiao Ye keenly sensed that although Baron Lyle wore a faint smile, his overall demeanor was tinged with disquietude, hinting at hidden concerns. Reflecting on the anxious expressions of the subjects within Lyle City, Xiao Ye became increasingly convinced that the city was in dire straits, the impending tide of monstrous beasts. "Duke Fisher, I am apprehensive about the beast tide," he confessed. Baron Lyle was taken aback by Duke Fisher's astute perception. However, he had no intention of concealing the matter, for he sought Xiao Ye's assistance in this regard. "What, the beast tide?" Xiao Ye was astonished upon hearing Baron Lyle's words, as he was unaware that Lyle territory was facing an onslaught of monstrous creatures. Is Lyle territory also to be besieged by the beast tide? Before Baron Lyle could respond, Xiao Ye deduced the underlying reasons. To the northwest of Lyle territory lay the Demon Break Mountains, a region known throughout the Origin continent as a veritable paradise for beasts. Teeming with numerous creatures, including some of formidable strength, particularly alarming was the proximity of Lyle territory to the White Moon Empire's Talingland territory, where the southern expanse was a segment of the Demon Break Mountains, making it unsurprising that monstrous beasts would emerge to assail Lyle territory. Indeed, Duke Fisher, Lyle territory has long suffered under the scourge of beast tides. Baron Lyle's voice was grave and somber, his eyes revealing a measure of helplessness and concern. However, the situation has become markedly more severe. What do you mean? Xiao Ye's brow furrowed slightly. Has there been a significant change in the nature of the beast tide? Baron Lyle nodded, explaining, in recent years, the activity of the beasts has increased dramatically, especially of late. The roars of monsters in the bordering forests are nearly incessant. We fear this heralds the approach of a large-scale beast tide. Xiao Ye's expression grew tense at this revelation. He was all too aware of the horrors that beast tides could unleash. Those ferocious creatures descended like a relentless tide, posing a monumental disaster for both cities and their inhabitants. My Lord Baron, do you lack confidence in withstanding this beast tide? Xiao Ye felt a knot of anxiety in his chest, given that Lyle territory bordered the territory of Calamity. A failure to repel the beasts could lead to an incursion into Calamity territory as well. Such a risk was undoubtedly a significant impediment for the burgeoning Calamity territory in the city of Wuzhai. Baron Lyle sighed, saying, "We have bolstered the defenses of our walls and organized some brave warriors to prepare for resistance when the beast tide arrives. However, the sheer number of beasts may overwhelm us before long." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye pondered how best to address the impending crisis. Lyle territory stood as a crucial bulwark between the Demon Break Mountains and Calamity territory. Xiao Ye had to ensure that Lyle territory was not overrun by the monstrous horde. Isn't Marquis Rubaster providing you with support? Xiao Ye recalled that Lyle territory was also a vassal of Marquis Rubaster. Baron Lyle shook his head gently. Whenever a beast tide begins to assault, any territory near the Demon Break Mountains is inevitably affected. Marquis Rubaster also requires defenses against the beasts, and on a larger scale. Xiao Ye fell silent. The Rubaster territory lay on the northern border of the Golden Leaf Empire, adjacent to the White Moon Empire, and encompassed a segment of the Demon Break Mountains. More critically, in recent years, the beast tides had exhibited a greater degree of organization. Baron Lyle's eyes reflected deep concern. They seemed to manifest corresponding scales of beasts based on the strength of their targets, as if directed by some unseen hand. This assertion startled Xiao Ye. Are you suggesting that the beasts possess intelligence? Beasts in the Origin continent were not known for their cleverness, or rather, they lacked formidable intelligence. They operated purely on instinct. Even a 5th or 6th tier beast. It was precisely because the beasts lacked intelligence that, despite their formidable strength, they remained firmly contained within the Demon Break Mountains. The mountains earned their name for this reason, signifying the place where beasts are obstructed. Of course, another interpretation posited that the incursions of the demon race were halted at this mountain range, and the demons had never breached its defenses, thus it was termed Demon Break. Here, demon refers to the demon race. Yet today, Baron Lyle claimed that the beasts appeared to possess an alarming level of organization, hinting at the possibility of a sentient race orchestrating their actions. How could this not evoke astonishment? The distinction between disorganized beasts and those exhibiting organization was profound. The former represented a formidable pack of wild beasts, while the latter could signify civilization, perhaps even the emergence of a new demon race. This is merely speculation. We have never encountered beasts with intelligence, Baron Lyle remarked, shaking his head. Marquis Rubaster once slew a 5th-tier beast and found no evidence of discernible intelligence. A 5th-tier beast was akin to an extraordinary being of the Earth tier. The absence of marked intelligence in such a powerful creature strongly suggested that the beasts had not undergone significant evolution. Yet the beasts now undeniably exhibited a level of organization previously absent. What could account for this anomaly? Xiao Ye sensed a peculiar strangeness in the situation. Baron Lyle, you mentioned that Lyle territory may not endure for long. Do you intend to abandon your fief? Xiao Ye fixed an intense gaze upon Baron Lyle. Xiao Ye did not believe that Baron Lyle would relinquish his land. A noble without a fief was but an honor-bound aristocrat, stripped of power, scarcely different from a merchant. Under Xiao Ye's penetrating gaze, Baron Lyle offered an awkward smile of being seen through. No, certainly not, Duke Fisher, he replied, unable to resist touching his nose. I would never forsake my fief. Xiao Ye's expression brightened with the expected affirmation. Baron Lyle was no fool. He would not gratuitously divulge the intricacies of the beast tide without cause. Thus, it was clear that Baron Lyle sought something from him, prompting this elaborate discourse. My Lord Baron, perhaps I can extend some assistance, Xiao Ye stated plainly. The safety of your territory is crucial for Calamity territory as well. Feel free to share your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Baron Lyle's eyes sparkled with surprise and exhilaration. Duke Fisher, it is an honor for me, Kaido Lyle, to be acquainted with an aristocrat such as yourself. Baron Lyle spoke earnestly. To be candid, without your assistance, Lyle territory would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. Lyle continued, we are in dire need of aid, particularly in the form of sturdy walls. Xiao Ye grasped the crux of Baron Lyle's request. Calamity territory could provide ample bricks to fortify Lyle territory, whether they be blue or red. The safety of Lyle territory ensures that Calamity territory remains shielded from the beast tide, Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. Thank you for your support, Duke Fisher, Baron Lyle expressed with palpable excitement. However, I require adequate compensation. Xiao Ye's words caused Baron Lyle's smile to falter. The Baron blinked in surprise before regaining his composure. He understood all too well that in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Even among nobles, the principle of mutual benefit was paramount. Of course, Duke Fisher, Baron Lyle replied hastily. As long as Lyle territory can provide it, please do not hesitate to ask. Lyle territory bore similarities to Huasha territory, with limited output. Thus, the Huasha Trading Company was jointly established by Huasha, Shibua, and Lyle territories. The three dispersed territories, when considered individually, possessed feeble economic strength and needed to unite for greater gains. Xiao Ye smiled slightly, having already formulated a plan. He spoke slowly. The compensation I seek is quite simple. The materials from the beasts after the tide has passed, especially their course, Although the flesh of magical beasts is inedible, the magic cores can be directly utilized to enhance the strength of the extraordinary beings. The magic core is the condensed essence of energy within the bodies of magical beasts, serving not only to accelerate the enhancement of an extraordinary being's power, but also as a crucial ingredient in the concoction of magical potions. However, there are numerous restrictions associated with the direct use of magic cores for strength enhancement. Firstly, utilizing a magic core carries the risk of becoming demonized. Secondly, following the use of a magic core, residual magical energy remains within the body, which must dissipate entirely before another magic core can be used. Ignoring the accumulation of magical energy and forcibly using another core significantly increases the risk of losing one's sanity. Thirdly, only third-tier magical beasts guarantee the presence of a magic core. The likelihood of lower-tier beasts yielding one is exceedingly slim. Consequently, magic cores are considered to be quite precious. The reason Xiao Ye proposed this condition is to swiftly elevate the strength of the extraordinary beings within his territory. After the incident in Huangsha City, Xiao Ye's sense of crisis heightened considerably, and he was eager to comprehensively bolster both his territory and his own power. Upon hearing this, Baron Lao felt a wave of relief. The proposed reward was not excessive. Baron Lao promptly nodded in agreement. No problem. After the magical beast tide recedes, all materials from the beasts will be yours to take, should you require them. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction, confident that with the aid of the disaster territory, Lao's domain would indeed withstand the impending magical beast tide. You need not worry about the bricks. The disaster territory guarantees ample supply. Xiao Ye even suggested to Baron Lao, if you lack manpower for constructing the walls, the disaster territory can assist you in expanding them. Baron Lao was elated, as Xiao Ye's proposal alleviated another of his concerns. However, it was essential that the Baron provide assistance to the disaster territory should other needs arise. With a thought, Xiao Ye articulated his requirements. Baron Lao nodded. If the disaster territory can ensure the expansion of Lyle City is completed before September, I can offer all necessary conveniences. Before September, that leaves about 2 months. Xiao Ye calculated the time. No problem. I shall dispatch someone back to Wuzhai City immediately to commence the expansion work in Lyle City. If Lyle City can weather this magical beast tide, I will forever remember your kindness. Duke Fisher, Baron Lyle stated earnestly as he rose. We are merely helping one another. Mutually beneficial. Xiao Ye gently waved his hand. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Ye was also contemplating selling the Zhuge crossbow to the Lyle territory to assist in enhancing their overall strength. However, considering Wuzhai City's own demands, he refrained from mentioning it. He decided to address the sale once Wuzhai City had sufficient equipment. Xiao Ye continued discussing various matters with Baron Lyle. After Baron Lyle departed, Xiao Ye began to write on the parchment prepared by the Baron. This was a letter to Wendina. In the letter, Xiao Ye did not conceal the fact that he had been assassinated by Reno. Instead, he detailed the circumstances, believing Wendina could uncover some unusual clues from it. Furthermore, he mentioned the transaction with Baron Lyle, urging her to commence work immediately, and advised Wendina to arrange for a group of skilled craftsmen to come to Lyle City without delay. Xiao Ye specifically noted that not too many skilled craftsmen were required. Once in Lyle City, they could recruit local residents on-site. The purpose of this action was to cultivate a new batch of construction workers in Lyle City. Naturally, Xiao Ye had another motive: to attract residents from other territories to Wuzhai City with competitive salaries. He was confident that the wages in Wuzhai City would surpass the average pay in other cities, ensuring that some residents would dare to leave their homes for better opportunities. After arranging for someone to deliver the letter, Xiao Ye shared a simple meal with Baron Lyle. Considering the invitation from the underground dwarfs, Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle did not linger but set off once more. Xiao Yu's visit to the underground dwarves was motivated not only by the desire to acquire sufficient ores but also to broaden his horizons and gain some insights. Baron Lyle's objective was straightforward: to procure some weapons. Although the underground dwarves were not adept at forging, being dwarves, they could still craft some simple weaponry. However, these weapons were merely mundane, not magical. Leaving Lyle City, Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle traveled in separate carriages, escorted by guards as they approached the underground dwarves. Sitting in his carriage, Xiao Ye couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled Baron Lyle's admiration for the four-wheeled carriage. Now, Xiao Ye was increasingly convinced that the four-wheeled carriage would yield benefits comparable to those of the soul-burn wine and ice blocks for the territory. The carriage journey was quite smooth, and the scenery outside unfolded like a slowly revealing painting, continuously shifting. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon a blueprint in his hand, which depicted the craftsman's improved design for the four-wheeled carriage. To stimulate the enthusiasm of the craftsman in his territory and to enhance the level of craftsmanship, Xiao Ye had specifically proposed that anyone who could create an invention that satisfied him would receive generous rewards. With great rewards come brave souls. This improved design had been entrusted to him by Wadena just before his departure. Xiao Ye contemplated that if the four-wheeled carriage could be mass-produced and promoted to surrounding territories, the resulting profits would be immense. Moreover, the comfort and convenience of the four-wheeled carriage would attract more individuals to choose it, thereby further propelling the development of the territory. Xiao Ye's fingers lightly traced the blueprint as he calculated every detail in his mind. He understood well that a successful commercial product must not only be of high quality, but also meet consumer needs and possess unique selling points. The four-wheeled carriage undoubtedly possessed such characteristics. It would become a new emblem for the territory, allowing more people to learn about Wuxia City in the disaster territory. As the carriage continued onward, Xiao Ye's thoughts grew increasingly clear. He resolved that upon returning from the underground dwarfs, he would begin to push for the mass production of the four-wheeled carriage. An assembly line would serve as an excellent method for mass production. The remainder of the journey was spent reflecting on territorial affairs and restructuring his right arm until they arrived at the underground dwarves' domain. The residence of the underground dwarves was concealed deep within a dense forest, surrounded by towering peaks, resembling a secluded paradise. Xiao Ye and Baron Lile's caravan emerged from the last thicket. A vast underground entrance came into view. At the entrance, several stout dwarves with bushy beards were lazily chatting. Clad in simple animal skins, they toyed with various oars and tools, exuding a rugged demeanor. Upon noticing the arrival of Xiao Ye and his entourage, they stood up, their eyes glinting with curiosity and wariness. A leading dwarf stepped forward and asked in a gruff voice, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Baron Lile quickly took a step forward, elegantly bowing in a noble greeting. He produced the invitation from the dwarves and continued, "I am the Lord of Lile territory, invited to attend the gathering of the underground dwarves and to procure some weapons needed for my domain." The dwarf accepted the invitation from Baron Lile, scrutinizing it closely. "Indeed, this is the invitation we sent out." The dwarf, having hosted many guests in recent days, was not surprised by the arrival of Xiao Ye and his companions. "Follow me," the dwarf said, leading the way into the underground entrance. Xiao Ye waved his hand for the guards to bring down 2 casks of soul-burn wine. "This is a wine brewed by our territory. You may taste it," he remarked, pointing at the soul-burn wine the guards held. "Wine?" The dwarves guarding the entrance brightened, their gazes fixed on the casks held by the guards. Eagerly, one of the dwarves took the cask and opened it, releasing a potent aroma of alcohol into the air. "Good wine," the dwarves exclaimed in unison, instinctively gathering around the 2 casks of soul-burn wine. This soul-burn wine," one dwarf exclaimed after taking a sip. Unable to contain his surprise. This brewed by your territory. Are you the infamous Duke of the Disaster Territory? Xiao Ye found himself perplexed, pondering how his identity could be associated with such a title among the subterranean dwarves. What a ridiculous title, Duke of Debauchery. Clearly it is a moniker befitting the Lord of Calamity. A dwarf bellowed in his characteristic boisterous manner. Xiao Ye remained ambivalent towards the stark contrast between the 2 titles. However, if given a choice, he would undoubtedly prefer the latter. After securing the friendship of the subterranean dwarves with 2 jars of soul-burning wine, Xiao Ye and his companions felt the warm hospitality of their hosts. Guided by the dwarves, they ventured deeper into the underground entrance. The dwarves' abode was a vast cavern, its walls adorned with luminous gemstones that illuminated the space as if it were daylight within the cavern. Various workshops and living quarters were meticulously arranged, and the air was filled with the scent of ore and metal. The dwarves led Xiao Ye and Baron Lile through the cavern. They were greeted with enthusiastic hellos from passers-by. Xiao Ye observed that although the dwarves appeared rugged, their eyes revealed a deep focus and dedication, as if each creation they crafted bore a fragment of their very souls. Upon arriving at a spacious workshop, the dwarves paused, gesturing towards the industrious artisans within. "This is our clan's pride, the forging workshop. Here you shall witness our masterpieces," they proclaimed. Entering the workshop, Xiao Ye and Baron Lile beheld the artisans engrossed in the creation of weapons and armor. Their skilled hands moved with power and precision, each strike of the hammer resonating crisply against the metal. Baron Lile curiously surveyed the surroundings, offering exclamations of admiration, while Xiao Ye focused intently on the dwarven forging techniques, meticulously watching every motion of the craftsmen. Realizing their evident expertise, the fluidity of their actions left Xiao Ye envious. If the Lord of Calamity possessed such a multitude of skilled blacksmiths, many of his aspirations could indeed be realized. Xiao Ye recalled the prevailing notion on the continent that the subterranean dwarves were not adept at forging. Yet, witnessing these proficient artisans, he began to doubt this assertion. Perhaps the rumors were mistaken. Or perhaps the dwarves' craftsmanship was indeed more extraordinary than previously believed. In a corner of the workshop, Xiao Ye discovered a collection of various ores. Approaching, he examined the texture and patterns of the stones, searching for familiar minerals among them. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a mineral emanating a soft glow. What kind of ore is this? Xiao Ye inquired, pointing at the stone. The dwarf glanced at it, a proud smile spreading across his face. This is the newly discovered mithril ore of our clan. Weapons and armor forged from it not only possess superior quality, but can also withstand formidable elemental attacks. Fisher, we invited you here precisely because of the mithril ore. The dwarves, grateful for the soul-burning wine, displayed great enthusiasm towards Xiao Ye. With mithril, even if our skills do not rival those of the forging dwarves, we can still craft weapons on par with elemental artifacts. The dwarf beamed, fully aware of the significance of mithril to their kin. Xiao Ye's heart stirred at the mention of mithril's capacity to enhance weapon quality. He wondered if it could similarly elevate the quality of other items. If they could incorporate this mithril into the construction of four-wheeled carriages, the quality and performance of those carriages would undoubtedly reach new heights. Suddenly, Xiao Ye realized the flaw in his reasoning. His thoughts had been akin to two parallel lines. One line represented his previous life's mindset, focused on inventions drawn from that existence, while the other was his nascent, extraordinary thinking in this lifetime, which had yet to be fully explored. However, with the emergence of mithril, these two lines of thought converged. Why not harness the extraordinary artifacts of this origin continent, combining them with the technological thinking of his past life to invent something new? Might not such innovation spark a transformation of unprecedented magnitude? Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement. Yet he remained acutely aware that achieving such a revolutionary change and establishing a new extraordinary technological system would require more than his individual efforts. Nevertheless, if the extraordinary technology proved feasible, he could certainly pursue that direction. Xiao Ye yearned to retreat into solitude, contemplating how to establish an extraordinary technological system within the domain of calamity. Yet, it was evident that now was not the time. As he was still a guest, Fisher, are you interested in mithril? The dwarf's question snapped Xiao Ye back to the present. Indeed, I am very much interested, he replied without hesitation. The master of the domain of calamity. Then let us discuss this business in earnest. A hearty, robust voice interjected, and Xiao Ye turned to see a burly dwarf clad in heavy armor striding toward them, his eyes sparkling with intensity and exuding an aura of both authority and approachability. I am Bedel, the chieftain of the subterranean dwarves. He introduced himself, extending a large hand to warmly pat Xiao Ye on the shoulder. Welcome to our territory, Duke Fisher. Xiao Ye shook hands with Chieftain Bedel. He felt the solid strength in the dwarf's grip and smiled. Thank you for your invitation, Chieftain Bedel. I am very interested in the mithril ore, and I hope to forge a partnership with you. Chieftain Bedel chuckled heartily. Mithril is a new discovery for our clan, and we hold its potential in high regard. I believe that collaborating with you will be mutually beneficial. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a tacit understanding blossoming between them. Subsequently, Chieftain Bedel guided Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle on a tour of the entire forging workshop, detailing the dwarves' crafting techniques and the extraction of mithril. Xiao Ye listened enthralled, nodding continuously, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. That he recognized that although this extraordinary world diverged dramatically from the technological realm of his previous life, the fusion of the two could yield miraculous outcomes. Xiao Ye resolved to bring this idea to fruition, aspiring to transform the domain of calamity into a bastion of extraordinary technology. After the tour concluded, Chieftain Bedel hosted a feast for Xiao Ye and his party. At the banquet, the dwarves raised their cups in camaraderie with Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle, laughter and joy echoing throughout the hall. Duke Fisher, this is our clan's master forger. He spent considerable time learning from the forging dwarves and possesses great expertise in the craft. Chieftain Bedel introduced a dwarf with a dark red beard. Duke Fisher, I am Bruno. The dwarf rumbled. It is an honor to meet Master Bruno. Xiao Ye beamed. I have a keen interest in forging and hope to exchange insights with you. Bruno appeared surprised. It was indeed unexpected for a human noble to express interest in forging. Bruno, do not underestimate Duke Fisher. The soul-burning wine originates from his territory. Chieftain Bedell interjected timely. Moreover, I have seen the famed four-wheeled carriages today, which are exquisitely designed. The four-wheeled carriage from Xiao Ye's entourage had certainly drawn attention, and Bedell, well-versed in forging, was curious about it. Xiao Ye elaborated on the superior performance of the four-wheeled carriage, earning Bedell's enthusiastic praise. Bruno's eyes lit up, as if he had entered an entirely different state of mind. Duke Fisher, I am quite interested in the four-wheeled carriage. Could you provide me with more details? Bruno directly requested. Xiao Ye smiled and nodded. I too have many questions regarding forging, and I hope Master Bruno can enlighten me. Bader departed, leaving only Xiao Ye and Bruno seated in a tranquil corner. Engaged in an academic discussion, Bruno refrained from inquiring about the key to the success of the four-wheeled carriage. Instead, he asked Xiao Ye how he conceived such an idea. Xiao Ye explained to Bruno that he merely considered the limitations of the two-wheeled carriage and recognized the challenges associated with its transformation into a four-wheeled variant. In response to this restrictive issue, he proposed viable solutions, after which it was merely a matter of constructing, experimenting, and refining until success was achieved. In truth, the process Xiao Ye described mirrored the general course of research, identifying problems, posing inquiries, and resolving issues. However, the resolution of these problems necessitated continuous experimentation and the experience of numerous failures. This was merely Xiao Ye's response to Bruno. In reality, he had only provided a direction for solving the problem. While the subsequent process was carried out by the artisans of the territory, Bruno listened to Xiao Ye's words, deep in thought, clearly inspired by the conversation. Your Grace Fisher, you truly ought to become a craftsman. Bruno said earnestly, if you were to engage in forging, you would undoubtedly be a remarkable artisan, capable of crafting world-renowned formidable artifacts. Xiao Ye shook his head. I fear I must disappoint you, Master Bruno. I cannot harness elemental powers. Bruno paused for a moment, unable to suppress a sigh of regret for Xiao Ye. That a master craftsman unable to become an extraordinary being would find it exceedingly difficult to forge powerful artifacts. What a pity, Your Grace Fisher, Bruno lamented, shaking his head. If you were an extraordinary being, with your intellect, you could surely become a globally celebrated craftsman. Xiao Ye smiled. Even if I am not extraordinary, I can still offer my insights for others to experiment with. The four-wheeled carriage stands as testament. Xiao Ye spoke with confidence. You are indeed correct, Bruno responded, realizing, you are a lord, and the extraordinary craftsmen under your command can compensate for your deficiencies. Bruno displayed a genuine smile. He proceeded to ask Xiao Ye numerous questions regarding his views on forging, and drawing upon knowledge from his past life, Xiao Ye proposed many inventive concepts, simple ones like bicycles and pedal tricycles, as well as more complex ideas such as refrigerators, air conditioners, and even automobiles and airplanes. Bruno's eyes sparkled. The imaginative ideas of Duke Fisher left him in awe, both perplexed and unable to resist envisioning the scenes following the birth of such inventions. As Xiao Ye spoke with enthusiasm, he found himself unconsciously describing the scenarios of life in his previous existence. Long-distance communications, planes that could travel vast distances in a single day, homes that were warm in winter and cool in summer, and so forth. Your Grace Fisher, could these be realized? Bruno finally interrupted Xiao Ye's vivid depiction, unable to fathom such a lifestyle. Hailing from the subterranean dwarven clan, Bruno had an innate fascination with forging, not merely the crafting of weapons, but also the creation of more intricate devices, to which he was utterly devoted. However, the forging techniques of the subterranean dwarves were not particularly advanced, and their expertise lay primarily in weapon crafting. Recognizing that he could not expand his horizons within the confines of his clan, Bruno journeyed great distances to the domain of the forging dwarves, seeking to learn superior forging techniques. Yet, even the forging dwarves had not produced the items Xiao Ye described. Hearing Xiao Ye's accounts, he could not help but imagine the wondrous devices coming into existence and gradually transforming the entire world. Bruno felt a tremor of excitement within his very soul. The mixture of hope and uncertainty in Bruno's expression revealed to Xiao Ye that he was a true craftsman, a born researcher. Xiao Ye could not help but exclaim from the depths of his heart. In pursuit of establishing an extraordinary technological system, perhaps the territory of Calamity should establish a research institute. An idea suddenly struck Xiao Ye, and he could not help but consider the master craftsman Bruno before him. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Xiao Ye's gaze grew fervent, filled with anticipation and admiration as he looked at Bruno. Master Bruno, have you ever contemplated turning these ideas into reality? Xiao Ye's voice was low and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible allure. Bruno was momentarily taken aback, but a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. Of course, I am constantly thinking about bringing these whimsical ideas to fruition. But Xiao Ye astutely detected Bruno's hesitation. But it requires substantial resources, manpower, and time. Not to mention, I am uncertain if these ideas can truly be realized. Bruno expressed his dejection. The subterranean dwarven clan will not support my ambitions. That is splendid, Xiao Ye exclaimed, sensing a greater probability of success in his endeavor. If the subterranean dwarves do not support you, I shall. Xiao Ye patted Bruno on the shoulder, smiling as he continued. I can offer my support, Master Bruno. Bruno looked at Xiao Ye with confusion. To manifest my ideas into reality is also my aspiration, Xiao Ye clarified. However, my territory lacks skilled craftsmen in forging, making it impossible to achieve. If you are willing to come to my territory, I can provide ample resources. In terms of talent, we can seek and cultivate together, and regarding time, as long as we remain persistent, we shall surely witness results. Xiao Ye unveiled his true intentions. Bruno instinctively prepared to agree, but thoughts of his clan caused him to hesitate. I need to think it over. Bruno candidly expressed his concerns. My clan needs me now. I cannot simply abandon them. Xiao Ye did not press further. Instead, he stated, I shall await your arrival in the city of no calamity. The establishment of extraordinary technology is incomplete without a craftsman of your caliber. Extraordinary technology. Bruno found those words enchanting, nearly compelling him to agree impulsively. Fortunately, the needs of his clan prevented him from losing his final shred of composure. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye's words made Bruno realize that the Duke's earlier fantastical ideas and promises were no jest. Fisher was earnest. He had even thought of a name. Master Bruno, I wish to consult you on a few matters. Although the process of winning him over would take time, it did not hinder Xiao Ye from gathering the information he sought from the master craftsman Bruno. For instance, he inquired about extraordinary materials that would satisfy his requirements. The foundation of all industry lies in materials science. The strength of materials determines the heights to which technology can aspire. Bruno answered Xiao Ye's questions with remarkable candor and thoroughness. In the ensuing dialogue, Xiao Ye gained invaluable insights, akin to brilliant stars illuminating the tree of technology within his heart. He realized that if these extraordinary materials could be applied in practical manufacturing, the vision of extraordinary technology would not merely remain a castle in the air. Master Bruno, thank you for your elucidation, Xiao Ye remarked, his eyes shimmering with expectation. This knowledge regarding minerals has been immensely helpful. Bruno smiled, adding, in truth, it is not just minerals. Certain plants can also be incorporated into the forging process. Xiao Ye instantly grasped this revelation. Indeed, plants also fall under the umbrella of materials science. He now harbored a profound desire to absorb knowledge regarding materials from the origin continent. Forging is indeed a profound discipline. Xiao Ye mused sincerely. The knowledge I currently possess barely scratches the surface. Bruno chuckled. This knowledge is merely fixed. It requires only memorization and poses no significant challenge. The real difficulty lies in your ideas, your grace. Bruno gazed at Xiao Ye with admiration. Even among the forging dwarves, I have never encountered a craftsman with your audacious imagination. Imagination? Xiao Ye was taken aback by Bruno's assessment. Feeling somewhat surprised. Indeed, imagination, Bruno affirmed with a nodto conceive of extraordinary technology, an unprecedented concept, is an impressive ability in itself. Xiao Ye humbly smiled. I stand on the shoulders of giants. Many of my ideas draw inspiration from those who came before. This statement is a heartfelt truth. Xiao Ye indeed stands upon the shoulders of giants. Bruno understands that the giants Xiao Ye refers to are not of the giant race, but rather a metaphorical representation. A faint smile graces Bruno's face, for he has grown accustomed to the profound implications behind Xiao Ye's words. Nevertheless, the ability to amalgamate various imaginative ideas into a cohesive, unique system is, in itself, a remarkable talent. With genuine admiration, Bruno expresses, Duke Fisher, I eagerly anticipate the day when your visionary technology becomes reality. Xiao Ye, with a serene smile and calm demeanor, replies, I will make it a reality. Bruno senses Xiao Ye's unwavering determination and confidence. Wishing he could partake in such a grand adventure, The creation of extraordinary technology is indeed the greatest venture on the continent of origins. The two engage in further conversation until the arrival of Chief Bedell interrupts them. Duke Fisher, it seems you are enjoying a delightful conversation, Bedell remarks, his rugged visage breaking into a smile, his bushy beard twitching. Bedell, Duke Fisher is truly an extraordinary craftsman, Bruno generously praises, adding, if it were not for the needs of my clan, I would leave my kin to follow Duke Fisher to the domain of disaster. Bedell gazes at Xiao Ye in astonishment, to which Xiao Ye responds with a reserved smile. Although Bedell admires the four-wheeled carriage from Xiao Ye's territory, it is not sufficient for him to regard Xiao Ye as a remarkable craftsman. An impressive craftsman embodies a wealth of knowledge and extensive practical experience, alongside a portfolio of widely acclaimed works. Given Xiao Ye's youth, he hardly seems to fulfill these criteria. Bedell does not believe the four-wheeled carriage to be Xiao Ye's creation. His enthusiasm for Xiao Ye stems primarily from the soul-burning wine produced in Xiao Ye's territory. After all, why would a complete stranger from the human race receive such warm welcome? Even if Xiao Ye were a duke, he would merely be a human duke, which bears little connection to their dwarven clan. Ultimately, it is Xiao Ye's possession of something the dwarves desperately need that fuels Bedell's interest. Duke Fisher, you truly astonish me, Bedell cannot help but exclaim. After a moment's reflection, he continues, if you can meet my conditions, I shall permit Master Bruno to serve you in the domain of disaster. Huh? Xiao Ye and Bruno simultaneously turn to Bedell. The chief's words render the atmosphere palpably tense, under the scrutinizing gazes of Xiao Ye and Bruno. He speaks slowly, each word seemingly imbued with an irresistible weight. The four-wheeled carriage. The subterranean dwarves require the business of four-wheeled carriages. Bedell asserts with conviction that Bruno's expression shifts. Bedell, your demands are excessive, a craftsman. Bruno refrains from inquiring about the key to constructing the four-wheeled carriage, recognizing the immense profit potential it conceals. Yet, Bedell disregards Bruno's protest, fixating his gaze on Xiao Ye, awaiting his response. Bedell is not intentionally trying to corner Xiao Ye. Rather, he genuinely wishes to negotiate a trade. The subterranean dwarves excel in mining, but lack proficiency in crafting, especially in creating elemental weapons, which are scarcely produced. Ordinary weaponry yields meager profits, insufficient to sustain the clan's expenses and growth. When Bruno departed to learn the craft from the forging dwarves, Bedell wholeheartedly supported him. Fully aware that the dwarven clan must embrace change to thrive, Bruno's loyalty to Bedell's past kindness is why he has not acquiesced to Xiao Ye. Both Bruno and Bedell understand that the clan needs a craftsman capable of forging elemental weapons, but more critically, they require someone who can cultivate the skills necessary to create them, should a stable and sufficient income be secured. Bedell would not hesitate to allow Bruno to pursue his path as a craftsman. However, as the chief of the subterranean dwarves, Bedell must prioritize the welfare of his clan. If Xiao Ye consents to entrust the business of four-wheeled carriages to the subterranean dwarves, the profits would adequately compensate for Bruno's absence. Contemplating Bedell's proposition, Xiao Ye falls into deep thought. He weighs the pros and cons, considering whether Bruno is worth such a sacrifice. Xiao Ye does not immediately respond to Bedell's inquiry, instead pondering the motivations behind Bedell's proposal. After achieving clarity, he slowly shakes his head. Upon seeing Xiao Ye's gesture, disappointment washes over Bedell. It appears that Bruno does not hold as much value in Xiao Ye's eyes. After all, although the dwarven masters are rare, the worth of a crafting master within the dwarven clan diminishes significantly. Seeing Xiao Ye shake his head, Bruno relaxes, relieved that Xiao Ye has not made an impulsive decision. However, this relief is soon overshadowed by a wave of dejection, an emotion stemming from the realization that someone he values does not reciprocate that regard. That I cannot assign the business of the four-wheeled carriage to the subterranean dwarves. Chief Bedell, Xiao Ye softly states, the subterranean dwarves are ill-suited for commerce. Your strengths lie in mining and smelting. Bedell remains silent, awaiting Xiao Ye's subsequent words. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to specialists. Xiao Ye smiles, adding, and humans are evidently more adept at business. Duke Fisher, what do you mean by that? Bedell finally poses his question. While I cannot hand over the four-wheeled carriage business to you, I can offer you a share of the revenues generated by it. Xiao Ye proposes a share? Chief Bedell appears puzzled. As Xiao Ye noted, the subterranean dwarves are not well-versed in commerce. Indeed, Xiao Ye elucidates his proposal. You, the subterranean dwarves, shall provide the ores necessary for manufacturing the carriages, while we, in the domain of disaster, will oversee their construction, granting you 40% of the resulting profits. 40%. Though Bedell lacks expertise in commerce, he can discern numbers. I require 50%, hearing Bedell's counter. Xiao Ye's heart swells with delight. Bedell's willingness to negotiate indicates his acceptance of the proposal, leaving only the task of haggling over the price. With newfound confidence, Xiao Ye shakes his head slowly but resolutely. At most, 40% of the profits. Before Bedell can interject, Xiao Ye continues, the four-wheeled carriage is an invention of the domain of disaster. You dwarves need only supply the ores, the subsequent sales, the procurement of additional materials required for the construction of the four-wheeled carriages, and the wages for the laborers will all be managed by the domain of disaster. Your share of 40% is already quite generous. Bedell furrows his brow, seemingly weighing Xiao Ye's terms. After a moment of contemplation, he finally speaks. Duke Fisher, I comprehend your position, but 40% is indeed insufficient for us. The subterranean dwarves possess unparalleled advantages in ore extraction and smelting, and the value of these ores should not be underestimated. Xiao Ye smiles faintly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Chief Bedell, please allow me to finish. In addition to the ores, we can collaborate on other fronts. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye seeks to forge a deeper alliance with the subterranean dwarves. For instance, the domain of disaster requires a steady supply of ores to support the development of other industries. You can provide a consistent supply of ores, and we will prioritize purchasing from you at prices above market value. This way, your income will not only stem from the share of the four-wheeled carriage profits, but also from the sale of ores. At this moment, Xiao Ye is also planning ahead. The domain of disaster must secure various ores to establish a system of extraordinary technology, and the quantity required is significant. Thus, forging cooperation with the subterranean dwarves to ensure a stable supply is prudent. Upon hearing this, Chief Bedell's eyes gleam with interest. He cannot deny that Xiao Ye's proposal is indeed enticing. Although the subterranean dwarves excel in mining and smelting, they have long lacked stable sales channels, preventing them from maximizing the value of their ores. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the lengths of issuing invitations after discovering the mithril mine. Moreover, Chief Bedell, Xiao Ye continues to enhance the terms of this collaboration. The subterranean dwarves possess skilled craftsmen. Although the majority may not excel in crafting elemental weapons, their proficiency in producing ordinary items is commendable. Bader had already anticipated what Xiao Ye was about to say. Duke Fisher, the Dominion of Catastrophe, seeks more of our skilled smiths, does it not? Bader inquired. The Dominion of Catastrophe was indeed in dire need of a multitude of craftsmen. Xiao Ye nodded candidly. We are prepared to offer remuneration. Blacksmiths, artisans, and others with expertise can expect quite generous wages in the Dominion. The chieftain of the Bader clan fell silent. The terms proposed by Xiao Ye were undeniably advantageous. If safely fulfilled, the economic conditions of the subterranean dwarves would experience a qualitative leap. However, Bader was acutely aware of the risks lurking within this proposition. The subterranean dwarves would find themselves entirely bound to the Dominion of Catastrophe, and in pursuit of greater compensation, their smiths would gradually gravitate towards the Dominion. Bader's heart was in turmoil. If Chieftain Bader consents to our collaboration, I can promise you one additional matter. To secure the genius smith Bruno. Xiao Ye once more raised the stakes. This time, Bader could no longer remain composed. Bruno himself was profoundly moved. I can establish a new city in the northeastern part of the Dominion, adjacent to the territory of the subterranean dwarves. Xiao Ye dropped the bombshell. I intend to name this new city Bruno City, which will serve as the citadel of forging in the Dominion of Catastrophe, where the dwarven smiths can reside, live, and work. Indeed, the northeastern region of the Dominion bordered that of the subterranean dwarves. Although Xiao Ye's proposal was sudden, it was far from rash. The subterranean dwarves were worthy of such an investment. Moreover, Xiao Ye did not perceive this act as a waste of resources, but rather as a multifaceted boon. Firstly, establishing a city named after Bruno would not only bind the subterranean dwarves to the Dominion of Catastrophe, but would also reflect his respect for the master smith. Xiao Ye held Bruno's abilities in high regard. During their discussions, he could discern Bruno's remarkable talent in the art of forging. Secondly, the construction of Bruno City held profound significance, symbolizing a leap in the Dominion's strength, which could greatly inspire the populace and instill a sense of growth within the territory. Thirdly, it would indeed enhance the Dominion's power. Bruno City would undoubtedly attract a substantial number of dwarves, significantly bolstering the population of the Dominion. Naturally, Xiao Ye refrained from explicitly stating this third point, as it might lead Bader to believe he was covertly attempting to control the subterranean dwarves. In truth, Xiao Ye indeed planned to do so, gradually integrating the subterranean dwarves into the governance of the dominion of catastrophe. Occupation and governance need not rely solely on force. The muscles on Chieftain Bader's face quivered slightly. Clearly shaken by Xiao Ye's proposal, he gazed intently at Xiao Ye, as if assessing the sincerity and determination of his counterpart. Duke Fisher, your terms are indeed difficult to refuse at a city named after Bruno. A citadel of forging not only signifies respect for my clan, but also represents a profound vision for our shared future. Bader's voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Bruno, standing nearby, felt a swell of emotion. He had never imagined his name would be linked to a city, a symbol not only of honor, but also of a profound affirmation of his personal worth. In that moment, Bruno looked at Xiao Ye with gratitude and admiration. However, Duke Fisher, I must consider the long-term interests of my clan. Establishing a city is no simple endeavor. It requires vast resources and manpower. How can I ensure that the Dominion of Catastrophe will uphold its commitments, allowing Bruno City to truly flourish? Bader raised his concerns. Furthermore, who will manage Bruno City? He posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. If it is to be governed by your human race, will not the dwarves within Bruno City be subject to your rule? Xiao Ye nodded in understanding, having anticipated Bader's inquiry. Chieftain Bader, I can sign a formal agreement, ensuring that the Dominion of Catastrophe will fully support the construction and development of Bruno City, including but not limited to the provision of necessary funds, technology, and security. Additionally, I will establish a special fund to support the inheritance and innovation of smithing skills. Xiao Ye provided his response. This was his sincere intention. Bruno City would likewise be a part of the Dominion of Catastrophe, and he would not hesitate to invest in its prosperity. As for the special fund, a similar initiative existed in Wuxia City. Whenever a craftsman improved upon existing techniques, Xiao Ye would offer rewards. However, this approach was not formal enough. Xiao Ye planned to establish a formal special fund after the creation of Bruno City, specifically designed to encourage craftsmen across various trades to improve their skills and embrace innovation. He even contemplated setting up several honorary awards to further stimulate the creativity of artisans. Regarding your second concern, Xiao Ye paused thoughtfully, recognizing the need for a cautious response to avoid arousing the suspicions of the subterranean dwarfs. In Bruno City, I will establish an administrative office to oversee all affairs. Xiao Ye smiled sincerely. The officials within this office will be selected through assessments, be they of human or dwarven descent, or even other races. Anyone who meets the criteria will be eligible to become an official. Bader, I cannot entrust the management of the city solely to your clan. Such a concession would be my utmost compromise. Xiao Ye stated firmly. If the subterranean dwarves possess the capability, they may even occupy all positions within the administrative office. I will not interfere. If they lack the ability, then I am powerless to assist. Xiao Ye spoke softly. And what of those various arbitrary taxes imposed by your kind? Bader understood Xiao Ye's stance. If he were to build a city for other races without compensation, he would certainly not agree. In Bruno City, there will be but one tax, the commercial tax. Xiao Ye replied gently. I will only tax merchants. Furthermore, Bruno City welcomes any race to come, and there will be no restrictions on any race's ability to leave. Xiao Ye's words entirely assuaged Bader's concerns. Bader had indeed worried that Xiao Ye would seize this opportunity to dominate the subterranean dwarves, but upon hearing that there would be no restrictions on their freedom, he felt a profound sense of relief. Unfortunately, Bader remained unaware of the societal phenomenon known as the siphon effect. Populations naturally gravitate towards cities that are more developed and prosperous. As Bruno City flourished, the subterranean dwarves would inevitably choose to settle there, at which point Bader would have little control over the situation. Chieftain Bader slowly nodded, his expression revealing approval and relief. Duke Fisher, your sincerity and foresight command my deep respect. Your proposal not only alleviates our concerns, but also opens a door to prosperity and freedom for our subterranean dwarves. He turned to Bruno, his eyes shimmering with hope. Bruno, your name will forever be intertwined with this magnificent city, standing as a source of pride for our dwarven kin. Bruno, filled with excitement, straightened his posture, his eyes slightly glistening. Bruno is willing to dedicate everything for my clan. I am ready to devote all my passion to the establishment of Duke Fisher's extraordinary technology. Bruno gazed at Xiao Ye with fervent eyes, Xiao Ye understood that at this moment, his significance in Bruno's eyes was nearly on par with that of his own clan. Chieftain Bader, regarding our collaboration, perhaps we should seek a quiet place for a more in-depth and detailed discussion, Xiao Ye suggested with a smile. Bader laughed heartily. Indeed, we should have a proper conversation. Xiao Ye and Bader quietly departed from the banquet. Bruno did not follow them. As a master forger, he found little interest in such affairs that in the days that followed. Bader spent most of his time with Xiao Ye, only occasionally attending to important guests. During this period, Xiao Ye gained a profound and comprehensive understanding of the subterranean dwarves, and their friendship deepened significantly. Until the 12th of July, the formal banquet commenced, and on the 12th of July, the feast of the subterranean dwarves officially began. The banquet hall was ablaze with light, adorned with various minerals embedded in the walls and ceiling, shimmering with enchanting radiance. The dishes served at the banquet showcased the unique style of the dwarves, including braised white mushrooms with meat, moss pancakes, insect sauce, dwarf muffins, bioluminescent mushroom soup, moss rice, lichen steamed eggs, and roasted black pork, among many others. Additionally, there were fermented beverages from various territories and an array of fruit juices, such as apple juice, scale fruit juice, and white mushroom juice. Various wines were also available, including soulfire wine, cold fruit wine, ashfire wine, and chilling wine. As Xiao Ye savored the delightful cuisine, he listened attentively to Bruno's introductions. Through Bruno's descriptions of the food, he gained a deeper appreciation for the saying a region's land nourishes its people. Each existing intelligent race on the continent of origin possesses its own unique wisdom and civilization. The food production methods described by Bruno illuminated this truth. For instance, the white mushrooms in the braised dish were cultivated by the dwarves through special techniques in dim, damp caves, rich in minerals and possessing a distinctive aroma. Slowly simmered with tender pork to create a dish that was both flavorful and not overly greasy. The moss used in the pancakes thrived in the crevices of rocks, and through the dwarves' unique processing, any bitterness was removed, preserving its distinct freshness and chewiness, complemented by a special sauce crafted by the dwarves, resulting in an unforgettable delicacy. The primary ingredients for the insect sauce comprised various insects commonly found in the subterranean world, such as ants, cave crickets, and beetles. In the dwarves' eyes, these insects were a source of high protein and numerous nutrients. After careful selection, washing, and cooking, paired with specially crafted seasonings, the insect sauce emerged as a delectable and nutritious signature dish at the banquet. Dwarf muffins were made from a unique pine cone flour, undergoing fermentation and steaming. These muffins were soft in texture, imbued with a subtle pine aroma, making them an indispensable delicacy in the dwarves' daily lives. The bioluminescent mushrooms in the soup emitted a faint glow in darkness, providing not only light but also a unique flavor and texture. When simmered into a soup with distinctive spices, it not only tasted exquisite but also added an air of mystery to the banquet. The moss in the moss rice, while similar to the other moss, grew in a wider range of environments and was a common ingredient for the dwarves. When mixed with fine rice and vegetables, it created a fresh and nutritious dish. The lichen used in the steamed eggs was a flat plant that grew on rocks, displaying various colors, and was considered a precious ingredient by the dwarves. Steamed with eggs, it preserved the unique flavor of the lichen while enhancing the delicacy of the eggs. The roasted black pork was sourced from a unique breed of black pigs in the subterranean realm, raised with care to ensure the meat was tender and well-marbled. Charcoal grilling rendered the exterior golden and crispy, while keeping the interior juicy and succulent, paired with a special seasoning crafted by the dwarves, resulting in a rich and satisfying flavor. As for the beverages, the soulfire wine was renowned for its clear appearance and spicy flavor, igniting one's taste buds instantly. Cold fruit wine, made from various fermented fruits, was refreshing and offered a delightful blend of sweetness and slight acidity, making it an excellent palate cleanser at the banquet. Ashfire wine was brewed through a unique dwarven method using special plant ashes and fruits, resulting in an amber-hued drink with a rich and distinctive taste. Chilling wine, a chilled beverage made from various fruits and herbs, provided a cool sensation with a hint of fruitiness and herbal aroma. Beyond these distinctive dishes and drinks, the banquet featured exquisite tableware and decorations. Most of the utensils were meticulously crafted by the dwarves, from knives and forks to bowls and plates, all having undergone detailed polishing and carving. Being both practical and aesthetically pleasing, the decorations were primarily made from minerals and gemstones, designed and processed ingeniously, resulting in exquisite pieces of art. Xiao Ye also observed the dwarves' utmost respect and utilization of ingredients. For example, a dessert called rock honey was harvested from rare honey found in the crevices of rocks, refined over time to produce a golden-colored, silky smooth treat. Rock honey was sweet, yet not cloying, carrying a peculiar freshness reminiscent of stone and a natural aroma that lingered delightfully. Additionally, there was a beverage called mineral drink, which was not traditional water but rather natural mineral water extracted from deep mineral layers by the dwarves. This mineral water had a sweet, slightly cool taste, making it perfect for consumption in the warm subterranean environment. As Xiao Ye conversed with Bruno, he savored the dwarves' unique cuisine. He also paid close attention to the banquet hall's decorations. At the center of the hall stood a colossal mineral sculpture, constructed from various colored stones, each piece distinct and lifelike. It served not only as a work of art, but also as a testament to the dwarves' mastery in mineral utilization. Surrounding the sculpture were various small, delicate mineral ornaments, such as stone vases and candlesticks, each brimming with craftsmanship and creativity. What intrigued Xiao Ye most was a lighting device displayed by the dwarves at the banquet. Known as a mineral lamp, this lamp was not a traditional oil lamp or candle, but was made from a special mineral that could glow independently in darkness. The light emitted by the mineral lamp was soft and warm, providing illumination for the banquet while adding an element of mystery and romance to the atmosphere. The mineral lamp brought joy to Xiao Ye. He had been pondering how to provide lighting in the Duke's castle, and under the current conditions, he had yet to conceive any means of generating electricity, let alone creating electric lamps. The mineral lamp, however, required merely a simple switch to provide illumination akin to that of electric lights. Xiao Ye silently committed the idea of the mineral lamp to memory, eager to discuss it with Bader after the banquet concluded. As the banquet progressed, Bader announced the matter of the mithril mine and invited those interested to seek him out privately. Following Bader's announcement, the dwarves' musicians began to play their unique instruments. Most of these instruments were crafted from minerals and wood, producing distinctive and melodious tones. Among them, an instrument known as the chin particularly caught the eye. Its strings were made from a special metal wire, while the body was carved from a solid piece of blue-green mineral. When the musicians played the mineral zither, the sound was as clear as a spring and as melodious as the wind, adding a unique charm to the banquet. Amidst the enchanting melodies, guests from various regions sought out Bader to discuss the mithril mine, while others engaged in business negotiations. Xiao Ye, however, was content to chat leisurely with Bruno. Having already discussed business with Bader extensively in the days prior, at that moment, he simply wished to enjoy the banquet. "Greetings, Duke Fisher." Xiao Ye turned to see a young man adorned with a noble emblem. Confusion flickered in Xiao Ye's eyes. He did not recognize this nobleman. Noticing Xiao Ye's puzzled expression, the young man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Alfred Albert, heir of the Albert family from the Taringland territory of the White Moon Empire." Realization dawned on Xiao Ye. The Iron Fort Trading Company from Taringland had acquired the rights to sell ice blocks from the disaster territory, establishing a cooperative relationship between the two areas. Xiao Ye responded with a smile. "Mr. Alfred, what brings you to me?" Alfred displayed a humble smile. "I wish to express gratitude for Duke Fisher's support of the Iron Fort Trading Company. Our Taringland territory has greatly benefited from it." Xiao Ye downplayed his contribution. "It is merely a business transaction. The acquisition of the ice block sales rights is the expertise of the Iron Fort Trading Company's manager, Ma Dilly." Xiao Ye held a favorable impression of Ma Dilly, admiring the boldness exhibited by the leader of the Iron Fortress merchant caravan. Indeed, Ma Dilly was an exceptional businessman. Alfred was evidently pleased with Ma Dilly. Shifting the topic, Alfred continued, "However, my purpose in seeking out Duke Fisher today is not only to express my gratitude, but also to discuss potential future collaborations." Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating for him to proceed. Alfred slowly unfurled an exquisite piece of parchment from within his attire, stating, "This is a map of a newly discovered mineral deposit by the Albert family, located in the magical Broken Mountains at the border of the Tyrant Green territory and the territory of Calamity. Preliminary explorations suggest that it may be rich in mineral veins." Xiao Ye felt a stir of interest. He was always keen on minerals. "What type of mineral veins have you identified?" he inquired. With a smile, Alfred replied, "So far, we have discovered ordinary iron ore, copper ore, and a small quantity of cloudstone." "Cloudstone?" Xiao Ye exclaimed in surprise, with Bruno displaying a similar expression of astonishment. Cloudstone was a unique mineral. While not exceedingly rare, it was an indispensable material in the forging of many elemental weapons. The quality of cloudstone was remarkably light, and exhibited good malleability. Most importantly, it possessed a certain hardness that endowed it with defensive capabilities. Xiao Ye recalled Bruno mentioning Cloudstone. He had even envisioned utilizing it to create a unique four-wheeled carriage. A four-wheeled carriage crafted from Cloudstone would not only be lightweight and swift, but would also offer a degree of protection. If inscribed with defensive runes, such a carriage would undoubtedly qualify as a luxurious high-end item. Even without its use in crafting a four-wheeled carriage, Cloudstone could serve as a valuable raw material for those manufacturing elemental weapons. Noticing Xiao Ye's keen interest in Cloudstone, Alfred elaborated. Indeed, Cloudstone. Although our exploration is still in its early stages, it is already clear that the Cloudstone reserves in that area are quite substantial. However, a hint of concern crossed Alfred's face. What troubles you? Xiao Ye asked. The Tyrant Green territory is merely a baronial domain, and there are few who excel in mineral exploration. We cannot ascertain the specifics of that deposit in a short time. Alfred remarked, glancing at Bruno. This time, in visiting the subterranean dwarves, in addition to seeking to purchase some weaponry, I also hope to obtain their assistance, as they possess remarkable skills in exploration and mining. Xiao Ye greatly appreciated Alfred's candor. He understood well that the exploration and development of mineral deposits were no simple tasks. They required specialized knowledge and skills, as well as the guidance of experienced individuals. The subterranean dwarves indeed possessed unique expertise in mineral exploration and extraction, and their assistance would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of the Tyrant Green territory's mining endeavors. Mr. Alfred, your plan is quite astute. Xiao Ye commended. The subterranean dwarves have a long-standing history and rich experience in mining and exploration. Their craftsmanship is exquisite and can help you gain a more accurate understanding of the mineral deposits. However, acquiring their assistance may require a certain price. Alfred nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Xiao Ye's perspective. He continued, I am well aware of that. I have prepared a generous reward, hoping to impress the chieftain of the subterranean dwarves. At this juncture, Alfred looked at Xiao Ye with admiration, saying, however, I still require your assistance, Duke Fisher. I have heard that you have established a profound friendship with Chieftain Bader. Xiao Ye smiled. In the past few days, he and Bader had not only conversed but also met many esteemed guests from the subterranean dwarves together. This was a deliberate effort by Bader, not only to showcase the exceptional relationship between the territory of Calamity and the subterranean dwarves, but also to reciprocate, helping Xiao Ye build a broader network. Thus, the news of Bader's close ties with Fisher naturally spread. With a slight smile, Xiao Ye had already devised a plan in his mind that he stated, Mr. Alfred, rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you in establishing a partnership with the subterranean dwarfs. However, before that, I can lend you a small favor. This is Master Bruno, who is not only a master craftsman but also highly knowledgeable in mineral exploration. Xiao Ye gestured towards Bruno beside him. Alfred looked somewhat surprised. He knew that anyone who accompanied Xiao Ye must hold an extraordinary status, yet he had not anticipated that it would be a master craftsman. The title of master craftsman was not casually bestowed. Only those capable of forging powerful elemental weapons were worthy of such a designation. Master Bruno, I apologize for my rudeness, Alfred expressed with sincere regret. Regarding that mineral deposit, you may inquire with Bruno. He might be able to provide you with some insights, such as the scale of the reserves, the quality of the ores, and the challenges of extraction. Xiao Ye pointed out to Alfred. Alfred was evidently well prepared. He retrieved a thick exploration report from his attire and handed it to Bruno. This report meticulously documented the exploration process, or analysis, and preliminary extraction plans. Bruno diligently perused the report, nodding at times and furrowing his brow at others. After setting the report down, Bruno's gaze deepened. He spoke slowly. Based on this report, it is evident that you have undertaken a considerable amount of work and have a basic understanding of the mineral deposits. However, some details mentioned in the report still require further verification. Alfred promptly nodded, expressing his willingness to heed Bruno's advice. Firstly, regarding the scale of the mineral deposit. Your current findings are merely based on surface exploration results, and the conditions underground are often far more complex. Bruno explained. I recommend that you conduct deeper explorations. Alfred nodded in agreement. This was precisely the reason he sought assistance from the subterranean dwarfs. Hey, Bruno, finally found you. A clear female voice interrupted their conversation. Xiao Ye observed Bruno's face light up with surprise. Clearly, the newcomer was someone with whom Bruno was familiar, as he could identify her solely by her voice. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Ye wondered who it could be that a petite yet remarkably agile woman dressed in exquisite dwarven attire entered. her striking features complemented by bright eyes that sparkled with intelligence, in her hand. She wielded a small hammer, evidently a dwarven blacksmith. Alfred and Xiao Ye exchanged glances, both surprised by the sudden appearance of this dwarven woman. Bruno, however, stood up and approached her, his face beaming with joy. "Vivian, what brings you here?" Bruno asked, his tone laced with warmth. "Why shouldn't I come? I heard you accompanied Duke Fisher to the subterranean dwarfs, so I came to take a look," Vivian replied with a smile, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Ye and Alfred. "And these two are," Bruno quickly introduced, "this is Mr. Alfred from Tyrant Green, and this is Duke Fisher from the territory of Calamity." Upon hearing this, Vivian's face displayed surprise, and she quickly bowed, saying, "My apologies, Duke Fisher." Although Vivian had been busy with the exploration of subterranean minerals, she had heard of Xiao Ye, the human duke. Xiao Ye smiled in return, his interest in the identity of this dwarven woman piqued. "Miss Vivian, are you related to Master Bruno?" he inquired. "I am Bruno's sister and also a dwarven blacksmith," Vivian proudly declared. "Though I may not match my brother's prowess in crafting, I possess some insights in mineral exploration." Alfred's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he eagerly said, "Miss Vivian, since you are also an expert in mineral exploration, could you assist us by reviewing this exploration report?" Vivian accepted the report handed to her by Alfred and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Her gaze flitted through the report, occasionally frowning and at other times nodding in approval. "This report is quite well done. You have achieved a fairly comprehensive understanding of the basic situation of the mineral deposits," Vivian remarked. "However, as Bruno stated, the circumstances you have currently ascertained are merely based on surface explorations. A more profound understanding of the subterranean conditions is indeed required." Alfred nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence with Vivian's perspective. He stated, "That is precisely why we are here, hoping to gain the assistance of the underground dwarfs." Vivian smiled faintly and replied, "Our underground dwarf clan possesses unique skills in mineral exploration and extraction. However, to receive our aid, a corresponding price must be paid." Upon hearing this, Alfred immediately responded, "Naturally, I have prepared a generous reward, hoping to impress Chief Bader of the underground dwarfs." Vivian added, "I shall also speak to Bader regarding this. I am quite interested in the marble mines of Talingland." Xiao Ye smiled and remarked, "Bruno, these marble mines should greatly contribute to the establishment of extraordinary technology." Bruno's face lit up with joy. Ever since Bader had consented to allow him to leave the dwarf clan to work for Xiao Ye in the Blight territory, he had become increasingly invested and obsessed with the extraordinary technology proposed by Xiao Ye. Hearing that marble would significantly aid in the advancement of extraordinary technology brought him immense delight. "Vivian, since Duke Fisher is equally intrigued by the marble, we must assist Alfred." Bruno turned to Vivian and said, "Do you have time in the near future? If so, you could accompany Mr. Alfred on his departure in a few days to help him ascertain the accuracy of the mineral deposits." As Vivian acknowledged, although her casting skills did not match Bruno's, she excelled considerably in the realm of mineral exploration. It could even be said that within the underground dwarf clan, Vivian was the foremost authority on mineral exploration techniques. Vivian was taken aback. She had not anticipated the significance of Xiao Ye in Bruno's eyes. This human noble had merely spoken a single sentence, yet it had prompted Bruno to urge her to leave her clan. However, what was this extraordinary technology that Duke Fisher had mentioned? Vivian resolved to discreetly inquire about it from Bruno. "Very well. I have already thoroughly explored the mineral deposits within our clan. After a few days of rest, I shall accompany Mr. Alfred." Vivian was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of mineral exploration and did not decline. Alfred was overjoyed. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Duke Fisher's standing among the dwarfs. Initially, he had prepared numerous gifts to secure the assistance of the underground dwarfs, but now, with Duke Fisher's aid, his objective seemed to be achieved with relative ease. "Miss Vivian, I am immensely grateful to you." Alfred could hardly contain his excitement, declaring, "I will ensure you receive a satisfactory reward." Vivian waved her hand, clearly indicating that she was not particularly interested in Alfred's reward. The words she had just spoken to Alfred were partly an attempt to decline the invitation and partly a means to secure benefits for her clan. However, since Bruno had already spoken, she decided not to dwell on it further. "Miss Vivian, it is a matter of business. You should still accept Mr. Alfred's reward," Xiao Ye interjected. Xiao Ye had no need to curry favor with Alfred and did not see the necessity of incurring a significant personal debt for Alfred's benefit. His stance on the Talingland territory remained strictly business-oriented, binding interests without the need for deep personal ties. Ultimately, the Talingland territory belonged to the White Moon Empire, despite his poor relations with the Golden Leaf Empire's royalty. He did not wish to be accused of treason. Vivian immediately comprehended the underlying implication of Xiao Ye's words. She nodded and said, "I will consult with Chief Bader and provide you with a response." Mr. Alfred, I hope you will not find our underground dwarves' pricing excessive. Alfred felt a twinge of disappointment, not due to the dwarves' request for compensation, but rather in response to Duke Fisher's apparent distance from them. Rest assured, Miss Vivian, Tallinglin understands the principle that one must pay to gain. Alfred replied with a smile. As I have said, Tallinglin will provide a reward that satisfies you. After this matter was settled, Xiao Ye engaged in conversation with Bader about other topics, primarily concerning casting. Vivian was intrigued by Xiao Ye's thoughts on casting and eagerly joined their discussion, while Alfred discreetly excused himself. The banquet continued into the depths of the night. Gradually winding down at the conclusion of the festivities, Bader announced to the guests that they would be collaborating with the Blight territory to construct Bruno City. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the gathering. Whether half-orcs, humans, or elves, all were taken aback. Numerous guests from afar began to murmur amongst themselves. Bruno City. Is it named after Master Bruno? A surprised human noble inquired, his face a canvas of curiosity and confusion. Bader smiled and nodded, explaining, "Indeed, Bruno is our clan's most exceptional blacksmith, unmatched in skill within our community. This city will be a testament to our collaboration with the Blight territory, a new hub of craftsmanship, symbolizing our shared prosperity." The mention of yet another city of craftsmanship was due to the fact that the cities established by the dwarven artisans were regarded as the capitals of forging by various factions across the origin continent. But Chief Bader, I have heard that the underground dwarves are not fond of interacting with the outside world. Why the sudden decision to construct such a city? Inquired another elf guest, voicing his skepticism. Bader gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a profound depth as if recalling the bygone days. Indeed, our underground dwarf clan has historically been insular, but times are changing, and we must adapt to the evolving era. Our collaboration with the Blight territory will usher in new opportunities and challenges. Bruno City is our first step towards the future. The construction of Bruno City represented the most significant decision of Bader's life, signifying that the underground dwarves would emerge from their subterranean confines to engage in deeper interactions with the surface races. So, where will this Bruno City be built? A curious half-orc guest inquired. Bader smiled and replied, "In the Blight territory. It will be situated in the northeast corner, at the juncture between the Blight territory and the underground dwarves. Duke Fisher will establish a grand city in this vacant expanse. This city will boast the most advanced forging workshops, the most vibrant commercial districts, and the most comfortable residential areas. It will become a city of craftsmanship and prosperity." Upon hearing Bader's description, many guests felt disappointment, some even believing that Bader had grown senile. Who was unaware of the Blight territory's reputation? It was known as the land of divine punishment, a place where no faction wished to settle, let alone construct a thriving city. While the majority of guests scoffed at the notion of building Bruno City, a select few merchants who were familiar with Duke Fisher and aware of the Blight territory's changes sensed the opportunities that lay within. Alfred was among them. Moreover, compared to other merchants, Alfred was particularly exhilarated. After all, the site for Bruno City was in close proximity to the Tallinglin territory, though Bader described it as being at the intersection of the Blight territory and the underground dwarfs. Alfred, well versed in the surrounding circumstances of Tallinglin, understood that Bruno City would indeed be located at the convergence of the Blight territory, the underground dwarves, and the Tallinglin territory. Alfred resolved to seize this opportunity, determined to partake in the venture of Bruno City, even at great cost. His instincts told him that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that could not be missed. After Bader concluded his speech, Xiao Ye smiled and added, "Moreover, Bruno City will be a melting pot of diverse cultures. We shall invite craftsmen from various races to join us, transforming this city into a hub of multicultural exchange." Bader's eyes gleamed with pride at these words. He remarked, "Duke Fisher is correct. Although we underground dwarves dwell beneath the earth, we equally cherish peace and yearn to engage with the surface races. Bruno City will be a significant step towards realizing this aspiration. Perhaps in the near future, esteemed guests will once again grace our subterranean dwarven clan with their presence, destined for the city of Bruno." Bader's voice resonated like thunder. The guests displayed benevolent smiles. Although many held reservations about Bruno, they refrained from voicing their doubts, mindful of the host's feelings at such a gathering. Both Xiao Yu and Bader discerned the collective thoughts of the attendees. Yet they remained unconcerned. Once the construction of Bruno was successfully completed, all would come to understand that they were not jesting. After the banquet concluded, the guests began to depart. Over the next 3 days, individuals gradually reached agreements with the subterranean dwarves, taking away the goods they required. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye chose to remain within the dwarven territory to deliberate on the detailed construction plans for Bruno. He and Bader engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the layout, architectural style, and functional zoning of the city. They resolved to establish a dwarven museum within Bruno, showcasing the history and culture of the subterranean dwarves. Additionally, they would construct a craftsman academy to cultivate more skilled artisans, enhancing their craftsmanship and talents. Furthermore, Xiao Ye proposed the establishment of a mineral trading center to provide a platform for merchants of various races to engage in mineral trade. Bruno had initially intended to build a research institute for extraordinary technologies within Bruno, but Xiao Ye firmly declined. In Xiao Ye's vision, Bruno was merely a city of forging, not a capital of technology. The most crucial technologies, he believed, must remain firmly in his grasp, and such a research institute could only be established at the heart of the disaster territory. Moreover, he had already determined who would lead the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute. After a brief stay, Xiao Ye departed from the subterranean dwarven clan, laden with a substantial quantity of finished armor and weapons. Of course, he left behind the final compensation for the dwarves, the soul-burning liquor that Wadina had prepared in advance. On the return journey, his companions were no longer Baron Lyle, but rather a dozen dwarven smiths, including Master Bruno. Vivian had also wished to accompany them. However, the avaricious Bader, enticed by the substantial rewards from Alfred, ordered her to the territory of Turin Greenpoint. One of the key reasons Xiao Ye did not travel alongside Baron Lyle was his intention to open a new trade route, one that would commence from Wuxia City, bypassing Huaxia City entirely, with the entire route situated within the disaster territory. The establishment of this trade route was imperative for Xiao Ye. A trade route entirely within the disaster territory held profound significance. In Xiao Ye's plan, Wuxia City would serve as the starting point, while Bruno would be the destination. Along the way, Xiao Ye intended to establish new towns, thereby fostering prosperity throughout the trade route. Such a route would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the disaster territory, revitalizing its vigor and significantly enhancing commercial prosperity. Xiao Ye's choice to traverse the disaster territory, despite the potential danger of encountering magical beasts, was motivated by his desire to assess the feasibility of constructing this new trade route. During his journey back, he utilized the power of faith to construct spiritual wells while diligently undertaking faith transformation. To his delight, as he built the spiritual wells, both his extraordinary guard and the dwarven craftsmen were profoundly astonished to witness Xiao Ye conjuring the wells seemingly out of thin air. Consequently, he garnered a substantial influx of high-quality faith power. Thus, while constructing the spiritual wells and undergoing faith transformation, Xiao Ye occasionally dismounted to survey the surrounding terrain, evaluating its suitability for new town developments. He did encounter some magical beasts along the way, but in the presence of his formidable extraordinary guard, the scattered beasts posed no significant threat, especially not to the vigilant golden tier warrior, Xiong De. Just as Xiao Ye believed he would reach Wuxia City without incident, trouble soon arose. Approximately 3 days from Wuxia City, they traversed an expansive city ruin. Upon first glimpsing the desolation, Xiao Ye was taken aback. The existence of such ruins in the disaster territory had not crossed his mind. From an extraordinary guard of the human race, he learned that this was once a thriving city. The area known as the Divine Punishment Land had been the heart of the Origin continent. Yet a sudden invasion by demonkind had sparked a devastating war, reducing the most prosperous region of the Origin continent to the desolate Divine Punishment Land. Naturally, the magnificent cities that once stood there had crumbled into ruins. As Xiao Ye gazed upon the remnants of the city, a sense of joy welled within him. This site could be transformed into a new town. He commanded the convoy to halt, intending to conduct a more thorough examination of the ruins. Accompanied by numerous extraordinary guards, particularly Xiongda, he began his exploration. However, trouble arose during this investigation, as a pack of Winsand demon horned wolves suddenly materialized. These wolves were social beasts, and more troublingly, many among them were second-tier magical beasts, with occasional third-tier ones lurking as well. Xiao Ye felt no fear at the appearance of the Winsand demon horned wolves. He merely found it somewhat bothersome. After all, second and third-tier magical beasts were merely equivalent to bronze and silver-tier extraordinary beings. His extraordinary guard boasted no member weaker than bronze-tier, and silver-tier individuals were not in short supply, let alone the presence of Xiongda, a golden-tier extraordinary warrior. Furthermore, scouts from the Spirit Cat clan had detected the approach of the Winsand demon horned wolves in advance. Once the wolves arrived, Xiao Ye had already been encircled by layers of protection from his extraordinary guards. Seated atop his carriage, Xiao Ye quietly observed as his guards engaged in battle with the pack. Despite their numbers, the Winsand demon horned wolves found themselves at a disadvantage against the well-trained and capable extraordinary guard. Xiongde, in particular, moved through the ranks of the wolves like a tiger among sheep, each strike claiming the lives of several beasts. However, just as Xiao Ye believed the skirmish was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a particularly large Winsand demon horned wolf suddenly emerged from the pack. Its eyes gleaming with a crimson light, emanating an aura far more powerful than its counterparts. This was a peak third-tier magical beast, its strength nearly rivaling that of a golden-tier extraordinary being. Xiongde, be careful, Xiao Ye urgently warned upon witnessing the creature. Xiongde, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly adjusted his stance, fully concentrating on countering the formidable beast. The battle between the two intensified, with each collision producing deafening sounds, the surrounding air seemingly torn asunder. Meanwhile, the other extraordinary guards continued to engage the remaining Winsand demon horned wolves. Ensuring Xiao Ye's safety. As Xiao Ye closely monitored the clash between Xiongde and the peak third-tier beast, an idea suddenly flickered in his mind. If he could tame this beast, it would be a tremendous asset. A peak third-tier Winsand demon horned wolf could not only serve as a powerful ally but also as a mount. Once this notion took root, Xiao Ye found it impossible to suppress. He contemplated the feasibility of subduing the Winsand demon horned wolf, pondering whether the demon contract might be the answer. Xiao Ye resolved to give it a try. At that moment, Xiongde let out a fierce roar, seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to the beast's head. The Winsand demon horned wolf emitted a chilling howl as it crashed to the ground. Yet, it did not immediately lose its fighting spirit. Rather, it struggled to rise. Xiongde, naturally, would not grant it such an opportunity. His palm glowed with a rich yellow light, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Do not kill it, Xiongde, Xiao Ye hastily interjected. Although Xiongde was puzzled, he nonetheless showed restraint and refrained from slaying the sandstorm demon horned wolf, instead firmly pinning its head down to subdue it. Xiao Ye approached the sandstorm demon horned wolf, attempting to forge a slave contract with it. However, after 4 consecutive attempts, he found himself unsuccessful. It appeared that the conscious sandstorm demon horned wolf, despite lacking sufficient intelligence, was still capable of sensing danger. A peak-tier third-grade magical beast harboring resistance. Xiao Ye could not forcibly bind it to a magical pact. Xiongde, can you knock it out? A thought crossed Xiao Ye's mind. Recalling the moment he had once controlled the guards of the Divine Scroll Merchant Guild, Xiongde said nothing, but delivered a powerful punch to the side of the sandstorm demon horned wolf's head. Observing the still form of the beast, Xiao Ye couldn't shake the feeling that Xiongde had inadvertently killed it. Once again, Xiao Ye attempted to sign the slave contract, and this time, despite a hint of resistance, it proved to be entirely manageable. After a short while, he finally sensed that he had acquired another slave. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ye, feeling the connection to the sandstorm demon horned wolf's contract, couldn't help but burst into laughter. A mount. This truly is a mount. Excitement surged within Xiao Ye. He quickly fetched some water to awaken the sandstorm demon horned wolf. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Ye was even more astonished. The intelligence of this sandstorm demon horned wolf was evidently superior to that of other magical beasts. And upon awakening, it seemed to comprehend its predicament, revealing a glimmer of reluctance and submission in its eyes. Xiao Ye attempted to issue commands through the contract, and the sandstorm demon horned wolf lowered its head slightly, indicating obedience. This confirmed to Xiao Ye that he had indeed succeeded in taming this formidable beast. Very well, from now on, you shall be named Bloodfang, Xiao Ye declared, nodding in satisfaction as he bestowed the name upon the creature. Bloodfang appeared to harbor no aversion to its new name, merely shaking its head slightly in acceptance. Xiao Ye attempted to mount Bloodfang, feeling the powerful vibrations of its robust limbs as it galloped across the ground, filling him with exhilaration. Bloodfang suddenly let out a roar, causing the pack of sandstorm demon horned wolves engaged in battle with the extraordinary guards to halt their assault. Cease, cease. Xiao Ye immediately commanded the guards to stand down, instructing them not to harm the pack of sandstorm demon horned wolves. He directed them to gather together. After a moment's hesitation, Bloodfang howled, rallying the sandstorm demon horned wolves. Xiao Ye couldn't contain his laughter. Bloodfang could actually command the pack. This acquisition was monumental. At this point, Xiao Ye no longer wished to linger in the ruins of the city. He mounted Bloodfang and, accompanied by the guard team and the pack of sandstorm demon horned wolves, set off once more towards Wuzhou City. Throughout the journey, aside from surveying trade routes and reconstructing his physique, Xiao Ye dedicated time to train Bloodfang. Although Bloodfang was a peak-tier third-grade magical beast, It still lacked substantial intelligence, struggling to comprehend even moderately complex commands. To cultivate a reliable mount, Xiao Ye had to exercise considerable patience and training. Bloodfang. Time passed, and on the 1st of August, Xiao Ye returned to Wuzhou City. Upon seeing the familiar sight of Wuzhou City before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The convoy moved forward slowly, and as they approached Wuzhou City, a squad of wolf cavalry closed in, having received word from the scouts of the Spirit Cat tribe that a pack of sandstorm demon horned wolves was approaching the city. My lord? One of the wolf cavalrymen approached, astonished upon spotting Xiao Ye riding Bloodfang. The well-trained wolf cavalryman saluted in unison, addressing him as Your Grace. Xiao Ye nodded, instructing, return to the city, leading the way on Bloodfang. Xiao Ye was flanked by the wolf cavalry and human knights, followed by the bear warriors and an imposing convoy. He was not in a hurry to return to the Duke's fortress. Akin to the subterranean dwarves, he carefully observed his surroundings, noting the changes that had occurred in Wuzhou City. What pleased Xiao Ye most was that the road to the Duke's fortress had been laid with broad blue bricks, with orderly brick houses lining either side. As he gazed around, he even spotted several 3-story residential buildings. News of Xiao Ye's return swiftly reached the ears of Wentina, Old John, Velia, and others. Before Xiao Ye had even reached the Duke's fortress, Wentina had already arrived in a 4-wheeled carriage. Xiao Ye, overwhelmed with emotion, Wentina momentarily forgot her principle of maintaining professionalism in her duties. Ever since receiving the news of Xiao Ye's assassination attempt, she had been consumed with worry, fearing that he might encounter further misfortune. Simultaneously, Wentina harbored resentment towards her sister, Emily. However, she was acutely aware of the current reality. The disaster territory lacked the strength to contend with the Duke's domain. To divert her anxious thoughts regarding Xiao Ye and to expedite the enhancement of their territory's power, Wentina devoted all her energy to its development. Now, upon seeing Xiao Ye return safely, she could no longer restrain her emotions. Disregarding Bloodfang entirely as she reached out for an embrace, holding Wentina, Xiao Ye suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment, gently patting her back. I'm back. Wentina. You've worked hard. Her voice choked with emotion. Wentina replied. Xiao Ye, seeing you safe brings me such relief. She gently wiped away her tears of excitement, saying, the Duke's fortress is currently under construction. We need to find another place to stay. Thanks to Xiong Da's fortuitous strike before leaving, the reconstruction of the Duke's fortress had been expedited. Come, guide me. Xiao Ye urged Wentina to mount Bloodfang, settling her against him. Velia, you should come along as well. He affectionately ruffled Velia's hair. Velia shyly smiled, replying, no, master, the greening department has a lot of work to do. We'll see each other tonight. Without waiting for Xiao Ye's response, she swiftly hopped onto the carriage and departed. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow slightly. This was not typical behavior for Velia. Observing this scene, Wentina chuckled. Velia has been quite busy lately. The paper-making department requires a considerable amount of bixalang, all of which depend on the greening department's contributions. Xiao Ye exclaimed in surprise, you've managed to produce paper. Wentina nodded. After successfully cultivating bixalang, I promptly arranged for experiments in paper-making. After several failures, we finally produced usable paper. However, I still feel the current paper isn't quite satisfactory. Leaning against Xiao Ye, she spoke softly. Rest assured, with continuous improvements, one day we'll create paper that meets our expectations. Xiao Ye reassured her sincerely. In just over a month, Wentina had managed to produce usable paper, exceeding Xiao Ye's expectations. Currently, their territory lacked lime or other bleaching agents, making it impossible to create pristine white paper. Moreover, during the initial paper-making process, they had to address the issue of brittleness. If the paper was too brittle, it would be rendered unusable. Xiao Ye was genuinely impressed that Wentina had managed to resolve this problem. Even yellow paper was still paper. With the advent of paper, the medium for recording text would undergo a revolutionary transformation. Consequently, the cultural dissemination efforts within their territory would become significantly more manageable. As Xiao Ye conversed with Wentina, they made their way to the temporary residence. The temporary accommodation was merely a 2-story building, but Xiao Ye paid it little mind. This is Bruno, Xiao Ye introduced. Bruno is a master blacksmith from the subterranean dwarves. I have established a collaboration with them, securing their assistance. Those accompanying us are all skilled blacksmiths. Xiao Ye continued, with their presence, we can accelerate the establishment of an extraordinary technological framework in Wuzhou City. Greetings, Master Bruno. Wentina, regaining her usual graceful demeanor, welcomed him to Wuzhou City. Hello, Duchess, Bruno replied, maintaining his deep, resonant tone. Duke Fisher has spoken highly of you, praising your wisdom. When Ina modestly smiled, compared to his grace, my intelligence is insignificant. When Ina, I wish to take a look at the paper produced by the paper mill. Xiao Ye interjected, did you not mention discovering a new type of, or, when Ina nodded, rising to depart, and shortly thereafter returned. Upon seeing the two items in Wentina's hands, Xiao Ye stood up in shock, brimming with excitement. Gazing at the pristine white paper and the grayish-white, or, Xiao Ye was astounded. How did you bleach this paper? Xiao Ye even harbored doubts that Wentina knew how to use limestone to bleach pulp. For in her other hand she held just that, limestone. Amused by Xiao Ye's reaction, Wentina smiled. The original paper was yellow to create the snow-white paper you described. I convened a meeting of artisans, hoping to glean some solutions from them. But it was ultimately Valiya who provided the answer. Valiya. Xiao Ye was perplexed as to how the bleaching of pulp was connected to Valiya. Valiya mentioned a special plant called white light grass, whose sap might be of assistance. Wentina elucidated. Subsequently, we procured some white light grass from the Green Leaf Trading Association, and after several trials, we achieved the right proportions, ultimately producing the pristine paper you see now. However, while the paper has indeed reached a white standard, it is still somewhat coarse and lacks smoothness. Wentina handed Xiao Ye a sheet of paper, but I have already requested the artisans to study and improve it. As Xiao Ye accepted the paper from Wentina, he could indeed see numerous fine hairs, the remnants of pulp fibers. Yet, this paper was already a source of great satisfaction for Xiao Ye. This is excellent, he remarked with a smile. Wentina, this paper surpasses my expectations. With it, we can accelerate the dissemination of knowledge throughout the territory. Xiao Ye exclaimed excitedly. Once we have a sufficient literate population, the territory's development will enter a fast lane, and the establishment of an extraordinary technological system will yield great results with less effort. Extraordinary technological system? This was the second time Wentina had heard that term from Xiao Ye, and she was somewhat puzzled. Realizing this, Xiao Ye recounted the events concerning the subterranean dwarves, including the construction of Bruno City and the concept of the extraordinary technological system. Wentina's eyes brightened increasingly as Xiao Ye spoke. I plan to establish an academy in Wuzhai City, to be named the Wuzhai Research Institute. It will not only be responsible for the establishment of the extraordinary technological system, but also for the improvement of the existing crafts within the territory. Xiao Ye proposed. Wentina, I intend for you to serve as the head of the institute, overseeing all its affairs. That is agreeable, Wentina replied, though hesitantly added. But what about the administrative hall? You will still need to serve as the chief administrator of the administrative hall. Xiao Ye stated with firm conviction. Currently, you are the most suitable candidate for that position, and since the institute has just been established, the workload will not be overwhelming. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly be able to manage both. Wentina ceased to refuse, feeling confident about her ability to handle the responsibilities. Master Bruno, within the institute, we will establish a machinery research institute dedicated to the study of machinery, and you will take on the role of director. Xiao Ye had already contemplated Bruno's position within the institute during their journey back to Wuzhai City, finding the Machinery Research Institute to be a perfect fit for him. Bruno beamed, expressing his satisfaction with the position. Rest assured, Duke Fisher, the Machinery Research Institute will not disappoint you. In addition to the Machinery Research Institute, the Wuzhai Research Institute would also establish a Craft Research Institute, focused on enhancing the existing crafts of the territory and inventing new ones. The existence of the Craft Research Institute would continually elevate the craft standards within the territory, liberating its productive forces and generating greater revenue. As for the third institute, it would be called the Ore Research Institute, dedicated to the study of various minerals. Xiao Ye remarked softly, we will research both ordinary ores and rare extraordinary ores. Wentina skillfully extracted a notebook, recording Xiao Ye's words with a charcoal pencil. Observing Wentina, Bruno felt as though he was lacking something. He quietly contemplated obtaining a similar notebook for himself in the future. We must also establish a plant research institute, dedicated to studying various plants from the origin continent, including their growth environments, characteristics, and any special effects when mixed with other substances. Xiao Ye continued. The fact that the white light grass Wentina had mentioned could possess such powerful bleaching properties made Xiao Ye realize the immense value hidden within the plants of the origin continent. For now, we will set up these 4 research institutes, and if needed, we will establish more in the future. The extraordinary technological system cannot be built in a day. It requires gradual progress along the technological tree, ultimately leading to the emergence of the extraordinary technological system. Xiao Ye was confident that this simple Wuzhai Research Institute would gradually evolve into a colossal entity, birthing countless new inventions. When Tina, seek out suitable individuals to fill the positions in the craft or in plant research institutes and expedite their operations, Xiao Ye instructed. When Tina nodded, the Wuzhai Research Institute will be operational within 3 days. Duke, to facilitate our research, I suggest we gather as many existing minerals and plants from the origin continent as possible. When Ina proposed, indeed, you may inform the trading associations cooperating with Wuzhai City to assist in the collection, Xiao Ye replied, picking up the paper on the table. With the paper manufactured, the establishment of a publishing house to sell books should swiftly be placed on the agenda. We should set up a bookshop, Xiao Ye asserted. I have already been planning that. When Ina responded, once immersed in her work, she transformed entirely. To expedite book production, I carved numerous characters from wooden blocks, allowing for quicker printing. Xiao Ye was taken aback, glancing at Tina in astonishment. She had indeed developed movable type printing. Fortunately, our territory has been promoting Chinese literacy. The square and solid characters of Chinese are perfectly suited for this printing method. When Ina reflected, without the Chinese characters you invented, printing books would be quite troublesome. Duke Fisher even invented a new script. Bruno was astounded upon hearing Tina's words. Movable type printing is indeed an excellent method. Xiao Ye encouraged Tina. However, the wooden blocks wear out too quickly and can easily become unclear. You might consider using more durable and easily carved minerals to create the type. Movable type printing? Tina's eyes sparkled. What a fitting name. Xiao Ye's expression faltered, unintentionally usurping Tina's right to name it. I will arrange for the Craft Research Institute personnel to study and improve this, Ina softly stated. She then proceeded to relay to Xiao Ye various recent developments within the territory, including the progress of various projects, the placement of newly purchased slaves, the implementation of the Oasis project, and the sales status of various products from the industry department. Listening to Xiao Ye and Tina's dialogue, Bruno was left speechless, gaining a deeper understanding of Wuzhai City. The Research Institute,